The day has finally come for the boys to awaken. I'm an E-rank fierce tiger, hoping to find a beastmaster with strong power. I'm a C-rank tyrannosaurus, looking for a beastmaster above C-rank to team up with. I don't care about rank as long as he's tall and handsome. I wish there were a healing-type beastmaster around. Outside the field, the youthful and vibrant girls were teasing the nervous boys. Among them, the most noticeable was a handsome boy holding a black cat. His name was Bai Yi, and his eyes were locked onto the awakening formation. 3 days ago, he transmigrated into this world and was completely baffled by its rules. Upon adulthood, everyone undergoes an awakening. Girls transform into beast girls, while boys awaken as beastmasters. The girls are the primary combatants, and the boys are there to support them. Yesterday, all the girls completed their awakening. Fierce tigers, golden eagles, white serpents, spiders, flower spirits, flame elves, all were fiercely powerful. Today was the boys' turn. The first to awaken was the class president, Li Wei. The formation emitted a green light. D-rank. A D-rank beastmaster right off the bat? Not bad. What skill did he awaken? Speed enhancement, plus 30% movement speed. Li Wei clenched his fist in excitement. After all, most people only awakened as F-rank or E-rank, and their skills were usually mediocre. A D-rank was already noteworthy. As soon as Li Wei stepped down, he was instantly surrounded by a group of girls, especially the class beauty of Class 1. Ying, a goddess with soft pink hair. Bai Ye's past self had also pursued Ying and even brought her breakfast for 3 years straight. Ying leaned affectionately toward Li Wei. Brother Wei, let's form a contract. I awakened as a rouge horse, and my skill pairs perfectly with yours. Li Wei smirked arrogantly. You don't have any combat skills. You can serve as a mount for now. We can sign a contract once I unlock my second beast slot. Generally, a D-rank beastmaster could only contract up to 3 beasts, so this was highly unlikely. Li Wei's plan was simply freeloading. Although Ying felt displeased, she didn't give up and continued to flirt. Li Wei took the opportunity to exchange contact information with several other girls, even managing to attract the attention of a C-rank Tyrannosaurus beast girl. His actions left everyone envious. He's just a D-rank. Wait till I awaken as a C-rank. Then I'll have girls lining up to choose from, someone muttered jealously. But as the awakening continued, most of the awakening boys turned out to be F-rank or E-rank. All the earlier boasts turned into silence. Beastmasters with low rankings couldn't attract even ordinary girls, who would rather seek out stronger partners. Weaklings had no chance, while the strong ones had all the options. The school administrators were used to this. After all, this was a small place, and a C-rank was already considered the pinnacle. But soon, an astonishing phenomenon captured everyone's attention. The formation erupted with a crimson glow, lighting up half the sky. A commanding young man stood amidst the red light, his aura imposing. It was the student council president, Gongsun Aotian. B-rank. A B-rank beastmaster. How many years has it been since a B-rank appeared? And its dual skills. One of them's a healing skill. The crowd was in an uproar, the girls screaming uncontrollably. Partnering with a B-rank beastmaster would bring enormous benefits. Even the lowest-ranking beast girls could level up significantly, perhaps even advancing an entire rank. In battle, a B-rank beastmaster could double the strength of their beast. The girls had gone completely wild. President Gongsun is so handsome. I want to have Gongsuan's babies. Back off. President Gongsun is mine. Don't bother forming a contract, Gongsun. Just pick me. I'll be your mount. The girls lost all sense of composure, with many transforming into their beast forms on the spot. Ying, too, transformed into her pink battle horse form, shaking her mane and desperately trying to catch Gongsun Aotian's attention, instantly discarding Li Wei. Compared to the tall and striking B-rank beastmaster, who would care about a D-rank anymore? But Gongsun Aotian ignored all the other girls and looked skyward. There, a winged beauty bathed in sunlight hovered. School idol Chu Yulan, the Skyhawk girl. After awakening as a C-rank Skyhawk, she exuded a divine aura that kept others at a respectful distance. No celebrity from Bai Ye's previous world could compare to her. Chu Yulan, form a contract with me. Gongsun Aotian declared confidently. Chu Yulan only nodded slightly, giving a reluctant acknowledgement. The boys were green with envy, lamenting why they themselves hadn't awakened as B-rank. The girls, meanwhile, felt both jealousy and awe under Chu Yulan's overwhelming aura. The school administrators were overjoyed. Immediately award them a 1 million scholarship and send them 100 white beast soul beads. Principal Lu Fong excitedly commanded, ordering the school's resources to be funneled toward them. Amidst all the commotion surrounding Gongsun Aotian and Chu Yulan, the awakening ceremony continued. It was Bai Ye's turn. Bai Yi gently placed down his black cat and stepped into the formation. Boom. The skies changed color. Brilliant seven-colored light filled the heavens. Divine beasts, spirit beasts, plants, and sprites all bowed down to Bai Yi. 10,000 beasts prostrate. The scene was overwhelmingly majestic. Students dropped to their knees, and even the teachers struggled to stay on their feet. What the hell is this awakening? Is this legendary S rank? No, S rank isn't this over the top. Seven-colored light. This must be SSS rank. Starting at the pinnacle. How is anyone supposed to play this game after this? The boys were utterly stunned, and the girls erupted in deafening screams. It's Bai Yi. My husband is so handsome. Gongsun Ao Tian doesn't even compare to Bai Yi. God of men, I'll even be your dog. Bai Yi Gerga, what do you want? Any position is fine. Choose me quickly. I don't need a contract. I'm willing to be your pet forever, brother. Bai Yi calmly checked his attributes. Name, Bai Yi. Talent, SSS level. Level 1 Apprentice Beast Tamer. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Constitution, 10. Energy, 100. Contracted Beast Maiden, none. Skill 1, Eye of Truth. Able to see through low-level exotic beasts and illusions. Skill 2, Super Healing, rapid recovery from injuries. Skill 3, Battle Inspiration, contracted Beast Maiden's attributes plus 100%. Skill 4, Beast Spirit Armor. Use energy as armor to protect the Beast Maiden. Skill 5, Dimensional Space. 100 energy equals 1 cubic meter of storage space. For a normal beast tamer, having one skill is the standard. 2 skills were rare, but Bai Yi directly awakened 5, all of which were incredibly powerful. SSS level meant invincibility. At that moment, a sharp voice interrupted. Stop bickering. Bai Yi is mine. It was Yi Ying. During breakfast, Yi Ying, ever the sycophant, had suddenly awakened SSS level talent, leaving her brimming with confidence. She thought that as long as she contracted with Bai Yi, her F-level Rouge Horse form could ascend to an S-level legend. Yi Ying extended her hand toward Bai Yi. Be my boyfriend. She was so sure he'd agree, considering how he had fawned over her for years. But Bai Yi didn't even glance at her. After transmigrating into this body, Bai Yi deeply despised the previous version of himself. Years of groveling had resulted in nothing but being strung along by a manipulative woman. Even the school intervened, separating Yi Ying from Bai Yi. An SSS-level beast tamer shouldn't be held back by an F-ranked mount. Meanwhile, Chu Yulan took the opportunity to approach Bai Yi, gracefully introducing herself while striking a mesmerizing pose, clearly trying to win his favor. The entire crowd was stunned. The campus belle was openly trying to curry favor with Bai Yi. The male students stood dumbfounded. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Bai Yi's mind as a super choice system was bound to him, presenting 3 options. 1. Hold Chu Yulan's hand, gaining plus 50% charisma. 2. Respond coldly. You're celebrating too early, gaining plus 10 agility. 3. Start groveling and licking Chu Yulan's hand, gaining the title King of Sycophants, and plus 10 to contracted beast combat power. Without hesitation, Bai Yi chose the second option. He replied coldly, You're celebrating too early. Chu Yulan froze in place. This was her first time taking the initiative to pursue someone, and she got rejected. The entire crowd erupted in laughter. No one had ever spoken to the campus belle like that, but Bai Yi did. Unwilling to give up, Chu Yulan shrugged off her jacket, revealing more of her alluring figure. She tried again. Brother Bai Yi, I can transform into a sky eagle and become your mount. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. Chu Yulan screamed as she was sent flying by a massive flame dragon. A giant flame dragon appeared in the air, its ferocious roar causing Chu Yulan to cower in fear. The dragon landed, transforming into a tall dragon maiden, Long Jiao Jiao. She looked at Bai Yi with satisfaction. His talent, she was beyond pleased. Bai Yi was an SSS-level beast tamer. If she could contract with him, Long Jiao Jiao could evolve from an A-level flame dragon into an S-level blazing giant dragon, becoming a true dragon. Her status and power would multiply. After all, flame dragons were merely wyverns, not true dragons, and there was a vast gap between the two. To think that her visit to Jiangzhou would yield such an incredible opportunity. She hadn't even informed her family, afraid they'd snatch the chance away. With talent like his, not just her mother, but her entire family would be envious. Her family had already arranged for her to bond with an annoying S-level beast tamer, but now she only wanted to seize the moment and secure Bai Yi for herself. To her, Bai Yi would never refuse. After all, what beast tamer could resist a dragon maiden? Contracting with a dragon was the pinnacle of prestige. The crowd was in an uproar. A flame dragon, an A-level dragon race. The strongest I've ever seen was only C-level. She's powerful and stunning. I adore her. With a contract like that, it'd be an instant win. Basking in the admiration of the crowd, Long Jiaojiao stepped forward and extended her hand toward Bai Yi. I am Long Jiaojiao, an A-level flame dragon. Let's form a contract. Just by her surname and bloodline, everyone understood. She came from the Long clan of Dragon City, a top-tier family. Even the school officials grew restless. An SSS-level beast tamer attracting the Long clan. It's like one step to the heavens. Everyone believed a contract was inevitable. There was no suspense. Just as Bai Yi was about to make his choice, a cold gleam flashed in front of him. A flying sword appeared and stopped right in front of him, transforming into a beautiful girl. It was an incredibly rare sword spirit maiden, Jiangzhou's #1 beauty, Nangong Qinxue. Long Jiaojiao, this is Jiangzhou. Nangong Qinxue exuded an ethereal aura, and her breathtaking appearance silenced the entire crowd. Even the campus belle had become little more than a background character. Everyone was in an uproar. Nangong Qinxue, Jiangzhou's #1 beauty. Is she also here to contract with Bai Yi? But it wasn't over yet. A golden giant eagle landed, and riding on its back was an elegantly dressed bunny-eared maiden. Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu was of average talent, but the moment she spoke, the entire venue erupted. I'll invest 10 billion and buy this school. Everyone will get 100 white beast soul pearls. In an instant, the place fell silent. What does 10 billion even mean? And this mini beast soul pearls, leveling up without pressure, max welfare. This was extravagance beyond imagination. With these offerings, people couldn't even fathom how spoiled Bai Yi would become under her care. Who is she? The richest heiress of River Province, Cheng Yu. Didn't she start as an F-ranked white bunny? And now she's leveled her way up to a B-ranked moonlight jade rabbit. Even her family's bodyguards are stronger than the school principal. Money solves everything. If I were her, I'd stop working hard altogether. Cheng Yu's appearance stirred the scene into another uproar. A powerful Dragon Clan member, the top beauty, the richest heiress. Each one was top tier. The school flower paled in comparison. The school leadership was dumbfounded. What should they even do about this? However, this was just the beginning. The phones of the school leaders buzzed endlessly. High-ranking officials, wealthy magnates, and elite fighters all wanted to make contact with Bai Yi. Rumor had it that even more VIPs were on their way. They all had one goal, to form a contract with Bai Yi. If all these heavyweights gathered at the school, the gates would be trampled by the crowd. No matter who Bai Yi chose, it was bound to offend multitudes. A blessing could quickly turn into trouble. Principal Lu Fong was panicking and decisively turned off her phone. Activate the contract formation array. She decided to seal the deal with Bai Yi before the others could arrive, reducing chaos. Typically, a newly awakened beast maiden and beast tamer require a week of integration before forming a contract, but Lu Fong couldn't afford to stick to the rules. All principles were set aside. Bai Yi had the absolute right to choose. At the same time, the system panel popped up with choices. Option 1, Long Jiaojiao. Reward, Indestructible Speared. Option 2, Nangong Qinxue. Reward, level plus 10 da. Option 3, Cheng Yu. Reward, plus 10 billion cash da. Option 4, Black Cat. Reward, mystery prize. 100 free attribute points da. The first three options were tempting both in terms of the beast maiden and the rewards, so much so that not even the school flower Chu Yulan made the shortlist. But the fourth choice, the Black Cat, that was the cat Bai Yi had been carrying around. The Black Cat often objected to the name, but always ended up subdued by Bai Yi. This cat had appeared after Bai Yi's transmigration. It looked like an ordinary house cat, at most exceptionally clever and a bit high maintenance, but it was definitely not a beast maiden. How on earth could it form a contract? But the allure of the mystery prize was too much to ignore. After hesitating briefly, Bai Yi decisively chose the Black Cat. The announcement left everyone dumbfounded on the spot. Cheng Yu, in particular, was furious. You chose a cat over my 10 billion. Long Jiaojiao and Nangong Qinxue were just as outraged. Picking the school flower or the class beauty would have been better. Yet you chose a cat. Principal Lu Fong tried persuading him, and the homeroom teacher gestured frantically, but Bai Yi ignored them and directly entered the contract array with the Black Cat. A flash of light, and the Black Cat transformed into a girl, leaping onto Bai Yi. Damn you, Bai Yi. Do you really think I'm just a cat? You kept petting me, forcing me to eat canned fish, and making me wear a collar. I'll tear you apart. The Black Cat, now a beautiful young woman, battered him while loudly complaining. Bai Yi froze. Lin Meng, is it really you? It turned out the so-called mystery prize was none other than Lin Meng, Bai Yi's childhood friend before his transmigration. They had always loved bickering, making the scene an immediate mess. Not even tying her up would work. It was indeed Lin Meng. Lin Meng scowled. I'm beyond unlucky to have transmigrated with you. She had awoken as a beast maiden with natural talent and had been contracted to an SSS rank beast tamer. Her power far exceeded Bai Yi's. She broke free of his grip effortlessly and lunged back to attack him. Bai Yi panicked internally. He realized something important. In this world, males were primarily supports while females dominated in combat. He used to overpower Lin Ming with brute strength, but now that she had become a cat maiden, he was completely outmatched. Hurriedly, Bai Yi checked Lin Ming's stats. Lin Ming. Talent. S-rank Midnight Cat Demon. Level 1. Strength, 60. Agility, 80. Constitution, 40. Spirit, 20. Beast Tamer, Bai Yi. Skills, Super Smell, Swift Pounce, Venomous Claws. Bai Yi was no match. The power gap between them was enormous. Beast Tamers naturally leaned towards spirit development, making physical strength competitions completely unfair. He made a firm decision. From now on, he would focus on becoming a brute force beast tamer to defeat Lin Ming. Conveniently, contracting her had granted him 100 free attribute points through the system reward. He allocated them all to strength. Now Bai Yi's strength was at 110, surpassing Lin Ming's, allowing him to turn the tables and pin her down. Lin Ming, transformed into a cat maiden, exuded an undeniable cuteness, but Bai Yi ignored it utterly because of their years of familiarity. Lin Ming, however, refused to admit defeat, using her high agility to continue sparring with Bai Yi. The two were now far stronger than ordinary people. One swipe of their claws could gouge out chunks of cement, and their scuffle nearly demolished the contract array. At that moment, someone nearby caught an odd snippet of their conversation. Transmigrated? What do you mean, transmigrated? The duo froze on the spot. Their transmigration secret must never be leaked. The system popped up with new options. Option 1. Reveal your identity. Reward. Mastery of Lone Warrior. Option 2. Play dumb. Reward. Invisible fruit. Option 3. Put on a show and declare, I, Bai Yi. Living one's life. What need is there for explanations? Strength plus 10 rewarded. Bai Yi immediately chose the third option. After all, it increased his strength. Turning his back to the crowd, hands behind him, he declared, in my entire life, I, Bai Yi, have never needed to explain myself to anyone. System prompt, successfully showed off. Strength plus 10 awarded. Lin Ming also gains an additional plus 10. Bai Yi felt a headache coming on. Just when he thought he was ahead, Lin Ming had caught up again. Lin Ming, delighted to see her stats rise, teased Bai Yi, asking if he'd awakened the ultimate show-off system. The conversation between the two left the people around them dumbstruck. They could only marvel at just how strong Bai Yi was. Cheng Yu, fuming, rode off on her golden eagle. Nan Gong Qianxue approached the principal to request a transfer, believing Bai Yi was worth the investment. Meanwhile, Long Jiaojiao tugged on Bai Yi, wanting to head into the beast dimension to level up and form a contract with a second beast companion. However, she found herself unable to budge Bai Yi, despite having a base strength of 50 points herself. Was this the sheer power of an SSS-level Beastmaster? Aren't you a Beastmaster with strength growth potential? Bai Yi nodded proudly, admitting it without hesitation. Long Jiaojiao was speechless. What was there to be proud of? Stamina is the key. Your growth is all wrong, and you're still smug about it? If your stamina is low, your skills will be weak, and no matter how high your level is, it won't matter. Thinking this over, Long Jiaojiao became so irritated that she turned into her dragon form and flew off, deciding that Bai Yi wasn't worth investing in. But other beast companions didn't care about such concerns. While the top-tier beast companions hesitated, the ordinary ones immediately stepped up to the plate. Yi Ying, unable to believe that her 3 years of devotion as a simp wouldn't sway Bai Yi, decided to lower her own value and offer to become his mount, trying to stick close to him. Similarly, Schoolflower Chu Yulan adopted the same plan, though she had the advantage over Yi Ying of being a more competitive sea-level flying beast companion. Even Jiangzhou's Schoolflower, Nangong Qianxue, joined the fray. As a rare A-level sword spirit beast companion capable of flying on a sword, her impressive combat prowess made her an undeniably top-tier choice as a mount. She boldly approached Bai Yi, completely overshadowing the other two girls. This sight filled every male around with envy, especially Gongsun Outyin. As the proud president of the student council, with both looks and talent, he just set a new record by becoming a B-level beastmaster. Yet, all attention had been stolen by Bai Yi. He couldn't stand it. Bai Yi, I challenge you. Gongsun Outyin shouted furiously, stepping forward. At this stage, innate talents didn't matter much. What mattered was the contracted beast companions. Bai Yi's companion was nothing more than a house cat, while Gongsun Outyin had every confidence that his sea-level Tyrannosaur, King Kong, could crush Bai Yi. No matter that the Tyrannosaur beast companion was tall and muscular, Outyin was willing to take that risk. However, Bai Yi, surrounded by a group of beauties, had no interest in paying him any attention. At that moment, The system prompted with a set of choices. Option 1. Ignore the challenge. Reward. Hostility plus 20%. Option 2. Accept the challenge and assist Lin Ming in defeating Gongsun Outyin. Reward. Stamina plus 10. Option 3. Solo duel Gongsun Outyin. Victory reward. Strength plus 10. Without hesitation, Bai Yi chose the third option. A real man always goes for strength. Bai Yi has accepted your challenge. Bai Yi walked toward Gongsun Outyin, motioning provocatively with a beckoning gesture. Gongsun Outyin furiously commanded King Kong to transform. After dropping him off, King Kong made a domineering entrance, leaving everyone astounded. Who would have thought that the dashing Gongsun Outyin, in his quest for power, had chosen a tyrannosaur beast companion as his master? The crowd collectively groaned at the sight, unable to bear looking directly at it. Once transformed, King Kong's tyrannosaur form made everyone rethink their contempt. Standing at 3 meters tall, weighing 2 tons, with sharp fangs and an overwhelming sense of pressure, this Tyrannosaurus was still in its immature stage. When matured, it could grow to 15 meters tall and 10 tons in weight, a true tank-class beast. Jiangzhou Academy's strongest beast companion lived up to her reputation. How could that little house cat of Bai Ye's withstand such power? Everyone doubted that even Bai Yi, as an SSS-level beast master, could make any difference in this situation. Ultimately, it all came down to the beast companion's raw power. King Kong immediately exuded confidence. Bai Yi, let your little cat out. I'll crush it under my foot in an instant. But instead of releasing his beast companion, Bai Yi calmly stepped forward himself. The onlookers froze. He can't seriously be thinking of taking on the fight himself, can he? A beast master fighting a beast companion. Bai Yi, maintaining his composure, advanced toward the Tyrannosaur with an air of disdain. To defeat you, I alone am enough. Infuriated, the Tyrannosaurus immediately lifted one massive foot and stomped down toward Bai Yi. Using 80 points of strength, a stomp from her could flatten a car. Were this to land on a person, they'd be smashed to pieces instantly. Lu Fang shouted frantically, transforming into her Thunder Tiger form in an attempt to save Bai Yi, but the distance was too great for her to make it in time. The giant Tyrannosaurus foot descended as the crowd screamed. The gathered girls shrieked and covered their eyes, not daring to watch. Gongsun Outyin, on the other hand, was thrilled, convinced he was moments away from turning the tides in his favor. But in the next instant, the Tyrannosaurus foot didn't come down. Bai Yi had stopped it cold, using just one hand. Gasps echoed throughout the crowd. A beast master, using a single hand, had managed to stop the foot of a Tyrannosaurus? Without hesitation, Bai Yi grabbed hold of the foot with both hands, spun his body, and hurled the 2-ton beast across the battlefield as though it were a plaything. With a tremendous crash, the behemoth created a massive pit in the ground. Bai Yi then spun it again, slamming it down to create a second crater. The scene of the Tyrannosaurus being tossed around like a rag doll left the onlookers in stunned silence. Even when the beast vomited blood and passed out, no one could bring themselves to speak. The entire crowd froze, awestruck. This seemingly frail beast master had tossed a Tyrannosaurus around like a child's toy. It was beyond comprehension. Gongsun Outyin was completely dumbfounded, forgetting every skill he had. Even King Kong, the beast companion, seemed to lose her focus entirely. Having gained another 10 points of strength, Bai Yi prepared to deal with Lin Ming next. Lu Fang, however, was deeply concerned. This is an absurdly strong start, but Bai Yi only seems to love brute force and insists on contracting beast companions with cats. How do you teach them? She could only sigh, and even teacher Li Ku was helpless. Finally, the awakening process continued, but there weren't any more shocking talents. Only 3 C-grade beast tamers emerged. In Jiangbei City, this result was quite average. But with Gongsun Outyin's B grade and Bai Ye's SSS grade rankings, Xinjiang School still had hope for a turnaround. After the awakening ceremony, everyone was officially assigned to classes. The beast girls were naturally placed in the same class. This year, however, things didn't go quite as expected due to Bai Ye's outstanding performance. For example, there was Lin Ming. She was originally just a cat, without even a proper ID. Thanks to everyone vouching for her, the Bureau of Inspection finally issued her a household registration. There was also a crowd of beast girls who had transferred to the school specifically because of the SSS grade beast tamer but refused to sign a contract with him, like Nangang Qinxue, along with a group of young ladies just like her. They were the kind of people Xinjiang School couldn't afford to offend. Everyone demanded to be in the same class as Bai Yi, so Lu Fang simply created a separate class for them, Bai Ye's class. In the class of 39 girls, Bai Yi was the only boy. The girls constantly found flashy ways to draw his attention, trying hard to impress him. Every day, when Bai Yi walked into the classroom, it felt like he was stepping into a queen building. The pressure was unbearable, and he was about to reach his limit. Left with no choice, Bai Yi asked his homeroom teacher, Li Ku, for permission to take leave and train in the Exabeast realm. At first, Li Ku refused. After all, the students had just awakened, and it was far too dangerous. But upon hearing that Nangong Qinxue was also planning to go, she immediately agreed. After all, the Nangong family would certainly protect their young lady, and the school could save itself the trouble. Nangong Qinxue, determined to pursue Bai Yi, even went as far as buying a house right across from his, ensuring they went to and from school together every day. She spared no expense in her pursuit. Meanwhile, once Lin Ming transformed into a human, she could no longer share a rented apartment with Bai Yi. Instead, she moved in with Nangong Qinxue, and the two quickly became close friends. Bai Yi's parents had ventured into the Exabeast realm 10 years ago and never returned. The family house they left behind was also lost when Bai Yi compensated Ying. Lately, several girls had tried to swoop in and support Bai Yi financially, but Lin Ming interrupted every time and ruined their plans. Bai Yi felt so unlucky. Somehow, even after transmigrating, he couldn't get rid of Lin Ming. As for school rewards, Lu Fong had nothing that could satisfy an SSS-grade beast tamer, so she simply gave him nothing. However, Bai Yi was in dire need of money and beast soul orbs. If not for Nangong Qinxue covering his meals and accommodations, he wouldn't even have been able to afford breakfast. Beast soul orbs were even more out of reach, incredibly valuable. Just 10 orbs could help a beast girl level up. They were truly rare treasures. Since he couldn't afford to buy them, Bai Yi could only venture into the Exabeast realm to try his luck. So he invited Lin Ming and Nangong Qinxue and headed to a shopping mall to buy gear. However, the two girls ended up purchasing a pile of snacks and barbecue supplies instead. Nangong Qinxue was left speechless. We're going on an adventure, not a picnic. The two kept bickering. Lin Ming, worried about the sun, insisted on packing sunscreen, nearly driving Nangong Qinxue to the brink of collapse. The topic then shifted when Lin Ming asked, "Are we bringing a whole roast lamb?" "Which one? Roasting Mei Yang Yang or lazy Yang Yang? Boiling Fei Yang Yang, more lean meat. Are you dumb? Roasted meat needs fat to be delicious. Of course, it has to be lazy Yang Yang. All right, enough. There are no lambs on the green grassland." Nangong Qinxue finally snapped, cutting them off. For this adventure into the Exabeast realm, Nangong Qinxue felt uneasy. She wasn't fond of relying on her family much, but at this point, she was beginning to consider it for protection. Ordinary beast tamers wouldn't be sufficient. She would only feel at ease with black iron rank protection. But the green grassland realm was the lowest level realm, and black iron ranked exabeasts shouldn't even exist there. Her real concern was that Bai Yi and Lin Ming together might actually be more trouble than the exabeasts. After their shopping was done, they managed to fill an entire 1 cubic meter dimensional space to the brim, leaving the two of them both smug and satisfied. Of course, the money for everything came out of Nangong Qinxue's pocket. Bai Yi and Lin Ming combined didn't have as much as she did alone. The entrance to the Exabeast realm was 10 kilometers from Xinjiang County City. A daily shuttle bus service made getting there easy, plus the journey provided a good opportunity to form a team. As soon as the three boarded the bus, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. A handsome guy accompanied by two stunning girls, Bai Yi instantly became the center of attention. "Hey, want to team up? I'm an experienced veteran in the green grassland realm. I can carry you all." A man with triangular eyes approached. A sultry woman nearby also glanced at Bai Yi. "Hey, handsome, how about teaming up with me? Don't underestimate me. I'm really good." Both of them seemed to have different goals in mind. Bai Yi, unimpressed, simply replied, "Auntie, not interested." He rejected them without hesitation. Lin Ming and Nangong Qinxue, with equally cold expressions, also turned them down. Right after they sat down, a soft, sweet-looking girl in a white school uniform sitting in the row ahead turned around. "Are you guys from Xinjiang School?" "Yep," Bai Yi answered warmly. The girl introduced herself as Cheng Yuan, a baby-faced girl with twin ponytails. She announced that she was from the first Beastmaster Academy and mentioned that she had heard Xinjiang School had produced an SSS-grade beast tamer this year. "Super handsome," Bai Yi casually complimented. Envious, Cheng Yuan talked about wanting to transfer, but joked it was impossible since her mother was the principal. Cheng Yuan invited them to team up, revealing that she was a B-grade tamer. Bai Yi modestly downplayed himself as just a D-grade. She didn't mind and confidently introduced her teammates, the beast tamer Wang Wanli and her close friend, Sun Qian. Bai Yi also introduced his team. Upon hearing Nangong Qinxue's name, Wang Wanli's eyes immediately lit up. Nangong Qinxue, however, maintained her cold demeanor. It wasn't long before everyone started chatting familiarly, had already started thinking about how to cook it. Translator's notes. breaking down the original content into concise and fluid sentences while maintaining the narrative's intent and pacing is key. Each translated sentence continues the flow of the novel's tone most effectively. Moving forward, the characters' interactions and evolving dynamics will be mirrored accurately to preserve authenticity. Shall I continue translating? Bearing the pain, 2 bags of potato chips were split, finally clearing out some space. They were already some distance away from the sheep village military camp, and the variety of exotic beasts began to increase. Wow, so many cows, the nightshade cat demon exclaimed from Baiye's shoulder. Those are giant hornbulls, immensely strong and live in herds. Best not to provoke them. Let's take a detour, Chang Yuanyuan advised. However, the nightshade cat demon had already dashed ahead, and Baiyi followed right after. Charging forward was understandable for a beast maiden, but why was a beast tamer running that fast too? Cheng Yuanyuan complained while catching up, only to be left stunned once again. She saw the nightshade cat demon, her attributes doubled under an empowerment boost, nimbly leaping across the backs of the giant horned bulls. Seizing the right moments, she slashed throats with her claws, taking down one after the other, leaving a trail of felled bulls behind her. An S-ranked beast maiden paired with an SSS-ranked beast tamer truly demonstrated extraordinary power. But what was even more absurd was that Baiyi had charged into the herd as well, grabbing both horns of 1,000-pound giant horned bull and flipping it over. He then proceeded to pummel it to death with his fists. A beast tamer killing a giant horned bull with pure fists. How was that normal? Cheng Yuanyuan began to doubt the knowledge she'd learned. Maybe giant horned bulls weren't as formidable as she had thought? She transformed into a golden armor ape, swinging an iron fist to charge forward under the power boost of Wang Wanli. With a loud thud, the bull only staggered back a step, while the golden armor ape was hurled far away, nearly having its bones shattered. Wang Wanli had to heal her up quickly so she could get back into the fight. With wind blades from the giant hawk assisting, they finally managed to take down one giant horned bull. Defeating a tier 3 brute beast as tier 1 beast maidens gave them a tremendous sense of accomplishment, and they even high-fived to celebrate. However, as they snapped back to reality, they saw dozens of giant horned bull corpses already sprawled around. At that moment, Baiyi held a long sword, slaughtering within the bull herd with ferocity that even outmatched the cat demon. Where did that sword come from? Nangong Qianxue, as a sword spirit, excelled at flight, but sustaining continuous attacks drained her energy. As she was nearing her limit, Baiyi, annoyed by the inefficiency of bare-handed fighting, simply grabbed the sword and charged in. Though Nangong Qianxue was displeased, she had to admit the results were explosive. Baiye's efficiency with swordplay far surpassed that of the cat demon. Meanwhile, Cheng Yuanyuan and Sun Xian together had barely killed one bull, while corpses piled up around them. The gap in strength was staggering. For the first time, Cheng Yuanyuan felt an intense sense of defeat. As a prodigy and a B-ranked beast maiden, she had envisioned herself shining brightly in battle. Yet, she was on the verge of tears from the repeated blows to her confidence since arriving. Suddenly, a tremendous roar of a bull reverberated across the grassland, and the ground shook violently. Cheng Yuanyuan looked up and saw a massive golden beast charging toward them. It's a leader-tier exotic beast, the golden bull. She recognized it instantly, frozen in fear. This was not an opponent trainee beast maidens could handle. The giant hawk began to enlarge itself, intending to carry her away. Sun Qian had been there all along specifically for moments like this, to protect her. But Cheng Yuanyuan refused. I can't abandon my teammates and flee. She summoned her golden armor and charged forward with all her strength, trying to stall the golden bull and buy time for Baiyi and the cat demon. But she didn't stand a chance. The golden armor ape was instantly sent flying dozens of meters, barely activating a defensive skill in time to avoid being completely destroyed. At that critical moment, an overwhelmingly powerful aura flashed by. It was none other than Cheng Yuanyuan's mother, Principal Xiesuya, a black iron-ranked beast maiden, who had secretly infiltrated the exotic beast realm to protect her daughter from the shadows. They had believed their knowledge and preparation were sufficient, with no major dangers to be concerned about. But encountering a freakish genius like Baiyi and then unforeseen peril so quickly was unexpected. Though her daughter now displayed camaraderie and refused to abandon her teammates, Xiesuya was growing increasingly anxious. She transformed into her glacial spirit ape form, prepared to intervene. Leader-tier exotic beasts were not something tier 1 trainee beast maidens could contend with. But just as Xiesuya was about to step in, a black dagger stopped her. The presence of this individual was even more imposing than her own. It was a dark sentinel from the Nangong family. Why are you stopping me? Xiesuya demanded anxiously. The black dagger bearer left only a curt reply. Wait and see. If I wait any longer, my daughter will die. Xiesuya exclaimed, voice trembling with worry. The Black Dagger's response was calm. With me here, there will be no danger. Back on the battlefield, Bai Yi had noticed the golden bull and quickly analyzed its attributes, identifying it as a leader-tier exotic beast with attributes vastly superior to beasts of the same level. Cheng Yuan was in no shape to withstand another charge. Bai Yi swiftly issued instructions. Ming, assist me. I'll handle the rest of the giant horn bulls. The boss's weak spot is its abdomen. At the same time, he outfitted the Nightshade Cat Demon with beast spirit armor, ensuring she wouldn't be taken out by one blow. The Nightshade Cat Demon pounced on the golden bull, but its hide was too tough. Her attacks only made minor cuts that quickly healed. The golden bull's tail lashed out like a whip, sending her flying. Fortunately, the armor protected her, or else she would have lost half her life. Undeterred, the Nightshade Cat Demon leapt again, keeping Bai Yi's reminder about the abdominal weak spot in mind. This time, she used her toxic claws, finally drawing blood from its belly. Black liquid gushed out. Gravely wounded, the golden bull lashed out in a frenzy, kicking the Nightshade Cat Demon away. Yet, the poison from her claws quickly spread, weakening the beast even further. Having just slain the last giant horn bull, Bai Yi rushed to support. The golden bull's gaze remained locked onto the Nightshade Cat Demon, intent on reducing her to pulp. Yet her attributes, vastly augmented, allowed her to dodge nimbly, though she had no opening to counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, stabbed the golden wild bull from behind, plunging the spirit sword straight through. To Nangong Qianshue's astonishment, the discovery was made. It turned out to be a young cow. The golden wild bull let out a miserable cry as Nangong Qianshue realized that she had struck a place she absolutely shouldn't have. Mortified, she immediately flew off to wash her sword, nearly scarred for life. Blood sprayed up to 10 meters, and this fatal blow sapped the bull's will to fight. With a resentful glance toward Bai Yi, it collapsed. Bai Yi signaled Nangong Qianshue to deliver the finishing blow, but she adamantly refused, choosing instead to flee to the stream to clean her weapon. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Ming pressed her attack, intending to finish off this wild bull. As the golden wild bull's insides spilled open, it shut its eyes and succumbed to death. Against all odds, a group of first-level apprentice beast tamers and beast girls had worked together to kill a third-level beast leader. The feat left everyone stunned, even the hidden Xia and Black Dagger, who were watching from the shadows in sheer disbelief. Bai Yi was the first to regain his composure and prepared to wrap things up. At that moment, his system interface popped up with a set of new options. 1. Roast the bull on the spot and share the feast with the prairie hyenas. Reward: the title of Grassland King and a 50% boost to overall status. 2. Immediately retreat. Reward: plus 10 agility. 3. Wipe out the hyenas. Reward: plus 100 to all attributes. At the mention of hyenas, Bai Yi instinctively panicked. He wasn't afraid of the bull, but hyenas? Those creatures on the prairie had a particular fondness for targeting groins, a thoroughly disturbing strategy. The group quickly gathered their spoils: 10 beast soul orbs and 1 beast spirit orb. Cheng Yuan even managed to extract a drop of golden cow's blood. There was no time to carve up the beef, though. They were already surrounded by hyenas. At the command of their leader, the pack of hyenas charged directly at their favorites, the group's groins. Their reputation as groin snatchers wasn't just for show. Without hesitation, Bai Yi grabbed the Night Cat Demon, mounted his spirit sword, and bolted. Nangong Qianshue quickly followed suit, while her giant eagle enlarged and carried the others into the skies. They narrowly escaped the encirclement, leaving the hyenas to turn back and tear into the bull's carcass. Xia and Black Dagger heaved a sigh of relief, their nerves still frazzled. They understood all too well that going head-to-head with hyenas could easily lead to complete annihilation. After flying several kilometers, the group finally stopped. Their flying mounts were utterly drained. It was time for the much-anticipated spoils distribution. Cheng Yuan was the first to speak up, stating that the bull they killed hadn't dropped its beast soul orbs, and therefore, she wouldn't take a share. But Bai Yi, recognizing her contributions, still gave her 1 orb. After accepting the orb, Cheng Yuan suddenly fixed her gaze on Bai Yi and asked if he'd sell her that drop of golden blood. Bai Yi, thinking she was about to confess her feelings, instantly rejected her. Cheng Yuan hastily clarified that she was only interested in purchasing the blood, even offering 1 million Hua coins. Bai Yi agreed without hesitation. Using his true side eye, Bai Yi examined the item, golden blood, capable of enhancing golden bloodlines by 0.01%. After making the purchase, Cheng Yuan's attributes immediately reflected the enhancement, increasing her golden bloodline by 0.01%. The wild bull's evolution into a golden wild bull mirrored Cheng Yuan's newfound transformation into a B-class golden armored ape. Golden bloodlines were exceedingly rare, almost unheard of even in textbooks. However, Bai Yi wasn't concerned about its rarity. He cared only about the money, as he was perpetually broke. He also discovered a nearly translucent beast spirit orb, which contained what appeared to be a miniature golden wild bull. Consuming it could grant a chance of acquiring the beast's abilities. The bull's skills included charge, trample, and whip, perfect for strength-oriented individuals like Cheng Yuanyuan. Swinging the beast spirit orb in his hand, Bai Yi teased, "Hey, little rich lady, interested in this?" Cheng Yuanyuan immediately offered 10,000 Hua coins, and Bai Yi sold it on the spot. Adding to the tally from earlier, Bai Yi had 10 white beast soul orbs left and decided to divide them between Lin Ming and Nangong Qianxue, with 5 each. However, Nangong Qianxue chose to let Lin Ming take priority in leveling up. After absorbing 8 beast soul orbs, Lin Ming leveled up to the second stage, significantly boosting her attributes and even pulling Bai Yi up to level 2 as well. His dimensional space expanded, doubling in size. Bai Yi decided to celebrate with a barbecue. With everything prepared, Lin Ming caught a tusk rabbit, and everyone eagerly anticipated the feast. But just as they were about to start, they realized no one had brought fire. Bai Yi asked Lin Ming and Wang Wanli, but neither had any means of starting a fire. Left with no choice, they turned to Cheng Yuanyuan, asking if she had any fire elemental beasts. She mentioned having a ground fire mouse. Bai Yi sent Lin Ming to catch it, and with her keen sense of smell, she quickly pinned the mouse down. The ground fire mouse's only use was its ability to spit fire, making it the perfect tool to ignite the barbecue. Bai Yi ordered the mouse to breathe fire, but it ignored him. Annoyed, he gave the mouse a slap, and in its fury, it unleashed flames. Finally, Bai Yi started grilling the rabbit meat. The fire lasted merely 10 seconds before sputtering out. Bai Yi slapped the ground fire mouse again. The mouse begrudgingly spat out another burst of flames, repeating the process a dozen times. Eventually, it could only emit smoke. The fire was gone. The tusk rabbit was still undercooked. Frustrated, Bai Yi fed the ground fire mouse a beast soul orb. Cheng Yuanyuan and the others were dumbfounded. A white beast soul orb was worth thousands. Bai Yi, unaware of its value, had casually picked up 11 of them earlier that morning. Thus, he spent the orbs without hesitation. To beasts, they were simply nourishment. The ground fire mouse instantly returned to full strength, spitting fire with renewed vigor. Even after one orb was consumed, the rabbit still wasn't fully cooked. Bai Yi fed it another orb. Nangong Qianxue felt an ache in her heart at the waste. For a barbecue, 2 beast soul orbs were spent, something even the Nangong family would find extravagant. With experience, the ground fire mouse gradually became better at grilling, eventually learning to control the flame's intensity. There was no need to swat it. The land fire mouse was already on board with the plan. After using 2 soul orbs, the rabbit was finally cooked. A sprinkle of chili and cumin sent an irresistible aroma wafting through the air. Cheng Yuanyuan and the others, though already full from eating dry rations, couldn't help but salivate at the sight of the juicy roasted rabbit. Bai Yi, in a bold gesture, invited everyone to dig in. The rabbit was too big to finish, even for the 3 of them. Not only did the humans eat their fill, but the landfire mouse also got a generous chunk. The landfire mouse was completely won over and pledged its loyalty to Bai Yi. As the lowest rung of the grassland hierarchy, the landfire mouse had never imagined it could eat something as valuable as soul orbs in its entire life, let alone 2. On top of that, the roasted meat was leagues ahead of the leftover raw meat from predators it was used to. There was simply no comparison. The little mouse made up its mind to stick closely to Bai Yi from now on. Conveniently, Bai Yi had been in need of a fire-controlling subordinate and readily accepted it. The group dined on roasted rabbit and sipped icy cola, the scene more akin to a vacation than an adventure. Even Xie Suya and Black Dagger, who were hiding nearby, couldn't help but swallow their own saliva. Although well-traveled and experienced, they had never witnessed such an absurd adventure before. Xie Suya had initially assumed the group of students would face harsh setbacks and had prepared herself to console her daughter. To her surprise, her daughter was casually munching away with oily lips and needed no comforting at all. It was Xie Suya herself who felt she was the one in need of solace. After the meal, everyone regained their energy and set out to return via a different path, aiming to encounter some new exotic beasts along the way. The land fire mouse eagerly volunteered to help find a route. It knew the layout of beasts across the grasslands like the back of its paw. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The land fire mouse tried its best to convey its ideas, but alas, none of them could understand it. So it simply pointed in a direction and began walking, glancing back every now and then. Cheng Yuanyuan hesitated. Should we follow? Of course. What's there to be afraid of? Bai Yi strode ahead without hesitation. He trusted the sincerity in the mouse's gaze and besides, with Nangong Qianxue as their fallback, they could always run if things got dangerous. Cheng Yuan was speechless. A beast tamer taking the lead? Had he skipped all his theoretical lessons? What exactly did Xinjiang Academy teach him? Out of concern, she transformed into her golden armor ape form and marched to the front as a precaution. Soon enough, the landfire mouse led them to the vicinity of a burrow. From 30 meters away, the mouse dared not venture closer. The entrance of the burrow was littered with bones, most of them belonging to landfire mice. It was evidently the home of a natural predator of landfire mice. Relying on the humans' help, the little mouse hoped they could eliminate its arch-nemesis. Bai Yi and the others discovered it was the den of a carnivorous exotic beast, mongooses. The lowest among them were already at level 5, simply too strong to fight directly. A new set of options appeared before Bai Yi. 1. Turn back and leave, agility +1. 2. Kill all adult mongooses in the burrow, strength +10. 3. Exterminate all adult mongooses within a 2-kilometer radius, all attributes +10. Bai Yi asked about the mongoose's abilities, and Cheng Yuan quickly answered, level 5, agility type, extremely fast, and they operate in groups. Bai Yi devised a plan, instructing the little mouse to act as bait, feign an injury, and smear rabbit blood to lure them out. Meanwhile, Bai Yi and the others hid and prepared for an ambush. The little mouse was reluctant to be bait, but had no say in the matter. Resigned, it followed the plan. The mongooses were lightning fast, and as soon they darted out, no one could react in time. The little mouse almost wet itself in terror. Thankfully, the night cat demon reacted the quickest, cutting one down with a single swipe. Working together, Bai Yi and his team unleashed a flurry of attacks, flying swords, the golden armor ape's fists, and the wind blades from the massive hawk, clearing out the burrow entrance in no time. Inside the burrow, 5 mongooses lay dead, but they yielded only 1 white beast soul orb. The drop rate was disappointingly low, though the battle was relatively easy. Bai Yi decided to press on. Let's clear out all the mongooses within a 2-kilometer radius. Then there'll be no more natural enemies for you, little mouse. The little mouse was so moved, it knelt down in gratitude. With their newfound experience, the team quickly exterminated every mongoose nest in the surrounding area, obtaining 5 more beast soul orbs, which were divided among the 5 combat-ready members. But Bai Yi still hadn't unlocked the reward for the third option. He asked the little mouse if there were still any remaining mongooses nearby. Trembling, the little mouse nodded. It turned out there was a leader-level mongoose. Bai Yi had no hesitation. This was worth it. The little mouse led the way, and before long, they spotted a standing mongoose atop a dirt mound. Its black-rimmed eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly. As soon as Bai Yi and his team appeared, the mongoose let out a shrill cry, summoning dozens of others from the burrow. It was an entire mongoose colony, ready for a massive battle to erupt. Beast-tied strategy. The mongooses were overwhelmingly numerous, making direct combat impossible. Bai Yi gave a swift command, grabbing the mouse in one hand and a mongoose in the other before leaping onto his flying sword. The little mouse never imagined it would take to the skies one day and was so exhilarated that it forgot its fear. The massive hawk expanded its wings and carried Cheng Yuan and Wang Wanli into the air as well. The mongooses could only watch helplessly from the ground. Finally, the mongoose leader stepped out of the burrow, moving unhurriedly. It was completely snow-white, nearly a meter tall when standing upright, and incredibly fast. Lightning mongoose level 5 leader strength 100 agility 300 constitution 50 stamina 50 skills. Lightning claw, super speed, superior poison resistance personality, vengeful weakness, fear of cold. Bai Yi quickly deduced that this mongoose leader, much like the infamous honey badger of the grasslands, held grudges like no other. It wouldn't stop until it was satisfied. This trait could be exploited. Bai Yi shouted, "Hawk, release a wind blade." The mighty eagle hesitated but complied. The wind blade attack was too short in range, and the lightning mongoose easily evaded it, leaping into the air and pouncing towards the eagle with its electrified claws. Frightened, the eagle closed its eyes, but Cheng Yuan managed to block the claw strike with her golden fist. Shocked by the electricity, her body shivered, and the eagle lost quite a few feathers. Fortunately, the lightning mongoose's electric charge wasn't strong enough to cause serious harm to either of them. As they ascended higher, the mongoose could no longer jump to reach them, but it was thoroughly enraged now. Joined by a pack of furious mongooses, it launched a relentless pursuit, awaiting an opportunity for vengeance. Panicking, the eagle asked, "Captain, what should we do?" Bai Yi responded calmly, "The mission is accomplished. Let's go." He turned to Little Mouse, asking if there were any other leader-level exotic beasts nearby. Little Mouse immediately led the way. The team veered in another direction, and soon, they encountered a familiar beast pack, the prairie hyenas. Everyone tensed up. If the two groups of beasts didn't start fighting each other, the squad was doomed. But when the two packs met, they surprisingly squared off instead of attacking. The atmosphere turned tense, as if there had been a long-standing grudge between them. Bai Yi glanced at Little Mouse, whose lips curled into a knowing smirk. Clearly, it was aware of the animosity between these two groups. Displaying an almost human-like smugness, Little Mouse acted as if this outcome was no surprise at all. Bai Yi looked at it thoughtfully. If there were a free pet slot, he would sign it up on the spot. Seeing the two beasts arguing but not yet fighting, Bai Yi grew impatient and sneered. What's all the noise? Cowards. In truth, the sword spirit and the eagle were already worn out. Reaching into his storage space, Bai Yi retrieved the carcass of a mongoose and hurled it toward the hyenas. This was actually something Lin Meng had insisted on keeping earlier, claiming they could taste it later. Bai Yi had found it repulsive and wouldn't have kept it if Lin Meng hadn't forced him to. As the corpse fell, a hyena instinctively snatched it up in its jaws. The mongoose swarm immediately flew into a rage and charged into the hyena pack, igniting a frenzied battle. The mongoose, small and agile, targeted the hyenas' vulnerable areas, resulting in blood-curdling screams. The hyenas, with their superior strength, retaliated by seizing any opportunity to crush the mongooses. The fight became evenly matched, with even the leaders clashing. The armored hyena boasted high defense, its ironclad body nearly impervious to damage. The lightning mongoose relied on its electrified claws and paralysis abilities to suppress its opponent. At last, the armored hyena seized an opportunity and delivered a devastating blow to leave the lightning mongoose on the brink of death. Just as it was about to finish it off, the mongoose suddenly bit into the hyena's neck. Both leaders were rendered nearly incapacitated. Seizing the moment, Bai Yi swooped down from the sky, his longsword piercing through both the armored hyena's neck and the lightning mongoose's head in a single strike. Double kill. Cheng Yuan let out a triumphant cheer, transforming into her golden armor ape form, and slammed into the ground, crushing several beasts beneath her. She then charged in a circle, scattering the remaining animals. Bai Yi, wielding the sword spirit, slashed through the chaotic fray of exotic beasts, while the Dark Knight, cat fiendishly reaped lives. Meanwhile, the eagle could only rest on the sidelines. The two feral beast groups, driven into a bloodthirsty frenzy, fought to the death, unable to stop themselves. In contrast, Bai Yi's team cleaned up the remnants with ease. Before long, the battlefield lay silent. Both the mongooses and hyenas were annihilated. Bai Yi's group had expended nothing but physical energy, taking no significant damage. A flawless victory. The system notified. Mission accomplished. All attributes +10. Additional reward. Beast language mastery. Bai Yi had gained the ability to communicate with all exotic beasts. Surveying the battlefield littered with mangled corpses, Cheng Yuan was stunned. It was unbelievable. This had been their doing. Bai Yi truly was an SSS-ranked beast tamer, a miracle maker. Cheng Yuan found herself infatuated with Bai Yi, her gaze unable to leave him. Bai Yi, realizing he had gained yet another admirer, sighed helplessly and signaled everyone to start collecting beast soul beads. He took charge of the soul beads from the two leader-level beasts. Once Cheng Yuan confirmed that the rest of the carcasses held no further value, Bai Yi left the two leader-level corpses for her to handle. From this battle, the group acquired 20 white soul beads and 2 beast soul beads. Bai Yi distributed 4 white beads to each of the 4 beast girls and even gave one to Little Mouse. Wang Wanli, as usual, received none, as regular beast tamers typically weren't involved in reward distribution. Bai Yi, however, was different. His combat prowess couldn't be ignored. Sun Qian, feeling she hadn't contributed much, attempted to refuse her share. Bai Yi insisted, without your initial wind blade, none of this would have happened. Touched, Sun Qian accepted the beads. Bai Yi and Lin Meng then handed 3 of their beads each to Nangong Qianxua, helping her break through to level 2, their way of settling previous debts. Although Qianxua's family background made a few beast soul beads seem inconsequential, families like hers valued step-by-step progress. Cheng Yuan's mother, Xiesuya, and even the Black Dagger praised their efforts. After all, victories achieved through battle made the beast soul beads more meaningful and ensured a higher absorption rate. As for the 2 beast soul beads, Bai Yi, who had handled the entirety of the battle's decisive moments, had no intention of sharing. Nobody contested this. Bai Yi turned to Cheng Yuan and jokingly asked, "Want one?" Cheng Yuan declined, saying they were better suited for Lin Meng. Lin Meng, the foodie, perked up immediately at the mention of something edible. Without hesitation, she took one and swallowed it. Tastes like nothing. Not good at all. Everyone facepalmed. It was a beast soul bead, Did the taste even matter? Chung Yuanyuan quickly asked about any new skills. Lin Ming revealed that she'd gained an advanced speed skill, boosting her agility by 100%. Though it wasn't an offensive or support skill, it was still a remarkable improvement. With the distribution done, Lin Ming eyed the lightning mongoose's body, drooling. Bai Yi roasted. Bai Yi had little interest but couldn't argue against her insistence. He reluctantly started a barbecue. Little Mouse transformed into a cooking tool, using up all its energy just so its master would reward it with a beast soul bead. Little Mouse actually seemed to enjoy this. This time, Little Mouse managed to snag 2 more beast soul beads and was upgrade imminent. Bai Yi used his true sight to notice something, and then requested the last remaining beast soul orb from Nangong Qinxue to give to Little Brother Mouse. As a result, Little Brother Mouse directly broke through to leader level. Although its attributes were rather average, it had now become the first leader-level beast of the Earthfire Mouse clan and was so overwhelmed with excitement that it knelt down in gratitude. At this moment, Lin Ming looked at Little Brother Mouse. Her eyes sparkled as she stared avidly at Little Brother Mouse. "You're not craving feline urges, wanting to eat a mouse, are you?" Bai Yi said, speechless. Little Brother Mouse was so frightened that it hid behind Bai Yi, utterly terrified. No exotic beast had ever eaten a mongoose before, but Lin Ming? She wanted to, and she loved chips too. Who knew when she might turn them into mouse chips? Lin Ming clarified that what she had her eye on was the beast spirit orb dropped by the mythical beasts, which was worth 100,000. However, the Earthfire Mouse's quality was too poor to sell. Chung Yuanyuan reminded everyone not to get greedy. The Earthfire Mouse almost burst into tears, but was somewhat relieved it wasn't in greater trouble. Lin Ming's attention quickly shifted. She now focused on roasted lightning mongoose meat, taking a bite and loudly declaring it was delicious. Everyone else was immediately deterred by the strange stench and didn't dare eat. Little Brother Mouse explained that no one ate mongoose because of its peculiar taste and uncertainties about edibility. Lin Ming insisted it was delicious, though no one else dared try it. Suddenly, she clutched her stomach in pain, her face turning pale. Mongoose meat turned out to be poisonous. Bai Yi quickly handed her some tissues as she dashed into the bushes, vomiting and experiencing an uncontrollable bout of diarrhea. The antidote pills didn't help much, leaving Bai Yi at a loss. Suddenly, Little Brother Mouse mentioned that antidotes could be found in the mongoose's burrow. Bai Yi immediately took Little Brother Mouse to find the remedy. The burrow was deserted. Little Brother Mouse volunteered to venture inside to look for the antidote, relishing his opportunity to boldly raid the mongoose clan's nest for the first time. As he entered, Little Brother Mouse picked up on the scent of its natural predator. Nervous, he tread cautiously. All at once, the sounds of a mongoose echoed from deep within, causing Little Brother Mouse to take off in a panic. Near the entrance, he realized the sound was from mongoose pups. Ashamed at being frightened by mere infants, he thought himself a disgrace to his newfound leader title. Luckily, his master hadn't seen it. Summoning courage, Little Brother Mouse crept back inside, remaining wary. In the depths of the burrow, he saw over a dozen mongoose pups. Hatred glimmered in his eyes. His loved ones had perished at the hands of mongooses, and this was the moment he'd awaited for so long. Little Brother Mouse opened his mouth and unleashed flames, burning the mongoose pups to ashes. Overcome with emotion, he wept with gratitude toward his master, vowing to repay him in any way he could. Determined, he activated his treasure-seeking ability and set out to locate the antidote. Soon, he discovered a black bead resembling shiny, smooth goat dung in the mongoose droppings. This was, in fact, the detoxification spirit bead formed within the mongoose's digestive tract. Feeling accomplished but still unsatisfied, he ventured even deeper into the burrow and stumbled upon the mongoose leader's lair. There, he unearthed an even larger black bead and a crystal-clear tuberous plant. Resisting the urge to eat anything, he brought everything back for his master. When Bai Yi saw Little Brother Mouse return laden with loot, he was thrilled, deciding it was worth nurturing the little one well. Having learned from their poisoning mishap, Bai Yi used his true sight to assess the treasure's safety thoroughly. The results were clear. The black beads were mongoose dung beads, detoxification spirit beads. The tuberous plant was toxic spirit fruit, which could dramatically enhance poison resistance. Although he acknowledged the usefulness of the mongoose dung beads, Bai Yi still found them disgusting. He thoroughly cleansed and sealed them for use. The toxic spirit fruit, however, turned out to be delicious, granting a direct poison resistance boost of plus 100% upon consumption. Going forward, he planned to use the mongoose dung beads for anyone poisoned. Little Brother Mouse had collected plenty. With everything packed up, Bai Yi immediately started the journey back. Meanwhile, Lin Ming and the others found themselves in dire straits after being ambushed by the silver-ringed snake beast woman. Chung Yuanyuan, unable to transform, was bitten and incapacitated. Sun Qian's resistance was futile. She crumpled to the ground just as quickly. Lin Meng was about to succumb as well. Wang Wanli was ignored altogether. The silver-ringed snake couldn't even be bothered to bite him. The entire team was down in an instant. Xia could only observe from a safe distance, waiting for an opportunity. On the other hand, the Black Dagger had followed Nangong Qianxue to the mongoose burrow. The silver-ringed snake beast woman didn't kill them. Instead, she rummaged through their belongings, cursed them as paupers, and left with Wang Wanli's backpack. The bag held some valuable potions. Before leaving, she casually groped Wang Wanli, making him flush with embarrassment and feel utterly humiliated. When Bai Yi returned and saw his companions collapsed, he erupted in fury, demanding to know what had happened. Weakly, Cheng Yuanyuan explained. Upon learning it was merely poisoning, Bai Yi sighed in relief. He had plenty of detox pills in his bag, and since they were effective against mongoose poison, he felt assured. He immediately gave Cheng Yuanyuan a pill, and she quickly recovered. Sun Qian also took one and was back to normal in no time. As for Lin Meng, Bai Yi specifically handed her a super mongoose dung bead. Lin Meng hesitated, questioning whether it was even edible. Bai Yi assured her it was, using her own words to comfort her. Stinky tofu smells bad, but it tastes great. Unable to tolerate much more, Lin Meng swallowed it in one gulp, swiftly recovering and crying out in hunger. Ignoring her plea for food, Bai Yi declared angrily, "We must go seek vengeance now." Leaving his companions poisoned in the wilderness was akin to murder. Cheng Yuanyuan tried to dissuade him, advising against rashness as their opponent was formidable, a level 8 beast woman, far beyond their current combat ability. At that moment, Bai Yi's vision presented an option. Option 1. Forgo revenge and focus on Strength +1. Option 2. Retrieve the stolen supplies, Strength +10. Option 3. Retrieve the supplies and kill the culprits, all attributes +100. The last reward was incredibly tempting, but Bai Yi was well aware that unnecessary killing was unjustifiable. Despite everyone's objections, he chose to pursue revenge, forcing the others to reluctantly follow. The Nightshade Cat Demon's sharp sense of smell made tracking the culprits a simple task. Before long, they caught up with their targets. The two individuals were busy scavenging among the piles of mongoose and hyena carcasses. One of them complained, "So many mongooses, yet nobody harvested their glands. What a waste." The other chimed in, "If they could kill so many mutant beasts, they probably don't care about small profits like these. 48 mongoose glands in total. That's more than we make in a week. And look, there's a corpse of a leader-class armored hyena. Its hide alone could sell for tens of thousands." Bai Yi and his group were stunned to hear this. The mutant beast corpses they had carelessly discarded turned out to be worth such a fortune. Even the academically gifted Cheng Yuanyuan hadn't known that. Evidently, this kind of knowledge came purely from experience. Bai Yi then realized that the duo they were stalking consisted of the triangular-eyed man and the coolly dressed woman they had encountered earlier on the vehicle. Checking their stats, the attributes of the level 8 Silver Ring Snake Beastkin woman were even lower than those of the level 2 Nightshade Cat Demon, underscoring the enormous disparity in natural talent. And as time went on, that gap would only grow wider. Bai Yi and his group confronted Lu Mei and Feng Fei head-on, showing no fear. Lu Mei was shocked. Weren't they poisoned by the venom? How did they recover so quickly and catch up? Bai Yi made the first move, drawing his sword and charging forward. Lu Mei transformed into her snake form, demonstrating agile movement as she counterattacked and managed to bite Bai Yi. Triumphant, she taunted him, claiming that the venom would bring him down shortly. However, Bai Yi was completely unscathed. Instead, he smirked and mockingly invited her to bite again. Infuriated, Lu Mei attempted to strike at his neck, but Bai Yi caught her effortlessly. She was stunned by his extraordinary strength. Bai Yi warned her to answer his questions honestly, or she'd meet her end. Pressured, Lu Mei reluctantly complied. Bai Yi first asked if they had ever killed anyone. Lu Mei denied it vehemently. Activating his Eye of Truth, Bai Yi verified that she wasn't lying. He then asked how many times they had robbed others. Lu Mei admitted to 5 incidents, assuring him that they always left someone behind to tend to the victims. After evaluating her actions, Bai Yi deemed her crimes not severe enough to warrant execution. At this point, Lin Meng acted decisively, stripping Lu Mei and Feng Fei of everything they had. They filled an entire bag with loot, including the mongoose glands and the armored hyena hide. Bai Yi then inquired about the function of the mongoose glands. Lu Mei explained that they were materials used to craft antidote pills. Suddenly, she realized that the pile of hyena and mongoose corpses around them was the work of Bai Yi's group, her expression a mixture of shock and awe. Uninterested in further conversation, Bai Yi tossed the snake aside. His mission was complete. He was rewarded with a 10-point increase in strength. Witnessing this, Lu Mei was genuinely terrified and vowed never to rob again. She thought to herself, these young folks today are unreal. It was getting late, and the group prepared to head back to town while also dividing their spoils. Wang Wanli's backpack was returned to him, while the rest of the materials went to Bai Yi. Using the eye of truth to examine the materials, Bai Yi identified the mongoose glands as essential ingredients for basic antidote pills, alongside resources such as bile from giant horned wild bulls and golden wild bull hide. Lu Mei and Feng Fei had simply been scavenging leftovers. Bai Yi's dimensional space was now overflowing with herbs and minerals. Prior to using the eye of truth, he might have mistaken such items for ordinary garbage. While Lu Mei and Feng Fei were indeed experienced, their collection efforts involved resources too low value to compare with treasures like the toxic spirit fruit. Moreover, Bai Yi had obtained 10 beast spirit orbs, which he promptly distributed among his companions, giving each person 2. He gave his own share to little brother Rat. Since non-contracted mutant beasts weren't free to enter and exit otherwise restricted zones, Bai Yi instructed the rat to head back first, agreeing to reunite the following day. Before darkness fully descended, Bai Yi and his companions returned to the bustling Qingqing town. The lively town resembled a marketplace, with buyers crowding around the Mutant Beast Park's exit in hopes of purchasing materials. The moment Bai Yi emerged, he found himself surrounded by a gray wolf merchant eager to lowball an offer for the mongoose glands. When Bai Yi inquired about the price, the merchant quoted only 10 coins. Scoffing at the offer, Bai Yi turned to walk away, deeming it outright insulting. Everyone knew the proper value was at least 100 coins. The gray wolf merchant urgently raised his offer, but a meddling Lu Mei undermined him, forcing the merchant to give up. Lu Mei then proposed a better deal to Bai Yi, offering to sell the materials on his behalf for a 10% commission, asserting that she had a better grasp of the market. Finding the ordeal bothersome, Bai Yi allowed her to assess the goods. Lu Mei evaluated the total worth at 30,000 coins. Satisfied, Bai Yi agreed to the transaction. After deducting Lu Mei's 3,000 coin commission, she handed Bai Yi 27,000 coins. The deal concluded smoothly, with the massive bag of materials returned to its rightful owners. 27,000 coins. Was that profit? Not exactly. Don't forget the extra 10 white beast spirit orbs they'd banked earlier, worth an additional 10,000. Still, an overall loss wasn't narrowly avoided. Carrying the large bag, Lu Mei prepared to leave, eager to avoid further contact with Bai Yi after feeling humiliated. Wait! Bai Yi stopped her in her tracks. On high alert, Lu Mei clutched the bag tightly, snapping, "What do you want now?" Bai Yi expressed interest in purchasing a map and directory of the endless grasslands, asking where they were available. Without hesitation, Lu Mei pulled out her phone, displaying the Endless Grasslands app. It had everything: maps, monster data, herbal information, mineral locations, and even live updates. "How much?" Bai Yi asked. 37,000. Lu Mei replied, coincidentally matching the sum she had lost that day. Bai Yi haggled relentlessly, starting from 100 coins and settling at 880 after some intense back-and-forth negotiation. Using Lu Mei's referral code, Bai Yi registered an account under the username White Lord. As Bai Yi happily browsed the application's forums, a promotional girl approached him with a flyer. Download it now and get a free 100 Qingqing coins. Bai Yi discovered that the app required no registration fee and even gave out free points. Referring new users could earn additional Qingqing coins. Lu Mei had already disappeared without a trace. Bai Yi sent the referral code to his teammates and easily made 1,000 Qingqing coins, recovering a small part of his loss. Everyone sat by the roadside, engrossed in the app. But upon closer inspection, all the features required payment. The map was free for the first kilometer, but each subsequent kilometer cost 100 Qingqing coins. Beast illustrations were paywalled too. Only the most common ones were free. The same went for mineral and herbal guides. Even the forums charged fees. Reading posts required coins. Some users even wrote serialized stories, with each chapter priced at 1 coin. However, users could earn Qingqing coins by providing valuable information. For example, Lu Mei had uploaded intelligence about 3 leader-class beasts, and each report awarded 1,000 to 2,000 Qingqing coins. All things considered, Lu Mei hadn't really lost out. The app allowed easy cash withdrawals and transactions with others. Since essentially everything on the app required payment, and there wasn't much they could do without coins, Bai Yi and his teammates decided to simply explore Qingqing Town. It was an eye-opening experience that taught them things not found in textbooks. Bai Yi noticed a small backpack in a store and bought it for Mousy, so it could have a place to stash treasures in the future. He also restocked on charcoal and lighters to prevent another incident of going hungry. The others bought some small items as well. That evening, the group indulged in a feast of exotic beast dishes at a local restaurant. It was absolutely delicious. Lin Ming ate so much that her belly became round, and she could hardly walk afterward. The day ended on a perfect note. By the end of the day, they had made a cash income of 1.127 million yuan, enough to enter a comfortable middle-class life. As for the 880 yuan they'd been tricked out of earlier, it was best not to mention it. Lin Ming wanted a share of the profits, but Bai Yi brushed off her demands and casually gave her a few hundred yuan. If she wanted more, she could forget about it. Nangong Qinxue, already wealthy, didn't care about the money at all. Additionally, Bai Yi, Lin Ming, and Nangong Qinxue had all leveled up to level 2, significantly increasing their power. Meanwhile, Cheng Yuan and the others, unable to keep up with the pace, sensibly withdrew from the team. The remaining trio huddled around Bai Ye's phone, planning their next destination. To get stronger, unlocking new areas on the map was a must. Luckily, Bai Yi had 1,000 Qingqing coins. He used 900 to expand the map by 10 kilometers, leaving 100 coins as backup. The map's details were impressive. It showed beast activity ranges, approximate strength and numbers, and even real-time updates. For instance, the 3 leader-class beasts they had killed that day were now marked in gray and would respawn after midnight. Within a 10-kilometer radius, the strongest creature was an 8th-level leader, the bloodthirsty demon wolf, accompanied by over 30 prairie wolves. The map recommended that those without at least black iron grade strength should steer clear. The trio debated their course of action. Lin Ming wanted to find a flock of sheep and enjoy some roasted lamb, which, amazingly, was actually possible. Bai Yi wanted to hunt leader-class beasts to earn beast soul pearls. Meanwhile, Nangong Qinxue advocated for a cautious approach, suggesting they take on beasts below level 5 to gradually level up. In the end, they decided to exploit Bai Ye's poison resistance and the detoxifying properties of the cat feces pearls, specifically targeting highly venomous beasts to rack up points. After setting their goal, they retired to their rooms for the night. Nangong Qinxue covered the bill. The facilities in Qingqing town were overpriced and of poor quality. A single room plus a standard room cost a shocking 1,800 yuan. Bai Yi casually reported the hotel for tax evasion and fire hazards, then slipped away quietly. The next morning, the trio devoured 30 large meat buns and 3 bowls of ostrich egg soup for breakfast, then headed out to the prairie, burping with contentment. Their first stop was to find Mousy, who was already waiting outside a sheep village. Clutching over a dozen cat feces pearls it had unearthed from all the mongoose burrows the previous night, Mousy loyally offered them to Bai Yi as tribute. Cat feces pearls were worth more than beginner detox pills, so Bai Yi handed over the 5 yuan backpack he had just bought. Overcome with gratitude and excitement, Mousy accepted the gift. Their next destination was the lair of the level 5 prairie vipers. Riding on their swords, they arrived within minutes at a dark cave. Below, the massive snakes slithered ominously. Even Lin Ming, who usually loved exotic dishes, lost her appetite at the sight. Mousy trembled in fear, as these carnivorous predators were among its natural enemies. But Bai Yi didn't care. Each snake represented money. Having confirmed that the viper's only ability was their venom, Bai Yi charged in with his sword, causing the snake swarm to explode into chaos as they lunged to bite him. Their venom was utterly ineffective. Anyone else would have perished after being bitten by so many venomous snakes, with even detox pills proving useless. But Bai Yi was the exception. He treated the venomous snakes like crispy snacks. If weasels could eat them, so could he. His sword spirit, lacking a physical body, was immune to venom as well. Wielding his sword, Bai Yi effortlessly began slaughtering the prairie vipers. Lin Ming, who had preemptively taken a detox pill, happily harvested beast soul pearls. If there was no place to store them, she washed them off and ate them directly. Mousy, too scared to approach, was unable to help in the battle. Suddenly, a dark green poisonous mist filled the air, corroding the surrounding plant life. A leader-class mutant beast appeared, the venomous viper. Venomous viper. Level 5 leader. Strength, 150. Agility, 150. Constitution, 100. Spirit, 100. Abilities, poison mist, projectile strike, constriction. Weaknesses, afraid of fire, soft underbelly. The massive snake, 6 to 7 meters long, charged with incredible force. Lin Ming swallowed another detox pill and transformed into her Dark Knight, cat demon form, pouncing on the viper. Bai Yi granted her battle rally and beast spirit armor buffs. Fully prepared against poison, the cat demon was unaffected. However, the venomous viper was intelligent. It realized that killing the beast tamer would destabilize the beast maiden, so it launched itself at Bai Yi, intending to constrict him. Bai Yi barely avoided a fatal injury but was tightly coiled, almost suffocating. Thankfully, Lin Ming's sharp claws relentlessly tore at the serpent's soft belly, nearly eviscerating it. Unable to kill Bai Yi and under relentless assault, The viper's body was soon a bloody mess. Realizing that constriction was ineffective, the venomous viper released Bai Yi and leapt, attempting to swallow the cat demon whole. Unfortunately for the viper, the cat demon fought back ferociously from inside its stomach. The insides of the giant viper twisted violently, its severe internal injuries unable to withstand the strain. The serpent thrashed in agony before finally collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Lin Ming crawled out, her entire body covered in blood and gore. She grimaced in disgust and spat angrily. Ugh, so filthy. Bai Yi, nearby, caught the perfect shot of the feline demon clambering out of the giant snake's mouth, and then captured a few more wide-angle, dramatic close-ups for good measure. With all the material in hand, he went to work. Without missing a beat, he uploaded the news. Viper nest destroyed, leader slain. Accompanying it, he crafted a post titled, "Shocking. She actually killed the Viper leader this way," complete with images and a stat panel, and set the reading price at 10 Qing coins. The post passed approval swiftly due to its sharp visuals, and soon enough, 2,000 Qing coins were credited to his account. Bai Yi had mastered the art of clickbait posts like a pro, drawing in an onslaught of viewers in mere seconds. His earnings shot up to 2,000 Qing coins and were still climbing. By peak reading hours in the evening, this single post alone was likely to earn him tens of thousands. Bai Yi had fully figured out how to exploit the Qing Grassland app. Flush with success, Bai Yi splurged on the most detailed Plains Viper guide available without hesitation for 50 Qing coins. According to the guide, nearly every part of a viper was profitable. Snake gall for 100 per piece, poison pouch for 50, snake skin for 10 per sheet, and snake meat for 2 per kilogram. Though the guide lacked details specific to the viper leader, the differences weren't likely to be drastic. Pricing, he'd figure out as he went. While Bai Yi strategized his next money-making moves, he busied himself collecting spoils from the battle. The shadow demon cat seemed on the brink of vomiting from disgust and rubbed itself furiously on the grass, demanding a bath. Bai Yi casually calmed her. "Hold your horses," while his hands didn't stop working, harvesting only the most valuable materials and leaving the less profitable snake skins and meat aside. Meanwhile, he sent Little Mouse scouting into the viper's nest to search for hidden treasures. Leader-ranked beasts often guarded the best loot, and the search paid off handsomely. They walked away with 5 white beast soul pearls, 100 poison pouches, 100 snake gall pieces, and the viper leader's exclusive artifact, a haul worth tens of thousands. The beast spirit pearls were given to Lin Ming to absorb, while the beast soul pearls were reserved for Nan Gong Qianshui. With her exceptional talent, Lin Ming immediately awakened a new skill, Toxic Mist. Little Mouse also managed to retrieve some poisonous fruits from the snake's lair. Consuming them could grant poison-related benefits, but doing so recklessly might end fatally. Bai Yi then turned his gaze to the shadow demon cat, intending for her to test the effects of the fruit. The cat, highly wary, snatched the poisonous fruit and swallowed it instantly. Moments later, she clutched her stomach and rolled on the ground in pain, shooting Bai Yi a look of exasperation, as though scolding him for his schemes. Eventually, Bai Yi fed her a handful of detoxifying cat droppings beads, over 10 in total, to alleviate her suffering. After the ordeal, the shadow demon cat experienced a major skill upgrade. Both her Toxic Mist and Toxic Claws advanced into growth-type abilities. Thrilled, she demanded more poisonous fruits to eat. Bai Yi, struck with inspiration, tossed her one of the viper's poison pouches. Without hesitation, she devoured it, and her abilities improved incrementally once again. For Bai Yi, generosity was second nature when it came to those close to him. He funneled 100 poison pouches to the shadow demon cat. After consuming several dozen, she began developing resistance to the toxins. To push her upgrades further, Bai Yi handed over the viper leader's poison pouch. This time, her skills evolved into Deadly Poison Mist and Deadly Poison Claws, their effects skyrocketing. The shadow demon cat, now satiated, patted her belly and asked if there were more. Bai Yi shook his head, saying there were none left. Immediately, she wrinkled her nose in disdain and demanded he find a place for her to bathe. Checking his map, Bai Yi noted a nearby stream. The shadow demon cat insisted he carry her there using flight, but Bai Yi turned her down, calling her dirty. Resigned, she set off on her own. Upon arriving at the stream, the shadow demon cat leaped joyfully into the water, excitedly scrubbing herself clean. She began to hum as she bathed, but her tune abruptly shifted to screams when a bite on her rear startled her. A panicked Bai Yi hurried over, only to find that a swarm of piranhas had surrounded her, latching onto her in droves until she was nearly obscured by their numbers. Bai Yi acted fast, utilizing every skill he had to heal her injuries and beef up her defenses. Yet the sheer number of piranhas overwhelmed them, and the shadow demon cat was pulled underwater, teetering between being bitten to death or drowning. Bai Yi shouted desperately. Used deadly poison mist. In her flurry, she obeyed, releasing the toxic mist. Instantly, the water turned green, and all the piranhas flipped belly up. Though the shadow demon cat escaped danger and climbed ashore, she bellowed with rage. I demand roasted fish tonight. As she spoke, she flung the dead fish onto the bank furiously. Inspired, Bai Yi snapped quick photos and pinned another guide titled, "She used this trick to annihilate piranhas. A must-learn for everyone." Ultimately, a few beast soul pearls were acquired from the piranhas, though not many. Bai Yi decided this stream's piranhas could be systematically hunted and turned into a renewable resource for profit. At that moment, the shadow demon cat mentioned spotting a black iron box at the bottom of the stream. Bai Yi instantly recognized it as a treasure chest, and the shadow demon cat promptly hauled it up. Upon opening it, they found a transparent pearl within, containing the shadowy figures of one large and one small piranha. The shadow demon cat stared at it, confused. Before she could think too deeply, she opened her mouth to swallow it, unmoved by prior risks. Bai Yi hurriedly stopped her and activated his true sight eye to analyze the object. Gigantification Skill Pearl. If consumed by a beast tamer, there is a chance to awaken the gigantification skill. It turned out beast tamers could also gain skills. As soon as Bai Yi relayed this, the shadow demon cat nearly jumped with joy. Without hesitation, she shoved the pearl into Bai Yi's mouth, exclaiming, "Eat it, eat it. I want to grow bigger." For the shadow demon cat, staying small had always been a sore spot. The thought of finally gaining size thrilled her to no end. Thanks to Bai Yi's SSS tier talent, he immediately awakened the skill. Gigantification enlarges a contracted beastwoman's size by tenfold, doubling their strength. Barely had he learned the skill when the shadow demon cat pulled on him to use it. Instantly, the previously half-meter-long shadow demon cat morphed into a towering 5-meter beast, larger than a. The tiger grew even bigger. Now that you've grown bigger, does that mean your appetite has too? The cat demon was thrilled. The moment it saw fish, it started feasting. It swallowed dozens of piranhas whole, without even waiting to roast them. Bai Yi quickly stopped it and explained the plan. They used the piranhas as bait to attract even more of them. Soon, over 100 piranhas swarmed toward them. The poisonous mist had long dissipated, leaving the downstream waters unaffected. They managed to collect 3 beast soul pearls. They moved around to 7 or 8 different spots. By the time the cat demon ran out of energy, they had collected a total of 30 beast soul pearls. First, Bai Yi had the cat demon level up. Using 16 white beast soul pearls, the cat demon advanced to level 3. Its condition was fully restored, limitless stamina. Next, they started hunting upstream. After clearing out nearly all the piranhas in the stream, they gathered another 20 beast soul pearls. The cat demon leveled up to 4, Nangong Qianxue reached level 3, and Mouse Bro managed to break through to level 2. It was rare for Mouse Bro to achieve a breakthrough, and encountering Bai Yi was like striking gold for it. At that moment, as the cat demon leaped into the water to poison the fish, an enormous figure suddenly surged up from the depths, a level 8 black-scaled crocodile. The crocodile swallowed the cat demon and dozens of fish in one bite, its jaw strength terrifying. Black-scaled crocodile, level 8, strength 300, agility 100, constitution 200. Skills, bite death roll. Weakness, weak jaw-opening strength. A level 4 cat demon's strength was only 150, far inferior to the crocodile. But with Bai Yi's enhancements, war drums plus 100%, gigantification plus 100%, total domination. The cat demon pried the crocodile's jaws open and slammed it to the ground, finishing it off in a matter of blows. Bai Yi realized they had ventured 10 kilometers deep, arriving at the Green Plains. In the distance, a group of glowing green eyes gleamed. It was a pack of prairie wolves. The leader was a blood-red wolf, 4 or 5 meters long, the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Bloodthirsty demon wolf, level 8 leader. Strength 600, agility 300. Skills, berserk, blood armor, blood restoration. Weaknesses, weak to poison, fatigued after berserk state. This wolf pack's alpha was the overlord of the land. Encountering them was sheer bad luck for Bai Yi and his companions. However, the wolves had actually been tracking them. The pack had been drinking downstream, but the entire group had gotten poisoned. The entire stream had been polluted. All of it. How outrageous. Who was the despicable creature that did this? Furious, the alpha gathered the entire pack and followed the stream upstream in search of the culprit. Finally, they found them. Humans. Humans dared to pollute their water source? The alpha intended to tear them apart and devour them whole. At this point, an interface appeared in Bai Yi's vision with the following options. 1. Successfully escape. Reward, agility plus 10. 2. Defeat the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Reward, all attributes plus 10. 3. Kill all 5 subordinate demon wolves. Reward: Mastery of basic swordsmanship. 4. Slay the Lord class Silver Moon Sky Wolf. Reward: Sword mastery. The bloodthirsty demon wolf was already formidable enough. Even at full strength, the night cat demon was no match for it. If it went berserk, its attack power would double. On top of that, dozens of prairie wolves surrounded them. An all-out battle would be a losing proposition. Not to mention the 5 subordinate demon wolves. Facing the Lord class Silver Moon Sky Wolf was utterly unrealistic. Retreat. Bai Yi scooped up the night cat demon and mouse bro, leaping onto his flying sword to flee. But they didn't escape. With Nangong Chinchua accompanying Bai Yi, their speed decreased. They were barely ahead of ordinary prairie wolves. The wolf pack's hatred for Bai Yi reached its peak because the bloodthirsty demon wolf was especially vulnerable to poison, and Bai Yi had poisoned their entire water source. The wolves were all poisoned. Could they let him go? The bloodthirsty demon wolf was wise to humans' physical limitations, knowing that they couldn't hold out for long. Sheep Village was still over 10 kilometers away, and with Nangong Chinchua, they wouldn't make it there in time. At this rate, they would inevitably end up as wolf food. Bai Yi was speechless. I only ate a few of your fish. Is this really necessary? The wolf pack continued to chase relentlessly. A sudden idea struck Bai Yi, exploiting their weakness. Meng, poison them. Got it. The night cat demon spewed a massive cloud of poisonous mist, covering over 100 meters and enveloping the wolves entirely. Poison that could kill piranhas in water was even more potent in the air. Already weakened by poison, the wolves faltered and began to collapse. Even the bloodthirsty demon wolf slowed down significantly. It's working. Keep going. Bai Yi and his party stopped fleeing and instead circled around the wolf pack, releasing poisonous mist repeatedly. After several rounds, all the prairie wolves succumbed to the poison. The bloodthirsty demon wolf was left severely weakened, down to just 10% of its strength. Kill it. Bai Yi descended, driving his long sword into the bloodthirsty demon wolf's body. It fell dead. All attributes plus 10. Dozens of prairie wolves dropped 10 white beast soul pearls. The bloodthirsty demon wolf's beast soul pearl was given to the night cat demon, whose similar attributes allowed it to comprehend a new skill, blood restoration. This skill enabled it to absorb energy from blood and rapidly heal its injuries. With 6 skills in its arsenal, the night cat demon was now capable of single-handedly battling same-level leader-class beasts. Bai Yi took a photo and made a post. Who slayed the overlord, the bloodthirsty demon wolf? Image attached. Access cost: 10 Qingqing coins. By posting this information on the app, Bai Yi easily earned tens of thousands of coins. His account now held 50,000 Qingqing coins, enough to purchase a full map. The map revealed an enormous area, spanning 100 kilometers in depth, equivalent to a large city. The strongest beast in the Green Plains was the level 10 Lord-class beast, Earthstorm Lion, a rank above a leader-level beast. Even a black iron 9-star beast tamer couldn't suppress it, making it far beyond the capabilities of apprentice beast tamers and beast girls to handle. However, this lion spent most of its time deep in the wilderness sleeping, rarely appearing, which made it relatively safe for humans. The real problem was the newly risen lord, the Silver Moon Wolf. Extremely ambitious, it had already subdued the Flame Demon Wolf and the Frost Demon Wolf, commanding a pack of over 100. Now, it posed the greatest threat to the beast girls of the vast grasslands. The authorities had dispatched several black iron-level beast girls to hunt it down, but the Silver Moon Wolf always managed to escape before they could catch it, its speed unmatched. In the end, the authorities could only warn people to take a detour if they encountered its pack. Bai Yi planned to hunt 5 demon wolves solely to learn basic sword technique. Currently, he could only swing his sword wildly without skill, but if he mastered the technique, his combat power would undoubtedly increase. No sooner said than done. Since the Flame Demon Wolf and Frost Demon Wolf were already under the Silver Moon Wolf's command, Bai Yi set his sights on the remaining 2. The issue was that the wolf pack had no fixed den, making them hard to track down. So he directly posted a reward on the Vast Grasslands app, location of the Gale Demon Wolf or Dark Demon Wolf, for 10,000 green coins. The internet exploded. Netizens debated whether Bai Yi was some kind of almighty figure descended to Earth, treating the hunting of leader-level beasts as routine. They immediately began declaring their intent to find the demon wolves. While waiting for updates, Bai Yi sat on the sidelines eating barbecue, roasted viper, piranha, crocodile tail, and bloodthirsty demon wolf. Lin Meng, eagerly gnawing on 10 pounds of crocodile tail, even grabbed 2 additional black-scaled crocodiles as backup rations. Before long, someone in the forum claimed to have spotted the dark demon wolf and uploaded a blurry photo as evidence. Bai Yi scoffed at the poor quality, but the self-dubbed Pap King retorted, saying he didn't dare take a close-up shot. Bai Yi couldn't be bothered to argue and set off immediately. The location was over 20 kilometers away, flying was too difficult and walking too slow. Spotting a group of Tier 3 wild horses nearby, he decided to tame one himself. He approached stealthily, grabbed a white horse, and leapt onto its back. The white horse initially resisted but was quickly subdued by Bai Yi. As a reward, Bai Yi gave it a beast soul pearl, and the horse's enthusiasm soared, bringing him to the destination in under half an hour. In the grass, for beast tamers and beast girls tensed up at the sight of Bai Yi. Casually, he asked, "Who's the Pap King?" One of them raised a hand. After Bai Yi confirmed the location, the person became excited, eager to fulfill the reward before gossiping. The Pap King pointed to a shadow cast by the hillside. The dark demon wolf is resting there, adept at stealth. Opening his true sight ability, Bai Yi indeed saw the dark demon wolf, a lone creature. For assassin-type beasts like this, working alone made its movements more covert and efficient. Dark demon wolf. Level 9 leader, agility, 600. Abilities, stealth, shadow claw, dark envelopment. A loner, afraid of light, with no subordinates. Its stealth was ineffective against Bai Yi's true sight ability. Bai Yi decided to act. His nightcat mystic's speed surged, dashing directly toward the target, engaging the dark demon wolf in a fierce battle. Both were incredibly ferocious, but with Bai Yi providing support, the nightcat mystic only grew fiercer during the fight. The dark demon wolf attempted to stealthily escape, but was struck down by Bai Yi's flying sword before it could. The nightcat mystic leapt forward and continued its relentless assault. Panicking, the dark demon wolf activated its dark domain ability, blending itself entirely into the darkness, rendering even Bai Yi's true sight temporarily unable to locate it. In response, the nightcat mystic unleashed a cloud of poisonous mist, blanketing the entire shadow-enshrouded area. The toxin proved too overwhelming. The dark demon wolf couldn't withstand it, stumbling out in a weakened state. The nightcat mystic seized the opportunity and delivered a fatal claw strike to its throat, killing it instantly. The group of spectators hidden in the grass were dumbfounded. Are youngsters always this bold? Let's report this. It'll be worth a fortune. On second thought, let's steer clear. This guy took over our hunting business. Odds are we won't make it off this grassland alive if we mess with him. After some discussion, they quietly withdrew. Sure enough, Bai Yi immediately posted online, and the community flocked to the thread. Someone offered 1 million green coins to buy the beast soul pearl, as many were eyeing the valuable stealth skill. While Bai Yi was debating whether to sell it, he glanced up to see the nightcat mystic nonchalantly swallowing the pearl. Wait, don't eat that. Gulp. What's wrong? The cat tilted its head in confusion. Bai Yi was speechless. You just ingested something equivalent to a luxurious city apartment. The nightcat mystic's eyes sparkled with excitement. I've learned stealth. Now I can sneak around and get into all sorts of mischief. Standing nearby, Nangong Qinshu sighed enviously. Having an SSS-level contract sure is different. Her gaze toward Bai Yi subtly shifted. Throughout the battle, Bai Yi remained seated on the white horse, exuding an aura of dominance. Nangong Qinshu couldn't resist snapping countless photos of him in action. She posted one with the caption, "This is Lord Bai. Come bask in his coolness." The post went viral almost instantly. There was even a paywall set up, instantly attracting a flood of readers. Too cool. So handsome and strong. I want to be his beast girl. Offering 10,000 green coins for his contact info. Subscribed. Slurps. Nangong Qinshu, skilled at leveraging trends, was thrilled at the attention. However, she regretted not setting a higher paywall. Everyone got to view it for free. Bai Yi was scrolling through the forum for updates about the Gale Demon Wolf. Suddenly, a massive pack of grassland wolves emerged, surrounding them. On the high slope stood a silver-furred giant wolf gazing down at them. It was the Lord-level beast, Silver Moon Wolf. Name, Silver Moon Wolf. Level 10 Lord. Attributes, Strength 1000, Agility 1000, Constitution 1000, Energy 1000. Skills, Heavy Strike, Pursuit of the Moon, Iron Skin, Silver Moon Slash. Personality, Ambitious, Suspicious. Weaknesses, None. The skills were comprehensive, and there were no weaknesses. Surrounding it were 3 leader demonic wolves, red, blue, and green in color, along with over 100 grassland wolves. Even the black dagger that had always been protecting Nangong Qinshu was now in despair. The Silver Moon Song Wolf originally planned to rally the 5 great demonic wolves to challenge the Earth Berserk Lion. However, just after taming the Gale Wolf, the bloodthirsty wolf was killed by humans. When it searched for the Dark Wolf, it was already too late. Now, at last, it caught the culprit, and it turned out to be a few weak humans. Enraged, the Silver Moon Song Wolf swore vengeance. Suddenly, Bai Yi spoke. Shall we talk? The Silver Moon Song Wolf froze. It hadn't expected Bai Yi to know beast language. Talk about what? You killed 2 of my subordinates. Bai Yi stayed calm. First of all, they weren't all your subordinates. And besides, they're already dead and can't be revived. Why not discuss the future? The future? I'll help you kill the Earth Berserk Lion and make you the new overlord of the grass plains. The Silver Moon Song Wolf was tempted. The Earth Berserk Lion was an old overlord whose strength far surpassed its own. A head-on challenge with just itself and its subordinates was almost hopeless. Cooperation might just give it a chance. Why should I trust you? You can send wolves to monitor me at all times. I'm merely a beast tamer, no combat power. The Silver Moon Song Wolf, being naturally suspicious, carefully considered Bai Yi's proposal. Bai Yi, however, was prepared. The Silver Moon Song Wolf finally nodded in agreement, but instead of sending an ordinary wolf, it dispatched the Gale Demonic Wolf as a safeguard. Is this a new mount for me? Bai Yi directly mounted the Gale Demonic Wolf. The wolf bared its fangs in rage, but Bai Yi paid it no mind. With 70 to 80 kilometers to the Earth Berserk Lion's territory, Bai Yi would need to ride the Gale Demonic Wolf. The Silver Moon Song Wolf approved. Riding the 5-meter-long Gale Demonic Wolf, Bai Yi took a few selfies to brag and had Lin Ming capture some scenic shots for him to upload to the forums. Demonic Wolf Mount. The choice of a real man. Picture. Viewing charge, 2 Qing coins. Anything from Lord Bai is always excellent. The post instantly attracted huge attention. Wasn't Lord Bai seeking a Gale Demonic Wolf for a bounty? How did it become his mount instead? Using a high-tier leader demonic beast as a... On his journey, riding the Gale Demonic Wolf, Bai Yi swept through other beasts, earning a substantial bounty. He also actively interacted with fans on the forums, reveling in their awe and envy and thoroughly enjoying the act of showing off. Discussions abounded, with many speculating that Bai Yi had allied with the newly risen Silver Moon Song Wolf to challenge the Earth Berserk Lion, who had ruled the grass plains for years. Others suspected that Bai Yi had signed a contract with the beasts, and some even sent money, hoping for insider information. Bai Yi, however, left them with only one cryptic response. No rush, all will be revealed soon. While traveling, whenever they encountered beasts, Bai Yi had the wolf pack assist in bringing them down, boosting their strength. Although the Silver Moon Song Wolf worried this might strain their alliance, it ultimately agreed. With the wolves' support, both Bai Yi and the Dark Knight Cat Demon leveled up rapidly. By dusk, the group finally arrived at the Earth Berserk Lion's territory. In the distance, they spotted a massive golden lion napping, surrounded by more than 10 lionesses, 4 of which were at leader tier. No wonder the Silver Moon Song Wolf wanted to recruit more strong allies. Bai Yi snapped a photo and posted a teaser about the imminent battle. At the same time, the system displayed new options. 1. Help the Silver Moon Song Wolf eliminate the Earth Berserk Lion and be rewarded with Lion Soul Protection. 2. Double-cross the Silver Moon Song Wolf and earn Wolf Soul Protection. 3. Eliminate both the Silver Moon Song Wolf and the Earth Berserk Lion to gain Beast Soul Protection. After weighing the rewards, Bai Yi ultimately decided to cooperate with the Silver Moon Song Wolf. The two quickly finalized their battle plan. The Dark Knight Cat Demon would stealthily assassinate one of the leader lionesses first, reducing the enemy's head count. The Cat Demon would then unleash a poisonous mist to weaken the lion pride. The Silver Moon Song Wolf would engage and distract the Earth Berserk Lion. Meanwhile, the Icefire Demonic Wolf, along with the Cat Demon, would deal with the remaining leader-tier lionesses, and the regular wolves would assist in subduing the other lionesses. The Gale Demonic Wolf's role was to protect and closely monitor Bai Yi. The initial phase went smoothly, but the Icefire Demonic Wolf was no match for the leader-tier lionesses and was soon suppressed. Ruthless as ever, the Silver Moon Song Wolf had ordinary wolves sacrifice themselves to make up for the gap, while it strategically withdrew and launched magical arrows from a distance, targeting the lionesses' vulnerable wounds alongside the wolf pack. Eventually, the lionesses began to fall, though not without great cost. Most of the wolf pack perished in the process. Only fewer than 100 out of the hundreds of grassland wolves remained, and all were injured. The fortunate part was that the 2 leader-tier demonic wolves had managed to survive. Normal grassland wolves posed no threat to the Earth Berserk Lion. No matter how numerous, they were ineffective. The leader-tier demonic wolves became the backbone of their assault. The Dark Knight Cat Demon, too, struggled against the leader lionesses. Despite Bai Yi's assistance, she was battered and bruised. Yet her greatest strength lay in her formidable regeneration ability. On the battlefield, she was near immortal. As long as she wasn't instantly killed, she could continue fighting with Bai Yi's healing support. Eventually, the Dark Knight Cat Demon resorted to trading injuries to land hits, finally managing to take down the last leader-tier lioness. At last, they could focus all their efforts on the Earth Berserk Lion. The Earth Berserk lion roared, instantly killing over a dozen severely injured grassland wolves. The remaining wolves, along with the Dark Night Cat Demon and the Silver Moon Song Wolf, were all stunned by the sheer force of the roar. The Earth Berserk lion prepared its devastating follow-up attack. Activating the Fury skill, the entire body was enveloped in a bloody glow as its power surged explosively. With a single claw strike, the Silver Moon Wolf was left mangled, its flesh torn apart. The Silver Moon Wolf howled long and loud, waking the rest of the wolves from their slumber. The Icefire Demon wolves launched their attack hurriedly, firing flame arrows and ice arrows. But when these struck the golden hide of the Earth Berserk lion, they only left shallow marks, barely scratching it. The Silver Moon Wolf unleashed its Silver Moon Slash, managing to leave a deep wound on the Earth Berserk lion. Seeing an opening, the Nightshade Cat Fiend pounced ferociously, using its venomous claws to pierce into the wound, inflicting a grievous injury upon the lion. In agony, the Earth Berserk lion flung the Nightshade Cat Fiend aside. Its body shone with golden brilliance, activating its armor skill, which significantly enhanced its defense. Flame arrows, ice arrows, and even the Silver Moon Slash became completely ineffective. At this moment, the lion refrained from counterattacking. Instead, it pressed all four limbs against the ground, appearing as if it had fallen asleep. In truth, it was utilizing its earthly renewal skill to heal its wounds. Sure enough, the injuries began to heal rapidly before everyone's helpless eyes, leaving them with no means to stop it. The Earth Berserk lion fully recovered, and with its combination of armor and healing, it seemed utterly invincible. The only way to defeat it was to separate it from the ground, an impossible feat for a creature over 10 meters long and weighing tens of thousands of kilograms. The Silver Moon Wolf despaired. At this critical moment, Bai activated the True Sight Eye and discovered that although earthly renewal could mend injuries, it could not cleanse the toxin left by venomous claws. As long as they continued to poison it, there remained a sliver of hope. Thus, a plan was devised, layering venomous mist with continuous attacks from venomous claws, a combination even a Lord-tier beast could not withstand. Although the mist also affected their own side, Bai reasoned with the Silver Moon Wolf. The Earth Berserk lion has to endure 2 poisons while you only have 1, so it will definitely succumb first. Following this plan, every time the venomous mist cooled down, the Nightshade Cat Fiend released it again. The Silver Moon Wolf would use its Silver Moon Slash to inflict fresh wounds, and the Nightshade Cat Fiend would immediately follow up with another toxic strike before vanishing into stealth to avoid the lion's enraged counterattacks. As the venom compounded, the surrounding air turned a dark green hue, and the Earth Berserk lion's condition deteriorated rapidly, to the point where it could barely hold on. However, the Silver Moon Wolf, plagued by toxins and injuries from the lion, was also nearing its limit. The Icefire Demon wolves collapsed and could no longer rise. Finally, the Silver Moon Wolf seized an opportunity, ramming into the Earth Berserk lion and toppling it. A decisive Silver Moon Slash was aimed at the lion's vulnerable underbelly. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, with internal organs spilling onto the ground. The Nightshade Cat Fiend seized the moment to leap in, using its venomous claws to poison the lion's exposed internals. Gravely wounded, the Earth Berserk lion fell for good, unable to recover, ending the battle. But just as the conflict ended, new turmoil erupted. As soon as the Silver Moon Wolf finished using its Silver Moon Slash, it immediately turned to attack the Nightshade Cat Fiend, while the Gale Demon Wolf suddenly lunged at Bai. The alliance had crumbled, and in the blink of an eye, they became enemies. However, Bai had anticipated this betrayal. As the Gale Demon Wolf spun around to strike, Nangong Chinchua transformed into a sword spirit and pierced the wolf's throat with a single strike, killing it instantly. Simultaneously, a dark light emanated from the Nightshade Cat Fiend, and its beast spirit armor absorbed the Silver Moon Wolf's ferocious bite. The two beasts clashed fiercely. At this moment, the Nightshade Cat Fiend unleashed its full strength, transforming into a 5-meter-tall giant cat, overpowering the poisoned Silver Moon Wolf. After dealing with the Gale Demon Wolf, Bai wielded the Sword Spirit and swiftly eliminated the immobilized Icefire Demon Wolves, gaining basic swordsmanship in the process. He then absorbed the lion's soul, forming a layer of golden armor around himself. Together, Bai and the Nightshade Cat Fiend overwhelmed the Silver Moon Wolf, severely injuring it. Seizing another opening, the Nightshade Cat Fiend struck with its venomous claws once again. The Silver Moon Wolf retaliated desperately, but failed to break through their defenses. Exhausted and cornered, it finally collapsed. The duo spread out to clean up the remaining wolves on the plains, killing them all and bringing the battle to a definitive end. Bai gained swordsmanship mastery and the beast soul armor, allowing him to transform beast souls into protective armor. Unfortunately, there wasn't a proper container available, so the excess beast souls dissipated. However, they left behind a plethora of spirit beads and soul beads. The Silver Moon Wolf Spirit Bead was gifted to Nangong Qianxue, who mastered the Silver Moon Slash, obtaining a powerful ranged attack. The Earth Berserk Lion Spirit Bead was given to the Nightshade Cat Fiend, allowing it to learn the Lion's Roar skill, an ability quite amusing for a small feline. With the 100 Beast Soul Beads they collected, Lin Ming leveled up to 6, Nangong Qianxue to 5, and the remainder were given to Mouse Jr., who advanced to level 3. While exploring the territory, Mouse Jr. discovered a patch of Earth Gold fruits, which everyone consumed to enhance their physiques. The surplus Earth Gold fruits were stored by Bai Yi, as they could fetch a high price. Mouse Jr. also unearthed a precious gold spirit Oregon. As a reward, Bai Yi gave it the spirit bead of the Flame Demon Wolf, teaching Mouse Jr. the Flame Arrow skill and raising it to level 4, enabling it to continue mining. Bai Yi then snapped a series of pictures and uploaded a post. Battle over. Who is the new ruler of the grasslands? Accompanied by multiple images. Reading access required payment. As night descended, most beast tamers had already departed. Back at Qingqing Town, the tamers and beast girls were all eagerly awaiting updates from Bai Yi. As the new post was published, hordes of people flooded in to view it. Who cared about a mere 100 Qingqing coins? The official reward alone was a staggering 100,000. After all, Bai Yi had reported the deaths of 2 Lord-tier beasts, along with several Leader-tier ones. The announcement's traffic revenue shot past 100,000 in an instant and was still climbing. Anyone using the Green Plains app, no matter where they were, was riveted by this monumental event. Holy crap, they're both dead. Lord Bai killed 2 Lord-tier beasts. What kind of god is Bai Yi? Who's the new ruler of the Green Plains? Who exactly is the boss? 2 Lord-level beasts and so many Leader-level ones, all dead. From now on, the Green Plains will be a newbie paradise. Lord Bai has rewritten history. Amazing. Of course, there were dissenters. It's just driving wolves out to let tigers in. What's the big deal? Someone instantly retorted. If you think you're so good, why don't you give it a try? Navigating between 2 Lord-level beasts and winning. An average person would have been dead long ago. Say it to his face if you dare. Stop being an armchair critic. At this moment, Bai Yi couldn't care less about the chatter. He was having a barbecue party with Lin Ming and Nangong Qianxue, feasting on the meat of the Earth Lion and the Silver Moon Wolf, pure energy boosters. Bai Yi stored the beast's hides inside his dimensional space. Meanwhile, Brother Mouse had somehow recruited a group of fire mice and was now digging furiously for ore. This was the Earth Lion's territory, thick with the scent of blood, so no other beasts dared to come close. Bai Yi and his group casually set up camp. For once, the 3 tents they carried with them were actually put to use. With the dimensional space, they didn't even need to stand guard. Brother Mouse served as their watchman, allowing everyone to sleep soundly. When they woke up the next day, they were refreshed and full of energy. While others would camp with anxiety in their hearts, Bai Yi and his group feasted and then slept peacefully in their tents, immensely satisfied. They gathered the golden spirit or that the fire mice had mined, had some roasted meat for breakfast, and prepared to return. Any further delay would mean having to camp out again, something Nangong Qianxue was keen to avoid after just one experience. The Black Dagger Guardian following her seemed equally resigned. Everyone agreed it might be time to tame some mounts soon. Bai Yi scouted for potential mounts on his flying sword. First, he came across a herd of zebras, but they were so aggressive that he ended up killing them all without taming a single one. No wonder no one rides zebras. Next, he encountered some wild bulls, but they were just as unruly and refused to submit. As they continued their search, killing along the way, Nangong Qianxue even leveled up to level 6, but they still hadn't found a usable mount. Just as Bai Yi was growing frustrated, a leader-level windchaser leopard appeared, coming forward of its own accord to bow before him. It even offered up a breeze fruit. Bai Yi was stunned. The leopard actually spoke in beast language, saying it wanted to become the new overlord of the Green Plains and hoped for Bai Yi's help. At that moment, the system presented him with 3 options. Option 1. Kill the windchaser leopard. Reward, strength plus 10. Option 2. Help the windchaser leopard evolve to lord level and become the new overlord. Reward, all attributes plus 100. Option 3. Help the fire mouse evolve to lord level and become the new overlord. Reward, a 100% increase in all attributes across the Green Plains, with the ability to teleport to any area instantly. The reward for killing the leopard was too low. It wasn't worth it. The reward for helping Brother Mouse evolve was the most enticing, essentially granting control over the entire Green Plains. However, elevating the lowest tier fire mouse to lord level would require an immense amount of resources. The expenditure would be enormous. Brother Mouse's natural talent was mediocre. Even as a Lord-level beast, it might struggle against leader-level beasts. So Bai Yi decided to skip the hassle and let the Windchaser leopard become the new overlord. Using his true sight eyes, Bai Yi observed that the Windchaser leopard's attributes were nearly on par with the Silver Moon wolf, with agility approaching 2,000 points and on the verge of breaking through. It had a real chance of becoming the overlord. Bai Yi asked, "What benefits do I get out of this?" The Windchaser leopard responded directly, 10 white beast soul pearls or 1 spirit fruit per day. This was equivalent to earning 10,000 coins a day, an excellent deal. Bai Yi agreed immediately. The first step was to help the leopard break through to Lord level. He had it consume the beast soul pearl of the Gale Demon Wolf, allowing it to evolve successfully. With similar attributes and the high energy contained in the beast soul pearl, the Windchaser leopard transformed directly into a Tempest Demon leopard. Its body expanded to over 10 meters, radiating an intimidating aura. Next, they needed to eliminate the most significant threats among the leader-level beasts, the black-scale crocodile, the gold-horned rhino, and the giant elephant. These beasts were scattered across the green plains. It would take Bai Yi at least a week to handle them alone. With the Tempest Demon leopard's help, however, it could cover the entire area in an hour, making it possible to resolve everything in a single day. Working together, Bai Yi and the Tempest Demon leopard easily took care of the leader-level beasts. As a result, Bai Yi obtained 5 leader-level beast soul pearls and dozens of beast spirit pearls. Money was no longer an issue, so he allocated the beast soul pearls to his team members. The Midnight Cat Demon, Lin Meng, mastered the giant elephant's strength, doubling her power and size, though it made her slightly disproportionate. Watching this, Bai Yi realized he was now physically weaker than Lin Meng. Nangong Qianxue learned the armor-piercing skill, significantly increasing her effectiveness against heavily armored beasts. The other beast soul pearls, however, didn't lead to any breakthroughs. No matter how talented someone is, success is never a 100% guarantee. Before nightfall, the system task was completed, granting Bai Yi a plus 100 boost to all attributes. With Lin Meng reaching level 7, Bai Yi also leveled up to level 7. Bai Yi, SSS talent. Level 7 Apprentice Beast Tamer. Strength, 330, Agility, 310, Constitution, 200, Stamina, 820. Contracted Beast Companion, Lin Meng, Midnight Cat Demon. Skills, True Sight Eyes, Advanced Healing, Dimensional Space, Battle Inspiration, Beast Spirit Armor, Gigantification, Beast Soul Protection, Swordsmanship Mastery, Superior Poison Resistance, Beast Language Mastery. The expedition yielded immense rewards, leaving the Green Plains with little appeal for Bai Yi. He decided it was time to return. On the way back, Bai Yi made a post on the back of the Hurricane Phantom Panther. "I hereby proclaim, the new overlord of the Green Grasslands is it." The post was accompanied by staged photos Bai Yi had orchestrated, showing the Hurricane Phantom Panther standing majestically atop the corpses of other beasts. Access to the post cost 100 Qin coins, and its popularity exploded. Everyone was discussing Lord Bai, with some exclaiming that another Lord-level beast had appeared. Lu Mei bitterly regretted her earlier actions. For just a few hundred yuan, she had offended a major figure. She realized she could no longer make a living on the green grasslands. She and Feng Fei began planning their escape, only to see a massive shadow rapidly approaching from the distance. It was no ordinary chief-level beast. Their hearts sank in despair. Hidden in the bushes, they trembled with fear, praying that the Hurricane Phantom Panther would not discover them. Suddenly, Lu Mei let out a cry. "Brother Fei, look, there's someone on the panther's back." Feng Fei peeked out cautiously and was stunned to see that the person was none other than Bai Yi. His face immediately twisted into one of tearful despair. Bai Yi spotted them too and smirked coldly. "Finally, I've found you." Terrified, Feng Fei dropped to his knees, crying and wailing. "Lord Bai, please spare us." Lu Mei feigned pitiful innocence, pleading, "Lord Bai, we'll give you everything we have. Just let us go." She even considered offering herself to Bai Yi. Bai Yi squinted at her, amused. "Are you sure?" Lu Mei's eyes sparkled with hope, thinking she could finally latch onto Bai Yi. She shyly replied, "From now on, I'm yours." Feng Fei immediately chimed in, hoping to curry favor. Nearby, Nangong Qianxue silently fumed with jealousy, doubting her own allure. In truth, Bai Yi only needed Lu Mei's cooperation to handle affairs on the grasslands. He announced her appointment as his proxy agent for managing the Hurricane Phantom Panther and required her to deliver tributes to him daily. Though both Lu Mei and Feng Fei were disappointed, they still felt lucky to have been given such an opportunity. When they heard that even the Hurricane Phantom Panther had to pay tribute to Bai Yi, they were utterly shocked and completely submitted to him. After explaining the arrangements, Bai Yi rode the panther back to Goat Village. The lookouts, spotting the approaching beast, sounded the alarm. People screamed, "Lord Bai has acquired another Lord-level beast." Upon seeing Bai Yi, the guards breathed a collective sigh of relief. Commander Zhang Shui personally came out to greet him, not daring to show any negligence. Bai Yi and his companions entered the village with great fanfare, leaving everyone amazed at this young Lord Bai. Ma Shuxian, the branch manager of Sky Tiger Mall, greeted Bai Yi courteously. In this world, where strength reigned supreme, beast women dominated important roles across industries. Though Ma Shuxian was a merchant, she was also a black iron tier expert, one of the top combatants in Qingqing Town. Yet even she treated the young Bai Yi with the utmost respect. Sky Tiger Mall was akin to T-Mall from the previous world, a national chain with serious clout. Bai Yi trusted them to sell his goods, so he began unloading rare materials from his dimensional space. The pelts of 2 Lord-level beasts, those of over a dozen Chief-level beasts, the golden horn of a gold-horned rhino, ivory from a giant elephant, and more. The onlookers were dumbfounded, finally convinced that these immensely powerful beasts had indeed been slain by Bai Yi. The haul was worth millions. Additionally, a group of ground fire mice had spent the entire night excavating gold spirit ore, which was also worth $1 million. Sadly, there were few beast spirit beads left, as most had been consumed by Lin Meng and Nangong Qianxue. The remainder would only fetch a modest 100,000 at best. With just a glance, Ma Shuxian decisively offered 1 million coins for everything, and Bai Yi promptly agreed to the deal. 3 days ago, Bai Yi had been a broke student who couldn't even afford the entrance fee to the green grasslands. Now, 3 days later, he was a millionaire. His life had completely transformed. Lin Ming chirped about wanting her share of the money, and though Bai Yi worried she would squander it, he still handed her an allowance of 100 coins. Lin Ming puffed up her cheeks adorably in mild discontent. Nangong Qianxue didn't care about money, so Bai Yi didn't mention dividing the spoils further. Meanwhile, Bai Yi had earned an additional 2 million Qingqing coins through posts and shared information on the Green Grassland app. This world was brimming with riches for the strong, but for ordinary people, the beast realm was nothing short of hell. After 3 days away from modern civilization, everyone was eager to return home to bathe and sleep in comfortable beds. They traveled back to Qing County that very day. The following day, upon returning to school, Bai Yi discovered that his class had been disbanded. Beast women who had transferred for his sake left upon realizing there was no opportunity to meet him. Bai Yi and his companions were reassigned to Class 1. As they entered the classroom, Gongsun Outyin blocked Bai Yi's path. Now serving as class monitor, he reprimanded Bai Yi and the others for skipping class for 3 days and ordered them to clean the training grounds. Bai Yi wasn't in the mood to waste time. "Good dogs don't block the way," he retorted, pushing Gongsun Outyin aside as he walked into the room. The scrawny boy was powerless against Bai Yi's strength and stumbled back in a daze. Embarrassed, Gongsun Outyin shouted indignantly, challenging Bai Yi. Bai Yi stopped in his tracks and sneered. "The sky has cleared, and the rain has stopped, so now you think you're capable?" Incensed, Gongsun Outyin challenged again, having spent a fortune upgrading his contracted beast, a C-tier Tyrannosaurus, to level 9. Over $1 million in resources had gone into the beast, making him feel invincible. Gongsun Outyin mocked, "What's wrong? Are you afraid now?" With his nose in the air, he continued shaming Bai Yi loudly. Bai Yi ignored him, waiting for the system to present new options. After all, challenges like this often brought opportunities. Taking Bai Yi's silence as cowardice, Gongsun Outyin raised his voice further. "Coward. What's so special about being SSS tier? You're nothing but trash." "Forget it," Bai Yi muttered to himself. "Let's just get this over with." The system prompted the next set of options. The heavens didn't seem to care, not even offering a choice. Bai Yi immediately assumed a fighting stance, signaling Gongsun Outyin to come at him quickly. Knowing Bai Yi's might, Gongsun Outyin stepped aside without delay, ushering Violent Dragon King Kong to step forward instead. King Kong strode over like a tank, his massive figure barely fitting through the door. Homeroom teacher Li Ku attempted to stop them, but was accidentally knocked into Bai Yi by King Kong's sheer force. Bai Yi quickly steadied Li Ku as she stumbled, momentarily surprised by her figure. Li Ku, sensing Bai Yi's overwhelming strength, grew uneasy. How can this beastmaster be so strong? Could this be the terrifying power of an SSS rank? Seeing the fight about to erupt, Li Ku stood in between them, urging them to head to the training grounds. Bai Yi, worried about damaging the school building, agreed readily. Students poured out to watch the commotion unfold, and even the teachers didn't intervene. This was the perfect opportunity to demonstrate a real combat scenario. The floor of the training grounds was made of steel, built to withstand intense action. Bai Yi activated his true sight to analyze King Kong's attributes. A level, 9 violent dragon, but its actual strength paled in comparison to his. It posed no real threat. Li Ku, concerned, asked Bai Yi if he wanted help from his contracted beast girl. Bai Yi refused outright, saying, "It's just a little violent dragon. No big deal." After all, he had been battling leader tier and lord tier monsters these days. King Kong was hardly worth mentioning. King Kong, known for his fiery temper, was instantly enraged at being underestimated and transformed into his dragon form, charging at Bai Yi. With his colossal 4-ton body, King Kong aimed to ram Bai Yi like a charging bull. But to Bai Yi, that speed was far too slow. As the crowd gasped, Bai Yi effortlessly sidestepped the charge, leaping onto King Kong's back and transforming into an unlikely dragon knight. No matter how much King Kong bucked, he couldn't shake Bai Yi off. Smack! Bai Yi delivered a slap to the violent dragon, leaving it dazed and disoriented. It tried to resist, but received another slap, nearly losing its footing entirely. Onlookers whispered in confusion. How did just 2 slaps leave the violent dragon in such a state? Even Gongsun Outyin was baffled. King Kong wasn't acting like its usual self. Desperate, Gongsun Outyin shouted encouragement. "If you beat Bai Yi, there'll be a feast for you tonight." The violent dragon perked up instantly, ready to counterattack. But just as it stood up, Bai Yi's fist came crashing down, pinning it to the floor, rendering it unable to rise again. The scene turned bizarre. Students began murmuring among themselves. Is this staged? How could such a powerful violent dragon be subdued by a beastmaster? Some started to suspect Bai Yi truly had monstrous strength, though it seemed impossible. Bai Yi then lifted the 4-ton violent dragon as if it were weightless, slamming it down with incredible ease. The heavier the dragon got, the stronger Bai Yi's strength seemed to grow. Gongsun Outyin hurriedly used healing techniques to revive the violent dragon, only for it to get thrown down again by Bai Yi, this time by its tail. This cycle repeated. Healing, only for Bai Yi to toss it down once more. After several rounds, the violent dragon weakly cried out, "Stop healing me." I concede. The first sentence was directed at Gongsun Outyin, the second, at referee Li Ku. King Kong reverted to his human form and began sobbing uncontrollably, utterly defeated and humiliated. Only then did the crowd grasp Bai Yi's overwhelming strength. He had managed to reduce King Kong to tears. Bai Yi turned his gaze toward Gongsun Outyin, saying, "From now on, cleaning the training grounds is your job." Gongsun Outyin protested. "Why? I'm the class monitor." But when Bai Yi scanned the room, no one dared to speak against him. With a smile, he declared, "It seems everyone's agreed I should be the class monitor now." Left with no choice, Gongsun Outyin complained to the teacher. "Ms. Li, Bai Yi is being unreasonable." Li Ku reminded him, "Bai Yi, every class has rules. You can't use violence to get your way. Unless you can defeat me. Otherwise, your words carry no weight." Bai Yi's interest was piqued, just as the system presented him with a set of choices. Option 1. Concede to Li Ku, earning plus 10 agility. Option 2. Have the contracted beast girl defeat Li Ku, earning plus 10 in both attributes. Option 3. Defeat Li Ku personally, making her cry and securing control of the class, earning plus 100 to all attributes. The third option was incredibly tempting, but Bai Yi knew he couldn't beat Li Ku yet. Her abilities were clearly above his and Lin Ming's. Plus, Li Ku could fly as a golden eagle and had numerous skills in her arsenal. Still, Bai Yi decided to give it a shot. "Ms. Li, you said it yourself. If I defeat you, I get to be in charge." Li Ku was taken aback, not expecting Bai Yi to take it seriously. She decided it was time to teach him a lesson, transforming into a massive golden eagle. Her aura radiated fiercely, silencing everyone with an oppressive force. Bai Yi remained undeterred. "Ming, prepare for battle." Lin Ming transformed into her Dark Knight catgirl form, entering full combat mode. The golden eagle hesitated, worried it might accidentally crush the petite catgirl, but Bai Yi insisted. Determined to discipline Bai Yi, Li Ku dove down as a golden streak of lightning. Bai Yi activated his war drum skill, boosting Lin Ming's agility. The Dark Knight catgirl deftly dodged the attack. The golden eagle's talons struck the ground, leaving deep scars. A single hit could prove fatal. The ironclad pressure of black iron rank washed over the battlefield, a testament to the unimaginable might of a beast girl. The Dark Knight catgirl nimbly evaded the golden eagle's first assault, earning silent approval from Li Ku. But the fight was just beginning. The golden eagle dove again, flapping its powerful wings at close range, generating a massive gust of wind that knocked the catgirl off balance and into its talons. Bai Yi quickly reinforced her with beast spirit armor, causing the golden eagle's claws to fail and piercing through. The golden eagle contemplated taking her into the sky for an extreme free fall. He wanted her to admit defeat. However, to everyone's surprise, the cat demon wasn't captured. Bai Yi deployed a massive spell, while the cat demon activated its giant elephant power, instantly growing to 10 meters tall. Its strength soared, surpassing even the golden eagle. It reversed the situation, grabbing the golden eagle and slamming it into the ground repeatedly. Once the golden eagle hit the ground, all its advantages disappeared. Wang Hong, Li Ku's beast tamer, initially planned not to intervene, thinking Li Ku had the match in the bag. But when things took a drastic turn, he was shocked by the terrifying power of an SSS-level beast tamer. Hastily, Wang Hong boosted the golden eagle's strength, allowing it to regain the upper hand. Using its sharp beak, it aggressively pecked at the cat demon, shattering its beast spirit armor on the spot, revealing a clear disparity in strength. Yet, the cat demon was relentless and refused to let go. It used healing skills during the fight to recover, while Bai Yi manically supported it with continual healing, showing no fear of injury. The golden eagle, on the other hand, wasn't as fortunate. Wang Hong couldn't keep up with healing, and after several rounds, the golden eagle was covered in wounds and poisoned. Meanwhile, the cat demon was full of vitality, with any small injuries instantly recovering. Li Ku could no longer hold on and admitted defeat. She reverted to her human form, her clothes in tatters, her face pale from poison. She collapsed on the ground, unable to move. The crowd was in an uproar, and no one dared to question Bai Yi anymore. Bai Yi leaned over and asked Li Ku, "From now on, I'm in charge, right?" Feigning unconsciousness, Li Ku pretended to faint, completely submitting. Bai Yi sighed, exasperated. Casually, he pulled out a cat dung pearl to detoxify Li Ku. Wang Hong immediately recognized it, but Lin Ming, standing nearby, was visibly shocked. Wang Hong explained that it was an essence derived from mongoose excrement, renowned for detoxification. Lin Ming was in disbelief and began to roast Bai Yi right on the spot, critiquing him for making someone eat literal dung. This quickly escalated into another argument between the two. Chaos ensued. Only Nangong Qianxue remained silent, her expression heavy. It seemed like she couldn't stand the mess anymore. After ingesting the cat dung pearl, Li Ku quickly regained consciousness. The speedy detox left her with no excuse to continue pretending to faint. Pressing Lin Ming's head down, Bai Yi turned to Li Ku again and asked his question. Helpless, Li Ku conceded, "Fine, you're in charge." Bai Yi laughed enthusiastically, instantly taking on the air of a class tyrant. He ordered some beastwoman students to drag Lin Ming away. Fearing his retaliation, everyone jumped to help. But despite their combined efforts, they couldn't move Lin Ming. Her strength was overwhelming. Bai Yi sneered. "Are you all that weak? Li Ku, is this how you usually train them?" Li Ku was on the verge of a mental breakdown. They had only awakened their powers a week ago. How could anyone expect them to be as freakishly strong as Bai Yi? She asked. "Then how would you train them?" Without hesitation, Bai Yi replied. "Obviously, I'd take them to the alternate beast realm for training. Today's a holiday, so tomorrow, we'll host a party at the Great Grasslands." Li Ku panicked and objected. "No way. The Great Grasslands is too dangerous. We need proper preparation." But Bai Yi dismissed her concerns. "I've already decided. Class 1 listens to me." Without another word, he announced a holiday. Left with no choice, Li Ku sought out Principal Lu Fong. Upon hearing of Bai Ye's extraordinary strength, Lu Fong was intrigued. The intercollegiate tournament was approaching, and Xinjiang Academy had always ranked at the bottom. They had thought Bai Yi was a hopeless case with no prospects. But if he truly was this formidable, it might change everything. Lu Fong decided to check things out personally. Li Ku despaired. Even the principal was siding with Bai Yi. With no other options, she reluctantly joined the group. And so, Class 1 began gearing up to challenge the alternate beast realm at the Great Grasslands. The school even arranged a chartered bus, saving them travel costs. Bai Yi led the group, with Lu Fong, Li Ku, and their fellow beast tamers ensuring safety. Over 40 people set off in a grand procession. During the ride, Bai Yi urged everyone to download the Great Grasslands app and share his referral code in their group chat, earning him an easy 8,000 yuan. Nangong Qianxue was speechless. "You're already a millionaire. Do you really need that petty change?" Bai Yi would undoubtedly reply, "Making money is fun." They soon arrived at Qingqing town. As they got off the bus, greetings poured in. "Good morning, Master Bai." "Master Bai, you're back." "Master Bai, what's the big plan today?" Everyone called Bai Yi Master Bai, leaving even Lu Fong bewildered. What on earth had Bai Yi done to earn such respect? At the entrance to the Great Grasslands, a guard shouted, "Line up. Entry fee is 100 yuan per person." But the moment he spotted Bai Yi, the guard immediately changed his demeanor. "Master Bai, please, come right in." He even waived the fee. Bai Yi identified his team as students, but the guard revealed that Commander Zhang himself had ordered the highest level of hospitality for anyone affiliated with Bai Yi. Lu Fong was even more puzzled. Commander Zhang was an influential figure, even more powerful than her. How could someone like him treat Bai Yi with such reverence? What made Bai Yi so formidable? After all, he had only awakened his powers a week ago, a mere SSS-level beast tamer. Could an SSS-level beast tamer really be this strong? Lu Fang looked at Li Ku with questioning eyes, but Li Ku could only shrug. She had no idea either. Bai Yi offered no explanations, and everyone could only follow him into the great grasslands. All right, everyone, make yourselves at home. Feel free to enjoy the place, Bai Yi announced warmly, as if he were hosting a party. Both Lu Fang and Li Ku were exasperated, while the students were a mix of nervous and excited. This was their first time venturing into the alternate beast realm. They had heard it was dangerous, but Bai Yi's confidence made them feel a strange sense of anticipation. Suddenly, a massive red rat burst into view. An E-tier mountain lynx beast woman excitedly lunged at it, only to be sent flying with a single kick from the rat. Be careful, that's a leader-tier beast. Li Ku, using her eagle vision, cried out in alarm, her voice trembling. Lu Fang, too, could sense the overwhelming power emanating from the red rat. Why is there a leader-tier beast at the entrance? Did the military camp fail to clear the area? When did leader-tier rodents even appear here? Before they could find answers, danger loomed closer. The red mouse swiftly lunged toward Bai Yi. Lu Fang and Li Ku, utterly alarmed, transformed into a thunder tiger and a golden eagle respectively, rushing forward to intercept. However, Bai Yi scooped up the little mouse and leaped aside, speaking warily, "What are you guys doing?" The thunder tiger and golden eagle halted, confused. Li Ku cautiously reminded, "Bai Yi, the thing in your hands is a leader-level beast." "I know," Bai Yi replied as he patted the little mouse on its head, seemingly proud. Lu Fang asked, "You know this thing?" "Of course, it's my little brother." Bai Yi nodded, even gesturing for the little mouse to greet everyone. The little mouse raised a paw and waved, smiling in a surprisingly human-like manner. Lu Fang and Li Ku found it difficult to process what they were seeing, but the students quickly adapted, greeting the little mouse and even shaking hands with it. The little mouse eagerly responded to their kindness. After the introductions, Bai Yi instructed the little mouse, "Go find some tusklong rabbits for everyone to fight and level up, and make sure to roast some meat along the way." The little mouse squeaked a few times and, in an instant, summoned dozens of fire mice. They scattered, following the command to search for prey. Soon after, one fire mouse returned with a report. It had found some tusklong rabbits. Bai Yi directed everyone to line up according to their assigned numbers to take turns challenging them. Gong Sun, Outyin, and King Kong, being number 1, were skipped due to their high level. Number 2, the lynx, was led by a fire mouse to the rabbits. The tusklong rabbits turned out to be numerous, and the students began their challenges. As soon as the lynx pounced, the tusklong rabbit, instead of retreating, counterattacked fiercely, head-butting the lynx and sending it flying. The lynx struggled to get up long afterward. The crowd was shocked. Isn't this supposed to be a low-level beast? How is it so strong? Even I couldn't beat it. The tusklong rabbit, its icy tusks glinting and eyes blazing red, charged toward the lynx again. Just as Li Ku prepared to transform to save the situation, Bai Yi had already dashed in. Grabbing the tusklong rabbit by its ears, he lifted it up, explaining, "Look, this is just a rabbit. Just slash its neck, and it's done." The tusklong rabbit thrashed violently, but Bai Yi slapped its head, calming it down instantly. After demonstrating, Bai Yi casually tossed the rabbit aside, and it darted off without looking back. Bai Yi shouted, "Number 3, your turn." A leopard girl, assisted by her beast tamer's speed buff, pounced on the rabbit, sinking her teeth into its neck. Though she sustained injuries, the tusklong rabbit was eventually killed. This development made everyone tense, realizing they couldn't afford to take their opponents lightly. Just then, a fire mouse reported the presence of a pack of hyenas ahead, one of the trickiest beasts to deal with on the plains. Li Ku instructed everyone to take a detour, but Bai Yi dismissed the idea. "No need. Just take them out." A dozen hyenas appeared, and Bai Yi, sword in hand, charged directly into the pack. His movements were as deft as a sword immortal, his swordsmanship so exquisite that even Lu Fang was left in awe. The crowd marveled. So this is what an SSS-level beast tamer looks like. With each hyena that fell, an aura began to coalesce around Bai Yi, the spectral outline of a beast armor, which made him grow stronger with every kill. By the time he left one hyena standing for number 1 to fight, Bai Yi was nearly invincible. He emerged from the fray with his sword sheathed, without a single stain or injury, exuding a heroic aura that left all the beast girls mesmerized. King Kong transformed into a rampaging dragon to face the last hyena. Despite his overwhelming strength, the battle was grueling. The hyena's agility and cunning targeted the dragon's weak points, leaving King Kong battered and bloodied. Ultimately, he stomped on the hyena's lower half before finishing the fight with a bite. The rampaging dragon was left scarred, its clothing torn. The group learned an important lesson: the value of beast hides, not only for their high defense, but also their durability. Combat left clothing in tatters, which was rather awkward. Fortunately, Gong Sun Outyin knew healing techniques, or the rampaging dragon girl might have ended up crippled. A level 5 hyena had almost defeated a level 9 rampaging dragon. The group was forced to acknowledge harsh realities. The stark contrast was exemplified by Bai Yi. Amidst a pack of hyenas, he remained unscathed. Moreover, he was just a beast tamer. Everyone looked at Bai Yi with admiration as he casually cracked open a hyena's skull to retrieve 2 white beast soul pearls. Bai Yi shook his head, clearly unimpressed. Your training is far too sloppy. At that moment, a fire mouse reported another sighting of a tusklong rabbit. Number 4, you're up next. Bai Yi called out. Chu Yulan stepped forward. She was the school beauty, radiating a white lotus aura. Glancing at Bai Yi, she transformed into a sky eagle, soaring into the sky. From 100 meters high, she dropped the tusklong rabbit. It plummeted to its death. Chu Yulan, with an air of pride, stood before Bai Yi. But Bai Yi, unimpressed, waved her away. Next. Yi Ying spoke up. Brother Yi, I'm just a mount. I can't fight. Bai Yi frowned. If you can't fight, then don't bother joining in. Yi Ying pouted flirtatiously. Brother Yi, help me out. I'll even let you ride me later. The atmosphere grew awkward. However, Lu Fang quickly grew alert. She immediately transformed into the Thunder Tiger, positioning herself defensively in front of everyone. Her beast tamers began casting buffs. Lu Fang shouted anxiously. Teacher Li Ku, quickly lead the others away. Send up a signal flare for reinforcements. A formidable energy wave surged from ahead, far beyond that of a leader-level beast. A Lord-class beast had appeared. Li Ku panicked as well. Everyone retreat. Beast girls, transform immediately. If you can carry someone, do so. Chaos erupted at the scene. Only Bai Yi remained motionless. Bai Yi, run. It's a Lord-class beast. Li Ku urged. Also prompted White Knight to go to the military camp. Yet, White Knight simply laughed and said, It's okay. This is my little brother. He waved his hand, and the Hurricane Demon Panther came over, affectionately rubbing against him. The kangaroo leader also appeared, pulling out 10 beast soul pearls from its pouch and offering them to White Knight. Everyone was in shock. A Lord-level beast was actually paying tribute to White Knight. No wonder everyone in Greentown showed such respect whenever they saw him. This territory clearly belonged to White Knight. Lu Fang and Li Ku were at a loss. Protect White Knight? In this place, there absolutely wasn't any need. The two of them withdrew to the back, watching White Knight continue to flaunt his strength. At this moment, processed long-toothed hares were neatly arranged in the clearing. Ground fire rats were taking turns spewing flames, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. The ground fire rat leader even sprinkled chili and cumin expertly, as if it were a professional chef. Surreal. Even more magical, a Lord-level hurricane demon wolf sat nearby, drooling as it waited for the meal. Taking advantage of a moment when the little rats weren't paying attention, it even tried to steal a roasted hare, only to get slapped back by one of the small ground fire rats. Be patient. The master eats first, scolded the small rat. The demon wolf retorted shamelessly. I was just checking if it's cooked for the master. White Knight then addressed the crowd. Today, only those who fought in battle will get to eat roasted meat. If you didn't step up, you go hungry. Everyone quickly sprang into action. Even Yi Ying's rouge horse managed to kick a hare flying. The most incredible scene involved the plant-type beast lady, Pea Shooter. After transforming, she rooted herself in place, unable to move, but unleashed giant peas to pummel hares to the ground. Lin Ming, salivating, picked up a giant pea to munch on, but nearly broke a tooth. She handed it over for the ground fire rats to cook, but even they couldn't soften it, so they had to give up. Overall, everyone showed solid performance. With the help of the ground fire rats, finding beasts became easier. They fought about 10 battles that day, mainly against lower-level beasts like long-toothed hares, spring antelopes, and giant horned wild bulls. In total, they barely gathered 10 white beast soul pearls, less than what the Hurricane Demon Panther had handed in. Yet, the students were full of enthusiasm, thrilled by their first taste of combat, and visibly aware of the vast gap between regular people and true talents. By evening, the barbecue feast began, and everyone was as excited as if they were on vacation. Even passers-by couldn't believe their eyes, as the beast space seemed unusually harmonious for once. However, this harmony was purely White Knight's doing. In reality, the place was rife with danger. Before nightfall, everyone left the green grasslands. With White Knight around, no one feared for their safety, but camping out wasn't particularly convenient. On the way back, Lu Fong said to White Knight. You're an SSS class genius. You don't need to linger around wasting time with ordinary folks. Aim to reach level 9 or even black iron rank within a week. The league will need you. With good grades, you can even skip the written exam. White Knight's eyes lit up at the mention of skipping a test since his theory knowledge was poor, and this was his only chance at exemption. Lin Ming, meanwhile, was even worse. She was a complete no-show when it came to written tests. White Knight readily agreed. Seeing that the green grassland's resources were nearing depletion, White Knight decided it was time to move to a new location. At this moment, Nangong Qianxue finally spoke up. Let's go to Jiangzhou City. I know that area well. In truth, she had come to Qinjiang County purely for White Knight. Jiangzhou City was rich in resources and home to the perfect beast space for beginners. Without delay, Nangong Qianxue summoned a jeep. The driver was a gentle middle-aged man, while a cool, black-armored woman occupied the passenger seat. When White Knight activated his true sight, he saw that both were black iron 9-star rank, stronger even than Principal Lu Fong. The imposing woman, Nangong Yan, turned out to be an artifact spirit of a B-grade weapon, a Xianming dagger. Nangong Qianxue politely greeted her as Aunt Yan, but the driver was completely ignored. Men had a very low status in this world. Nangong Yan gave a slight nod, as aloof as ever. However, upon meeting White Knight, she smiled faintly and even complimented him. You're quite exceptional. White Knight remained calm, but Nangong Qianxue blushed furiously. The trip to Jiangzhou City would take 3 hours. In the back seat, White Knight, Lin Ming, and Qianxue dozed off. Even in her sleep, Lin Ming drooled and absent-mindedly scratched at White Knight. Drowsily, White Knight suddenly saw a choice menu pop up in front of him. Choices. Facing the system's options, White Knight immediately became alert. Realizing there was a life-threatening situation, he snapped awake and shouted for the driver to stop the car. The driver hesitated and didn't stop. White Knight, not wasting any more words, grabbed Lin Ming and pulled Qianxue along, kicking open the car door and jumping out. Nangong Qianxue instantly transformed, carrying White Knight into the air. A massive explosion erupted behind them as the jeep was blown to pieces. White Knight used his beast soul armor to shield Lin Ming, blocking the shockwave. Lin Ming finally woke up, utterly confused. Nangong Yan and the driver hadn't reacted in time. The driver was gravely injured, while Nangong Yan, thanks to her beast lady constitution, managed to hold out. The attackers were clearly targeting the Nangong family. Another car pulled up nearby, and a group of black iron-ranked beast tamers and beast ladies disembarked. Qianxue confirmed that she didn't recognize any of them, but the hostility was unmistakable. A beast lady transformed into a bloodbat and pursued them relentlessly. Nangong Yan became the Xianming dagger to fend her off, but she was suppressed by a coordination of firewolves and beast tamers. Having lost her original beast tamer partner, Nangong Yan was in a weakened state and couldn't save White Knight and the others. White Knight and Qianxue fled through the air but couldn't outrun the bloodbat. The bloodbat fired blood arrows at White Knight, who could only shield himself with Lin Ming. The beast's soul armor shattered, leaving Lin Ming gravely injured. In midair, they had no way to fight back. Poison attacks were ineffective against the bloodbat, leaving them cornered. Realizing the situation was dire, White Knight signaled for his flying sword to dive. The bloodbat remained in hot pursuit. In this life-and-death moment, grinned from ear to ear, her eyes twinkling like stars. White Knight found himself slightly amused by her childlike enthusiasm, but maintained his stoic demeanor. Earlier in the dark and fast-changing battlefield, White Knight's silver moon barely scratched the surface of the bloodbat. However, the Dark Knight Cat Demon's lion's roar interrupted the blood arrow and left the bloodbat momentarily stunned. That critical opening proved to be the turning point. The Dark Knight Cat Demon suddenly grew larger, even overshadowing the formidable bloodbat. The latter struggled fiercely but was no match, being firmly pinned to the ground under sheer force. Boom! Both beasts crashed to the earth with a thunderous impact. It was the bloodbat who bore the brunt of the damage, whereas the Dark Knight Cat Demon remained virtually unharmed. Seizing the opportunity, White Knight darted forward with Nangong Qianxue aiding him. White Knight's immense strength and swift sword strikes pierced through the bloodbat's blood shield. It left the bat entirely defenseless as his long sword drove into the beast's body. Attempts at retaliation were futile as the Dark Knight Cat Demon's weight immobilized it. With one final strike, White Knight beheaded the bloodbat. Life ebbed from the creature as it met its end on the spot. Working together, White Knight and his allies vanquished a formidable black iron level 5th stage beast mistress. Nangong Qianxue could hardly believe her own eyes. This opponent was far more dangerous than their previous foes and had clearly aimed to assassinate White Knight. Yet, in a dramatic reversal, it was White Knight who emerged triumphant. She couldn't help but marvel at White Knight's overwhelming power. Snapping out of her awe, Nangong Qianxue urgently called out, "Quick, save Aunt Yen." The group immediately recalled the other peril, an assassin targeting Nangong Yen. Elsewhere, Nangong Yen, forced into her Xianming dagger form, was struggling against a fire wolf's assault. She could no longer hold her transformed state, reverting to her human form and collapsing weakly to the ground. Blood spilled from her lips as she cursed angrily. "Who are you? How dare you go against the Nangong family?" The fire wolf sneered coldly. "Blame yourselves for not knowing your place." She opened her jaws wide, flames threatening to engulf Nangong Yen. At that moment, the Dark Knight cat demon struck from the shadows, its venomous claws tearing through the fire wolf's shoulder. Poison coursed through the beast's veins, severely weakening it. White Knight arrived on the scene, clad in a bloodbath armor, wielding his sentient sword. Nangong Yen gasped in both relief and worry. "You must leave now? You can't defeat them." She was meant to be the one protecting Nangong Qianxue, not entrusting her safety to others. However, the firewolf showed no concern and recognized her new opponents with mockery at the ready. Laughing maniacally, she ignored their arrival. With a sinister focus, she lunged for the Dark Knight cat demon, clearly intending to eliminate it first before dealing with Nangong Qianxue. The Dark Knight cat demon, well prepared, retaliated with a venomous fog before retreating with agile movements. The firewolf snarled in frustration, unable to keep up. It was unthinkable for a Black Iron level 5th stage beast mistress to fail in pursuing her foe. Shifting her aggression, the firewolf targeted White Knight directly, curious about what an unconventional beast master could possibly accomplish. Most would flee, but not White Knight. He met her attack head-on, parrying her strike with Silver Moon Slash. Then, he engaged her in direct combat, showcasing his masterful swordsmanship. The firewolf, unversed in such techniques, struggled desperately, sustaining numerous injuries from White Knight's sharp and relentless sentient sword. Fortunately for the firewolf, a supporting beastmaster stood at the ready, providing her with healing and shields. Taking the opportunity, the firewolf counterattacked but was soon crippled by venomous backlash, coughing up blood in a state of utter weakness. Meanwhile, the Dark Knight cat demon closed in stealthily on the enemy beastmaster, dispatching them with a single lethal strike. Bereft of assistance, the firewolf floundered. White Knight pierced her with a decisive blow, grievously injuring her. Reinforcement waned as the Dark Knight cat demon continued its assault with toxic claws. As the firewolf's condition deteriorated, the cat demon only grew stronger, rejuvenated by its blood-stealing abilities. Finally, the firewolf succumbed. She collapsed heavily to the ground, reverting to human form. Tattered clothing clung to her battered body, incapable of sustaining the majestic beast mistress transformation. Nangong Yen was left dumbfounded. These seemingly inexperienced youths had accomplished what should have been impossible. They defeated a Black Iron level beast mistress. The sheer absurdity of it all left her stunned. White Knight had pulled off yet another miracle, earning Nangong Yan's reluctant admiration. White Knight approached the fallen firewolf, his tone icy and uncompromising. "Who sent you?" Even gravely injured, the firewolf sneered through her blood, showing no fear. "Boy, do you even realize the mess you're in for daring to approach the Nangong family's treasure?" In truth, it was Nangong Qianxue who pursued White Knight, but that detail hardly mattered now. Trying to kill a person over such triviality was an absurdity White Knight refused to tolerate. Nangong Qianxue, now returning to her human form, frowned, her face cold as steel. "Are you from the Chung family?" She had invested tremendous effort into pursuing White Knight, and now this mess disrupted her plans, leaving her thoroughly infuriated. Unintentional to the end, the firewolf issued a final warning. "Miss Nangong, you'd best watch yourself." Before she could finish, Nangong Qianxue, too enraged to respond diplomatically, transformed into a sword spirit and struck her down. There was no point in wasting time with further interrogation when no answers seemed forthcoming, and dwelling on the matter would only worsen White Knight's temper. White Knight looked toward Nangong Qianxue. Explaining herself, she confessed, "The Chung family's young master, Chung Peng, once pursued me obsessively. After I rejected him, he persisted, resorting to using his family's influence to threaten me. He's relentless and unhinged. I'm almost certain this is his doing." White Knight's thoughts drifted. He recalled a girl who claimed to be the daughter of Jiang Prefecture's wealthiest magnate during his awakening, and she, too, bore the surname Chung. Was his single reply. Guilty for dragging White Knight into this chaos, Nangong Qianxue lowered her head in remorse. She blamed herself for causing him trouble she felt should have been hers alone to bear. White Knight dismissed her guilt, his words firm yet gentle. "None of this is your fault." Nangong Qianxue was now his trusted friend. Anyone who dared harm his friends would not be spared. Nangong Yan's voice turned urgent as she called out a strategic reminder. We need to leave now. They may have backup, and it'll spell trouble if the Inspector Bureau gets involved. The group commandeered the enemy's vehicle and sped toward Jiangzhou City without further delay. Jiangzhou City was far more prosperous than Qinjiang County. With its lively streets, women dressed lighter and more fashionable, grabbing White Knight's attention. The sights along the way made him feel like entering a whole new world. Upon reaching a luxurious hotel that Nangong Qianxue had pre-booked, White Knight noticed the peculiar arrangements. To the left of the grand entrance, a row of impeccably dressed gentlemen welcomed guests, and to the right stood an assembly of performers, rabbit girls, cat-eared ladies, petite flower spirits, and even a dazzling mermaid. Bemused, White Knight asked, "Is this place even legit?" Nangong Qianxue sighed in exasperation. "Of course, it's legit." Hearing this, White Knight turned to leave. Nangong Qianxue hurriedly grabbed his arm, her expression stern. "Can you stop fooling around for once?" After settling into their accommodations, she took both White Knight and Lin Ming downstairs for a meal. Their dining table was laden with gourmet dishes crafted from ordinary exotic beasts. Lin Ming was visibly delighted, unable to conceal her fresh excitement. Drool began to form in Baiye's mouth, but he quickly realized there was no food made from leader-tier or lord-tier beast meat. He asked the server if they could prepare exotic beast meat for him. The server replied politely, "Of course we can." Without hesitation, Baiyi pulled out a lion's head about a meter in size from his dimensional space and slammed it onto the bar counter. The server was so startled that they took a step back, exclaiming, "Is this leader-tier beast meat?" Baiyi nonchalantly replied, "Lord-tier." The server froze, dumbfounded. Even this top-tier hotel had never seen lord-tier beast meat before. With such rare, high-grade meat at hand, the server dared not take responsibility and quickly called the manager. The manager arrived, full of reverence, but awkwardly explained that lion's head stew wasn't traditionally made from an actual lion's head. Baiyi immediately asked, "Then why not make a lion's head stew using this lion's head?" The lion's head had been preserved for this very purpose, to be eaten. Yet the hotel claimed they didn't know how to cook it. Baiye's expression turned cold, leaving the manager with no choice but to hesitantly agree to give it a try. Baiyi then pulled out a wolf leg. "Grill this for me too." The manager, feeling the ferocious aura emanating from the meat, nervously swallowed. "Is this also lord-tier?" "That's right." Next, Baiyi extracted an array of rare ingredients. The tail of a black-scaled crocodile, the trunk of a giant elephant, the ribs of a golden-horned rhinoceros. All of them were from leader-tier or higher exotic beasts. His dimensional space, though offering 8 cubic meters of storage, was practically overflowing. He handed over all the ingredients to the hotel, instructing them to cook everything. After all, the time within his dimensional space was frozen, and the food could be eaten whenever he wanted. Meat from leader-tier and above beasts was highly beneficial for restoring energy and enhancing strength. The manager stared at the mountain of premium ingredients, utterly stunned. Meanwhile, the other diners were amazed. All of it is leader-tier? Could he have hunted it all himself? Impossible. He's so young. How could he kill leader-tier beasts? Maybe he's just some spoiled rich kid wasting resources. Wait, isn't that woman with him the daughter of the Nangong family? That explains it. Who's this handsome guy then? Which noble family is he from? Rich, powerful, and good-looking. I'm so envious. Suddenly, mocking laughter pierced through the air. Huh, noble family? He's nothing more than a country bumpkin. The voice belonged to Cheng Peng. At once, the room was abuzz with whispers. I heard there's an SSS-ranked beast tamer from Qinjiang County, and even the Nangong family's daughter is pursuing him. Could it be this guy? They say the SSS-ranked beast tamer rejected the Cheng family's daughter too. Cheng Peng has been chasing Nangong Qianxue for ages. This is going to get messy. Cheng Peng strode over, ignoring Baiyi entirely as he spoke directly to Nangong Qianxue. "Qianxue, you're back." Nangong Qianxue's voice was icy. "Use my full name. We're not close." "Qianxue, who's this?" Baiyi raised an eyebrow, curious. "Someone with the last name Cheng," Qianxue answered coldly, not even bothering to mention his full name. "Oh, one of the rabbit clan." Baiyi mused, recalling that Cheng Yu was a rabbit demi-human. The offhand comment immediately enraged Cheng Peng. Being connected to the rabbit lineage was considered a disgrace in this world. "You damned bumpkin. You're asking for death." Cheng Peng roared as he began to move toward Baiyi. But before his hand could even touch Baiyi, it was locked in an iron grip. Cheng Peng froze, unable to move, his shock and humiliation palpable. "How are you so strong?" Baiyi smirked coldly. "Someone from the rabbit clan dares to bark this loudly with so little strength." With that, Baiyi casually flung Cheng Peng aside, as if he were merely discarding a piece of trash. Cheng Peng, furious and humiliated, snarled in a threatening tone. "You kid, I didn't finish you off during the day, but tonight you definitely won't make it out alive." These words immediately revealed the conspiracy he'd been hiding. Nangong Qianxue's eyes burned with fury, her face flushed with anger. "So it was you, Chung," she shouted, her voice trembling with emotion. Her loyal bodyguard and caretaker, Nangong Yan, who had protected her for many years, had been killed earlier that day. The culprit had now exposed himself. Cheng Peng was suspicious, but there was no evidence, so Bai Yi didn't make any wild accusations. In the end, Cheng Peng himself jumped out. Cheng Peng knew he'd slipped up, but he couldn't afford to care anymore. He shouted, "Jean Rong, go." A tall girl stepped onto the field, her aura frightening even before transforming. Bai Yi used his true sight eyes to take a look. An S-rank beast girl, golden mammoth. Jean Rong S-rank, A-rank evolution. A level 9 golden mammoth with 1% golden bloodline. Her strength is about on par with a black iron rank beast girl, and she has tons of skills. Trample, trunk whip, great strength, and more. Just her bloodline alone is worth over 100 million. At awakening, she only had 2 or 3 skills, and everything after that came from skill orbs. Luck and resources were both indispensable, and her total cost was several hundred million. So extravagant. Cheng Peng was even more outrageous. Beastmaster skill orbs are even harder to come by, and almost all of them have to be opened from loot boxes. Each one is worth millions, and that still doesn't guarantee you'll get the skill you want. He had all kinds of enhancement and buff skills, more in number than Bai Yi's, and his talent was S rank. Everything was piled up with money. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford to play this game. The Chung family's foundation was terrifying, and Bai Yi had no choice but to stay on guard. At that moment, the system presented its choices. 1 lose, strength -10, 2 win, strength +10, 3 win 3 matches in a row, all attributes +10. The hotel had a martial arts arena, about the size of a soccer field. Bai Yi and Cheng Peng walked in holding back their anger, and before long the spectator area outside was packed to the brim. The eldest son of a billionaire versus an SSS rank beastmaster. The bet started at 100,000 and went up to 10 million. It was all rich people. Bai Yi noticed this and privately asked Nangong Shui to help him place a 10 million bet, with no room for error. This concerned his entire fortune. Since he was an SSS rank beastmaster, the odds were still 1:1, so there was no way to make money. Bai Yi started thinking about how to raise the odds. At that moment, Jean Rong transformed first. The golden mammoth, over 10 meters tall, towered over the arena with a mountain-like presence. Even the audience in the stands could feel the pressure, comparable to a lord-grade ferocious beast. On the other side, the Dark Knight cat demon had also completed its transformation. Its figure was petite, looking like an ordinary pet cat. It even let out 2 meow cries. Everyone below the stage was stunned. What is this? An SSS rank beastmaster contracted to a cat. It looks like it's real. On the leaderboard, there were still several news items about an SSS-level beast tamer, one of which said that his contracted beast was just a pet cat. I want a refund. No, I mean cancel the bet. Change my wager. As both beast girls transformed, the odds instantly changed to 1-4. If the bets hadn't already been locked, they might have surged to 1-10. The gap in strength was too huge. Even with the help of an SSS-level beast tamer, there was no chance. Bai Yi and Lin Ming exchanged a smile. Their goal had been achieved. The battle began. Bai Yi only gave the Dark Knight cat demon war song boost, beast soul armor, and let her use extreme speed, keeping all her other skills hidden. He wanted to win 3 times in a row to get the third reward, so he couldn't scare Cheng Peng away right from the start. The Dark Knight cat demon was already fast to begin with, and under double acceleration the golden mammoth simply couldn't catch up. Even with Cheng Peng's agility enhancement, it was useless. To keep the golden mammoth from giving up, the cat demon would occasionally come back to scratch it once. The poison wasn't strong, but it was enough to leave the golden mammoth slightly poisoned, which made Cheng Peng extremely nervous and constantly using antidotes on the mammoth. Bai Yi seized the opportunity to walk up to Cheng Peng and slapped him to the ground, asking coldly, "You surrender or not?" Cheng Peng was stunned, and after a long while he said, "That's not how you fight." Bai Yi slapped him again. There are no rules in beast spaces. Surrender or not. Cheng Peng's face turned red, and he could only lower his head and admit defeat. Bai Yi slapped him once more. Louder. Cheng Peng was almost dazed from the beating, his face swollen like a pig's head, and could only shout surrender at the top of his lungs. Bai Yi clapped his hands, pulled Cheng Peng up, and suggested, "How about this round doesn't count? Let's redo it, with one more rule added. Beast tamers can't hit beast tamers." Cheng Peng agreed immediately without thinking. This loss was too humiliating. He had to win back some face, especially since Nangong Qianxue was still watching. The audience was also unconvinced and demanded a rematch. The second match began, and the two stood apart. No one dared rush over for a sneak attack. But the rule only said beast tamers couldn't hit beast tamers, and never said beast girls couldn't. As soon as the battle started, the Dark Knight Cat Demon went all out and pounced straight at Chung Peng. Even the Golden Mammoth couldn't stop her. The moment the Cat Demon's claws touched Chung Peng's neck, the battle was over. Chung Peng's face turned green, and he looked like he was about to cry. The audience erupted, since most of them had bet on Chung Peng winning. For him to win like this made it hard to accept. In the third match, the atmosphere reached its peak. Bai Yi no longer hid his abilities and used War Song Boost, Giantization, and Beast Soul Armor all at once. The Dark Knight Cat Demon also added Mammoth Strength and Extreme Speed, her body instantly growing to more than 10 meters, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Golden Mammoth. The two beasts clashed fiercely, evenly matched in both speed and strength. Only then did the audience realize they had been fooled. How could this be a pet cat? This was clearly a powerful S-rank beast girl, backed by an SSS-level beast tamer. By the time they wanted to change their bets, it was already too late. The betting pool was locked, and no one was getting off the ride. This time, the Cat Demon's attributes were not inferior to the Golden Mammoth's, but the Golden Mammoth's skill combination was formidable, so winning was still not easy. It became another brutal battle. But the Cat Demon, hardened by countless battles, felt no fear at all. She had always treated fighting like playing a game. As soon as she charged in, she went straight into close-range brawling with the Golden Mammoth, not giving it any chance to use its skills at all. The Golden Mammoth's tusks pierced the Dark Knight Cat Demon's body, but she didn't care and madly clawed at the Golden Mammoth's face. The audience was stunned. The Golden Mammoth, with little real combat experience, was almost beaten to tears, but the Dark Knight Cat Demon only grew fiercer as the fight went on. The Golden Mammoth had a huge amount of HP, and the Dark Knight Cat Demon took the opportunity to drain its blood and heal herself, completely unafraid of injury. As she kept draining it, she also gained 0.1% more golden bloodline, 10 times stronger than Chung Yuan's, equivalent to the Golden Mammoth losing 1/10 of its blood, almost being drained into anemia. As a result, the Dark Knight Cat Demon awakened a new skill, Golden Claw. Her claws now gleamed with golden light and were twice as sharp as before, easily tearing through the mammoth's defenses and dealing massive damage. When the Golden Mammoth's HP dropped to just 80%, it couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed, weakly admitting defeat. The Night Cat Demon ignored it completely and pinned it down, continuing to suck its blood. At that moment, the Golden Mammoth's bodyguard stepped in to stop her, and only then did the Night Cat Demon let go and return to Bai Yi's side. Using the Eye of True Sight, Bai Yi saw that the Night Cat Demon's golden bloodline had reached 0.22%, equivalent to picking up 22 million for free. And he himself had earned 40 million. With all attributes plus 10, he had made a killing. Bai Yi led the team back to the hotel. By then, all kinds of dishes made from top-grade exotic beast meat were being brought out one after another. 1,000 caddies of lion head meat were made into 200 caddies of giant meatballs, and the aroma was overwhelming. When Lin Meng saw the huge lion head meatball, she was so tempted she could barely move. "I burn a lot of energy. This one should be mine, right?" she asked, drooling. Bai Yi questioned her. "What do you even burn? The mammoth is practically drained dry. Could you even finish something this big?" Lin Meng firmly shouted. "I can. Hurry up and enlarge me." She transformed on the spot into the Night Cat Demon and even called for Bai Yi to help make her bigger. As soon as she transformed, she really intended to swallow the giant lion head meatball in one bite. Bai Yi cut off a few caddies of meat for himself and Nangong Shui before enlarging Lin Meng. Lin Meng turned into a Night Cat Demon over 10 meters tall and devoured the 200 caddy lion head meatball in one go, her belly swelling round. Every so often, her strength would increase a little, which showed that eating exotic beast meat above the chieftain level could raise attributes. No wonder this kind of meat was so hard to find on the market. It just required such a huge amount to eat that the portion Bai Yi and Nangong Shui each had made no difference. The Silver Moon direwolf leg was roasted and ready, weighing 300 to 400 caddies, and only the two beast girls could lift it. Lin Meng stared at the roasted leg, drooling non-stop, but she really couldn't eat anymore. Bai Yi calmly cut off 2 caddies for himself and Nangong Shui to share, while the rest went into the dimensional space for refrigeration. Next came giant elephant trunk, black-scaled crocodile tail, golden-horned rhino ribs. Delicacies made from all kinds of top-grade exotic beasts were brought to the table one after another. The restaurant was full of big shots and wealthy tycoons, but when they saw the exotic beast meat Bai Yi had brought, every one of them was drooling to tears and couldn't help coming over to ask if they could buy some. By then, Bai Yi had already become a super rich man with a fortune of 50 million, but unfortunately, he still cared very much about money. Aside from leaving 10 caddies of each kind for himself and his friends to taste, he sold everything else and actually made another 10 million. Bai Yi immediately spotted a new business opportunity, but there were simply too few chieftain-level exotic beasts. He had already swept through the entire green prairie once, and there was hardly any meat left. Moreover, exotic beast meat was extremely hard to preserve. Only he had dimensional space to stockpile it. No one else could learn to do that. After eating their fill, Nangong Shui suggested going shopping. Bai Yi and Lin Meng were entering a big city for the first time. They noticed there were no low-slung sports cars here, only armored off-road vehicles. It seemed that things outside were just as unsafe, with exotic beasts occasionally breaking in. Nangong Shui took them into a huge shopping mall that specialized in equipment for beast tamers and beast girls. Perfect. You made money, so now you can improve your strength. Nangong Shui introduced enthusiastically. Bai Yi guarded his wallet tightly. Why spend money I worked so hard to earn? Then why are you making money? Nangong Shui asked, puzzled. To save up for retirement. Bai Yi answered seriously. Nangong Shui was speechless and felt like he was thinking way too far ahead. But strolling around without spending money was fine too. They first visited a clothing store. What was sold here were leather armor and plate armor, not ordinary clothes. Some of it had excellent defensive power and additional attributes, and if beast girls wore it, it could also prevent their clothes from getting torn after battles. Bai Yi thought it was unnecessary. After all, girls in torn clothes were the prettiest. He casually picked up a piece of leather armor and looked at it with the eye of true sight. Ice Wolf leather armor. Defense +5, ice resistance +10%, but it also consumed 1 point of stamina per hour. However, the price was 5,000 yuan. Bai Yi thought it was too expensive and regretted tossing aside the ordinary exotic beast skins he had handled carelessly before. Lin Meng was attracted by a small skirt in the shop that sparkled like starlight. The salesperson said it was made from chieftain-level starlight tiger hide, with both defense and speed increased by 30, and it was the store's prized treasure. When Lin Meng tried it on and came out, Bai Yi was completely stunned, feeling that Lin Meng looked like a real woman for the first time. But this skirt cost 5 million. Bai Yi asked Lin Meng if she wanted to buy it. She nodded and said she only had 500 yuan. Bai Yi immediately said, "You're missing a whole 10,000. Wait until you've saved enough money before buying it. Why is my money any of your business? Bei, I'm going to fight you." Lin Meng broke down in a second and lunged at him, once again getting into a brawl with Bei. Nangong Qianxue was used to it and automatically ignored them. Suddenly a woman appeared beside them and mockingly said, "A SSS rank beast tamer can't even afford gear?" Bei, still holding Lin Meng's head under his arm, glanced at her. "And you are?" The girl said aggrievedly, "I'm Ningwen. I used to be in your class." Bei just let out an, "Oh," and kept hitting Lin Meng, not even bothering with her. Being ignored, Ningwen exploded in anger and coquettishly said to the man beside her, "Brother Jiao, I want that dress." Sun Jia immediately agreed. "Buy it." Then he called the clerk over. "I want that dress. Make that woman take it off." The clerk smiled and quoted, 5 million. Sun Jiao was stunned and said they could just change to another one since it had already been worn. Ningwen's expression changed. She asked if Sun Jiao was poor, saying hadn't he been bragging that his dad was a billionaire? Sun Jia got anxious, and Ningwen delivered the final ultimatum. "Buy it, and they'd contract tomorrow. Don't buy it, and it's goodbye." After struggling for a while, Sun Jia clenched his teeth. "Buy it." Ningwen looked at Bei smugly, but Bei still ignored her and kept messing around with Lin Meng. Nangong Qianxue couldn't stand it anymore and said directly, "Sorry, my friend already bought the clothes." Ningwen didn't believe her, so Nangong Qianxue looked at the clerk. The clerk immediately replied, "Miss Qianxue, you've already bought them." Only then did Ningwen realize this store belonged to the Nangong family. In disbelief, she said, "Nangong Qianxue, given your status, why bother doing this?" Nangong Qianxue said calmly, "Because I want to." Ningwen had nothing to say, and Sun Jia looked at Bei with envy. After the two of them left, Bei actually hadn't made Qianxue pay for real anyway. He wasn't short of that little money at all. He was just teasing Lin Meng for fun. Besides gear, the store also sold weapons. Beast girls didn't use weapons, and beast tamers rarely fought personally, so weapons were cheap. Bei took a liking to a golden spirit iron sword, attack +100, only 1 million, and it suited him well. Bei was about to buy the sword, but Qianxue was a little unhappy and blocked his way. Buying a sword in front of the sword girl was basically slapping his wife in the face in broad daylight. Bei hurriedly promised it was only a backup and that he would never abandon her, and only then did Qianxue reluctantly agree. Next they went to the pills and spirit fruit section, and Bei was shocked by the prices. A power pill that only adds 1 strength costs 12,000? It can only add up to 10, and there are restrictions too. An intermediate power pill costs 150,000. The earth gold fruit I sold here is priced at 15,000. I was practically selling it at a loss before. A basic healing pill costs 10,000, and it's not even that useful. They couldn't help but exclaim that money was too easy to make, and asked, "Is it easy to become an alchemist?" Before Nangong Chinchua could answer, the shop owner selling pills on the side leaned over. The alchemist over there was already laughing. Haha, kid, once you get into a higher education institution, you'll know that alchemists are much rarer than beast tamers. Beast tamers graduate in 4 years, but 10 years still isn't enough for an alchemist. Just getting familiar with medicinal herbs takes 3 years. Bei wanted to retort, but a choice popped up in front of him. Option 1. Ignore the provocation and keep shopping. Reward. Constitution plus 10. Option 2. Humiliate Zhonglei. Reward. Basic alchemy technique. Option 3. Show off and dominate the whole scene. Reward. Intermediate alchemy technique. Bei didn't know alchemy and couldn't show off, so he had no choice but to pick option 2. Smack. Why did you hit me? There was a mosquito on your face. It really was a literal slap in the face. The system judged option 2 complete and awarded him the alchemy skill. The mission wasn't over yet. There was a follow-up. Bei continued to provoke him. Didn't you say alchemy is hard? Zhonglei was about to explode from anger. Nonsense. Is alchemy something you can do just with hands? If you can, then make one yourself. As long as you succeed, all the pills in my shop are yours. Okay, Bai Yi agreed readily. What if you can't refine it? A 35 million cash wager. Bai Yi revealed all his savings. Lin Ming panicked. Don't mess around. You can't refine medicine at all. Zhonglei laughed madly. Good. I'll be waiting for you to get slapped in the face. Do you have any alchemy tools? Bai Yi asked. Zhonglei handed over the alchemy furnace and warned. If it explodes, you pay 10 million. All right. Bai Yi didn't say much else. After fiddling with it for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. How do I use this? The crowd around them was full of mockery. You don't even know how to use an alchemy furnace and you still dare to bet 35 million? Zhonglei patiently taught him, and Bai Yi stared at the fire spirit stone with shining eyes. This is amazing for grilling. Everyone was in an uproar, using fire spirit stones for barbecue. This really is a rich young master. After Bai Yi figured it out, he started thinking about what medicine to refine. Seeing him lost in thought, Zhonglei mocked. Kid, do you even know medicinal herbs? Want me to help you mix them? Bai Yi couldn't be bothered with him and directly activated his true vision eye, clearly seeing the information on the medicinal materials. He casually threw the strength flower into the alchemy furnace, added beast blood after it dried, then added more materials to adjust the temperature. His entire process was professional. The surrounding alchemists were shocked. A beginner would dare refine strength pills? His technique is way too precise. Even Zhonglei began to suspect Bai Yi was putting on an act. Fragrance spread everywhere, with pill mist and pill glow all present, directly causing a phenomenon. Everyone called him a genius. Bai Yi called for the furnace to be opened, and 5 strength pills appeared inside the alchemy furnace, shocking the entire scene. Someone offered a high price to buy them, but Bai Yi didn't care and swallowed them all at once. Everyone cried out in alarm, and Lin Ming rushed over to grab the pills, stuffing them into her mouth like a squirrel. After the pills were eaten, Lin Ming's all attributes plus 10. Bai Yi collected the remaining pills, while Zhonglei was helpless. Everything had been taken by him. Bai Yi left with several thousand pills, eating them like snacks, extravagance off the charts. They came to the place selling skill beads, where prices were absurdly high. Precious skill beads cost over 100 million. After looking around, Bai Yi found combat-type skill beads. As everyone knew, beast tamers were physically weak and rarely fought directly. This got interesting. The most expensive were support skills, followed by acceleration and defense skills, which could improve a beast tamer's survivability. Combat skills were the least popular, and almost nobody bought them. Bai Yi saw heavy slash and combo slash, both with plus 100% attack power, each selling for only 100,000, and straight line charge for 200,000, practically dirt cheap. They were useless to ordinary people, but Bai Yi had 360 points of strength, and these skills were extremely effective at slaughtering beast hordes. He bought them all and comprehended them all, causing his combat power to soar. Lin Ming chose Shrink Spell, which reduced her size by 10 times and halved her strength, and only cost 200,000, so she bought it. Nangong Chinchua chose Accelerated Flight, which doubled flying speed, costing 5 million. The little rich girl bought it outright. The most expensive was Flaming Wings, which allowed a beast tamer to fly, priced at 100 million. Bai Yi couldn't afford it at all. At that moment, a girl in a gold dress appeared. Jiangzhou's richest man's daughter, Chengyu. She directly bought Flaming Wings and gave it to her beast tamer, who was in S rank. Chengyu had also become S rank, all built up with resources. She even publicly mocked Bai Yi, saying she would make him regret it. The system popped up options. 1. Offer a higher price to buy flaming wings. Reward. Evolve into flame wings. Flying speed plus 100%. 2. Win flaming wings through a wager. Reward. Fire attribute. 3. Directly snatch flaming wings. Reward. Strength plus 100. Money couldn't beat them, and stealing was illegal, so he could only use his wits. Bai Yi wanted to make a bet with Chengyu, with flame wings as the prize. Chengyu flatly refused and immediately told her beast tamer to swallow the skill orb, not giving him the slightest chance at all. For the first time, Bai Yi's mission failed, and the scene was extremely awkward. Chengyu even taunted him smugly. Now you know what a huge loss it was to give me up, right? It's too late to regret it now. Nangang Qianxue looked at Bai Yi with grievance. Why do you always want to replace me? Am I not good enough? With flame wings, Bai Yi indeed no longer needed sword spirit for flight. Sigh. Outstanding men were always surrounded by beauties. Bai Yi also couldn't be bothered to explain that it was the system that had made him take flame wings. The people nearby were all green with envy. The daughter of Jiangzhou's richest man and the city's #1 beauty were both chasing after Bai Yi. How enviable. Go, go, go. There's no way to shop on this street. Bai Yi and Lin Meng returned to the hotel, while Nangang Qianxue went home. She hadn't been back for several days. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Nangang family was oppressive. The important members all wore grim expressions, and Nangang Yin was especially listless. Mommy, I'm back. Nangang Qianxue hugged Nanganya. Swear, why don't you leave Bai Yi? Nanganya couldn't help but say it. Nangang Qianxue said aggrievedly. Cheng Peng has already admitted he was wrong, and Bai Yi stood up for me. These past few days I've also said that Bai Yi is very powerful, so why are you still asking me to leave him? Nanganya sighed. You don't understand the power of the Cheng family. They control more than half of the raw materials for the exotic beast space, which is basically the power to set prices. Even Tianhu Mall doesn't dare to provoke them. Our Nangang family makes equipment, and we can't do without raw materials. Now that the Cheng family has cut off our supply, it's like they've grabbed our lifeline. Whether we buy in small batches or source from outside the province, it's all at a loss. The Nangang family is about to be unable to hold on. Nangang Qianxue asked angrily. So you want me to go be that spoiled Cheng Peng's contracted beast girl? What about avenging Uncle Hua? You want to trade me for Li? The elders all chimed in at once. The interests of the family come first. Cheng Peng has money and strength. How many women want to be his beast girls? Stop being willful. They all wanted Nangang Qianxue to leave Bai Yi and contract with Cheng Peng. Nangang Qianxue stubbornly said, I'll prove that Bai Yi is stronger than the Cheng family. Everyone didn't believe her. A little brat can be stronger than a whole family? What a joke. Nangang Qianxue said, tomorrow send the butcher team over and bring the equipment. I'll let you see what real strength looks like. Fine, I'd like to see just how capable he really is. The silver-haired old woman tapped her cane and left, and the others also left. Only the mother and daughters were left. Nanganya still didn't believe it. Swear, is he really that strong? Really, even stronger than I said. Qianxue replied firmly. Nanganya then asked Nanganya. Nanganya nodded calmly. He is indeed unimaginably powerful. Nanganya was shocked. Her younger sister had always been proud, yet even she was convinced. Then I'll go with you tomorrow. I want to see just how strong he really is. Okay, Mommy. Remember to bring more of the butcher team. Early the next morning, Nangang Qianxue led the team and waited for Bai Yi and Lin Meng at the entrance of Jiangzhou Grand Hotel. As soon as Bai Yi stepped outside, he was startled by more than a dozen giant refrigerated trucks. What's this for? Selling ice cream. Nangang Qianxue's face darkened. Professional butchers, responsible for handling the corpses of exotic beasts. They're all employees of my family, and they work fast and make good money without delaying anything. Bai Yi gave her a thumbs up. They were fully prepared, so they set off immediately. Their target, 5 Elements Mountain. 5 Elements Mountain is the largest beginner exotic beast space in Jiangzhou province. It has 5 mountains, each with a different attribute, all over 5,000 meters high, forming a huge basin. With abundant exotic beasts and rich resources, it's a great place for leveling up. With the Nangang family convoy, Bai Yi and the others didn't have to wait for a ride and set off directly. An hour later, everyone arrived at the lively 5 Elements town, which was even more prosperous than Xinjiang County. Bai Yi's first reaction was, is there a 5 Elements Mountain app? Is it free? After confirming that he could earn coins by using invitation codes, he dragged Nangang Qianxue and Lin Meng to download it. And he even wanted to get the butchers to install it too. But they had already registered and only earned 500 5 Elements coins. Exchanging blue coins for 5 Element coins incurs a 10% handling fee. Bai Yi complained that it was way too extortionate, handed the matter over to Lu Mei, and decided to find a way to earn some more 5-element coins himself. He dragged Nangong Shui down for photos and posted. Jiangzhou's #1 beauty appears on Wuxing Mountain, hoping to make money from click fees. As a result, no one looked at the girl's post. It only got a handful of views, and the effect was miserable. Only then did he realize that this place had far more women than men, and the obvious traffic password was himself. He immediately took a selfie and posted. Shocking. An SSS rank Beastmaster appears on Wuxing Mountain. The post exploded instantly, and the comments section was full of teasing remarks about seeking survival monkeys, while the old lechers were all watching. Bai Yi could only use the dirty money he earned to unlock the full map. Strange beasts were everywhere in Wuxing Mountain. Bai Yi and his teammates prepared to go on a killing spree and earn materials and coins. Behind them, several teams of butchers followed with trailers, making for a spectacular and eye-catching scene. Everyone speculated about what these young people were doing by bringing a bunch of butchers along, unable to understand the world of the rich. The first target was the Gale antelope, a herd of 200 to 300, running as fast as the wind. Their pelts were excellent material for making light armor, and they were also ferocious. Ordinary people didn't dare provoke them. But Bai Yi had no fear at all. He sent the night cat demon into the herd, where it nimbly harvested them, and no one could even touch it. Once more than a dozen antelopes had fallen around him, Bai Yi absorbed the beast's souls, and armor appeared on his body. He grabbed Nangong Shui, who had transformed into a sword spirit, and charged straight into the pack of strange beasts. A beastmaster charging into the herd? Is he looking for death? Also, why is Shui letting a man hold her? She clearly can feel it. Nangong followed quietly from behind. Seeing her daughter being held by Bai Yi, her heart softened. She was also a weapon spirit, so she knew that this would indeed create sensations. What shocked her even more was Bai Yi's strength. Bai Yi turned into a streak of sword light and charged into the antelope herd. Every antelope in his path was sent flying by a single slash. This was the straight-line impact skill he had just learned. Combined with Nangong Shui's sharpness and his own tremendous strength, it was one antelope per strike, killing at great speed, no slower than the night cat demon. The beast's soul armor thickened more and more. Even when antelope horns rammed into it, there was no reaction. Bai Yi just kept killing. Soon, more than 100 antelopes were lying on the ground. The herd leader couldn't stand it anymore and charged over with 2-meter-long horns. Sword halberd wind antelope. That kind of power was more than even beasts of the same level could withstand. But Bai Yi didn't dodge at all. Nangong Yi grew anxious and transformed into a spear, wanting to save him. But everything happened too fast. Bai Yi first released Silver Moon Slash. Although it was shattered by the wind antelope's charge, it slowed it down. Bai Yi and Nangong Shui charged power at the same time, unleashing a heavy slash with armor-breaking power. They precisely avoided the long horns and directly split the wind antelope from head to tail. Nangong Yi was completely stunned. Bai Yi's strength was too outrageous. He didn't look anything like a beastmaster. The other antelopes all fled in terror, and the night cat demon chased down dozens more. In this battle, Bai Yi killed nearly 200 Gale antelopes in 2 minutes. The butchers were all dumbfounded. That efficiency was downright monstrous. The butchers immediately showed their professionalism, dividing the work in a production line fashion, collecting beast soul beads, skinning, cutting meat, removing horns, loading the trucks. In just 10 minutes, they finished 190 beast soul beads and 1 beast spirit bead. All the trucks were loaded full, and they even had a level 9 beast girl holding the line. All of these corpses had been killed with a single blow, and the pelts were excellent. The butchers were extremely satisfied. Bai Yi and the others rested briefly before continuing onward. There were many strange beasts in Wuxing Mountain, and everywhere was dangerous, but to Bai Yi, they were all just walking wallets. The slaughter continued, and the beast soul armor accumulated thicker and thicker, nearly becoming tangible, transforming into black armor that fully radiated an imposing aura. It matched Bai Yi's appearance perfectly, making him impossibly handsome. Nangong Shui couldn't help but frantically take photos and upload them to the forum, earning quite a bit of 5-element coins, of which Bai Yi took 20%. Even Nangong Yi had to sigh. He was too handsome, too strong. She was almost being charmed by him too. After the beast soul armor solidified, even a full power strike from the night cat demon was useless, and ordinary strange beasts were even less of a match. Even a class-level beast couldn't injure Bai Yi. He only grew more ferocious the more he killed. In less than half a day, the butchers were already unable to keep up. He was killing too fast. More than a dozen freezer trucks were filled to capacity, and the transport trucks never stopped. The butchers could only pick the more valuable parts like pelts and fur, not even taking the meat, and they were still too busy to handle it all. Nangong family had no choice but to hire butchers on the spot at high pay and urgently call in dozens more freezer trucks from their partners. Only then could they barely keep up with Bai Ye's pace. The Nangong family finally understood what it meant for one person to support an entire clan. Bai Ye's supply speed alone could sustain all of Nangong family's business. In order to keep the beast soul armor at full strength, Bai Yi hardly ever stopped. The area had been killed into a vacuum. Whenever he was tired or exhausted, he would take pills from his dimensional space to recover, completely free, so there was no need to feel the slightest bit of pain over it. Compared to the gains, this little bit of consumption was nothing. In one day, Bai Yi harvested more than 200 beast soul beads and over a dozen beast spirit beads. All three of them leveled up to level 8. Beast spirit beads without good skills were all thrown away. The various supplies collected by the Nangong family were worth a total of 2 million. Luckily, they had brought butchers. Otherwise, if those beast pelts had been discarded, their harvest would have been reduced by a factor of 10. Bai Yi was thrilled to make several million a day, but it also drew resentment from the people of Five Elements Town. Bai Yi was killing too many beasts. Others killed only dozens a day, while he directly slaughtered several thousand, plus more than a dozen leaders. This kind of scything through the crops method affected everyone else's hunting income. After the forum buzzed with complaints, Bai Yi made up his mind. Keep killing. It's not like Five Elements Mountain belongs to you people. Bai Yi even paid to get in, so why shouldn't he be allowed to kill? 3 days later, the area around the entrance had been killed into a vacuum, and complaints were rising everywhere. Bai Yi's income had exceeded 10 million, and all three of them had reached level 10. From level 10 to Black Iron rank was extremely difficult. It required not only accumulated energy, but also passing a challenge, and many people could never achieve it in their entire lives. So from here on, Beast Soul beads were no longer so urgent. With the Nangong family's supplies already sufficient, they planned to explore deeper, choosing an elemental mountain to enter. It was said that each elemental mountain had a lord-level beast. At that moment, the system presented a choice. 1. Kill the Gold Spirit Mountain Gold Arrow Boar. Reward agility plus 102. Kill the Azure Wood Mountain Azure Wood Trant. Reward recovery speed plus 100%. 3. Kill the Frost Ice Mountain Frost Ice Berserk Bear. Reward strength plus 104. Kill the Flame Mountain Flame Spirit. Reward energy plus 105. Kill the Giant Rock Mountain Stone Giant. Reward constitution plus 100. The rewards were all top tier. Bai Yi chose all of them. Each elemental mountain was about 100 kilometers from the entrance. Bai Yi first chose strength, and his first target was the Frost Berserk Bear. He planned to tame a beast as a mount. The nearest around was the Swift Gale Antelope. As soon as Bai Yi entered the area, all the antelopes ran. He said, "Whoever runs gets killed." And with one slash from the Sword Spirit, he killed the ringleader, while those who moved around too much were slapped to death by the cat demon. The rest all obediently settled down, huddling together and trembling. Bai Yi said, "Don't be nervous. I need to find a mount to take me to Frost Ice Mountain. I'll give you 2 beast soul beads as a reward." This made the antelope herd restless again, but this time they weren't running. They were considering whether to take the job. After all, they usually couldn't even get beast soul beads. With opportunity right in front of them, the ambitious Swift Gale antelopes were tempted. Now that there was no leader, maybe 2 beast soul beads really were the chance they'd been waiting for. A sturdy Swift Gale antelope stepped forward first, then a second, then a third, and in the end the entire herd stood out. This was unanimous approval. Bai Yi wasn't picky either. He casually jumped onto one of the strong Swift Gale antelopes as his mount, and Lin Ming and Nangong Qianxue each chose one as well. The whole army set out. The herd of Swift Gale antelopes whipped up a gale and charged straight toward Frost Ice Mountain. Nangong Ye watched enviously and could only transform into a long spear to follow from afar. Someone suddenly blocked the road ahead. Nangong Ye was a Black Iron Peak beast girl. She hadn't expected to be intercepted in a place like this. The other side was strong. 2 Black Iron 9-star beast girls, with beast tamers lying in ambush behind them. Nangong Ye didn't dare underestimate them. "Our mission is to stop you for a day. Don't cause trouble," the Black Panther beast girl threatened. Another Black Raven beast girl also sealed off the sky. Nangong Ye guessed they were from the Black Blood mercenary group. They never asked who the employer was, and their mouths were very tight. Nangong Ye understood that their target was her daughter and Bai Yi, and that under no circumstances could anything happen to the two of them. Nangong Ye struck first, transforming into a silver spear as she charged at the Black Crow. The Black Crow split into a flock of crows and dodged away, spitting out black threads that wove into a net to trap the silver spear. The silver spear burst with light, tearing the black net apart. Just as it was about to break free, the Black Panther closed in and swatted it back into the net with a claw. The silver spear was injured, but it refused to give in and rebounded again, knocking the Black Panther back. The Black Panther was shaken and coughed up blood, but it quickly recovered with the help of its beast tamer. The Black Crow kept firing black feathers as attacks. Every time the silver spear was hit, it was injured and could only defend and counterattack. At one point it pierced the Black Crow's wing, but the other side had someone treating it, so it recovered quickly. Meanwhile, no one was helping the silver spear, and its injuries piled up. Soon it lost its fighting ability, could no longer transform, and was completely trapped by the black net. The Black Crow dragged the silver spear into a cave and hid it away. The Black Panther transformed into human form and said coldly to Nanganya, "Behave and stay here for one day. Nothing will happen. I'll keep you company." Meanwhile, the three of Bai Yi rode their antelope and raced forward, switching mounts and casually collecting a beast soul pearl along the way, feeling pretty pleased with themselves. Suddenly, an option popped up before Bai Yi. Option 1. Successfully escape 5 Elements Mountain. Reward: Agility plus 100. Option 2. Reverse kill a powerful enemy. Reward: All attributes plus 100. Option 3. Be killed. Reward: Game over. Ambushed again. Bai Yi turned back and saw a black dot rapidly flying toward them in the distance. It wasn't even a beginner stage beast girl. Run now? He had Nangong Chinchua transform and drag the Dark Knight Cat Demon along as they fled at full speed, but they still couldn't shake off that black dot. Then Bai Yi recognized it. A black armored dung beetle of black iron 9-star rank, with a beast tamer riding on its back. The Dark Knight Cat Demon, terrified, hid in Bai Yi's arms and looked at the giant dung beetle-like creature, unable to stop herself from mocking it. 2 more beast girls were chasing them on the ground as well, Black Python and Ghost Flame, also targeting Bai Yi and the others. 5 Elements Mountain wasn't supposed to allow beast girls above bronze rank inside, yet the ones chasing them were all black iron 9-star rank. This was complete overkill. Bai Yi complained as he ran. Who exactly did I offend? Lin Mingtian felt even more disgusted when she saw the black armor dung beetle. The black armor grew furious and directly hurled a huge black ball at them. Ugh, what a giant dung ball, the Dark Knight Cat Demon continued to taunt. Bai Yi controlled the sword spirit to barely dodge it, but they were slowed down, and the distance between the two sides closed even more. Seeing the danger, Bai Yi immediately came up with an idea. The beast tamer was the weak point. He quietly told the Dark Knight Cat Demon. Although the Cat Demon was afraid of insects, she could only do as told. Using stealth, she approached silently. Bai Yi leapt into the air, and the black armored dung beetle flew beneath them. Bai Yi tossed the invisible Cat Demon down. The ambush succeeded. The Cat Demon clawed off the beast tamer's head in one strike, killing him instantly. The black armored dung beetle's attributes plummeted. The Cat Demon used a skill to grow 20 times larger and directly pinned the black armor dung beetle down. The black armor lost the ability to fly and plummeted downward. As soon as its shell opened, the Cat Demon clawed at its soft back, and a flood of yellow liquid sprayed out. The Cat Demon almost threw up, but the black armor dung beetle was severely wounded and fell even faster toward the rocky scree below. When a 10-ton object falls from a height of 100 meters, what's the impact force? Well, for this question, he wasn't good at complicated maneuvers anyway. In any case, that impact force was terrifying enough to smash straight through the black armored dung beetle's shell. Just before landing, the Dark Knight Cat Demon lunged, stepped on the black armor dung beetle to bounce back up, and Bai Yi caught her on the way. Bai Yi raised the sword spirit and slashed straight through with a shell-breaking heavy strike. The sword spirit pierced through the corpse along the neck. The black iron 9-star black armor dung beetle died just like that, and its beast tamer was finished too. This combat strength stunned both Black Python and Ghost Flame, but they weren't afraid. They figured Bai Yi must have used some dirty trick, and that the black armor dung beetle hadn't used its full power at all. At most it had just thrown a giant dung ball. No, a giant ball attack. So they were certain that as long as they caught up, killing a beginner stage brat would be easy. Nangong Chinchua carried Bai Yi and the Dark Knight Cat Demon. She was fast, but her stamina drained quickly too. After flying more than 10 kilometers, she was exhausted and could no longer continue. The pursuers behind them caught up. Bai Yi locked onto the Dark Knight Cat Demon. What are you doing? Don't tell me you want to ride me. The Cat Demon backed away warily, but Bai Yi didn't even look back. He directly cast Giantization and War Drums of Encouragement on her, then jumped on and made her run. Helpless, the Cat Demon could only carry Bai Yi and sprint madly. Battle mode boosted speed and stamina, and Bai Yi fed them pills too, so they charged ahead at full throttle. They rushed into the cold ice mountain, and the Black Python was almost exhausted to death, yet still couldn't catch up. The Black Python complained, "These kids are still in the apprenticeship period? How can they run even faster than us?" The Ghost Fire's flames had also dimmed a bit, and Cold Ice Mountain suppressed her fire attribute, so she could only exert half her strength. Still, dealing with the little brats wasn't a problem. But the Dark Knight Cat Demon was starting to give out too. Bai Yi switched to Nangong Xueqian and kept flying. Flying in the snow was faster than moving on the ground. Just after taking off, they ran into a flock of snow owls charging at them, feathers like rain. Bai Yi could only use the Cat Demon as a shield, and they fell into an ice cave before dodging them. The ice cave was deep and dark. Bai Yi had no time to hesitate and just dove in. The Cat Demon's vision wasn't affected in the dark. Bai Yi activated True Sight Eye and wasn't afraid of the blackness either, and Nangong Xueqian was originally a sword, so she didn't need eyesight. They picked up quite a few good things along the way. Ice Soul Grass could increase resistance, and Bai Yi tossed it to the Cat Demon, but the Cat Demon disliked it. "I'm a cat, I don't eat grass." So Bai Yi ate it himself. They found several more plants, and Bai Yi simply harvested them all and ate them up. Then, they also saw ice crystal stones by the roadside, good materials for crafting equipment. Just as Bai Yi reached out to break one off, those ice crystal stones actually came to life. Ice Crystal Beast Level 10 Special Monster, extremely rare. 500 Strength, 300 Agility, 1000 Physique, 300 Energy. Skills include Hammer Strike, Ice Crystal Protection, and Low Temperature. Cold by nature, afraid of fire. Weakness is the Ice Crystal Core. The ice cave wasn't naturally formed. There had to be a powerful creature here. Bai Yi sensed something was wrong. There were spirit herbs everywhere, yet no beast guarding them, which was obviously abnormal. But the retreat route had already been cut off, and ghost fire was blocking the cave entrance. The system offered a choice. 1. Counterattack and turn back. Reward. Rapid recovery. 2. Defeat the ice crystal beast deeper inside. Reward. Energy link. Bai Yi clenched his teeth and kept charging. Along the way, more and more ice crystal beasts appeared. The low temperature skill slowed their movements. They couldn't run anymore, so they had to fight head-on. The sword spirit's slashes couldn't break through their defense. The Dark Knight Cat Demon's claws were useless, and poison had no effect. Bai Yi remembered that their weakness was the ice crystal core and used True Sight Eye to find the target, but the ice crystal beast was on all fours, protecting the ice core. Bai Yi signaled the Cat Demon to act. The Cat Demon enlarged itself, flipped an ice crystal beast over in one motion, and Bai Yi stabbed and shattered the ice core with one sword, instantly reducing the ice crystal beast to fragments of ice crystal stone. Bai Yi was thrilled and immediately picked up the ice crystal stones and put them into his storage space, feeling like it was all money. While the Cat Demon flipped ice crystal beasts over, Bai Yi focused on killing enemies by targeting their ice crystal cores. Nangong Xueqian couldn't help reminding him how precious the ice crystal core was. It could enhance cold damage and resistance, and each one was worth $1 million. Bai Yi felt heartache and immediately changed from stabbing to prying, specifically taking out the cores without damaging them. Their efficiency was extremely high, and with their perfect coordination, they quickly cleared out the ice crystal beasts around them. At this moment, the Black Python and Ghost Fire arrived. Seeing the ground covered in ice crystal stones, they were stunned, decided not to continue the chase, and simply blocked the entrance to wait for the prey to walk right into their trap. Bai Yi escaped deeper in and saw even more ice soul grass. Since his ice resistance had already reached 100 and was no longer useful, he shared some with Lin Meng to eat. Bai Yi took out salad dressing and ate the ice grass with Lin Meng, dipping it together. He felt the taste was fresh and excellent, and he simply couldn't stop. Nangong Xueqian was dumbfounded. Who brings salad dressing when going on a dangerous expedition? And this was a rare spirit herb. Many people would never even get the chance to eat it. But after trying it, she found it really delicious too, and couldn't stop eating either. All three of them increased their cold resistance by 100 points and could now adapt to the cold inside the ice cave. Nangong Xueqian even ate 20 more ice crystal cores, increasing her cold damage and resistance by 200 points, reaching 200 points. Eating more would no longer do anything. The Dark Knight Cat Demon itself wasn't suited to the ice attribute, so it didn't use ice crystal cores and waste them, especially since each one was worth $1 million. The three of them then took care of dozens more ice crystal beasts, collected over 1,000 ice crystal stones, and finally reached the deepest part of the ice cave. It was so cold that water splashed on the ground instantly froze. In front of them was a huge azure ice crystal beast, sleeping and exhaling cold mist. Type: Extreme Cold Ice Crystal Beast. Level 10 Special Boss. Strength 1000. Agility 500. Vitality 2000. Energy 500. Skills: Hammer Smash, Extreme Cold Ice Shield, Sub-Zero Temperature, Ice Crystal Blast, Frost Feet. Personality: Furious. Weakness: Afraid of Fire. This boss's attributes were comparable to those of a lord of the same level. With vitality as high as 2000, its defenses were extremely strong. A sheet of ice crystal shield clung tightly to its chest, protecting its core. And even the common weakness of ordinary ice crystal beasts was gone, making it nearly flawless. Lin Meng and Nangong Chinchua looked at Bai Yi, waiting for his idea. As soon as Bai Yi saw the extreme cold ice crystal beast and thought of the ghost fire in the ice cave, he immediately had a plan. Meng, lure the boss toward those two bad guys in the back, then use stealth to get away. Be careful of the boss's area magic, and don't pull aggro. Lin Meng immediately understood. The two worked in perfect sync. Nangong Chinchua also understood the plan. It was to drive the wolf into the tiger's den and reap the benefits afterward, as long as Lin Meng could get away safely. The operation began. Lin Meng transformed into a dark night cat demon, and Bai Yi fully buffed her. In order to make dodging magic easier, he didn't enlarge her. The dark night cat demon quietly approached the extreme cold ice crystal beast and used poisonous claw to strike its knee, leaving only a faint green mark with almost no damage. But the extreme cold ice crystal beast was awakened and enraged by the taunt from such a tiny cat demon. In fury, it directly used hammer smash, almost bringing down the entire ice cave. After the sneak attack, Lin Meng immediately used rushing pounce to retreat, narrowly avoiding hammer smash, and then desperately rushed outward. The extreme cold ice crystal beast chased furiously, but its speed simply couldn't keep up with the dark night cat demon. Enraged, it spat out frost, and the ice cave was quickly shrouded in cold air. Lin Meng's claws were frozen, and her speed slowed. Luckily, with Bai Ye's buffs, Lin Meng was still faster than the extreme cold ice crystal beast. They fled and pursued all the way to the cave entrance. Bai Yi held sword spirit in hand, preparing to run at the corner. The extreme cold ice crystal beast was fixated on the dark night cat demon, completely ignoring them, and the three of them successfully slipped past. The dark night cat demon's move began. The ice cave wasn't large, and with both beasts moving at full speed, they soon reached the entrance. Black Python and Ghostfire felt the ground tremble and looked up. They could only vaguely see a huge creature charging toward them. They didn't notice the tiny cat demon at all. Holy crap, that ice crystal beast is huge. A special boss level extreme cold ice crystal beast. Have these little guys lost their minds? They dared to provoke something like this. Run! The two beast girls didn't dare think any further and turned to flee, not wanting to provoke the extreme cold ice crystal beast. But the extreme cold ice crystal beast thought the beast girls were reinforcements, and that the ice crystal beast corpses had been killed by them. Its rage exploded. Ice crystal blast. Extreme cold energy blanketed the entire cave. Massive hailstones swept through. Explosions erupted everywhere. Shattered ice flew like blades, and the cave walls were riddled with holes. The dark night cat demon shrank down and hid in a tiny ice crevice, dodging the attack. Black Python and Ghostfire weren't so lucky. With nowhere to hide, Black Python was instantly battered until it was covered in wounds, and Ghostfire was weakened considerably. When Ice Crystal Blast finally stopped, Black Python was barely clinging to life, and Ghostfire's aura was weak. The two swallowed recovery pills and prepared for a desperate fight. Black Python entangled the extreme cold ice crystal beast, coiling tightly around it. Ghostfire spewed dark flames, corroding the ice shield on the beast's chest. The extreme cold ice crystal beast couldn't break free and was tightly restrained, while the ice shield began to melt. At this rate, it would soon be killed. The furious extreme cold ice crystal beast burned its life force and forcibly unleashed a second round of ice crystal blast. Seeing this, Ghostfire turned tail and ran, no longer daring to hold out head-on. The Black Python also wanted to flee, but it was tightly entangled by the Ice Abyss Crystal Beast and could only take the fatal blow. The Black Python transformed into a woman in a black dress and died on the spot. The Ice Abyss Crystal Beast was also extremely weak, its body misaligned, its ice shield shattered, and it had even burned its life to activate its skill. Night Cat Demon made its move, and the golden claws precisely extracted the Ice Abyss Crystal Core. The Ice Abyss Crystal Beast instantly collapsed and turned into crystal stone. The corpse of the Crystal Beast piled up in White Knight's space, worth over 50 million. The most precious Ice Abyss Crystal Core was given to Nangong Chinchua. Her ice damage and resistance both rose to 500 points. Ordinary ice attacks could no longer hurt her. She was practically a living ice sword. There was still Ghostfire to deal with. White Knight and the others immediately stepped onto the flying sword formed by Nangong Chinchua and quickly gave chase. In the dark ice cavern, Ghostfire was extremely conspicuous, so catching up was effortless. By then, Ghostfire was in an extremely weak state, and even a casual swipe from the Cat Demon's claw. Night Cat Demon attacked Ghostfire, But Ghostfire showed no reaction at all. Instead, the cat demon was burned into screaming. Ghostfire was almost physically immune, and the cat demon couldn't deal any damage. Ghostfire laughed smugly. White Knight directly slashed down with the ice sword, almost cleaving Ghostfire in two. Before Ghostfire could even finish speaking, White Knight killed it with several consecutive strikes. The villain died from talking too much, and White Knight gave it no chance. After Ghostfire died, it dropped a black silk pouch containing quite a few mid-grade pills, a rather sizable haul. By now, Nangong Qianxue had 500 points of ice damage on her own, and magical attacks could affect spiritual bodies, so they successfully completed the counterkill and the task of killing the Ice Abyss Crystal Beast. White Knight obtained 2 skills: Rapid Recovery, Stamina, Energy, and Injuries Recover plus 100%. Energy Link can share energy with a designated target. White Knight had 1140 points of energy, and if he shared it with Qianxue, her flight endurance would increase greatly. This battle had yielded huge gains, but Nangong Qianxue looked worried. After White Knight asked around, he learned that for the past few days her mother had been secretly protecting them, but she hadn't shown up today, and Qianxue was worried that something had happened to her mother. White Knight also realized that the mission completion conditions were still missing one item. The assassins might not have been limited to the few they had already killed. The system popped up options. 1. Rescue Nangongya. Reward: Spear Mastery 2. Give up the rescue. Reward: Agility plus 10-3. Rescue fails, Strength minus 10. It was already dark, and the beast world space was dangerous, making it hard to search for someone. Everyone was exhausted, so they could only spend the night in the ice cavern. The 3 of them had enough ice resistance, and the crystal beast could also scare away other beasts, so it was relatively safe here. White Knight took out gourmet beast meat from the dimensional space, and the 3 of them ate to fill their stomachs. Nangong Qianxue's mood improved. She sorted out the situation and guessed that the assassins were likely hired by the Chung family. Their goal was not to kill, but to trap Qianxue's mother, Nangongya, so she couldn't interfere. That night, the 3 of them took turns keeping watch. White Knight was on first shift and idly scrolled through app posts. A star-level powerhouse has fallen? How dangerous is 5 Elements Mountain, exactly? 3rd floor, I'm scared to death. I don't dare sleep while camping tonight. 4th floor, what danger? It's just infighting among big families. 5th floor, the person above is right. 6th floor, Black Armor Cockroach? Black Blood People. 7th floor, Black Blood Mercenary Corps? Really? 8th floor, who can kill them? That's amazing. The post was very popular, and the original poster had earned quite a few 5 Elements coins. White Knight was a little envious. If he'd known, he would have posted it himself. He still had the corpses of 2 Black Iron 9-star Beast Girls, but he couldn't post carelessly, for fear of exposing their whereabouts. The news of the Ice Abyss Crystal Beast's death also had to be kept under wraps for one night first. White Knight left a comment below. What's the deal with the Black Blood Mercenary Corps? Any member info? Offering 1,005 Elements coins. Very quickly, someone privately messaged him the information. 5 Beast Girls, 3 Beast Tamers, one of whom only handled taking missions and almost never fought. Of the remaining Beast Girls, one was a Black Panther and one was a Raven, both Black Iron 9-star. Nangongya's opponents were exactly those 2. After learning the information, White Knight continued browsing the forum and felt that the posts here were all too bland, so boring that he was almost falling asleep. At this moment, he suddenly heard someone speaking. Brother Extreme Cold, are you home? Bai Yi mumbled in a daze, I'm here. The other party said, have you made up your mind? Hand over the 5 Elements Spirit Disc, and I'll help you rise to Lord rank. Bai Yi jolted awake and realized that wasn't human speech, it was beast language. Bai Yi activated the Eye of True Sight and saw a giant ice blizzard bear in the distance. Its eyesight was terrible. Lord rank, strength 2000, stupid, poor eyesight, so it was a blind bear. The bear had come close without even recognizing Bai Yi. While fooling the blind bear, Bai Yi quietly woke Lin Ming and Nangong Qianxue. When they saw a Lord rank exotic beast right in front of them, they were so frightened their eyes widened. What surprised them even more was that Bai Yi was actually chatting with the blizzard bear and even pried out a secret. The 5 Elements Spirit Disc was hidden inside the ice cave of the extreme cold ice crystal beast, and they had never noticed it. Too much talking exposed the truth, and the ice blizzard bear sensed something was wrong. Extreme Cold, your voice sounds weird. Is there some beast hiding in the cave? It leaned closer to Bai Yi, only for a sword to stab out and blind one of its eyes, while the cat demon scratched out the other one. The blizzard bear madly rammed the ice cave. After tiring itself out, the cat demon ran up and scratched it once more, then darted away. The bear grew even more furious, but after several rounds of this, it was completely drained and collapsed on the ground, panting. At this point, Bai Yi made his move. With all status buffs maxed out, his sword pierced the bear's bloodied eye, and the ice blizzard bear crashed down with a boom, killed in a single strike. A terrifying Lord-rank exotic beast was easily slain by Bai Yi and the others, dying in a truly humiliating way. It was simply too stupid. The ice blizzard bear's corpse was too huge, and Bai Yi's dimensional space was already packed with ice crystal stones, so they could only keep the bear's skin and its 4 massive paws. They couldn't even take the bear meat. The 3 of them were already drooling at the thought of steaming bear paws when they got back. Now there were 2 powerful exotic beast corpses lying in the ice cave. There probably wouldn't be any more beasts daring to disturb them, so the 3 could finally rest in peace. But first, they had to find the 5-element spirit disc mentioned by the ice blizzard bear. Something that could catch a Lord-rank exotic beast's attention was surely a treasure. The 3 of them found a bronze treasure chest deep in the ice cave, and inside was indeed a multicolored jade disc with 5 holes on it, indicating that it was the 5-element spirit disc. It required 5 Lord-rank exotic beast spirit pearls to unlock the seal. As for what the seal was, no one knew. Bai Yi happened to have a mission to kill 5 Lord-rank exotic beasts, so he might as well complete it all at once. The 3 spent the night without incident. In the morning, after casually gnawing on some silver moon azure wolf roast, they set off. Their target was to find clues about Nangong Qinshua's mother. Thanks to the Dark Knight cat demon's superb sense of smell, they quickly found suspicious traces in a place heavy with the stench of blood, clearly the site of a fierce battle. Nangong Qinshu grew a little anxious, but as long as no corpse had been found, there was still hope. Along the way, the bloodstains became more and more obvious, and the 3 grew extremely cautious. After all, they were up against someone who could subdue a Black Iron Peak beast girl. The Dark Knight cat demon went invisible to scout ahead, and only after confirming safety did Bai Yi and Nangong Qinshu follow. When the Dark Knight cat demon reached the cave entrance, it clearly smelled Nangong's scent. They had found the right place. At the cave entrance, a beast girl was scrolling on her phone. Bai Yi took one look with the eye of true sight. It was Xianya. Direct ambush. The Dark Knight cat demon's claw came down, and before Xianya could even react, she was killed in an instant. Only the last Black Panther remained. The Dark Knight cat demon continued infiltrating and stumbled upon an indescribable scene, leaving even Lin Meng stunned. After the leather-clad beauty discovered Nangongya, she immediately transformed into a Black Panther and guarded the cave entrance warily. She called out, "Yiya," twice, but no one responded, and she knew something had happened. Because Lin Meng was so frightened, she actually revealed her true form. The Black Panther immediately recognized her as Bai Yi's Dark Knight cat demon. Sure enough, they were here for Bai Yi. Lin Meng panicked and ran. In a one-on-one fight, she would definitely be no match, but with Bai Yi's enhancement, things were different. The Black Panther was certainly fast, but after being boosted, the Dark Knight cat demon was no slower, and its strength was even greater. With Bai Yi there, it wasn't afraid of being injured. So the Black Panther was completely suppressed by the Dark Knight cat demon and not a match at all. Realizing the situation, the Black Panther knew it couldn't escape and began targeting Bai Yi instead. As a beast master, if it could get the chance, one claw would be enough to kill Bai Yi instantly. At this critical moment, the Black Panther suddenly split into a clone, and with Dark Knight cat demon clung to its opponent, and Bai Yi's true body lunged fiercely at astonishing speed. But Bai Yi had an excellent combat instinct and had been prepared long ago, meeting it head-on. With their speeds combined, they moved at the limit. Bai Yi merged with the sword spirit, and with one strike pierced through the Black Panther, blood splashing everywhere. The Black Panther was dead. Nangongya broke free from the black net, and, seeing this scene, was stunned. She knew Bai Yi was strong, but she hadn't expected him to be this strong. He could even kill a Black Iron 9-star? Could he kill her too? Nangongya's mindset changed instantly, and she began to face Bai Yi squarely, even with some awe. When Bai Yi looked at Nangongya, he almost had a nosebleed. Nangong Qinshuo was Jiangzhou's #1 beauty, and as her mother, Nangongya was just as outstanding. During the battle, her clothes had been torn, and now she looked terribly disheveled. But since she had no spare clothes, she had no choice but to ask Bai Yi for some. Bai Yi happened to have Nangong Qinshuo's clothes in his spatial storage and gave them to her. Nangongya was tall and hot, and the clothes fit her a bit tightly, but that only made her aura stand out even more. After getting dressed, Nangongya immediately went to check on her daughter. "Shuer, are you all right?" "I'm fine, Mommy." Nangong Qinshuo spun around happily, completely unharmed. "Did Cheng Peng cause trouble?" "He did." "Where is he?" "They were all killed. Those were all Black Iron 9-stars. "How did you kill them?" "Just like we killed the Black Panther, just now." Nangongya was even more shocked, discovering that after following Bai Yi, her daughter's strength had soared and she was already capable of contending with her. Bai Yi really was an SSS rank beastmaster, too incredible. Nangong Xinxue also said that they had conveniently killed the extreme cold ice crystal beast and the frost bear as well. Nangong Yu was left dumbfounded. Even at the peak of Black Iron, she couldn't do that. She admired Bai Yi more and more, and even felt a little like becoming his beast girl. Bai Yi stepped forward. Auntie, you're too young for that. Let's call you Sister Yo instead. Nangong Yu was very satisfied and didn't care at all about the address. Nangong Xinxue was somewhat dissatisfied. Wouldn't that mean she had to call Bai Yi uncle? Why did her mother seem like a different person today? Bai Yi asked again. Sister Ya, do you know where Cheng Peng went? I heard he's been gathering golden blood at Gold Spirit Mountain recently, preparing to break through. Nangong Yu was startled. You're not planning to go after Cheng Peng, are you? Don't be reckless. His guards are super strong. Bai Yi didn't mind. It's fine. We're going to Gold Spirit Mountain to level up too. I heard there are lots of golden exotic beasts there. Nangong Yu couldn't persuade him, so she could only follow the group to be ready to stop him at any time. Being able to team up with Bai Yi, she was actually quite excited. Before setting off, Bai Yi also posted photos of the Black Blood mercenary group's corpses on the forum, deliberately enraging Cheng Peng. He waited for Cheng Peng to make a move, then strike back. They set off, heading for Gold Spirit Mountain. Of course, they couldn't possibly walk there themselves. Bai Yi once again ran into the herd of Gale antelopes he had encountered last time, and the few of them simply rode the antelopes at full speed. It was Nangong Yu's first time experiencing this kind of carefree freedom. She was so happy that her face turned red, as though she had returned to her student days. Gold Spirit Mountain and Frost Mountain faced each other, and on the return route, they happened to pass by the military camp. Along the way, the herd charged forward, and the four of them rode their antelopes into the camp, leaving everyone staring in shock. Such a maneuver had never been seen before. Bai Yi took out the spoils from his dimensional space, and everyone was even more stunned. 10 cubic meters of ice crystal stone, along with extreme cold ice crystal stone. He had practically wiped out an entire nest of ice crystal beasts. That dangerous ice cave, where even Black Iron level beast girls wouldn't dare enter, had been raided by Bai Yi and the others, a few rookie apprentices. What shocked everyone even more was that Bai Yi even produced frost bear fur, and everyone was completely convinced. They had even taken down a lord-level exotic beast. Bai Yi handed all the harvest over to the Nangong family's transport team, clearing out his dimensional space and preparing to make another big run. These spoils were worth 50 million, and Bai Yi instantly became a billionaire. Nangong had changed out of her originally cute yet sexy outfit and put on Black Iron level armor, looking heroic and imposing. But in front of Bai Yi she was still shy and bashful, her little face flushed red, and even her daughter Nangong Xinxue could hardly recognize her mother anymore. After a brief rest, everyone continued riding their antelopes and hurried toward Gold Spirit Mountain. As they approached Golden Spirit Mountain, they happened to see a golden mammoth fighting a golden saber-toothed tiger. The golden mammoth had the upper hand in strength, and with the support of an S-rank beastmaster, Cheng Peng, it directly crushed the saber-toothed tiger. Seeing that it couldn't win, the tiger tried to flee, but it was surrounded by a group of Black Iron tier beast girls and had nowhere to run. In the end, it steeled itself and lunged straight at Cheng Peng, trying to kill the beastmaster first. As a result, the beast girls joined forces, and a single round of Black Iron magic turned the saber-toothed tiger into a sieve. The saber-toothed tiger died, and it was pinned on top of Cheng Peng. Cheng Peng struggled and cursed, criticizing the beast girls for being useless, while he himself did nothing, which left everyone speechless. Someone like him simply didn't deserve to be on the battlefield. But since he was the employer, everyone could only put up with it. Bai Yi, however, didn't indulge him and directly raised his middle finger. Trash. When Cheng Peng saw Bai Yi, he was so shocked he almost couldn't speak, wondering what exactly the Black Blood mercenary group had been doing. How could they not even kill an apprentice beastmaster? He couldn't believe it. He hurriedly used a special communicator to contact the Black Blood mercenary group. As soon as the call connected, he heard Bai Ye's voice from the other end. I'm your grandpa Bai. So it was Black Blood who did it? At this point, Bai Yi understood. The one who wanted to kill him was indeed Cheng Peng. You. Cheng Peng was so shocked he was left speechless, and the surrounding Black Iron tier beast girls were all dumbfounded as well. The Black Blood mercenary group was so powerful, yet they were wiped out completely, and even counter-killed by an apprentice beastmaster. It was absurd. Bai Yi sneered. Still coming to snatch the golden blood? Looks like you've taken quite a loss before, huh? The more Cheng Peng thought about it, the angrier he became. He had spent billions to save up just 1% golden blood, and this one duel cost him 0.3% outright. Nearly 30 million. Golden blood was extremely rare. His father had scolded him harshly, and even forced him to enter the exotic beast space himself to make up for it. Otherwise, he would never have come here to take such a risk. Chung Peng roared, "Kill him for me." At this point, he stopped pretending to. Since the killer had already been exposed, he might as well have his own people make a move. Deaths in the exotic beast space were normal. Once Bai Yi was killed, they could just deal with the witnesses, the Nangong mother and daughter, and the cat demon. What Bai Yi wanted was precisely to enrage Chung Peng and make him lose his rationality, so he could find an opening to strike. Otherwise, surrounded by black iron tier beast girls, the chance would be too slim. At that moment, Nangong Yi transformed into a spear and urged Bai Yi to leave quickly. Bai Yi picked up the Dark Knight cat demon and the sword spirit, leaped onto the long spear, and the spear shot out like a flying dragon, racing straight toward Golden Spirit Mountain. More than a dozen beast girls chased after them, along with a flying beastmaster combo, making them difficult to shake off. Nangong Yi asked, "What do we do?" Bai Yi said directly, "Head for the Golden Arrow Porcupine territory." He was best at turning chaos to his advantage. Nangong Yi didn't hesitate. Pushing her speed to the limit, she charged into a sea of golden speargrass, where thousands upon thousands of golden arrow porcupines were playing, and no one dared to provoke them. Even the pursuers hesitated. These porcupines had spines like arrows that could pierce black iron tier beast girls, and the spines had barbs. Pulling them out would tear flesh apart. Not to mention there were 1,000 of them here. They were as terrifying as an arrow storm. But Bai Yi wasn't afraid. He swung his sword and cleaved out a silver moon, splitting a porcupine clean in half. The porcupine herd roared in fury, launching tens of thousands of arrows at once. Bai Yi grabbed the silver spear and rushed upward into the sky. At the same time, he casually shoved the Dark Knight cat demon in front of him as a shield. The backspine striking the beast spirit armor had little effect. The Dark Knight cat demon was dissatisfied, using her as a meat shield again. Was he even human? Suddenly, a fierce gale swept in. Bai Yi hastily raised his sword to block, and with a clang, Nangong Qinshu and nearly lost control of her sword spirit state. Bai Yi and the spear were both knocked flying. A Lord-level golden arrow porcupine appears. Attack! Bai Yi was covered in golden spikes, as if bristling with golden spears, gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Even while flying hundreds of meters above the ground, he was still attacked by the golden arrow porcupine. No wonder no one dared provoke it. Among the leader-level exotic beasts, the golden arrow porcupine was top tier and simply impossible to fight head-on. In fact, Bai Yi had no intention of fighting it directly. He just wanted to enrage the porcupine pack. After publicly killing one porcupine, he would immediately flee, only to run straight into the black iron-level beast girls chasing after him. Switch! Bai Yi grabbed the silver spear that had originally been his mount and let the sword spirit become the mount. He charged straight at the leading falcon beast girl. The silver spear was already an A-level black iron beast girl, and with Bai Yi's burst of power added in, he took her out in one shot. Their coordination was too perfect, and Nangong Qinshu was so jealous she thought, "Could Bai Yi be into my mom?" While she was letting her imagination run wild, Bai Yi tossed the stealthy Dark Knight cat demon toward a flying fish, while he himself launched a surprise attack on a flower butterfly. The Dark Knight cat demon went invisible in aerial combat, used her poisonous claws to instantly kill the beastmaster on the flying fish, then destroyed the flying fish's wings, sending it crashing down. She took the chance to leap away, even stomping hard on the flying fish as she left. The rest was left to Bai Yi. After years of seamless teamwork, Lin Ming completely trusted him. Bai Yi erupted into a combo, the silver spear like a phantom. With spear mastery and skills working together, he went all out. Before the flower butterfly could even react, it was skewered into a sieve and died on the spot. But another flower butterfly appeared. It had all been an illusion just now. The flower butterfly was skilled in illusion techniques. Bai Yi activated his true vision eyes and discovered that the true body was still invisible, scattering poisonous powder. But he wasn't afraid of poison at all. He blasted it through the head with a single shot. The flower butterfly died in disbelief, unable to accept that its illusion and invisibility had been completely ignored. It could only sigh that Bai Yi was simply too strong. Bai Yi caught the falling Dark Knight cat demon, their coordination flawless. The corpses of the flying fish, falcon, and flower butterfly dropped into the porcupine pack and were devoured. One porcupine directly evolved into a leader-level beast. Fueled by the lure of food, the porcupine pack became even more frenzied in chasing Bai Yi, charging straight toward the other beast girls on the ground. The beast girls couldn't fly. Seeing the terrifying porcupine pack, they instantly panicked and turned to run. The leader-level porcupines shot out long arrows, and two beast girls failed to dodge in time. They were slowed down, and then they were shot into hedgehogs by a hail of arrows. The other beast girls wanted to run too, but Bai Yi was still in the air using skills to interfere. The Silver Spear had a long-range skill, Silver Spear Cannon, with very high range and destructive power. Bai Yi used it like a sniper rifle, casually picking them off. The Beast Girls were terrified and could only keep their speed under control. Too slow, and they'd be shot by the pig pack. Too fast, and they'd be killed by Bai Yi. They could only stay sandwiched in between, maintaining the porcupine pack speed. That was exactly what Bai Yi wanted. He charged straight toward Changpeng. Along the way, every exotic beast that saw the porcupine pack was so frightened that they scattered and fled. In the end, all the nearby exotic beasts followed them out of Jinling Mountain, and even the surrounding beasts who didn't understand what was happening blindly joined in. Soon it turned into a beast tide. Countless beasts surged forward, alarming the entire Five Elements Mountain. An app alert rang out. A beast tide has broken out in Jinling Mountain. Adventurers, evacuate quickly. Everyone with the Five Elements Mountain app received the message. It had been years since anyone had seen a beast tide, which meant heavy casualties. The Flower Demon commander at the military camp received the news and immediately began directing rescue efforts. At that moment, a subordinate reported, Changpeng is in Jinling Mountain. The Flower Demon commander was shocked, thinking that spoiled brat had gotten himself into trouble again. But time was urgent, so she could only send word to the Chung family first. She was responsible for defense to begin with, and didn't want to get involved in too much else. That subordinate happened to be from the Chung family, and he hurriedly contacted the clan. A group of Black Iron-level beast girls quickly rushed into Five Elements Mountain for rescue. Bai Yi also realized on his side that things had escalated. There were exotic beasts everywhere, impossible to dodge, and even the sky was dangerous now, with flying exotic beasts joining the beast tide. Bai Yi had no choice but to bring the beast girl with him and ride a swift-winged antelope to blend into the beast herd. He quickly claimed that he was a mutated humanoid exotic beast. The exotic beasts could understand beast language, and seeing him together with the swift-winged antelope, they couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. The beast tide could no longer be stopped, and its target was Changpeng. Changpeng was terrified by the beast tide and panicked, screaming for help as he tried to flee. He thought the golden mammoth wasn't fast enough and only wanted the cloud-piercing bird beast girl to carry him away. But suddenly, the golden arrow boar launched a golden arrow, piercing the cloud-piercing bird with a single shot and nearly taking Changpeng with it too. An arrow struck Changpeng in the thigh, and he cried out in agony. When someone else tried to take flight again, they were shot down by another golden arrow. No one dared to fly anymore. The spider beast girl hurriedly spun a web and saved Changpeng, who was falling from the sky. After that, Changpeng had no choice but to switch to riding the wind shadow wolf beast girl to escape. The others followed closely behind. Faced with the beast tide, even black iron-grade beast girls could only choose to flee. Once the tide receded, whoever was slower would be the unlucky one. The golden mammoth was the slowest, and the porcupines kept stabbing her from behind in a barrage, turning her into a giant hedgehog. If she wasn't saved soon, she would surely die. She was worth 1 billion, and if she died, the Chung family would suffer a huge loss. Changpeng immediately ordered the fastest banded tiger to go rescue her. The banded tiger hesitated, afraid she would get dragged in too, but after Changpeng threatened her, she could only yield. The banded tiger told the golden mammoth to hurry and transform back into human form. The golden mammoth immediately turned human and leaped onto the tiger's back, her body covered in quills and nearly passing out. The banded tiger didn't care and charged out of the beast swarm with her. Along the way, they were hit by more arrows, all of which Zhang Rong grit her teeth and endured. After transforming into a human, Zhang Rong's defenses were much lower, and several fresh quills directly nailed her onto the banded tiger's back. Changpeng then ordered the other guardian beast girls to cover their retreat. These black iron-grade beast girls could only fight the beast tide head-on, barely holding it back for a moment before risking their lives to escape. Those who ran too slowly were directly shot into hedgehogs. Even fighting to the death, the beast girls could only kill a few hundred beasts, which had almost no effect on the beast tide as a whole. Instead, Bai Yi swallowed several hundred beast souls, causing his armor to become fully solidified, no longer fearing backstabs, and much safer. In the end, Changpeng and Zhang Rong narrowly escaped, but both were seriously injured, especially Zhang Rong, who was almost dead. Changpeng could only keep himself alive with pills and healing arts, and didn't care at all about Zhang Rong's suffering. He just didn't want the massive investment to go to waste. The Chung family's rescue team arrived. The black iron-grade beast girls could slaughter low-level beasts without any pressure, but they were only there to save Changpeng. Once the objective was achieved, a few were left behind to hold the rear, while the main force took Changpeng and withdrew. Bai Yi wouldn't let them get away so easily. He had the Dark Knight Cat Demon remain invisible and specifically carry out sneak attacks. The black iron-grade beast girls simply couldn't block its golden claw. When facing stronger opponents, Bai Yi used the silver spear cannon to ambush them and eliminate them instantly. The beasts had come to regard Bai Yi as one of their own, and with an insider helping, the Chung family's beast girls were steadily forced back. Their defense line was instantly torn apart, and the beast tide crazily surged toward Chung Peng. The Chung family's beast girls fell one after another. The wind shadow wolf Chung Peng was riding on ran desperately, almost shaking off the beast tide. Bai Yi grew anxious. Upon seeing a porcupine, he immediately had Lin Ming throw it over. Lin Ming went all out, her strength exploding as she grabbed the porcupine and hurled it 1,000 meters, directly hitting Chung Peng. Startled, the porcupine unleashed all its quills. Although Chung Peng's armor was tough, several quills still pierced through gaps, making him scream in pain. Chung Peng was enraged and drew his blade to kill the porcupine. The porcupine herd behind erupted in chaos, and the golden arrow boars launched ranged attacks. Chung Peng dodged, but the wind shadow wolf was hit by golden arrows and howled in agony. Several arrows in a row struck the wind shadow wolf. The third arrow directly pierced Chung Peng's thigh, pinning him and the wind shadow wolf together so they couldn't move. Chung Peng urgently shouted for the guards to come over. The beast girls formed a wall of flesh to protect him, while the golden arrow boars shot wildly. Beast girls kept getting shot down, but Chung Peng finally safely retreated into the military camp. The military camp had already prepared its defenses, so Bai Yi had no choice but to give up the pursuit and prepare to defend the city. A massive volley of arrows and magic flew out, instantly killing or injuring over 100 beasts. The man-eating flower spat poison, corroding the beasts, but it was attacked as well. However, it recovered its injuries by devouring, making it nearly invincible. The commander, Yang Min, was a B-rank expert. With her there, the beast would find it difficult to break through the military camp. But what came next would surely be a bloody battle with heavy casualties. At this moment, a warrior clad in black armor and holding a silver spear appeared in the beast horde. The spear moved like a dragon. Every strike killed a powerful beast, and even leader-level beasts couldn't withstand him. His defense was flawless, and even the golden arrow boars couldn't break through the black armor. Yang Min could tell at a glance that it was a super defensive skill, not equipment. The black armor had absorbed over 1,000 beast souls, and its defensive power was terrifying. Bai Yi was now among the beast horde, walking sideways through it, slaughtering enemies as if in a land without people. Add to that the overpowered silver spear, and no beast could withstand even one move from him. He was practically like Zhao Zilong, single-handedly charging in and out 7 times with one spear, the whole scene overwhelmingly badass. He killed more beasts by himself than the entire camp combined. As he kept slaughtering, his armor grew thicker and thicker, even sprouting spikes. Every time he was struck, the spikes counterattacked like arrows, piercing straight through the beasts attacking him. It had already evolved into thorns and spikes armor, and Bai Yi killed even more frantically. Meanwhile, the Dark Knight Cat Demon quietly followed behind to scoop up the leftovers. Bai Yi killed one, and it died. The Cat Demon would go over, dig out the soul bead, and swallow it. Unafraid of injury and amazingly skilled at it, she was incredibly efficient. These beasts generally had golden bloodlines, and the Dark Knight Cat Demon kept recovering HP, her bloodline nearly reaching 1%, granting a huge boost. Very quickly, the beast grew afraid and started fleeing in all directions. A pink fleshy meatball was running at the front. Bai Yi and the Cat Demon both froze. When they used true sight, they found it was actually a golden arrow porcupine. This guy had used up all his arrows, and without them, he looked like a big lump of fat with no threat at all. Bai Yi speared it to death with one thrust, and obtained a Lord-level beast spirit bead. Bai Yi kept it instead of eating it, planning to use it later for opening the stakes. On the way back, the soldiers were cleaning up the battlefield, and the Dark Knight Cat Demon guarded by Ye's prey, not letting anyone approach. Even Yang Min told her subordinates not to provoke her. When Bai Yi returned, everyone looked at him with solemn respect. This black-armored war god was actually only an apprentice beastmaster? Yang Min was shocked. She tentatively asked, and Bai Yi nodded and admitted he was an SSS beastmaster. Yang Min was instantly convinced. The silver spear reverted to its original form, and Yang Min realized it was Nangongya, becoming even more shocked. Nangongya blushed and said nothing. The scene was a bit awkward. Nangongya's butcher squad took over the beasts Bai Yi had killed, recovering large amounts of materials, earning even more than the total profits from the past few days, and helping her side urgently solve its raw material shortage. Meanwhile, Lin Ming took advantage of the chaos to swallow several hundred beast soul beads, nearly reaching level 10 peak and getting ready to break through. The Wuxing Mountain military camp gave Bai Yi the title of warrior, so future entry and exit would be free, and even accompanying personnel would not be charged, earning him a huge bargain. Although Bai Yi hadn't fully achieved his goal, it was basically enough already. The golden mammoth was heavily injured and unable to recover in the short term, and Cheng Peng was also seriously hurt, basically ruined. Not long ago, the Black Iron level beast girls left behind by the Cheng family in Wuxing town were almost completely wiped out and thoroughly taught a lesson. The Cheng family no longer dared to provoke Bai Yi. Bai Yi and the others rested in town for one night before setting out again, targeting the remaining 3 Lord-level beasts. Killing them would not only earn system rewards, but also let them collect 5 Lord Beast Spirit Beads and open the mysterious Wuxing Spirit Disc. Who wouldn't want to give it a try? This time the team became 4 people, with Nangong Yi directly joining in. It was better to fight alongside Bai Yi anyway, since Bai Yi actually gave her a sense of security. The former Black Iron Peak Beast Girl was now merely a supporting character, able only to tag along and join the fun. Although Nangong Qianxue was somewhat threatening, she was after all her mother, so she had no objections. The first stop was Giant Rock Mountain. The mountain was full of boulders that would suddenly jump up. They were stone monsters. These guys had extremely high defense, so they could only be dealt with using the silver spear. One thrust down, and the stone monsters were as fragile as paper, easily dealt with. The earth element beasts along the way were left to the Dark Knight Cat Demon. After all, she was the one truly responsible for the fighting. They fought their way to the stone giant territory, and Bai Yi had accumulated enough beast souls when he suddenly froze. A pile of stone people were building a pyramid, even using earth element energy to move huge rocks, as if performing some kind of mysterious ritual. Bai Yi activated True Sight and saw a mysterious energy inside the pyramid, but he didn't bother too much about it and charged straight into fight. The stone people had great strength and high constitution, but low agility. The Dark Knight Cat Demon was in top condition, rushing up to claw them furiously. Very quickly, the stone people were gravely wounded and fled into the pyramid to seal the entrance and recover HP, then came back in even stronger condition. They simply couldn't be killed. It was utterly hopeless. Bai Yi suggested dismantling the tower first. The Dark Knight Cat Demon held the stone people in place, while Bai Yi found that his sword couldn't cut through the pyramid, so he switched to the silver spear instead, and the demolition speed increased dramatically. The tower couldn't counterattack, and after a burst of furious demolition, the first tower was torn down, revealing a primary energy crystal worth 1 million inside. The Dark Knight Cat Demon also took down the Stone Man and obtained a white beast soul pearl. The other stone men remained unmoved and kept building the pyramid, each fighting on their own. Bai Yi's group pushed forward by taking down tower after tower. The taller the pyramid became, the stronger the stone men grew, and in the deepest part, they even evolved to leader level. Against a leader level stone man, even with the Dark Knight Cat Demon going all out, she couldn't break its defense. Only by keeping Golden Claw activated the whole time could she barely deal a bit of damage. Its defense was too high. No wonder no one dared provoke them. The pyramid had also become much sturdier than before. Fortunately, there was Nangongya. Her attack power exceeded 2,000 points, so her damage was still quite noticeable, though it took more time. As they advanced, everyone saw a giant tower hundreds of meters tall ahead, several times taller than the pyramids on Blue Star, and built atop a mountain several thousand meters high, making it even more magnificent and impossible not to revere. Unexpectedly, this pyramid actually contained a trace of divine power. Although still very weak, it was highly intimidating to beast girls. Nangong Qianxue even didn't dare draw her sword, while Bai Yi was barely affected. Nangongya was high level, so the impact on her was also slight. Bai Yi went straight to attack the pyramid. With one spear thrust, a flash of light flickered outside the tower, and there was almost no reaction. There was a protective barrier. What was even more troublesome was that the stone giant inside sensed the attack and immediately rushed out to defend it. At 50 meters tall, it truly lived up to the name of giant. The Dark Knight Cat Demon tried to pull the boss away, but got slapped flying, and her beast spirit armor shattered. Bai Yi healed her, and then went up to confront the stone giant head-on. The beast soul armor was assembled from many powerful wild beast souls, and with counter damage plus high defense, the stone giant couldn't hurt him. After their previous coordination, Bai Yi and the silver spear were perfectly in sync and could hold off the stone giant. But the biggest problem was that pyramid. It could directly heal the stone giant, and the damage they dealt recovered very quickly, making it essentially stand in a fountain. If it couldn't be killed, it was invincible. This wouldn't do. Bai Yi used his eyes to signal the Dark Knight Cat Demon to secretly infiltrate the pyramid and break through from inside. The two were in perfect tacit understanding. The Dark Knight Cat Demon activated stealth and quietly approached, But as soon as she reached the entrance, she was exposed. The pyramid had a revealing function. Realizing someone was trying to enter the pyramid, the stone giant immediately flew into a rage and desperately charged back. Taking advantage of the moment, the Dark Knight Cat Demon forcibly broke through and rushed deeper into the pyramid at high speed. Bai Yi held the entrance. He alone couldn't withstand the stone giant, but with Nangongya there, their combined strength was enough to contend with it. The stone giant's assaults failed, and it could only tangle with Bai Yi and the others, unable to set foot in the pyramid. After a while, the pyramid's light went out, and the Dark Knight Cat Demon succeeded. With the pyramid's enhancement gone, the stone giant's attributes dropped sharply, and it could no longer recover health. Bai Yi, together with Nangongya and her mother, kept slashing away until the stone giant finally collapsed with a boom, leaving only a pile of rubble. The most valuable item was the intermediate energy stone the Dark Knight Cat Demon brought out from the pyramid, worth tens of millions. She also dug out a black iron treasure chest, which contained the pyramid construction blueprint. If this blueprint were built in a military camp, it could increase soldiers' attributes and heal their injuries, like the healing shrine in a great city, but with far lower resource consumption. It was extremely rare, and its value was hard to estimate. Nangongya planned to offer 100 million to buy it. That wasn't all. Nangongya had contributed greatly, and she also gave up allocating other spoils. That 100 million was effectively compensation for Bai Yi. Next, Nangongya planned to have architects learn the blueprint and then build pyramids in military camps across various beast spaces, essentially creating a money tree. It would just take a long time to recoup the investment, and they'd have to run around everywhere. Bai Yi found it troublesome and preferred cash on hand. Although the Rockmen didn't leave much behind after death, overall they were still the richest. After one battle, Bai Yi's assets doubled outright. Next stop, Flame Mountain. As soon as they entered the mountain, the temperature surged, and flames kept energy from the cracks in the rocks. The environment was harsh. After everyone took fire resistance potions, with fire resistance plus 100, things finally got a little better. All along the way were fire-type beasts. Bai Yi charged forward through the scorching heat. His beast soul armor's defense increased again, and he had no pressure at all against anything below black iron rank. To keep the armor active, Bai Yi didn't stop and headed straight for the next stop. End this quickly. Don't waste time. Let's try to get everything done today. He charged in at the front, smashing straight through. The Dark Knight Cat Demon picked up the leftovers and casually collected beast soul beads. The S-rank beast girl was now reduced to doing odd jobs. No one would believe it if they heard. The flame spirits weren't on the mountain summit, but inside the mountain body. Flame Mountain was an active volcano, and the flame spirits lived within the volcano itself. Bai Yi took the sword spirit and flew into the mountain body. The moment they landed, it was as hot as a steamer, and the only one not afraid of the heat was Bai Yi. His beast soul armor blocked the heat directly, and he even felt cool. The fighting all depended on him. Spirit-type beasts had no physical body, so physical attacks were basically ineffective and they were hard to deal with. The monsters in Flame Mountain were fire spirits formed from fire element. The Dark Knight Cat Demon was completely useless, and Nangongya's attacks were also weakened. At this point, Nangong Chinchue became the main force. In the ice cave, she had gained an extra 500 points of ice attack, doubling her damage to fire spirits. Using the ice sword transformed from Nangong Chinchue, Bai Yi could deal with a fire spirit in just a few strikes. He advanced rapidly, not even afraid of magma. This was how overbearing beast soul armor was. The Dark Knight Cat Demon had no choice but to idle around and wander everywhere. Nangongya roamed the map collecting spirit herbs and ores. Huh? Was this place just mined over? There are way too few fire spirits. As Nangongya collected things, she wondered aloud. Soon, from the traces on the ground, she discovered that someone had just passed through ahead. Bai Yi, be careful. There may be another team. Nangongya warned. Bai Yi quickly sent the Dark Knight Cat Demon to scout in stealth, and soon got word back. Sure enough, there was someone else there, and it was actually 5 beast girls. They were basically all black iron rank, able to one-shot a fire spirit with a volley. The fire line at the front held the line and was barely injured, advancing very quickly, while the beast tamer was still over there digging for materials. This situation was very unfavorable to Bai Yi. Killing the flame spirit was tied to the system's 100 stamina reward and the unlocking of the 5 elements spirit disc. If the boss got stolen, activating the spirit disc later would be troublesome, unless he spent a lot of money to buy beast spirit beads. But the other team's captain was a fire-type beast girl, so she definitely wouldn't sell. Forcing a boss grab was far from respectable, whether in the game or in reality, so he could only watch for now. Bai Yi temporarily set aside monster hunting and quietly followed them, wanting to see what the other side was like. A quick sweep with the eye of true sight revealed 9 in total, 5 beast girls and 4 beast masters. The beast girls had one fire type up front, while the rest were all ice-based. An ice spirit, an ice phoenix that could fire ice feathers, a snowman that lobbed snowballs, and an ice-type plant shooter that spat frozen peas. Clearly, this lineup was aimed at the flame spirit. Pushing deeper into the lava cave, the flame spirit appeared, its flames searing hot. The Nightcat demon's fire resistance was low, so she moved off to the side. Nangong Xueqian and her daughter had no physical bodies and weren't afraid of elemental damage, so they quietly observed the battle. The flame lion was immune to fire, but the ice-type beast girls were suffering. Even the snowman beast girl was visibly melting. Finish it quickly. I can't hold on much longer, the snowman urged. Use the ultimate. The flame lion charged first, and the other beast girls unleashed their strongest skills. Ice blades and snow swords filled the sky, and the temperature dropped sharply. The flame spirit was most afraid of ice, and after being blasted by those ice techniques, it roared in fury and spat out a river of lava. The beast girls were all engulfed. Even the flame lion was having a hard time. The ice-type beast girls fared even worse. The snowman melted outright, the ice spirit dimmed, and the ice shooter tried to flee in a daze, nearly getting burned before the flame lion dragged her out. The ice phoenix avoided the damage by flying in the air, but her attacks were mediocre and could only provide support. That team fight nearly wiped out the elite squad. The flame lion was unwilling to give up and organized a retreat. Ice Phoenix, lure the boss out. Everyone withdrew to the open ground outside the cave. After a brief recovery, they went in again. The black iron-grayed beast girls attacked together, and the flame spirit quickly weakened. Victory was in sight. The flame lion was the most excited. Swallowing this beast soul pearl might let it evolve to A rank, and then rise again to bronze. Its future would be limitless. Just as it was dreaming of success, the flame spirit suddenly dove into the lava lake. Everyone stared blankly. No one dared to chase after it. The flame lion made a decisive call. Ice Phoenix, take the shooter and fly over there. The two beast girls worked together and flew toward the lava lake. The ice shooter wrapped 2 vines around the Ice Phoenix and frantically fired ice peas at the lava lake. Water vapor immediately rose over the surface, and the lava cooled quite a bit. The flame spirit was like a child playing with water, gulping down lava and spitting it everywhere, especially at the Ice Phoenix. Caught off guard, the Ice Phoenix was hit by the lava and nearly got roasted. Fortunately, the ice shooter raised an ice curtain that blocked most of the damage, and the two of them staggered back to shore. Half of the Ice Phoenix's feathers were gone, and she could no longer fly. She was completely ruined. There was nothing anyone could do against the flame spirit, so they could only watch helplessly as it soaked in the lake to recover, returning to full status. It turned out that the Lord of 5 Elements Mountain was one harder fight than the last. The flame lion was so angry its face twisted, but it could only steel itself and keep going. The group surrounded it once more, and the flame spirit was beaten to near death again, only to jump straight back into the lava lake and revive at full health. It was utterly shameless. The Ice Phoenix could no longer fly either, and everyone could only stare helplessly. After recovering, the flame spirit climbed back onto shore at full health again, and the beast girl's mental state shattered. None of them wanted to fight anymore. Grinding its teeth, the flame lion fled while still fighting, luring the flame spirit several kilometers away from the lake. At last, they had a chance to finish it off. Everyone used all their strength to beat the flame spirit back down again, preparing one final burst to kill it. But in its dying counterattack, the flame spirit directly burned through the ground, triggering an eruption of underground lava. Only then did they realize the entire mountain interior was actually an island floating on a lava lake. The whole group was stunned. Forget it, I'm out. The snowman and the other ice-type beast girls could only turn and leave. Holding on any longer was useless. The flame lion went from hope to despair, looking back in unwillingness as it walked away. There was nothing to be done. They had to retreat. Just after the group left, Bai suddenly stepped forward and, sword in hand, blocked the flame spirit, which was about to return to the lake. The flame spirit was baffled. A little thing like this actually dared to challenge it one-on-one? It might as well keep it as a snack and spit lava at it. But the lava was directly blocked by Bai's beast soul armor, and the rebounding soul spikes stabbed back into the flame spirit. The flame spirit was utterly enraged and crazily spewed a river of lava, trying to kill Bai in one shot. But Bai ignored the lava entirely, rushing straight up to the flame spirit's face and slashing hard with his ice sword, chaining consecutive strikes. The flame spirit kept losing health, and its counterattacks couldn't even hurt Bai. Driven mad with rage, it had no way to do anything about it. The flame spirit was badly beaten by Bai Yi and tried to jump into the lava lake to recover HP. But Bai Yi had beast soul armor, so she just jumped in after it and could keep fighting even in the lava lake. The flame spirit was shocked. She had never seen anyone so tough and thought it was over. At that moment, the Flame Lion group was heading back and discovered that the fire-melting stone had been dug up. Suspecting someone was there, they decided to go back and check. When they returned, they found Bai Yi hacking at the flame spirit and assumed Bai Yi was very high level. After a quick scan, Bing Wan found that Bai Yi was only a probationary beastmaster and was stunned. She thought they could kill Bai Yi and steal the treasure. After all, no one would investigate. The Flame Lion decided to wait until Bai Yi came ashore before making a move, and everyone got ready. Bai Yi was still working hard to fight the flame spirit and finally killed it, obtaining the fire-type Lord Beast Soul Pearl. Just as Bai Yi came ashore, the Flame Lion ordered the attack. Before Bing Wan even reacted, she was taken out by the Dark Knight Cat Demon, and the Ice Archer was no exception. The team instantly lost 2 members. Only then did the Flame Lion realize that an invisible beast girl had mixed into the group, but the chase failed. The Flame Lion threatened Bai Yi to hand over the Beast Soul Pearl, or they would kill everyone and throw them into the lake. After Bai Yi learned of their scheme, she immediately drew her silver spear and prepared to fight. The Flame Lion rushed in and was instantly killed by Bai Yi's single spear strike. The Snowman and Ice Spirit launched ranged attacks, but they couldn't break through Bai Yi's armor and instead were rebounded by soul spikes. The Snowman was smashed to pieces by Bai Yi. In the end, only the Ice Spirit remained, but Bai Yi's weapons were not effective against her, and the Ice Sword's damage was limited. Seeing that she was temporarily safe, the Ice Spirit became excited. She couldn't kill Bai Yi, but at least she could get out alive. Don't rush off, why leave? Come soak with me, my treat. Bai Yi grabbed the Ice Spirit and dragged her toward the lava lake. The Ice Spirit was almost in tears, struggling and dodging, but she couldn't break free at all. Bai Yi was just too strong, and the Beast Soul armor could even grab spiritual bodies. Don't be afraid. This isn't Japan. Mixed bathing here doesn't require taking off your clothes. Bai Yi dragged her into the lava lake. The moment the Ice Spirit touched the lava, she instantly turned into water vapor and dispersed. You really stripped way too thoroughly for a bath. Bai Yi circled once in the lake, and as she was about to get ashore, she found a black iron treasure chest floating on the water. This thing was hidden so well that if you didn't search carefully, you'd never notice it, let alone obtain it. The treasure chest skill was to summon a flame spirit, whose attack power increased with the Beastmaster's mental strength. Bai Yi now had over 1,000 mental strength, so the flame spirit she summoned had stronger attack power than an ordinary black iron beast girl, giving her a powerful extra ally. Taking advantage of the beast soul armor still being in top condition, Bai Yi and the others headed straight for the final stop, Qingtai Mountain, without even having time to gather the spirit herbs and spirit minerals in the lava cave. The beast masters of the Flame Lion team had already been dealt with by the Dark Knight Cat Demon. Qingtai Mountain was a paradise for plant-type beast girls. The beast soul pearls that dropped here had the highest absorption rate, and the skills were also the best match for them. Of course, it was also a place where fire-type beast girls loved to set fires. Now, the most ferocious attacker in the team had unexpectedly become the Flame Spirit. Bai Yi's team's combat power surged again, and they charged all the way through, finally reaching Qingtai Forest before dark. At last, we made it. I'm exhausted. Is the boss in this forest? Lin Ming asked, panting. Yes and no, Nan Gongshui replied. Huh. Lin Ming was baffled. The boss isn't hidden in the forest. The entire forest itself is the boss. After Nan Gongshui finished speaking, Lin Ming was completely stunned. So we're supposed to be lumberjacks and cut down the whole forest? But logging sounds so exhausting. Bai Yi and Nan Gongshui understood that what they were facing was the entire cluster of giant trees. In fact, the roots of the Qingmu tree demon. This thing was enormous, covering several thousand meters in area, and was the largest beast Bai Yi had ever seen. The Qingmu tree demon was a level 10 lord, with strength, physique, and energy all at 2,000. Its skills included endless vitality, Qingmu poison mist, branch whipping, root entanglement, and wooden hardening. Its weakness was fire, but it couldn't move. Lin Ming finally reacted. You really want to cut down all the trees? How are we supposed to fight this? Nan Gongshui gave up talking to Lin Ming and asked Bai Yi directly. There were once several hundred lumberjacks who brought tools to chop down trees. Guess what happened? Did they get chased up the mountain by Bear Big and Bear 2? Lin Ming's bizarre imagination ran wild. What bears? They couldn't chop faster than the tree demon could regenerate, and in the end they all became nourishment for the forest. Nan Gongshui was speechless. Then let's just set it on fire. Bai Yi said. Don't. You'll go to jail for arsoning a mountain. Lin Ming quickly warned him. See for yourself, Nangong Qianxue said, too lazy to explain. Bai Yi summoned the flame spirit and fired a fireball. As soon as the flames touched the tree, a thick green mist billowed out, instantly extinguishing the fire and spreading a highly toxic cloud. The Qingmu tree demon was indeed afraid of fire, but with a living tree, a match wasn't going to do much. It was a drop in the bucket. Forget it, it's getting dark soon. No need to get stuck on this. Bai Yi just charged straight in. Holding his sword spear and wearing beast soul armor, he rushed toward the Qingmu tree demon. He was invincible below the bronze level and didn't care about getting hurt at all. The moment he stepped into the forest, countless tree roots exploded outward and wrapped Bai Yi tightly. Though he was incredibly strong, he couldn't break free. Luckily, Nangongya and her daughter leaped in time to cut the roots apart and rescue him, nearly turning the tables on them. They tried every method they could, but none worked. They still couldn't get into the Qingmu forest. As expected, the Lord-class beasts of the Five Elements Mountain were all extremely hard to deal with. Bai Yi had a flash of inspiration and came up with a new plan. The other beast girls immediately pressed him for details, and Bai Yi said they should head back to Volcano Mountain first, also telling Lin Ming to stay behind and watch their things. He stuffed everything from his spatial storage into Lin Ming's hands, then stepped onto the silver spear and flew toward Volcano Mountain. Once he reached Volcano Mountain, he jumped into the lava lake and collected over 10 cubic meters of lava. The lava was over 1,000 degrees Celsius and could melt even stone, so tree roots naturally stood no chance. After filling it with lava, Bai Yi stepped onto the ice sword and flew back to Qingmu Forest with Nangong and her daughter. On the way, they encountered bat and night owl exotic beasts, but Bai Yi ignored them outright and bounced back their soul thorns to counterkill them. In all of Mount Five Elements, Bai Yi was basically invincible. Bai Yi arrived directly above the tree demon and jumped down, only to be wrapped up by a root from the Qingmu tree demon and pulled in front of it. This tree demon was enormous, with an old man's face in the middle of its massive trunk. It looked eerie, and it even spoke human words. Humans, my favorite delicacy. As it spoke, it swallowed Bai Yi in one bite. But this was exactly what Bai Yi wanted. He simply poured all the lava out inside the tree demon's belly. The Qingmu tree demon writhed madly, all its roots thrashing around in confusion, but it was useless. Its body was filled with lava, and it was instantly killed. Bai Yi obtained the beast spirit bead from the Qingmu tree demon. With the 5 elemental beast spirit beads finally collected, the system mission was completed, all attributes plus 100, and he also obtained the rapid recovery skill. A new option appeared. 1. Activate the 5 elements spirit disc and escape from Mount 5 Elements. Reward agility plus 102. Activate the 5 elements spirit disc and defeat the 5 elements beast king. Reward all attributes plus 503. Give up the 5 elements spirit disc. Reward constitution plus 100. Bai Yi felt that collecting 5 beads was as easy as summoning Shenlong. The beast spirit beads could summon the 5 elements beast king. Just from the name alone, one could tell it was a king-tier exotic beast, above the lord level. Bai Yi searched through the original owner's memories, but found no record of any king-tier exotic beast in the trainee stage. He directly asked Nangongya, "Have you ever heard of a king-tier exotic beast below the black iron rank?" Nangongya was dumbfounded. How could there be such a thing? Bai Yi smiled. "Want to see one?" Nangongya froze, suspecting that Bai Yi could actually create a king-tier exotic beast. It was simply unbelievable. "You really want to bring out a king-tier exotic beast?" Bai Yi nodded and asked her, "Do the two of us have a chance to kill it?" Nangongya turned to leave. "Thanks, goodbye." Bai Yi stopped her and explained a bit. Only then did she understand that Bai Yi wasn't joking. He really could summon a king-tier exotic beast. Nangongya was very straightforward. "I don't have the slightest confidence." But she still didn't give up. "Are there any other conditions for the summoning? Can we change the time or place?" Bai Yi replied, "It can only be summoned in the exotic beast space of Mount 5 Elements, and the best time is tonight. Tonight my beast soul armor is at its strongest. It has absorbed 3 lord-tier beast souls and thousands upon thousands of ordinary beast souls. It's at its peak. By tomorrow, all of that will disperse, and it'll be hard to gather again." Nangongya analyzed the situation. "There's no way we can do it alone. We won't be able to find good helpers on short notice either, and Mount 5 Elements doesn't allow bronze-rank beast girls to enter, so that won't work." Bai Yi asked again, "What if we asked the Chung family for help?" Nangongya shook her head. "Mount 5 Elements has Chung family investment, so their influence is huge. But now that we've fallen out with them, there's no way they'll help." Bai Yi smiled instead, already having a plan in mind. The crowd simply picked up some high-priced tree demon spirit leaves. The core area had already been burned by Bai Yi, so they could only gather the leftovers. After collecting several thousand pieces, they headed for the military camp. The beast's space at night was dangerous, and the beasts were stronger and fiercer. But Bai Yi couldn't be bothered to care and charged straight through. When the moon reached mid-sky, they finally arrived at the military camp. The guards immediately went on alert, fearing a beast attack. "I'm Beast Tamer Bai Yi. I request entry into the city." Bai Yi announced his identity. Unexpectedly, the other side became even more guarded and even blew the horn. Bai Yi was a little dumbfounded, having been mistaken for a beast. Cheng Peng appeared on the city wall in a wheelchair. Cheng Peng said viciously, "Bai Yi, you finally came back." Bai Yi remained calm. "What? If I don't show up, you still dare not set the table?" Like a madman, Cheng Peng roared. "Today, my entire military camp is full of Cheng family people. I'm going to make sure you die." Bai Yi looked a little excited. His tone changed. "So, right now the entire military camp is full of your Cheng family people?" Cheng Peng swaggered. "That's right. Scared, aren't you? Kneel down and beg for mercy now. Contract with my younger sister, and maybe I'll still spare your life." Cheng Peng thought Bai Yi was frightened and immediately became arrogant, feeling sure of victory. The corners of Bai Yi's mouth lifted, and he looked quite pleased. Everyone in the Cheng family thought Bai Yi had gone crazy. Only Nangong Yi guessed a hint of what was going on. As expected, Bai Yi took out the 5-colored formation disc and placed 5 Lord-level beast spirit beads on it in sequence: metal, water, wood, fire, and earth. With the 5 elements combined, a burst of multicolored light shot into the sky in an instant, illuminating even the 5 elements mountains. The next moment, driven by the 5 elements spirit disc, the 5 mountains each shot out a huge pillar of light that condensed in the air into a 5-colored giant egg. The giant egg cracked open, and a beast hundreds of meters tall appeared, its pressure terrifying. Cheng Peng was stunned. He desperately craned his neck to see clearly, and as a result his wheelchair tipped over. His subordinates rushed to help him, but he shouted for them not to worry about him and to quickly check what it was. After someone looked it up, they shouted excitedly, "It's an emperor-level beast." Cheng Peng didn't believe it. This was only an entry-level space. How could there be an emperor-level beast here? But someone else posted the information. Type 5 element Beast King, level 10 Beast King, Strength 0, Agility 0, Physique 0, Energy 300. Even the Black Iron level Beast Girls could not detect any more details. At a glance at its attributes, the Black Iron level Beast Girls were simply no match for it. Cheng Peng was first terrified, then exhilarated. If this strange beast could be obtained and supported with resources, it might even be possible to raise an SS-level Beast Girl, which would further secure his position. He could even go for the national record. Full force attack. Spare no cost. We must take it down. Under his order, everyone launched attacks one after another, but most were ineffective. Only the attacks of a few strong fighters, along with the magic towers and giant crossbows, could barely inflict damage. The lightning tower on 5-element mountain had very powerful offensive force and indeed wounded the 5-element Beast King. Cheng Peng saw hope and shouted excitedly. The others also thought victory was near. Suddenly, green light surged from the 5-element Beast King, and all of its injuries recovered instantly. Then red light flashed, and it spewed out a massive amount of lava. The military camp was plunged into screams in an instant. Everyone struck by the lava was melted away, completely beyond any ability to resist. Cheng Peng shouted, "Saturating fire. Pin it down. I'm going to find a bronze-level Beast Girl." Under the cover of the Black Iron Peak Beast Girl, he fled in a sorry state, and he was completely terrified inside. The Cheng family still had bronze-level Beast Girls and Beast Tamers in Wuxing Town. Under normal circumstances, they would not make a move so easily. They would not be deployed so easily. But now there was no choice. The bronze-level Beast Girl had to take the field. Fang Xia, a B-rank bronze 3-star Golden Howl Beast Girl, was exiled to Wuxing Town after killing someone in the street due to her hot temper. This place was chaotic, and she was the strongest here, so no one dared provoke her. Sometimes, even the Cheng family had to give her face. So when Cheng Peng came to ask for her help, she ignored him at first. But after hearing that an emperor-level exotic beast had appeared, Fang Xia was finally tempted. "I can help, but the beast spirit pearl of the Beast King belongs to me." Cheng Peng's face darkened as he hesitated. "I'll pay 100 million. Get lost. I'll give you 100 million. Hand over the pearl to me. 500 million. That's my limit. 1 billion. Your father must agree, otherwise forget it." Cheng Peng had no choice but to call his father. When Cheng's father heard that there was an emperor-level exotic beast, he readily agreed to 1 billion. After getting the promise, Fang Xia immediately led her people straight toward Wuxing Mountain, and Cheng Peng followed as well. The military camp had already been destroyed more than half. Lava burned and blizzards collapsed. The Wuxing Beast King's body was covered in heavy earth armor, and neither ballistic cannons nor thunder towers could pierce it. Everyone could only take the beating. As soon as Feng Xiao appeared, the battle turned around. The golden howl roared, shaking beast girls and beast tamers into dizziness and causing them to lose fighting power. The Beast King's earth armor nearly shattered, and even its huge eyes were dazed. Feng Xia seized the opportunity, and the golden howl's forepaws turned into sharp blades, launching a fierce assault and clawing madly. Rocks flew everywhere, earth armor cracked open, and the Beast King's true body was exposed. The slaughter began. The Beast King recovered, and the golden howl had the support of its beast tamer. Flesh and blood flew everywhere as the two sides fought to a standstill. As expected of a bronze-level beast girl, her strength was overwhelming, with a clear level suppression. With the remaining firepower from the giant crossbows and thunder towers, the Beast King could no longer hold on. Its wounds kept increasing, and it gradually fell into defeat. If this dragged on any longer, the Beast King would definitely lose. Watching from the shadows, Bai Yi was reluctant to let the Beast King benefit Cheng Peng, and he also couldn't give up the generous reward. He decided to make a move. He lowered his voice and ordered, "Meng, infiltrate the military camp and get close to the bronze-level beast tamer. Wait for my signal." Lin Ming understood instantly, a flash of excitement crossing her eyes as she prepared to strike. Bai Yi wasted no words. He directly transformed into the Dark Knight Cat Demon, activated stealth, and quietly approached the bronze beast tamer. He also casually added a buff to himself. Now that half the military camp wall had collapsed and all the energy buildings were destroyed, infiltrating the camp was very easy. The night was also perfect for the cat demon's actions. Hidden in the darkness, even if Bai Yi activated his true sight eyes, he could only make out a faint shadow. Others definitely couldn't see it. Everything went smoothly. The whooshing Beast King and the Golden Howl were still fighting, and the shockwaves had blown the area outside the military camp into ruins. The whooshing Beast King was badly injured and could barely cast recovery magic anymore. The Golden Howl was about the same. The fur on its body was nearly bald, its skin scorched black, its claws frostbitten purple, and it was in so much pain that it could barely move. At this moment, Bai Yi whistled, and the Dark Knight Cat Demon received the signal. It immediately used the golden claw to pass through a gap in the armor and, in one swipe, cut the bronze beast tamer's throat. The move was crisp and clean, clearly the work of an old hand. After the beast master died, Feng Xia's strength plummeted and she fell into a weakened state. The five-element Beast King seized the opportunity and swallowed Feng Xia in one gulp. In an instant, she was melted by the lava inside its stomach and became nourishment for the Beast King. The Beast King's condition quickly recovered. Everyone was stunned and fell into despair in an instant. The scene descended into utter chaos. The only thought in everyone's minds was to flee for their lives. Cheng Peng, who was in a wheelchair, was knocked down by the crowd and trampled underfoot. No one cared about his screams, and in the end he was left as good as dead. When the guards finally found him, his face was covered in shoe prints. They hurriedly fed him medicine, hoisted him up, and rushed toward the teleportation array. At this time, only Bai Yi and the others remained on Five-Element Mountain. Bai Yi showed no fear and charged at the Five-Element Beast King with his spear in hand. Enraged, the Beast King roared, "How dare a mere apprentice Beastmaster challenge it?" It immediately spewed a waterfall of lava, trying to burn Bai Yi to ashes. But Bai Yi actually charged straight through the lava without hesitation. He wasn't afraid at all. The Beast King froze, then simply swallowed Bai Yi whole. Inside its belly, Bai Yi kept swimming as if nothing had happened, launching a furious assault that tore the Beast King's internal organs apart. In unbearable pain, the Beast King rolled madly, causing even more destruction to the military camp. The beast women who had tried to reap the benefits also died in the chaos. In the end, the Five-Element Beast King went still. Bai Yi pushed open its jaws and leapt out with ease, completely unhurt, successfully killing a king-level ferocious beast. A complete victory. All right, there's no one here now. You can change back. Bai Yi patted the silver spear, signaling that the battle was over and beginning to collect the spoils. But the silver spear, flushed red, refused to change back no matter what. It turned out that silver spear had been burned while in the sea of lava. She could withstand most elemental damage, but once the power exceeded her defenses, she couldn't hold out. Nangongya's armor had been burned to ashes in the lava, and now she was left completely bare. Of course, she didn't want to return to her original form, so she could only put Nangong Qianque's clothes back on. Everything else was fine, but she still couldn't get the clasp on her chest to fasten no matter what. After a simple cleanup, Nangongya wanted to call the butcher team to transport the Beast King's corpse. The Five-Element Beast King was too large, and even Bai Yi's strengthened dimensional space could only store a small portion of it. so they had to rely on the butcher team to help. Bai Yi took the opportunity to dig out the 5-element Beast King's Beast Spirit Pearl. The Dark Knight Cat Demon was drooling with envy, but it couldn't eat it. The center of the 5-element disc had a hole in it, clearly meant for the Beast Spirit Pearl. Bai Yi became very interested and directly placed the pearl into it. The 5-element disc burst into dazzling light, and the 5 elemental mountains simultaneously shot out beams of light, all of which merged into the disc. When the light faded, everyone actually found themselves in 5-element town. The disc dimmed and returned to Bai Yi's hand, while many more tents appeared around them, along with a group of bewildered beast women. Huh? Where's this? Wasn't I camping in 5-element mountain? Old Wong, weren't you on watch? What's going on? How would I know? I'm confused too. Is this 5-element town? How did I suddenly come back? It must be a dream. The whole scene was in chaos. Bai Yi and the others blended into the crowd without drawing attention, except for Nangongya, who had gone out looking for people and was a bit dazed. Where was the entrance to 5-element mountain? Why could they suddenly no longer get back in? The others also noticed something was wrong, and the Chung family in particular panicked. 5-element mountain was the Chung family's cash cow. Without it, the Chung family's position would be far less secure. But now all the Chung family executives in town were gone. Feng Xia had been swallowed by the Beast King. Chung Peng's life and death were unknown, and no one could hold the situation together. They could only hurry and contact headquarters. What? 5-element mountain is gone. How did it disappear? Did it grow legs and run off? Where is Chung Peng? Get him on the phone. He's dying? Feng Xia was eaten. Chengdu was so anxious he nearly went crazy. He immediately ordered all managers and all beast women above bronze rank to gather in town before dawn. He personally headed to 5-element town. The town descended into complete chaos, and no one could sleep. Bai Yi also realized how serious the problem was. He had accidentally taken 5-element mountain into the disc, and the disc had become the new entrance to 5-element mountain, one that could be carried on his person. At this moment, the entrance to 5-element mountain was in his hands, which meant he had gained a private, ferocious beast space. After Nangongya learned the truth, she didn't even notice that a button had popped open. Go. Leave 5-element town immediately. She dragged Bai Yi and the others away into the night, transformed into Silver Spear, and headed straight for Jiangzhou City. This time things had gotten big. From here on out, Jiangzhou City itself might be thrown into chaos. They had only just left when the head of the Chung family, Chengdu, rushed to the town riding a gale. Chengdu was an S-rank wind spirit. His level exceeded bronze rank, and among Jiangzhou province's elite, his speed was unmatched. As soon as he arrived at Wuxing town, his first priority was to save his son, Chung Peng. On one hand, it was father-son love. On the other, he wanted to ask Chung Peng exactly what had happened. By then, Chung Peng was practically beyond saving, with only a faint bit of warmth left in his chest. Fortunately, the heart-protecting pill was still taking effect. The beast girl who had rescued him earlier had stuffed him with pills at random, and somehow they actually worked. Chengdu painfully took a precious pill from his dimensional space and gave it to Chung Peng. His dimensional space was only 1 cubic meter, something he had spent over 10 billion to obtain, and he only kept the most valuable things in it. This 9 revolutions soul-reviving pill had originally been kept for his own life-saving use, but now it could only be given to Chung Peng. Soon, Chung Peng's complexion improved, and he began breathing again. The first thing Chung Peng said when he woke up was to keep shouting Bai Yi. Chengdu immediately ordered people to investigate. Before daybreak, they had to dig up all of Bai Yi's information. His roar echoed across the entire town, but Bai Yi could no longer hear it. At this moment, Bai Yi was lying on the big bed of the Nangong family, happily tallying up his gains. SSS rank talent, level 10 trainee beast master. All attributes had surged dramatically, to the point that even beast girls and beasts of the same rank couldn't compare. 300 million in cash on hand, of which 100 million came from selling the corpse of the 5 elements Beast King. Nangongya had promised to give him 3 pieces of equipment, plus 10 tons of Beast King meat. In fact, Nangongya had also made a huge profit. A Beast King level corpse could be turned into dozens of pieces of equipment, each worth several million. After deducting the costs, the Nangong family netted several hundred million. Because the risk was high, the butchering was all done at the family's secret base, and the people handling it were all trusted confidants, so there was currently no risk of the news leaking. Bai Yi's biggest gain was mastering the entire beast space of Wuxing Mountain. This was equivalent to having a massive raw material base, and it could also be used as a weapon, allowing him to summon an army at any time. The space covered 100,000 square kilometers and had explosive storage capacity. Bai Yi had completely said goodbye to being a broke loser and had truly stepped onto the peak of life, smiling even in his dreams. Meanwhile, outside, Jiangzhou City had not slept for Bai Yi all night. By morning, everyone knew that the Chung family had lost their greatest support, the beast space of Wuxing Mountain. This resource had originally belonged to the authorities, but it had long been monopolized by the Chung family, who controlled a huge amount of raw materials and made a fortune from it. Now it was all gone. Whether the Chung family could still maintain its status had become an open question, and everyone was speculating. Sensing the crisis, the Chung family went mad searching for clues everywhere, turning Wuxing town upside down. Everyone had been interrogated, but nothing was found. At present, the only clue was the name Chung Peng had kept shouting after waking up, Bai Yi. Early the next morning, the Nangong family was surrounded so tightly that not even water could seep through. Bai Yi was still sleeping, and the noise outside woke him up. Groggily, he asked what was going on. With dark circles under her eyes, Nangong sat by the bed and said helplessly that his heart was too big to still be able to sleep at a time like this. Bai Yi, surprised, clutched the blanket and asked why Nangong was in his room. Nangong rolled her eyes and said to stop pretending. The Chung family had come looking for trouble. As she spoke, she even pulled Bai Yi's blanket away, and seeing him naked, her face instantly turned red. Bai Yi covered his face while shouting for her to give the blanket back. Nangong couldn't help asking why he was covering his face and not elsewhere, and Bai Yi replied with perfect righteousness that he was covering his face because he was afraid of being recognized. At that moment, Nangong Qinxue and Lin Ming also came in. Seeing the scene, they instantly filled in a whole storyline in their heads. Nangong quickly clarified that she was only there to discuss the Chung family matter. The four of them gathered in Bai Yi's room and began discussing. Bai Yi raised his hand and asked to put on clothes first, but Nangong cut him off and told him to talk about the important matter first. Nangong brought up the disappearance of the Wuxing Mountain beast space and suspected that the Chung family would come looking for trouble. Bai Yi played dumb and said there was no evidence, and that in a society ruled by law, there was no need to fear the Chung family. Everyone thought about it and realized there really wasn't much to be afraid of. Nangong let out a long breath and prepared to go out to deal with things. Before leaving, she even urged Bai Yi to come out quickly. Only after the three of them had gone out did Bai Yi finally feel at ease enough to get dressed. Outside the door, the bronze-rank beast girl Cheng Xiao was leading people to block the entrance. With confidence restored, Nangong immediately questioned her, but Cheng Xiao looked straight at Bai Yi. Is it Bai Yi? Cheng Xiao recognized Bai Yi at a glance. Clearly the Chung family had already investigated his background. Master Bai, what is it? Bai Yi lazily rubbed his eyes, unconcerned. I'm asking you a question. Be honest with me. Cheng Xiao was annoyed by Bai Yi. Who are you? Bai Yi wasn't the least bit intimidated. I'm Cheng Xiao, from the Chung family. Tell me, yesterday at 5 Elements Mountain, was it you who released the 5 Elements Beast King? Yeah. Bai Yi admitted it outright. There was no need to deny it. So many people had seen it at the time. Cheng Xiao was delighted and continued pressing. Then what happened? The people from the military camp fought with the 5 Elements Beast King. You weren't there, so you can't imagine how terrifying it was. The whole scene was a complete mess. I was afraid of getting caught in it, so I quickly ran far away. After that, I somehow stumbled out of 5 Elements Mountain and ended up in the town. Bai Yi lied with a straight face. Cheng Xiao thought it made sense. He was only an apprentice beastmaster, so he couldn't have caused any big trouble. Probably he just happened to get hold of some item, and when trouble broke out, he hurriedly fled. The later circumstances also matched everyone's descriptions, so it seemed there really wasn't any problem. Seeing this, Cheng Xiao noticed Nangong Qinxue and understood that this was probably an issue involving a love rival. She inwardly cursed Chung Peng for being useless. He couldn't even spare a thought for the exotic beast space at 5 Elements Mountain. She casually asked a few more questions, confirmed it had nothing to do with Bai Yi, and then left. Whether Chung Peng believed it or not was irrelevant to her. She didn't care. That's it. He passed. Nangong was surprised. Yeah, what else could happen? Bai Yi didn't care and went back to eat breakfast. The meal was 5 Elements Beast King meat congee and big meat buns, packed with energy. Bai Yi gained +1 5 Elements elemental resistance, while Lin Ming was even more exaggerated, directly getting +10. Her appetite was 10 times Bai Yi's. The 7-day deadline had arrived, and they were preparing to go back and take part in the college league, rich rewards, and even a chance at direct admission. Before returning to Qinjiang County, Bai Yi asked Nangong to help buy a flight skill, since he needed to be fully prepared for the competition. Right now, Bai Yi didn't have a second contract space, so Nangong Qinxue couldn't take the field. If he ran into an opponent with flying abilities, he'd be at a disadvantage. Nangong directly helped him buy a glowing Mirage Wings skill worth 5 billion. It looked flashy and worked well, with speed increasing alongside stamina. Not enough money. Borrow from the Nangong family. Bai Yi had 5 Elements Mountain, so he wasn't short on money at all, but he wouldn't hunt personally. He didn't have the time. He needed to cultivate his subordinates. One for each elemental mountain, and one in the central valley too. The method was simple. Beat them into submission first, then promise to help them advance later. Management became easy, and all those promoted were 5-element spirits. The valley area was large, so Bai Yi called over Gale Leopard and Mouse Little Brother. Old partners were the most reliable. The resources of the green grassland were no longer worth caring about. At worst, he could just switch to another proxy beast. The resources of 5 Elements Mountain were dozens of times greater than the grasslands, with daily earnings starting at 5 million. The exotic beasts grew too fast. If they weren't cleared out, everything would overflow. After everything was arranged, Bai Yi and the other two returned to school, and the handover of supplies was handled by Nangongya and her mother, so Bai Yi didn't need to worry about it. As soon as they returned to school, Principal Lu Fong personally came out to greet them. All 3 of you are back. Seeing that everyone had reached the apprentice peak, Lu Fong was overjoyed. This year, Xinjiang School was finally going to turn things around. There was no need to select a team anymore. With Bai Yi, that was enough. The format was very simple, divided into 3 stages: preliminaries, the main round, and the finals. In the preliminaries, each city would send out only 1 team, with Jiangzhou City as a special case, allowed to send 3 teams. The main round was the inter-city competition, where 16 provincial teams would compete for 3 spots in the finals to advance to the National League. The competition was divided into the contracted Beast Girl event and the solo Beast Girl event, with the same rules. Many Beast Girls don't form contracts before entering university, and some never form one in their entire lives, so as not to be dragged down by Beastmasters. The competition officially began. On that day, Xinjiang County's central square was packed to the brim. The 4 schools each occupied one side, with the arena in the middle. The first step was for the 4 schools to select 1 team to advance. When the first Beastmaster school saw Bai Yi step onto the stage, they directly forfeited, and Principal Xia personally announced it. She felt that even if she went up herself, she still couldn't beat Bai Yi, so she simply admitted defeat. Bai Yi and Lin Meng stood in the center of the arena, bored and idle. Cheng Yuanyuan cheered for Bai Yi. A beast girl from the second Beastmaster school refused to cheat, saying that the first Beastmaster school was naturally timid and wanted to steal the spotlight. Although she was only C rank, she had awakened a blood wolf with very strong combat power, and her blood strike dealt high damage with a single move. Bai Yi was delighted by the provocation and casually asked how many teams the second Beastmaster school had organized this year. The other person was stunned and said 10 teams. Bai Yi said directly, "Then bring them all on. It'll be more exciting if you all fight together." The people around them were stunned. Bai Yi even told the teacher to join in too. Teacher Wang Min was a little angry and announced her identity. Bai Yi said, "Teacher, you come too." The others stared in disbelief. One person fighting 10 teams and even dragging in the teacher, too arrogant. Principal Lu Fong was thinking of telling Bai Yi to keep a low profile, but Li Ku persuaded her not to interfere. Li Ku said Bai Yi had also beaten her up last time. Lu Fong was speechless and completely resigned to it. Bai Yi's strength was too great to judge by common standards. Wang Min could not help but accept the challenge. The principal of the second Beastmaster school wanted Lu Fong to acknowledge the rules and not deny the result even if they won. Lu Fong agreed, and the 2 principals reached an understanding immediately. The match drew even more attention, and everyone was waiting to see whether Bai Yi could take on 10 teams alone. The match began, and Bai Yi stood calmly in the center of the field. Opposite him, the 10 Beast Girl Beastmasters quickly deployed, with defense in the front and ranged fighters in the back. Wang Min had originally wanted to go in herself, but Bai Yi pulled in the Beastmaster as well. Wang Min felt insulted, but still called in the Beastmaster and prepared to give Bai Yi a hard lesson. Wang Min was a wind-shaped beast, extremely fast and very agile among black iron rank fighters. In an instant, the wind-shaped beast rushed in front of Bai Yi, its sharp claws slashing down violently. Bai Yi, watch out. The teachers and students of Xinjiang School could not help but worry. But the Dark Knight cat demon behind Bai Yi completely ignored its owner and instead charged toward the 10 teams, fully energized. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Ignoring the owner? Young people really have no experience. The wind-shaped beast's claws were about to strike Bai Yi, and everyone held their breath. At that moment, Bai Yi suddenly struck. His slap was even faster than the wind-shaped beast's, and sent it flying with a solid smack. The whole venue was shocked. A black iron 3-star wind-shaped beast had actually been slapped away by a trainee beastmaster. In fact, all of Bai Yi's attributes completely outclassed the wind-shaped beast, and the Dark Knight cat demon knew it too, so it had never been worried from the start. The wind-shaped beast didn't believe it and charged again, only to be slapped away once more. Bai Yi never even moved his feet. He just stood with his hands behind his back, watching calmly as he casually swatted away the charging wind-shade beast. Wang Min was completely stunned. Was there really a need to be this strong? They were not even in the same league at all. She decided to give up on challenging Bai Yi and instead watched the Dark Knight Cat Demons battle with the other teams. The result was even more outrageous. More than a dozen beast girls and even stone armor bulls were thrown into the air. How could trainees possess this kind of power? A full 1,500 points, twice as much as even a black iron 3-star windshade beast. The only ones that could possibly be used to fight were the two flying beast girls from the 2nd Imperial Academy. The Peregrine Falcon launched a dive at incredible speed, but before it could even reach the Dark Knight Cat Demon, it was slapped unconscious with a single claw, instantly losing all combat ability. The entire venue fell silent. Even a pet cat was this outrageous? How were they supposed to play this? Next, the Wind Sparrow unleashed wind blades for long-range attacks, but the wind blades couldn't even break through the Dark Knight Cat Demon's defenses. The Dark Knight Cat Demon casually grabbed the fainted Beast Girl and threw her toward the Wind Sparrow in the sky. The Azure Wind Beast Girl desperately tried to catch her, but the impact made her cough up blood. Admit defeat. We're not fighting anymore. Wang Min completely backed down. The 2nd Imperial Academy surrendered, leaving only the final team from Qiangxing School. The principal of Qiangxing School admitted defeat without hesitation. They couldn't afford the medical bills. Next came the individual Beast Girl competition. With Bai Yi gone, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to show what they could do. Unexpectedly, Nangong Xueqian appeared again, an A-rank Beast Girl with talent, skills, and combat experience that were all unbeatable. Almost no one could withstand even a single move from her. The competition, originally expected to last a full day, ended in half an hour. She didn't even have to take the field. With Bai Yi and the others overwhelmingly stronger, they were invincible across the entire venue and directly swept up all the prizes. Even first prize, second prize, and third prize all went to Bai Yi. The prizes were very practical, and there was even a purification skill orb. He had originally planned to get one himself, but now he saved himself the trouble. Xinjiang County really went all out this time. The purification skill orb had been specially prepared for Bai Yi. Everyone knew Bai Yi would win for sure, but no one expected him to be so strong that even second and third place were out of the question. Nangong Xueqian got a beast spirit orb. Its skill was pretty good, and after swallowing it she directly learned Instant Strike, which suited her perfectly. The remaining rewards were armor and beast soul orbs. Bai Yi couldn't use them, so he sold them on the spot to his classmates, helping everyone improve their strength at the same time. Next stop, Jiangbei City. Jiangbei City had several times more resources than Xinjiang County. Its schools had many B ranks, and Beijiang 1st Imperial Academy had produced an A-rank beast tamer. Coupled with all kinds of resources, they had managed to raise an A-rank beast girl, something the county simply couldn't compare to. The other districts and counties were under tremendous pressure. They basically came just to broaden their horizons and had no hope of winning. Jiangbei City was also extremely arrogant, setting the competition rule so that county teams could challenge any team from their city at will. And only if they won would they be qualified to advance to the next round. It was obvious they didn't take the county schools seriously at all. The county students were both unconvinced and too afraid to say anything. After all, the difference in strength and resources was far too great. Previously, Bei was the one acting all pretentious. No one ever dared to put on airs in front of him. Bei was very displeased with Jiangbei City's attitude and planned to give them a good lesson. As soon as the match began, Binjiang County School took the field first, and their opponent was the 4th Imperial Academy of the city. Both sides were B rank, but Binjiang's beast girls were being beaten down hard. The 4th Imperial Academy fought viciously and almost crippled them, only for the teachers to step in and stop it. The county team was completely stunned, and no one dared challenge again. The city schools were only too happy with that. But Bei wasn't the least bit nervous. While everyone else backed down, he stepped right up. "You're that legendary SSS rank beast tamer?" Someone from the city recognized Bei. "That's right, your white grandpa." Bei replied, not the least bit intimidated. "Umph. Let me see how tough your mouth really is," the other party said unhappily, just about to make a move when someone interrupted him. An A-rank beast tamer from the 1st Academy, Chen Liang, came out to provoke them and challenge Bei. Chen Liang believed resources and education were what mattered, and he didn't take Bei seriously, planning to show these candidates from small counties what was what. Bei shot back directly. "You're not worthy. Don't waste time. All of you come at me together." The whole crowd was stunned. Bei said, "All the teams from your city, come at me together." The host was shocked. "You're challenging all 5 schools of Beijiang City by yourself." Bei said impatiently, "That's right. Hurry up, I'm in a rush." Chen Liang couldn't stand it. "Bei, this is Jiangbei City. not your little Xinjiang County. Don't get too cocky. Bei said impatiently. Cut the crap. Are you fighting or not? He was in a hurry to make money and didn't want to waste any time. The students from the other city schools were also infuriated and charged forward, all wanting to teach Bei a lesson. This time their beast girls were much stronger than last time, but Dark Knight Cat Demon was at full power, and with one claw for each, it solved them with ease. Chen Liang had just summoned his own beast girl, a fireflame eagle, able to fly and attack from range. Chen Liang felt steady now. This was a sure win. As soon as the fight began, the fireflame eagle suppressed from a distance, and Dark Knight Cat Demon couldn't get close at all. Bei tried using other beast girls to bombard the fireflame eagle, but it was too fast and dodged everything. An A rank really was not on the same level as a C rank. Chen Liang had already started to gloat, thinking he'd get to humiliate Bei. In the end, Dark Knight Cat Demon suddenly grew huge and appeared in front of Chen Liang. Chen Liang was terrified. Just as he was about to speak, the cat demon slapped down with one paw. The fireflame eagle hurried to save its master, but the cat demon had already prepared for that, leaping dozens of meters to directly snatch the fireflame eagle out of the air and pin it down. Before the fireflame eagle could even react, it had lost. Dark Knight Cat Demon taught them with raw strength what real combat experience looked like. The battle was clean and decisive, ending effortlessly. Hearing that Bei was going to the beast space in Beijing City, Nangong Shui was afraid of being left behind and hurried to cut in line. She had also picked up Bei's style. How many beast girls are there? Bring them all at once. Everyone was afraid of her. After all, her background was huge and her strength was formidable. But it still ended up being useless. Her attacks didn't work on the beast girls, and with one silver moon slash, Nangong Shui nearly killed her opponent outright, forcing the teacher to rush in and save her. After that, she transformed into a flying sword and threaded through the beast girls, instantly leaving blood marks on each of their necks, the threat unmistakable. Seeing this, everyone could only concede defeat. Though Nangong Shui was only A rank, she fully proved that the Nangong family's foundations were beyond compare. The two battles together didn't even take 10 minutes, faster than the time it took just to form teams. Bei collected his prize and left. The reward was a healing art skill bead, which was useless to him, so he sold it directly, bringing in over 10 million in total. Nangong Shui also obtained a new skill, Split Shadow, which could attack using shadows, essentially a clone technique, and was very powerful. The three of them reaped huge rewards and headed straight for the beast space outside Jiangbei City. The dark forest is about the same size as the grassland, but there are several times more exotic beasts, and the energy is abundant. Wherever Bai Yi went, chaos followed. The grassland changed rulers several times, and even the Five Elements mountain was wiped out by him. This time, he first filled up the map app. Money was no object, and then went looking for the ruler-level exotic beasts. The dark forest was small, but it had two ruler-level exotic beasts. One was a strength-type bull-headed giant beast, extremely powerful, comparable to the ruler of the Five Elements mountain. Even the Night Cat Demon in peak condition might not be able to beat it. But the Night Cat Demon did not rely on a head-on clash. The Night Cat Demon was extremely fast. The bull-headed giant beast simply could not touch it. The cat demon darted back and forth among the bull-headed soldiers, releasing poisonous mist and even using its poison claws to ambush the bull-headed giant beast. Very quickly, all the bull-headed monsters were poisoned into a dark green color. The bull-headed soldiers were the first to give out and collapse. The bull-headed giant beast moved slowly, and although it held on with its resistance, its strength still dropped sharply. While the bull-headed giant beast was distracted, Nangong Qinshui transformed into a flying sword and struck straight through its chest. The ruler-level bull-headed giant beast was thus effortlessly killed by the two beast girls. All the corpses were thrown into the Five Elements mountain, with no energy wasted. Bai Yi sent out his mouse little brother to search for treasures, and as expected, it discovered a large patch of first-tier scarlet bloodgrass, a primary ingredient for refining healing pills. He dug up the entire patch and transplanted it into the Five Elements mountain. As long as there was energy, this scarlet bloodgrass could keep supplying itself in a cycle, bringing huge returns. Bai Yi rewarded Mouse Little Brother with a ruler-level bull-headed monster beast soul pearl. Mouse Little Brother leveled up and also comprehended the great strength skill, with its attributes greatly improved and even a tendency to evolve, which made Bai Yi very much look forward to it. The next ruler-level exotic beast was the Dark Griffin. It had a lion's body and an eagle's head, and its entire body was as black as ink. It was the aerial overlord of the dark forest, mysterious and powerful, and no one could conquer it. It rarely took the initiative to attack humans, and the authorities had not organized manpower to exterminate it either, so its strength was already unfathomable. Some suspected that the Dark Griffin had originally been a powerful creature that for some reason had simply stayed here. After all, griffins were rarely seen at the juvenile stage level. After Bai Yi absorbed the beast souls of the bull-headed giant beast and the others, the beast's soul armor became more solid and his safety improved. He stepped onto his sword and headed straight for the Dark Griffin's lair. Dark Griffin, level 10 ruler, extremely high attributes, skills, dive, dark strike, dark corrosion. Weakness, no soul, incomplete skills. Bai Yi discovered that the Dark Griffin was only a puppet, controlled by something else. Why was it appearing here? Bai Yi was puzzled. At this moment, the system popped up a choice. Option 1. Kill the Dark Griffin and run immediately. Reward. Strength plus 100. Option 2. Kill the Dark Griffin. Deal with the dark ghost behind it. Reward. Necromantic control skill pearl. After the dark ghost dies, the dark forest will undergo huge changes. Option 3. Turn and leave. Reward. Agility plus 10. There really was a mastermind behind the Dark Griffin. It might be difficult to deal with, perhaps even a Beast King level boss. But Bai Yi resolved not to hesitate any longer. Go. Lin Ming asked whether they should use poison. Bai Yi analyzed that the Dark Griffin was a puppet and that poison would be ineffective, then told Lin Ming and Nangong Qinxue his judgment. Nangong Qinxue was somewhat worried, but Lin Ming was fired up with battle intent and wasn't afraid at all, just attacked directly. Spoken well. Beat it down. Bai Yi waved a hand and charged in immediately. The Dark Griffin had all-around attributes with no weakness, so they could only take it head-on. The Griffin reacted slowly and was torn open by the Dark Knight Cat Demon, leaving several huge gashes. What flowed from the wounds was not blood, but black mist, and the injuries healed quickly. It felt as if some powerful, mysterious figure was helping it. The Griffin turned back in a daze and swatted the Cat Demon away with a claw of black light, even shattering the beast's soul armor. The attack was far too strong. The Cat Demon wanted to rush in again, but Bai Yi was faster, blocking in front. Yet even the beast armor could not withstand the Griffin's attacks. After a few strikes, it was nearly shattered. The damage they dealt was almost useless. As soon as the Griffin released black mist, everything recovered. Without a one-hit kill, there was no way. Bai Yi realized this wouldn't work and temporarily stopped the blind assault. While the Cat Demon held it off, he activated the Eye of True Sight to search for the hidden mastermind behind the scenes, the concealed Dark Spectre. The Griffin had no self-healing skill, so it must have had backing. But the Eye of True Sight found nothing at all. He still believed the Dark Spectre was nearby, so he called on Mouse Little Brother for help. Sure enough, as soon as Mouse Little Brother began treasure hunting, he was immediately drawn to the light below the cliff and rushed over. The Dark Griffin's nest was on the cliff, but Mouse Little Brother headed straight down beneath it. Bai Yi was afraid it would fall to its death, so he grabbed it and flew down together on his flying sword. The Griffin panicked, shook off the Cat Demon, and charged over. The gale nearly blew them away, which meant they were heading in the right direction. Bai Yi sent the sword spirit to block the Griffin, while he summoned the iridescent wings and shot straight toward the cave. The cave entrance was hidden, and after Mouse Little Brother confirmed it, Bai Yi squeezed in. The Griffin forced its way into the cave, but its body was restricted, and its attacks weakened. The sword spirit and the Cat Demon blocked the entrance, while Bai Yi took the chance to rush deeper inside. The cave was pitch black, and Bai Yi's iridescent wings were especially eye-catching. I hate light. A shrill voice rang out, yet no figure could be seen. Bai Yi activated the Eye of True Sight, and finally saw the huge shadow in the darkness. It had no attributes at all, far surpassing him. Heh, a good soul has delivered itself to my doorstep. The voice echoed around his ears. Bai Yi was fearless and smashed out with a punch. Beast soul armor could strike soul bodies. Unexpectedly, the other party made a swallowing sound and instantly wrapped around Bai Yi, absorbing the soul power of the beast soul armor, feeding on souls. Seeing that the armor could not hold, Bai Yi hurriedly summoned the Flame Spirit. The Flame Spirit injured the Dark Spectre, but it was soon killed instantly by soul spikes. The summoned creature was too weak and simply no match for the Dark Spectre. The Dark Spectre sneered, and once again, trapped Bai Yi. The beast soul armor was nearly at its limit, while the Dark Spectre's power grew stronger and stronger. In desperation, Bai Yi had a flash of inspiration and directly summoned 5 Lord-level elemental spirits, all of them his subordinates from 5 Elements Mountain. With the 5 Elements Spirit disc in hand, he completely controlled 5 Elements Mountain and could summon ferocious beasts and elemental spirits at any time. The 5 lords erupted at once with a fierce offensive, directly suppressing the Dark Spectre. The Dark Spectre screamed wildly and could no longer counterattack easily. Though powerful, it now only had the strength of a peak lord and simply could not beat 5 opponents of the same level. The outcome was decided. Under the continuous assault, The dark specter's aura rapidly weakened, and it was clearly on the verge of destruction. At last, the dark specter gave in. "Mercy, my lord. I'll give you treasure, spare my life." Bai became interested and signaled for the attacks to stop. "What treasure?" "The soul nurturing bowl. It can store beast souls and perfectly solve the problem with your beast soul armor." The dark specter replied hurriedly. Bai was tempted. This was exactly his pain point. Every time he summoned the armor, he had to hunt first, which was far too dangerous. With the soul nurturing bowl, it would be different. He reached out for the treasure. The dark specter remained wary. "How can I believe you won't kill me?" Bai sneered. "Even if I kill you, I can still take it." He ordered the elemental spirits to continue attacking. The dark specter held firm and said, "I've hidden it away. Only I can get to it. I can get to it." At that moment, Mouse's little brother ran over carrying a black bowl. "Gigi, is this it?" The dark specter was stunned. It had never imagined that the soul-nurturing bowl it had hidden so well would be found. Bai praised Mouse's little brother. As expected, it was a little treasure-hunting expert. Mouse's little brother also reported that black crystal ore and soul grass had been discovered in the cave, along with a pile of rare materials. With everything in hand, Bai no longer held back. Seeing this, the dark specter threatened, "If you kill me, you'll be marked with the dark seal. Endless dark creatures will hunt you down." Bai ignored it and ordered the attack to continue. In despair, the dark soul turned into a black talisman seal and suddenly shot toward Bai. Bai waved a hand to block it, but the seal pierced straight through his body and entered him. Bai felt a trace of chilly aura entangle itself around him, but he couldn't find its exact location, and purification skills were useless. He couldn't be bothered to care and immediately started looting the spoils. On the ground appeared a damaged silver-white beast spirit pearl, with wisps of black clouds swirling around it. Bai was somewhat disappointed with the mediocre haul, but as soon as Nangong Xueqian saw the pearl, she screamed in excitement, saying it was a silver-grade beast spirit pearl. Lin Meng and Nangong Xueqian rushed over and were shocked when they saw it. Even the Nangong family rarely got to see a silver-grade beast spirit pearl, and Bai was also surprised, suspecting that the dark soul from earlier was anything but ordinary. Since it was already dead, Bai simply threw the beast spirit pearl directly to Lin Meng for her to eat. Nangong Xueqian tried to stop her, but Lin Meng had already stuffed it into her mouth. Nangong Xueqian panicked. "The energy is too strong, it'll explode." But it was already too late. Lin Meng immediately transformed into a dark night cat demon, her body swelling into a ball as black aura coiled around her. She cried out to Bai for help. Bai had no choice either, but then he suddenly noticed the soul-nurturing bowl and thought it might be able to absorb the black aura and save her. He pointed the soul-nurturing bowl at Lin Meng and drew all the black aura into it. Lin Meng then returned to normal. The soul-nurturing bowl kept absorbing the surrounding dark power, causing even the ghost spirit grass and black crystal stones in the cave to wither and fade, and the sky outside grew brighter. Only after the dark power had almost completely disappeared did Bai stop. The soul-nurturing bowl was now filled with dark energy, which could be used to nourish souls and also cultivate dark creatures. Just as Bai was delighted at getting the treasure, he discovered that everything around him had been ruined, and he felt heartbroken. The three of them all pointed at him, and he could only scratch his head and admit it. After confirming there were no other treasures, everyone left reluctantly. Lin Meng swallowed the beast spirit pearl, gaining 1,000 points of dark attack and defense. She could also draw dark power from the soul-nurturing bowl every day to increase her combat strength, along with a new skill, Shadow Arrow, finally giving her ranged attack ability. The Dark Griffin had originally been a puppet, and the beast spirit pearl had long since fused with it, so there was no bargain to be had. Bai obtained the soul-nurturing bowl. Although there were no black soul monsters or puppets left, the remaining dark power still made it a huge harvest. Bai frantically hunted the elite beast monsters in the dark forest. These beasts grew weaker one after another, and within a single night dozens of elite-level monsters were all packed into the soul-nurturing bowl by him, giving him a massive sense of security. Other adventurers also discovered that the beast monsters had collectively weakened and excitedly poured into the forest. In the end, the beasts basically vanished within a few days, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Weren't they supposed to have insanely strong regenerative abilities? The dark forest had become bright and sunny. The dark power had disappeared, and everything had changed. After investigating, the Chen family only found that Bai had been there, and from then on, strange incidents kept occurring. The Chen family head flew into a rage, suspecting that Bai was stirring up trouble again, and decided to find him to get a clear explanation. After leaving the forest, Bai closely followed Principal Lu Feng and was surrounded by media cameras, with even self-media live streaming 24 hours a day. Lu Feng thought it was exaggerated, but in fact all of this had been arranged by the Nangong family, and the idea had been by Yes. Because they feared that if the Chung family investigated the disappearance on Five Elements Mountain, they would set their sights on Bai Yi, so they used public opinion to protect him. After all, the Chung family would not dare make a move in public. At the Inter-City League, as soon as Bai Yi appeared, the media turnout was so huge it was like a superstar showing up. Who is that, with such an enormous entourage? It's the Jiangbei champion, an SSS-level beast tamer. The girls screamed wildly. So handsome, I want to be his beast girl so badly. Only then did everyone understand why Bai Yi was so popular. The teams from other cities also received a great deal of attention when they appeared, especially the 3 teams from Jiangzhou, whose popularity exploded. One of them had broken through to the Black Iron level, the Chung family's eldest son, Chung Peng. Not only had he leveled up, he also had an S-rank dragon-type beast girl. When Bai Yi saw that Chung Peng had come too, he became interested and swept over him with the eye of truth. Black-armored girl Yoshi, an S-rank dark abyssal dragon, evolved from an A-rank dark giant lizard. She was at Black Iron 1 star, and her attributes far surpassed Lin Ming's. She had a full set of skills, and her aura was bizarre as well. Her beast master was Chung Peng, who had invested enormous resources and possessed formidable strength. Bai Yi glanced at her and found that Yoshi was also staring at him with obvious hostility. Bai Yi was baffled, but too lazy to care, deciding to beat her up on the field later. At this moment, several powerful beastmasters and beast girls entered the arena, and all the leaders in the venue stood up. These were mentors from the Higher Education Alliance, with extremely high status and prestige, so much so that even the mayor had to defer to them. Bai Yi used true sight, but saw no information at all, such was the enormous gap between them. After the mentors took their seats, the competition began. 16 teams drew lots to face off. In Bai Yi's first match, he drew the A-rank beastmaster from Chung Peng's team, and the other side was directly assigned to delay and drain Bai Yi's stamina. The opponent's beast girl was the Xianbing turtle, with extremely high defense, and even a damage reflectability. The Dark Knight Cat Demon's attacks were completely ineffective, and poison could not suppress it either. It was clearly arranged specifically to target Bai Yi. Bai Yi didn't panic and directly summoned the Flame Spirit. With a tribute advantage, its output overwhelmed everything. The Xianbing turtle couldn't hold out, but Chung Peng forcibly ordered it to keep going. In truth, Bai Yi had an instant recovery skill and wasn't afraid of attrition at all. Only when the referee could no longer stand it did he directly declare Bai Yi the winner, and the Xianbing turtle's transformation was Jihu, collapsing to the ground in a charred heap. No one on the field blamed Bai Yi. Instead, they all blamed Chung Peng, and even the Higher Education Alliance mentors in the stands were dissatisfied with the Chung family. After the first round ended, the second round began immediately, and Bai Yi drew another team from Jiangzhou. His opponent was again an A-rank defensive type, the giant rock beast, even more troublesome than the Xianbing turtle, with all-around defense. But Bai Yi didn't care at all, and prepared to clash head-on. Burns and poison were useless against Bai Yi. With no physical body, she wasn't afraid at all. The giant rock beast was something Chung Peng had specifically arranged, a unit tailored to counter Bai Yi. The previous Xianbing turtle had only been a probe. Chung Peng had calculated everything. Bai Yi used every method she had, but still couldn't do anything to the giant rock beast. However, the giant rock beast was too slow, and it was nearly impossible to hit the Dark Knight Cat Demon, so the match became deadlocked for a time. In the end, it could only come down to brute force. The Dark Knight Cat Demon directly grabbed the giant rock beast and slammed it into the ground, throwing it left and right. The arena thudded incessantly, and even the spectator stands seemed to go numb from the jindong. The giant rock beast's defense was extremely high, and it took hundreds of slams before it finally passed out. The Dark Knight Cat Demon was also nearly out of stamina and energy, but she finally forced her way into the top 4. Chung Peng's opponent was the previously heavily injured Beast Girl, so he won easily and was in perfect condition. That instead made Chung Peng look even less confident. In the semifinals, Bai Yi faced an A-rank Golden Winged Tiger. It could fly, had high attack power, and the Dark Knight Cat Demon had no room to get involved. Moreover, she was already exhausted, so this time it was Bai Yi's turn to go in person. Bai Yi summoned Liuguang Huansai wings, fully unleashing his presence, and the atmosphere on the scene exploded instantly. Various cameras were aimed at him. The audience cried out in shock, unable to believe that a beast master would fight personally. Bai Yi summoned the commander-level beast soul armor, then took out the gold spirit sword and charged straight at the Golden Winged Tiger. The Golden Winged Tiger had not expected Bai Yi to be so fast, and was almost pierced through, but the gold spirit sword's quality wasn't high enough. The Golden Winged Tiger put away its underestimation and went all out. Everyone on site felt that Bai Yi was definitely going to lose. But the result was shocking. Bai Yi was actually suppressing the golden winged tiger. Logically speaking, the golden winged tiger had nearly 1,000 points of strength, yet Bai Yi, as a beastmaster, was even stronger. His base strength was at least over 1,000, and no one could believe it. Even the mentors were stunned. The mentors suspected that how could a trainee beast hunter possibly have over 1,000 strength? No one had ever seen such a thing. One mentor couldn't help discussing it, thinking that this must be the talent of an SSS rank beastmaster, suitable for their university, and even planned to fight for him, but was interrupted by the high-ranking beast girl in the middle, who told everyone to keep watching. The battle continued, and the golden winged tiger's repeated counterattacks were all blocked by Ye's beast soul armor. It was stabbed all over with blood by Ye's ghostly swordsmanship and was completely no match. All the sword techniques she had seen before were inferior to Ye's, and her speed couldn't outmatch him either. The golden winged tiger desperately tried to use speed to break free from the suppression, but still fell a beat behind. She couldn't help but wonder, can beastmasters be this versatile too? Are they even letting other people live? Both she and her beastmaster had fallen into despair. The healing could not keep up, and enhancement skills were useless. The pressure brought by Yi was suffocating. The golden winged tiger simply admitted defeat and didn't want to fight anymore. The gap was too great, and there was no chance of winning. Besides, she hadn't been bought off by Cheng Peng, so there was no need to risk her life. On the other side, Cheng Peng's battle also ended quickly. The golden mammoth alone crushed the opponent, overwhelmingly powerful. The dark abyss dragon didn't make a move the entire time, but it occasionally cast a cold glance at Bai Yi, clearly carrying hostility. Bai Yi also felt wary of her, but had not been able to see her fighting style. In the end, the long-awaited showdown still arrived. The finals of the city league began. Cheng Peng was brimming with confidence and claimed he would defeat Bai Yi. Bai Yi, however, casually shot back and even struck a cool, dashing pose, drawing shrieks from the beast girls. Cheng Peng was momentarily speechless. At this moment, Yushi directly transformed into the dark abyss dragon and charged over, not giving Cheng Peng any chance to buff himself, and unleashed a mouthful of dark dragon breath toward Bai Yi. The audience gasped in shock, and even the mentors stood up, some even transforming as they tried to save him. The dragon breath was terrifying beyond measure. Even the referee wasn't confident he could save Bai Yi. But just as the dark dragon breath struck Bai Yi, a jet black suit of armor appeared on him, perfectly blocking the attack. It was beast soul armor. The dozens of chief-tier beast souls he had nurtured instead grew increasingly powerful, and once combined, the armor was nearly impervious to blades and spears. Bai Yi summoned luminous colorful wings and counterattacked toward the dark abyss dragon, actually suppressing her for a time, shocking everyone completely. It was only after Cheng Peng's support skills were applied that the dark abyss dragon managed to turn the tide again and gradually suppress Bai Yi. At this point, Bai Yi's beast soul armor was also growing darker and darker, looking like it wouldn't hold much longer. At this critical moment, Nightcat Demon quietly began moving toward Cheng Peng. Kill, kill. She was very skilled at ambushing beastmasters, but Cheng Peng had long been on guard. He stood by a revealing totem, making all nearby stealth completely ineffective, and the golden mammoth stayed close the entire time, leaving her no chance to strike. After the 5 elements mountain battle, the mammoth had become more composed. Although it couldn't beat the Nightcat Demon, protecting Cheng Peng was more than enough. The two sides remained deadlocked, and Bai Yi decisively changed targets, charging straight at Cheng Peng. The dark abyss dragon tried to stop him, but was held back by the enlarged Nightcat Demon. Bai Yi was blocked by the golden mammoth. The two were both extremely fast and easily switched opponents. The dark abyss dragon was being suppressed by the Nightcat Demon, unable even to take to the air, and could only engage in close-range fighting on the ground. Although the dragon's assault was fierce, the beast's spirit armor shattered on contact, but dark magic had no effect on Bai Yi. The Nightcat Demon's dark resistance was too high, and only dragon breath could barely injure her. Bai Yi casually cast a heal, and the Nightcat Demon was instantly back to full health, turning the situation around. In a panic, the dark abyss dragon activated Dark Descent. The arena instantly plunged into darkness, and even Bai Yi's light was swallowed up. The battlefield descended into chaos, but Bai Yi had the eye of true sight and could see clearly. The Nightcat Demon was like a fish in water in the darkness, but the dark abyss dragon was even stronger there, with her magic damage directly increased. Under the poison and dark curses, the Nightcat Demon's condition rapidly declined. It looked like she could no longer hold out. Bai Yi hurriedly told the Nightcat Demon to use the soul-nurturing bowl to absorb energy. The Nightcat Demon frantically absorbed it, her dark resistance skyrocketing, and the dragon's attacks became completely ineffective. Once the soul-nurturing bull appeared, the dark abyss dragon went completely insane, lunging toward the night cat demon desperately and even disregarding Baiye's attacks. The mentors on the platform were all shocked, and the beast girl with the highest status blurted out, "The soul-nurturing bull." Anyone who could understand the battlefield knew this bull had quite an origin. With the dark abyss dragon's attacks ineffective and the night cat demon's energy surging, she went mad and lifted the dragon up to smash her down furiously, even more brutally than when dealing with the giant rock beast. No matter how tough the dragon's body was, it couldn't take it in the end and simply passed out. The darkness dispersed, and the now plumper night cat demon still hadn't stopped. Chung Peng hid beneath the golden mammoth, trembling. The whole arena was stunned. The dragon beast girl, a black iron rank powerhouse, was being dragged around by the cat demon like a rag doll and smashed to the ground. Even more outrageous, this cat demon had originally been just a pet cat, before becoming a dark night cat demon. Was an SSS rank beastmaster really that strong? Everyone was shocked, but someone could no longer sit still. "Stop. If you keep hitting her, someone's going to die." Chung family patriarch Chung Du spoke up to stop it. He couldn't bear to lose the dark abyssal dragon. After all, he had invested a lot of money in it. The referee hesitated. The dark abyssal dragon can still maintain its beast girl transformation, so it should be fine, right? The dark abyssal dragon has already lost its combat ability. The reason it can still maintain the transformation is because Chung Du didn't finish. Someone exposed him for him. It was originally the dark abyssal dragon, not a human. The speaker was the strongest beast girl mentor. With the lie exposed, Chung Du had no choice but to admit it. It can sign a contract with a beast in the first place anyway. Baiye's cat is the same. Everyone knows that only a very small number of beast tamers can form contracts with powerful, intelligent exotic beasts. A rare case like the dark dragon. After all, most people only dare to contract gentle exotic beasts like falcons and hunting dogs. Only then did Baiye realize it. No wonder he always felt awkward when he saw the dark dragon. And he also understood why the dark dragon was hostile toward him. All because of that dark mark. But he didn't even know where the mark was, let alone how to remove it. The powerful mentor spoke again. "No one said you could form a contract with a dark creature." Facing her, Chung Peng was drenched in cold sweat and said in a small voice, "It's already been tamed." The mentor snorted coldly. "I don't care whether it's been tamed or not. Handle it yourself." She no longer paid attention to Chengdu and turned her gaze to Baiye. "Hello, my name is AOZ, and I'm a mentor at Dragon Capital University." Baiye quickly introduced himself. "Hello, Teacher AO. My name is Baiye." He could tell that AOZ held a very high status. With her backing him, he wouldn't have to fear even the Chung family. "Baiye, may I ask you a question?" "Go ahead. Where did this soul-nurturing bull come from?" "I killed a dark spirit ghost, and it exploded." "I found it." "You can kill dark spirit ghosts?" "Where?" "Outside Jiangbei City, in the dark forest." "So that's how it is." "That thing was never found because it was hiding there all along." "I know it. I injured it, and even shattered its beast spirit pearl, so it won't be easy for it to recover." In a sense, Baiye had picked up AOZ's leftovers. While they were speaking, Chung Peng launched a sneak attack, ordering the golden mammoth to charge Baiye. The golden mammoth was enormous and its impact was astonishing. Even with armor, Baiye would be seriously injured. "Get lost," AOZ roared, and the golden mammoth was blown away instantly, smashing through the guardrail and nearly crushing spectators to death. She was already so terrifying without transforming. If she really transformed, what then? Baiye silently resolved himself. He had to cling tightly to this thigh. The referee still wanted to maintain fairness. "The match isn't over yet. You can't interfere." AOZ glared slightly. "I said it's over, so it's over." Any objections? No one dared make a sound. Even the mayor lowered his head and played dead. The referee could only announce Baiye's victory, and Baiye became the champion. AOZ invited him, "Come to Dragon Capital University. I've got your back." Baiye smiled. Not a bad idea. Just, Baiye wasn't the type to be casual about this. Conditions had to be laid out. But before he could finish, AOZ interrupted him. "What else do you want? I already gave you the soul nurturing bowl, and that's a 5th-tier gold grade item." Baiye was not polite either. "The soul nurturing bowl was originally something I won." "Fine, then what do you want?" AOZ compromised. "An SSS rank beastmaster was worth that price." "I want you." "What do you want me for?" "To be my beast girl." The whole place fell silent. The mayor bit straight through his cup. This was the little princess of the AO family, already a silver grade mentor. Yet you, a newly adult apprentice beastmaster, actually dared make this request? You've got guts. AOZ was also stunned. No one had ever been so direct about wanting to contract her. When she came to her senses, she only said, "Wait until your level catches up to mine, then talk." She thought Bai Yi would never catch up, so that was basically a rejection. But Bai Yi agreed without hesitation. Okay. Then he even ran onto the stage and sat beside AOZ. What are you doing? Aren't you my future beast girl? Of course I should be with you. He even pulled a chair out of his dimensional space and sat down. AOZ was filled with question marks. Didn't I just reject him? How did I become his future beast girl? She wanted to teach Bai Yi a lesson, but after thinking it over, she let it go. In the end, she said nothing and let him sit there. On the main podium, everyone was dumbfounded. What shocked them even more was that Bai Yi kept pulling out food. Want some steamed bear paw? The paw of a Lord Tier, Frost Storm Bear. Thanks no. AOZ was very calm. How about pork jerky? Meat from a Lord Tier Golden Arrow Porcupine? Yep. Thanks no. Want some beef jerky? From a bull-headed giant beast. AOZ was speechless. Just how many Lord Tier ferocious beasts had this guy killed? And she still didn't eat any of it. Bai Yi simply pulled out a 5 elements Beast King meat bun. This time AOZ couldn't hold back. That's Beast King meat? There's a Beast King in the apprentice stage. The entire venue was shocked, and the excitement immediately spiked. It really is you. Bai Yi ignored him and sat even closer to AOZ. The implication was clear. Now that he had a backer, he wasn't afraid of your Qing family. AOZ took a bite, which counted as showing her stance. Support Bai Yi. What's the Chung family worth? Tell me where you got it, AOZ asked. Bai Yi embellished the story of how he fought the 5 elements Beast King, boasting about how heroic he had been. The mentors were all tempted and immediately started offering high prices to recruit him. 100 billion subsidies. None of it mattered. A group of people surrounded Bai Yi and talked to him, and at that moment Chengdu rushed over again to ask. And then? Bai Yi glanced at him sideways. Then what? Chengdu demanded. What about the 5 Elements Mountain? How would I know? The 5 Elements Mountain is so huge. Am I supposed to stuff it in my pocket? Bai Yi replied irritably. In reality, he really had stuffed it in his pocket. Chengdu still wanted to press further, but the mentors around who wanted to recruit Bai Yi couldn't take it anymore and all roared together. Get lost. They sent Chengdu tumbling away, and he landed hard. Chengdu no longer dared provoke them. After all, his life mattered more than the beast space in the 5 Elements Mountain. AOZ drove Chengdu away, then wanted the other school's mentors to leave as well, but they ignored her and kept throwing out offers to recruit Bai Yi. Some offered money, some offered resources, and some even offered beast girls. The Dragonhawk beast girl in particular proactively said she was willing to become Bai Yi's beast girl. Good grief, a dignified silver-grade mentor had no shame left at all, and the scene was awkward beyond words. AOZ really couldn't stand it anymore and directly raised a golden barrier, cutting off the surrounding noise. Bai Yi knocked on the barrier, but he couldn't break it open at all. You don't find it annoying? AOZ pointed at the mentors outside, who were probably all cursing her for monopolizing him. Bai Yi looked regretful. He especially liked the mentors' fancy recruitment offers, and the Dragonhawk beast girl in particular. She had both strength and looks, and being fought over by such a beast girl felt very reassuring. Do you just want to live off a woman? AOZ said speechlessly. Being kept is my dream. Bai Yi agreed shamelessly. AOZ couldn't be bothered with him and went straight to the point. You have a portable beast space, right? I can help you upgrade it to Black Iron level. Bai Yi immediately pledged his loyalty. Teacher AO, I'm officially a student of Dragon Capital University now. It's definitely not for the Black Iron level space. It's all for you, teacher. Get lost. AOZ couldn't stand his mouth anymore and kicked Bai Yi straight out of the barrier. Next was the solo Beast Girl competition, especially important for Nangong Xueqian. The opponents in the City League were basically all B rank at the starting line, most of them A rank, and even some S rank. Nangong Xueqian was under immense pressure. Qingyu was also competing and had reached Black Iron level. Bai Yi remembered that he originally had an S-rank Beastmaster. Probably he just used the other party to break through, then dumped them and found an even stronger Beastmaster. The Chung family had money and knew how to play the game, manipulating the competition. Chungyu's first place was basically in the bag. In the first round, Nangong Xueqian ran into an A-rank Golden Scale Snake with extremely strong defense. Every attack of Nangong Xueqian was deflected away, completely useless. The Golden Scale Snake only lashed out with its tail and never revealed a flaw. Nangong Xueqian could only keep attacking the same spot repeatedly. After more than 100 strikes, she finally managed to punch through and severely wound the opponent, but she herself was nearly exhausted and in a dangerous state. She couldn't hold on anymore. If she had to fight another match now, she would definitely lose. Even taking pills wouldn't restore her in time. Don't be afraid, I've got you. Bai Yi stepped forward and transferred his energy to Nangong Xueqian. Nangong Xueqian quickly recovered to her full state, far better than any pill. An SSS rank Beastmaster really was extraordinary. Referee, she's cheating, Cheng Yu shouted. Which eye did you see me cheating with? Nangong Xueqian shot back. This is a solo match. How can a Beastmaster help you? Bai Yi is just my pill. Didn't you take pills too? That's different. Why not? Is your family hosting the tournament? The two of them argued furiously. Cheng Yu couldn't outtalk her, so he turned to the referee. The referee was embarrassed. Bai Yi hadn't directly participated, so it didn't count as a violation. But they also couldn't afford to offend either the Chung family or the Nangong family. So they had no choice but to let the instructor on the main stage make the decision. At that moment, Bai Yi spoke lazily. No violation. Continue the match. No one objected. The referee could only do as told. The match continued. In fury, Cheng Yu unleashed her moves, and the entire arena was filled with blades and sword light, almost slicing the opponent into minced meat. The referee rescued the person in time, and no one dared warn Cheng Yu. The opponents Nangong Xueqian faced afterward were strong, but she held nothing back and attacked with full force. With Bai Yi backing her, she fought without any scruples and easily won the next 2 rounds. Soon, Nangong Xueqian faced Cheng Yu. Nangong Xueqian was in peak condition, while Cheng Yu, though she had broken through to black iron level, still wasn't confident she could win. After all, her talent was poor and she lacked real combat experience. Just before the match was about to begin, Cheng Yu suddenly looked toward Chengdu. Dad, I want the Heart of Darkness. Chengdu froze. You can't use the Heart of Darkness. Cheng Yu acted spoiled and insisted on it. The just awakened Dark Nether Dragon heard this and said angrily, Chengdu, you promised to give me the Heart of Darkness. You, a dark creature, still dared to compete for it. Cheng Yu replied arrogantly. The Dark Nether Dragon fainted from rage. Nangong Xueqian urged, are you going to fight or not? Cheng Yu kept acting spoiled, and in the end Chengdu still agreed and gave her the Heart of Darkness. After all, the Chung family had been going downhill lately, and they needed this match to attract an even stronger backer. Chengdu took out a pitch-black heart. The air turned cold, and the evil thoughts in everyone's hearts began to surface as well. The atmosphere on site was tense, and the crowd was agitated. Hurry up and fight. Only death matches are interesting. What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. The violent mood spread through the crowd, and Bai Yi was infected too. He casually punched the person next to him. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful divine might and hurriedly stopped and stepped back. Only then did he realize that he had actually punched an instructor, and on the main stage, in full view of everyone. Aoz's body was flashing with golden light, as if she could explode at any moment. Just when it seemed like something was about to go wrong, a burst of white light enveloped the entire venue. Everyone's emotions calmed down. Aoz also withdrew her aura, and Bai Yi let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, a beast girl with wings flew out of the temple and shouted at Chengdu. Chengdu, don't destroy your daughter. This was the angel from the temple, one of the Chung family. Chengdu struggled inwardly, but quickly hardened his resolve. Xin, stay out of this. I've made up my mind. Angel Chung Xian left and no longer interfered. Cheng Yu finally got the Heart of Darkness. Just as she opened her mouth, the Heart of Darkness turned into a black snake and slithered into her mouth. In an instant, dark energy erupted. The black dark dragon that had just fainted also woke up, furious and unwilling to accept it. It watched helplessly as the Heart of Darkness was swallowed by a human, hating Cheng Yu to the point of wanting to devour her alive. Cheng Yu's aura at this moment was bizarre. Bai Yi took a look with his eye of true sight and saw that her attributes were surging, quickly becoming as strong as a Lord-tier exotic beast. Her identity had also changed to Black Gold Magic Rabbit, S rank, with all attributes greatly increased and her skills impossible to detect. Bai Yi realized that Nangong Qianxue was no match for her, and even joining forces with the Dark Knight Cat Demon gave him no confidence. He reminded her, Qianxue, admit defeat. Don't force it. But Nangong Qianxue was stubborn and refused to back down. Cheng Yu sneered, leaped up, and transformed into a pitch-black magic rabbit, charging toward Nangong Qianxue. Nangong Qianxue turned back into a sword spirit to dodge, but was knocked down by the black gold magic rabbit and then corroded by dark energy. She wanted to break out, but was trapped by the dark barrier and all attacks were useless. Cheng Yu said coldly, stop struggling. Today, you're my sacrifice. Nangong Qianxue remained calm and counterattacked with Silver Moon Slash, but it had no effect on the black gold magic rabbit at all. No defense breach. This defense was just too monstrous. It couldn't be touched at all. The black gold magic rabbit laughed and directly grabbed the sword spirit. The blade had no effect on it, while the power of darkness instead corroded the sword spirit, causing it to start rusting and rotting. Who would have thought the black gold magic rabbit could actually corrode a lifeless sword spirit? We admit defeat. Nangong Qianxue admits defeat. Nangongya shouted, but no one paid attention. The referee had been bought off by the Chung family. Enraged, Nangongya transformed into a silver spear and rushed forward, only to be forcibly stopped by the referee. With a cold face, the referee said that no interference was allowed before the match ended. She was helpless and could only turn to Bai Yi for help. Bai Yi had already latched onto a powerful backer and went to seek Aoz's help. Aoz could no longer hold back and roared. The sword spirit has lost all combat capability. The match is over. Magic Rabbit wins. But the black gold magic rabbit still refused to let go and continued corroding the sword spirit. Aoz was furious, and a burst of golden light shot out, shattering the dark barrier. The black gold magic rabbit spat out black blood and fell to the ground, corroding holes into the floor, terrifying. The black gold magic rabbit clutched the sword spirit tightly, blood-red light surging in its eyes. Black mist condensed into two giant hands and directly snapped the sword spirit in half. Shuer, Qianxue, Nangongya, and Bai Yi rushed up. Aoz was shaking with rage. She couldn't even be bothered to listen to her words. She was utterly arrogant. She shouted, Chengdu, your daughter has already been corroded by darkness. It's time to deal with her. With that, another golden beam shot straight at the black gold magic rabbit, intending to kill Chengyu. At that moment, someone suddenly intervened, and a gale blocked the golden beam. It turned out that Chengdu was also a silver-rank beastmaster. The Chung family had more than one silver-rank beast girl. This was their home turf in Jiangzhou. Aoz laughed in exasperation. Good. Then I'll see just how dark the sky over Jiangzhou really is. She directly transformed into a purple-golden flood dragon and pounced downward. Thunder rumbled, and the atmosphere throughout Jiangzhou city changed dramatically. The Chung family's silver-rank beast girls all stepped forward to fight. In an instant, a major battle erupted, shocking everyone present. The audience felt that the ticket price had become worth it in an instant. Who would have thought that sparring between trainee beast girls would develop into a silver-rank battle? Rare indeed. The Chung family had the advantage in numbers, and even the purple golden flood dragon couldn't do anything to them for the time being. The black gold magic rabbit was still continuing to corrode the broken sword spirit. It seemed it would not stop until it was completely destroyed. At this point, the scene was in complete chaos, and Bai Yi could only act himself. He summoned dozens of dark puppets to block the Chung family's beast girls, using self-detonation to buy time. Then Bai Yi activated the 5-element spirits again, preparing for the decisive strike. The beast girl was no match either. Once the 5 elemental spirits joined in, the black gold demon rabbit was gravely wounded and completely unable to hold on. Bai Yi rushed forward and saved Nangong Qianxue. Aoz summoned divine thunder, blasting everyone away, and landed beside Bai Yi. Nangongya also repelled the referee and came flying over as a streak of silver light. Shuer, Nangongya clutched the broken sword and cried bitterly, but she could not wake Nangong Qianxue. Bai Yi had no choice but to look at Aoz. Teacher Ao, Qianxue is still in her transformed state. Does that mean she's okay? Aoz shook her head and explained. She's severely injured and almost certainly dead. She's smart, so she's locked herself in her beast girl form, pretending to be dead. If she turns back into human form, she'll die. Bai Yi still didn't understand and asked, then how do we save her? Aoz sensed the broken sword and said, the power of darkness has eroded her soul, and she has no ability to resist. Bai Yi immediately pulled out the soul-nourishing bowl. Aoz had him use it to absorb the dark power from the broken sword. Bai Yi didn't have enough control to transfer Qianxue's soul into the soul-nourishing bowl, but he temporarily stabilized her condition. Nangong Qianxue would not die for the moment, but she would not last a day before her soul dispersed. Nangongya stared fixedly at Chengdu, her eyes full of hatred. Bai Yi suddenly thought of a solution. If I reach Black Iron rank and form a contract with her, could I save her with super healing? Aoz thought there was hope when she heard that, but the class advancement quest was extremely difficult, and an SSS rank quest was even harder. Completing it within one day was nearly impossible. Cheng Peng jumped out and said, you can contract with me. I can use healing too. Bai Yi cursed him to get lost. Relax, I won't fail. Aoz encouraged Bai Yi to do his best. Nangongya also saw hope. Bai Yi, as long as you save Shuer, I'll do anything. Bai Yi shook his head. Qianxue is my friend. Saving her is only right. Just then, the system mission appeared. 1. Personally save Nangong Qianxue. Reward. Dimensional space plus 100 cubic meters 2. Let someone else save her. Reward. Physique plus 10-3. Rescue fails. Qianxue dies. All attributes dash 100 after making preparations. Bai Yi headed straight to the city center temple with Lin Ming. The temple could not only heal, but also help with advancement. It was the rarest energy building in Jiangzhou. To advance to Black Iron rank, not only did he need a mirroring pill worth 1 million, he also had to break through his exclusive secret realm on his own. The difficulty of the secret realm could not be predicted and was extremely dangerous. The beasts in the secret realm vanished when they died, leaving no materials behind, so Bai Yi could not rely on beast soul armor or puppets. He could only depend on himself. Time was now tight, and he had no other choice. At the entrance to the temple, an angel stopped Bai Yi and Lin Ming. It was Chung Xin, the bishop of the Jiangzhou temple. As long as she refused entry, no one could get in, and there wasn't time to go to another temple. Bai Yi was somewhat displeased. The temple belongs to everyone. What do you mean by this? In the glow of the light, Chung Xin was beautiful like an angel. She said gently, I'm not refusing you entry. I'm just reminding you that the temple is of great significance to Jiangzhou, so don't damage it again. There was not a trace of hostility. Bai Yi felt somewhat embarrassed and also understood that the commotion he had caused had already spread everywhere, even reaching the angels. Chung Xin only smiled slightly, offered a kind reminder, and stepped aside. Bai Yi and Lin Ming finally entered the secret realm. Lin Ming transformed into a dark night cat demon, and Bai Yi also equipped both her and himself with armor. Even though the armor's condition was not ideal, he couldn't worry about that anymore. They just had to go for it. Space twisted, and they appeared in the dim secret realm, quickly encountering a dark werewolf, ferocious in appearance and powerful in attack. The Dark Knight Cat Demon had high defense and directly counter-killed it. After the werewolf died, it turned into black mist, leaving behind neither a corpse nor loot. Bai Yi had no choice but to use the soul-nourishing bowl to collect the black mist, and discovered that its pure energy could strengthen armor. Bai Yi was delighted and continued looking for the next target. They then encountered a wraith with no physical body at all. The Dark Knight Cat Demon couldn't hit it. Bai Yi summoned a fire spirit, which was the perfect counter to wraiths, and quickly took it down. The black mist was once again absorbed by the soul-nourishing bowl. Outside the secret realm, Chung Xin kept feeling that something was off, and asked the nun whether the energy consumption had sped up. The nun couldn't answer, but Chung Xin was very vigilant and kept a close watch. In the secret realm, Bai Yi and Lin Ming fought even more fiercely, and the more they gained, the crazier they became. Soon, they saw the outline of a huge castle in the darkness. Bai Yi shot back, and the Dark Knight Cat Demon was displeased. What kind of lousy system have you awakened? You'd better give it to me. After saying that, it charged straight toward the dark castle. In the dark wasteland, there were only dark creatures and no information at all. They couldn't even communicate. To get through the Divine Temple's secret realm, they had to go to the dark castle. And the closer they got, the more numerous and stronger the monsters became. In the end, they ran into a bronze-scaled snake, and neither Bai Yi nor the Dark Knight Cat Demon could withstand it. Even the fire spirit couldn't break its defense. In the end, it was only after the cat demon was swallowed by the snake and then broke through it from the inside that they learned this snake's attributes were comparable to those of a lord-level exotic beast. They hadn't even entered the castle yet, and they already ran into such a powerful monster. Just how dangerous must the inside be? Soon, the dark castle gave them the answer. A shadow arrow shot out and sent the giant cat demon, over 10 meters long, flying. Fortunately, the cat demon had high dark resistance, or else it would have been done for. For the two of them, one human and one cat, to attack the castle with magical structures inside, the difficulty was absurdly high. Bai Yi had no choice but to withdraw from the range of the siege arrow towers and observe the dark castle from afar. While he was plotting, crows flew out of the castle to scout on their own. Bai Yi waved his hand and had the fire spirit wipe out the crows, then pulled back farther to avoid the other side's line of sight and decided to plan first. Bai Yi himself couldn't fly over. He'd be easily killed by a shadow arrow. A brute force charge wouldn't work either, so he could only have the Dark Knight Cat Demon infiltrate the scout. The cat demon went invisible and entered the castle, and the more she wandered, the more shocked she became. Inside were over 1,000 dark creatures, and the strongest was a 3-headed hound almost as tall as the city wall, comparable to the legendary Cerberus. The 3-headed hound was alert and nearly discovered the cat demon. The cat demon held her breath and kept her distance, narrowly avoiding disaster. She discovered that these monsters didn't need to eat, drink, or excrete waste. They were like energy-based beings, and methods like poison were useless. And their patrols had no blind spots, so sneaking in was unrealistic. The only option was a hard assault. The cat demon returned to discuss things with Bai Yi. With just the two of them attacking the castle, it was basically unsolvable. But Bai Yi thought of the exotic beast space on the Five Elements Mountain, which contained tens of thousands of exotic beasts. Just the beast tied from the Golden Spirit Mountain alone numbered over 10,000. The other mountains were no worse, and the valleys had even more. A siege battle? They could directly crush it with a tenfold advantage, plus flying beasts for three-dimensional strikes. The only thing left was how to control them. How could he command these exotic beasts to attack the castle? The five element spirits had been personally promoted by Bai Yi, so they had some intelligence and could barely communicate. They belonged to Bai Yi. But ordinary exotic beasts couldn't communicate, and if he released them, he was also afraid he wouldn't be able to get them back. Bai Yi could only control the five elements mountain itself. Once the beasts left the mountain, he couldn't manage them. If he released them and couldn't reclaim them, that would be a huge problem. After thinking it over, Bai Yi came up with a solution. If he couldn't control them to attack the castle, then he'd simply release them directly inside the dark castle. Once the exotic beasts were trapped, they'd definitely fight everywhere, and the dark castle would descend into chaos. As for whether he could recover them afterward, he couldn't care that much. After all, this was a secret realm, so there was no need to worry about things getting chaotic. Having figured that out, Bai Yi immediately got to work. But a new problem arose. He couldn't turn invisible, so how was he supposed to slip into the dark castle? Only he could use the five elements spirit disc, and it was useless for the cat demon to carry it in. The biggest threat now was the dark arrow towers. As long as those were demolished, they could rush in. He just hoped the exotic beasts he summoned wouldn't attack him. Let's do it. The Dark Knight cat demon infiltrated the dark castle in stealth. This time, the Cerberus was very alert. The moment she entered, it locked onto her and casually spewed a large cloud of poison mist. The cat demon had high resistance, so it wasn't a big deal, and she continued making her way toward the arrow towers. But then the Cerberus spat fire again, sealing off the route with a sea of flames. The cat demon revealed herself, and her beast spirit armor barely managed to block it. After discovering the cat demon, the three-headed hound was first delighted, then enraged, and one of its heads released black lightning. Lightning fused with dark sushing, making the attack even stronger. If the cat demon were hit, she might not be able to hold out. With no time to worry about anything else, the cat demon pounced toward the arrow tower and launched a fierce attack with her golden claws. The dark arrow tower counterattacked, but the cat demon had high resistance and only suffered minor injuries before continuing to push the tower. Black lightning descended and struck the cat demon precisely. Smoke rose all over her body, but she was fine, because her dark resistance had nullified half the damage. Fortunately, the arrow tower was also blasted down by the black lightning. Unfortunately, it recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, clearly showing that this was a virtual world. Bai Yi no longer dared to delay. He immediately summoned the radiant prism wings and charged at full speed toward the dark castle, becoming the brightest target on the entire battlefield. All the dark creatures locked onto him. Taking the opportunity, the cat demon slipped into a corner and vanished into stealth. The flying creatures of the dark castle rushed out to intercept Bai Yi. Bai Yi sneered. He could summon flying beasts too. In an instant, he summoned hundreds of them. The two sides plunged into an aerial melee, the scene descending into utter chaos, with blood splattering everywhere. The more chaotic the battlefield became, the more advantageous it was for Bai Yi. His beast soul armor continued to condense, unafraid of attacks. Bai Yi ignored the air battle and went straight for the dark castle. The three-headed dog unleashed attacks at the same time: dark venom, hellfire, and black lightning, each one incredibly powerful. Bai Yi's beast soul armor nearly collapsed, but thanks to the beast souls he had accumulated in the earlier air battle, he barely made it through. Now it was Bai Yi's turn to counterattack. He released the five elements mountain, and swarms of beasts surged into the dark castle, nearly filling it to the brim. The three-headed dog was pushed to the point where it didn't even have room to stand. Even beneath its belly were porcupines. The porcupines frenziedly stabbed from below, covering the three-headed dog in spikes. Enraged, it lashed out with its claws, only to find even its claws covered in thorns. It could only lower its head and use magic to clear the monsters. In the chaos, Bai Yi blended into the beast horde. The Dark Knight cat demon also appeared, blood splashing all around her. Her blood recovery ability activated, and she quickly returned to full health. With Bai Yi's support, she went on a rampage, slaughtering the dark creatures. Bai Yi didn't have time to fight monsters. He opened the soul-nourishing bowl and wildly absorbed dark energy and beast souls. His beast soul armor evolved like crazy, and before long, it gained a thorny rebound effect. Attacks from enemies not only failed to hurt him, they were bounced back as soul spikes, forcing everyone to keep their distance and not dare provoke him. In the end, he simply started digging into the castle walls and draining all the energy. Outside the secret realm, in the temple, the little nun screamed, "Your Grace the Bishop, something's wrong. The secret realm's energy is being consumed too fast, and the newly added energy stones are almost gone." Chang Xian rushed over, and upon seeing the energy dropping at a terrifying speed, she stomped in rage. That Bai Yi is ruthless. He won't even spare the temple's secret realm. She had no choice but to keep feeding energy stones into the energy furnace. The consumption rate was far too fast, and the temple suffered heavy losses. Inside the secret realm, the dark creatures were almost completely wiped out. Bai Yi had taken away all the energy, and even the castle walls were nearly gone. Beast corpses were thrown into the Five Elements Mountain, leaving the surroundings completely empty. The three-headed dog stared at the vanishing castle and cursed with all three heads, but it had no new tricks left. Its stamina was drained, and it had become utterly useless. The Dark Knight Cat Demon, now at full strength, charged forward and fought the three-headed dog in a fierce battle. The three-headed dog was a mage-type beast. Without dark energy, it had become very weak. As the fight went on, it shrank smaller and smaller. Soon, its size was about the same as the cat demon's, and the cat demon kept taunting it while beating it down. In the end, it was smashed apart by golden claws, dropping 3 beast spirit beads. A huge harvest, dark venom mist, hellfire sea, black lightning. All were extremely powerful and perfectly suited for the Dark Knight Cat Demon. The temple's secret realm really varied from person to person, with adjustments different for each beast girl. The final reward was a skill that allowed the beast girl to break through to Black Iron rank. The Dark Knight Cat Demon was S grade, so she could learn 3 new skills at once, a perfect fit. These 3 beast spirit beads were all Black Iron rank and could only be absorbed after a breakthrough. Bai Yi and Lin Ming, meanwhile, were only one first-order breakthrough pill away. Nangong had prepared it in advance. Everything was ready, and they were finally about to level up. Bai Yi and Lin Ming's attributes rose dramatically. Bai Yi, SSS rank Beast Tamer, Black Iron 1 star, Strength, 1140 Agility, 1010 Constitution, 1010 Spirit, 2340 Contract, Beast Girl 1. Lin Ming, Dark Knight Cat Demon, Skills, Multiple Powerful Skills. Lin Ming, S rank Dark Knight Cat Demon, Black Iron 1 star, Strength, 570 Agility, 760 Constitution, 400 Spirit, 180 Skills, Super Sensing and Attack Skills, including Dark Venom Mist, Hellfire Sea, Black Lightning, and more. After breaking through to Black Iron, Bai Yi obtained a new contract space and prepared to go rescue Nangong Qianxue. As for the beasts in the temple's secret realm, he could no longer care about them. They would have to survive on their own. Bai Yi had no idea that these beasts would later have a huge impact. He hadn't even made it out of the temple when Chang Xian stopped him. Entering the temple's secret realm costs 1,000 beginner energy stones. I'll count it as 1 billion. Pay with cash or energy stones. Bai Yi argued that he had already paid the entrance fee, but Chang Xian insisted he make up the ticket and even said she'd report him if he didn't pay. Bai Yi simply broke free and strode away. Chang Xian couldn't hold him back at all. Outside, Nangong had already asked someone to set up the contract formation, and everything was ready. Cheng Peng was standing there, wanting to contract with Nangong Qianxue. Bai Yi rushed all the way, but the temple's secret realm was too large, and it still took him most of the day. Nangong Qianxue's condition worsened, and she was on the verge of soul scattering. Helpless, Nangong could only agree to Cheng Peng's request, and the contract formation was about to activate. Cheng Peng wore a look of triumph. Once the contract succeeded, Nangong Qianxue would be his and his alone. Just as he was feeling smug, Bai Yi suddenly appeared and kicked Cheng Peng flying. The contract formation activated, and he made it in at the critical moment. Cheng Peng hadn't expected that. In the end, he would still fail. Furious, he shouted that he would destroy the contract formation, but this time no one dared help him anymore. The Cheng family no longer wanted to take the risk for Cheng Peng, and Zhan Rong also cut ties with him completely. If Cheng Peng wanted to contract Nangong Qianxue, he would still have to terminate one existing contract. But due to certain special reasons, he couldn't terminate the Dark Nether Dragon. Terminate the Golden Mammoth. After being repeatedly abandoned, Zhan Rong had given up on Cheng Peng and only wanted to live independently, no longer having anything to do with the Cheng family. The Dark Nether Dragon still hadn't awakened. Cheng Peng had no one left to use and frantically battered the contract formation, but it was useless. In the end, the contract succeeded, and Nangong Qianxue became Bai Ye's second beast girl. With Bai Ye's help, Nangong Qianxue advanced to the S-rank Ice Soul Cold Light Sword. Her attributes increased dramatically, and she gained a new skill, Ice Soul Slash. But to break through to the Black Iron level, she would still have to enter the temple's secret realm alone. The key point was that the energy from the contract and promotion, together with Bai Ye's healing, finally cured Nangong Qianxue. Excited, she threw herself into Bai Ye's arms and cried. At last she had achieved a happy ending. no longer fearing interference from other beast girls, and her sense of happiness was overflowing. Now that you have a beast master, you don't even want your mom anymore? Nangongya interrupted her daughter, teasing that the moment she woke up, she was already crying in the arms of a man. As expected, daughters really couldn't be kept. Nangong Chinchua shyly rushed into her mother's arms to act spoiled, but in her heart she still longed more for Bai Ye's embrace, and her face was red with embarrassment. The Jiangzhou preliminaries ended, and Bai Yi took first place, receiving generous rewards, 100 million in cash and 100 drops of golden blood. After Lin Meng consumed it, the power of her golden claw greatly increased, becoming almost the strongest physical skill. Nangong Chinchua took second place and received a Lord-grade Beast Spirit bead, whereupon she comprehended the powerful hardening skill, greatly increasing her defense. With the temple nearby, Nangong Chinchua entered the secret realm to grind. Bai Yi went to the Nangong family and cleared out the tens of thousands of beast corpses in the secret realm. Mount 5 elements had been severely damaged and would be difficult to restore in the short term, while the Nangong family had abundant raw materials. Nangong Chinchua cleared it quickly and broke through to the black iron level. Her attributes soared, and she additionally obtained 3 skills: Ice Multiplication, Ice Blade Snow Sword, and Block. Bai Yi sighed that an SSS rank Beast Master was too powerful. With just one contract, he could make a Beast Girl's talent leap forward by a huge margin. Nangong Chinchua's previous efforts had not been in vain. She could finally participate in the National League with Bai Yi. There were 36 teams in the nation in total, including 23 provinces, 7 great cities, 5 vassal countries, and 1 temple. The temple's strength was the most special of all. Aside from healing-type angels, there were also temple knights who offered up their souls in exchange for divine blessing. For example, Chung Xian had originally been an E-rank Jade Rabbit, but after becoming a temple angel, she had advanced to A rank, and her healing ability had greatly increased. The young people selected by the temple were all extremely strong, the most troublesome opponents in the entire country. Bai Ye's next goal was to compete with this group of people. The winners are to report to Shiyuan City, in Qingzhou Province, 7 days from now. A newly discovered black iron-level beast space will serve as the finals venue. Anyone who fails to arrive on time will forfeit automatically. AOZ announced the final competition format. They weren't taking the old route of direct duels, but instead would determine victory in a newly discovered beast space. All information was sealed off, so no one could prepare in advance. It would be a pure test of adaptability. Bai Yi thought that since he had already secured a spot at Longdu Academy, there was no need to compete any further. He simply asked AOZ whether he could skip the rest of the tournament. AOZ urged him to fight for glory. Bai Yi shot back immediately that he didn't want any glory. In his hometown, glory was basically the same as going off to die. He wasn't doing it. AOZ was about ready to explode. What kind of demon student was this? Just as she was about to give up, she suddenly remembered that the championship prize money was in the tens of billions. The moment she mentioned the prize money, Bai Yi instantly became motivated and told Nangong Chinchua to book only 1 plane ticket. Chinchua was confused as to why 3 people were only booking 1 ticket. Bai Yi told her to let her and Xiao Meng transform, one as a pet, the other as a weapon, to save on airfare. Chinchua was speechless and mocked him for being miserly, adding that beast girls weren't allowed to transform on public transportation. Bai Yi self-mockingly said he had only learned how to sleep from school. AOZ, listening nearby, grew more and more suspicious. Was Bai Yi participating in the competition just to get an exemption from the entrance exam? The truth was exactly that. When Bai Yi saw AOZ's expression change, he was afraid she might back out. So he hurriedly thumped his chest and promised, "I'll never embarrass you." AOZ rolled her eyes all the way back into her head and didn't believe him at all. Seeing that AOZ was about to leave, Bai Yi quickly grabbed her and reminded her not to forget to help him upgrade his beast space. AOZ helplessly explained that she didn't have the item with her and would have to go home to get it. After saying that, she directly transformed into a giant flood dragon and shot off in a flash, unwilling to deal with Bai Yi any longer, afraid she might be angered to death. Only then did Bai Yi remember he should have asked AOZ to help remove the dark imprint, but she had already flown off. No one in the Nangong family could do it, and as for the temple, forget it. He had already been blacklisted and was afraid of being chased for debts, so he could only count himself unlucky. Whatever. If one came, he'd kill one. Still, Bai Yi remained wary of the Chung family around him. Seeing someone staring at him intently, Bai Yi simply jumped into the crowd of reporters, planning to accept an interview as a human shield. The Chung family couldn't possibly make a move under everyone's watchful eyes. Bai Yi was successfully escorted away by the reporters. At the airport, Bai Yi delivered an impassioned speech. "Everyone, no need to see me off. I'll carry your expectations and spread Jiangzhou culture across the country. Only when the ground staff urged him did he reluctantly board the plane. The Nangong family had booked 3 business-class seats for him. Bai Yi was experiencing luxury for the first time and marveled at how spacious and comfortable business class was. Economy class was packed with people shoulder to shoulder. There was simply no comparison. Business class even had handsome men and beautiful beast girls providing service. The atmosphere was far better than in economy class. Bai Yi truly experienced what it meant to enjoy life. At that moment, Cheng Yu appeared and sat beside Bai Yi, dressed extremely revealingly, with black gauze covering her, seductive like a succubus. Nangong Qianxue and Lin Ming immediately became alert. The Cheng Yu of before had only been a spoiled S rank, but now it was impossible to tell whether she was human or ghost, and she was even charming men and women alike. Bai Yi was almost unable to hold himself back, and only after activating the Eye of True Sight did he discover that there were actually 2 souls within Cheng Yu's body, the black gold demon rabbit and a succubus. Influenced by the dark heart, she had become extremely dangerous. Nangong Qianxue even insisted on switching seats with Bai Yi, afraid that he might fall for her. The entire way, everyone remained on guard, all worried that some dark creature might suddenly appear. Fortunately, the flight only took 4 or 5 hours, and they soon arrived. Just as Bai Yi was admiring the sunset, a system option suddenly popped up. 1. Rush into the cockpit and threaten the pilot to land. Reward: agility plus 102. Smash the window and jump from the plane. Reward: Eye of True Sight upgrade 3. Stop the plane from exploding. Reward: all attributes plus 1004. Do nothing. Reward: Constitution plus 100. With danger approaching, Bai Yi shouted without hesitation, "Jump out of the plane." He immediately equipped his beast soul armor, smashed the window, and leaped out. Nangong Qianxue and Lin Ming also instantly transformed into beast girls and jumped after him. Everyone was dumbfounded, and the flight attendants were terrified out of their wits. The plane was still tens of thousands of meters in the air, with extremely low temperatures and thin air. This kind of parachuting was simply suicidal. You're parachuting, so at least you should have a parachute, right? What kind of move is just jumping out of the plane? Then several beast girls smashed through the windows and jumped like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Cheng Yu also jumped down, even riding on a giant eagle beast girl. The passengers were completely dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened. Some screamed for the plane to land immediately, or else everyone would freeze or suffocate to death. After learning of the situation, the pilot was so scared that he landed at once, but it was still too late. The plane exploded in midair and disintegrated instantly. No one survived. Bai Yi and the others had jumped in time, or they would have been done for 2. In this world, beast tamers and beast girls were far too dangerous. Fire element skills could blow up the fuel tank directly, and plane explosions could happen anytime. The surviving flying beast girls were all black iron rank, and they all immediately chased after Bai Yi. Using the Eye of Insight, Bai Yi saw that these beast girls had all been enthralled and controlled. They were neither death soldiers nor dark creatures. The one controlling them was Cheng Yu, that is, the succubus. Cheng Yu had already lost control and was completely dominated by the heart of darkness. She even dared to blow up a plane, not caring how many people died. The succubus sneered and ordered the beast girls to launch suicide attacks on Bai Yi. Bai Yi cursed her as a madwoman and drew his sword to attack from a distance. The nightcat demon also cooperated with a barrage of skills. The enthralled beast girls couldn't even get close before being dealt with. Even if they tried to self-detonate, they were blocked by the beast soul armor. Seeing this, Cheng Yu not only didn't panic, but became even more excited. Bai Yi felt that this pervert was too dangerous and had to be killed. Bai Yi charged toward Cheng Yu, but Cheng Yu's main enthrallment control had no effect on him. Bai Yi's mental resistance was too high. Lin Ming had dark resistance, and Nangong Xueqian was a sword spirit, so it was completely useless. Seeing this, Cheng Yu controlled the beast girls to flee, but Bai Yi boosted the sword spirit's flight speed and instantly caught up. Cheng Yu decisively abandoned the beast girls and jumped to the ground. Just before landing, she turned into black smoke, flashed away, and vanished into the woods, so fast that even the nightcat demon couldn't find her. Cheng Yu was far too good at escaping. With night falling and the forest deep and unsafe, Bai Yi had no choice but to drop it. The 3 of them casually found a small county town in Lianzhou to rest. They had already traveled more than halfway, and this area was sparsely populated, so they decided not to rush through the night. After eating a little local specialty food, everyone went to bed early. They were too tired. But in the middle of the night, just after they had fallen asleep, alarms and screams suddenly rang out. So many exotic beasts. Beast tide. Exotic beasts are attacking the city. Bai Yi sensed the abnormality immediately. Bai Yi instantly woke up. Nangguang Qianxue and Lin Ming broke through the wall and stood guard beside him. Although Bai Yi was very strong, he was still a beast master, and protecting him was the beast girl's responsibility. The two looked at Bai Yi. What's going on? Bai Yi was also baffled. I don't know. Let's go out and take a look. The three of them followed the crowd discreetly and approached the city wall. Screams and the roars of ferocious beasts kept coming. Bai Yi grabbed a beast girl in official uniform and asked, what happened up ahead? She was in a hurry, but seeing that he was young, she patiently explained, ferocious beasts are attacking the city. Don't come out here. Hurry to a safe place. Bai Yi was stunned. Aren't ferocious beasts all in the beast spaces? How could they attack a city? The official had no patience. I don't have time to explain. Go back and look up the history. After saying that, she ran off. Bai Yi had no choice but to look at Nangguang Qianxue. Nangguang Qianxue rolled her eyes and explained. In history, ferocious beasts had attacked cities many times, and in the worst case, they directly wiped out Tuao Island. Without the suppression of the beast space, ferocious beasts could evolve infinitely, so the beast spaces had to be guarded with extreme vigilance. Once any beast escaped, it would be a disaster. Bai Yi understood and thought of Chengyu, feeling that it was definitely her doing. They had only just arrived in Pingliang County when something happened. There was no way it was a coincidence. Just as Bai Yi thought, Chengyu used charm to control the guards, slipped into the beast space, then bewitched two black iron-level leader beasts, and broke through the Zhun beast army's defenses. Very soon, tens of thousands of ferocious beasts charged toward the nearest Pingliang County. In remote areas, the beast spaces were actually stronger, which was common knowledge. Pingliang County had a population of fewer than 100,000. This kind of beast tide was destruction. Reinforcements could not possibly arrive in time. The city wall was about to be lost, and the beasts had already rushed into the city to kill people. The 2,000 defenders were powerless to resist, and the townspeople also transformed and joined the battle, but most of them were not black iron level and simply could not stop them. Nangguang Qianxue asked, Bai Yi, what do we do? Bai Yi said directly, help defend the city. Kill them. After all, this trouble started because of him. He couldn't just ignore it. At that moment, the system presented a choice. 1. Assist Pingliang City's defense. For every 100 people who survive, all attributes plus 1 da. 2. Abandon Pingliang City and flee. Agility plus 100. Bai Yi charged straight toward the city wall, only to be stopped en route by an official beast girl. Didn't we tell you kids not to come out? Bai Yi raised his sword. I'm here to help defend the city. The official grabbed him again. Young man, I take back what I said earlier. You're all very excellent. But right now, the most important thing is to survive and take revenge in the future. But her strength was nowhere near Bai Yi's. Bai Yi couldn't be bothered to say more. He simply stayed her, summoned the flowing light mirage wings, and soared into the sky, blooming in the night like a firework, drawing the attention of all the ferocious beasts, and even the succubi were attracted. Very soon, the two charmed leader-level ferocious beasts charged toward Bai Yi, and then more flying ferocious beasts swarmed him. He became a target, but this greatly relieved the pressure on the city defenses. However, Bai Yi's own pressure also surged dramatically. Fortunately, with the support of a large number of beast souls, Bai Yi's armor remained unbroken, and he was always invincible. He slaughtered without restraint, stacking the ice soul-cold light sword to full power, went head-on against the blazing firebird, and with one sword killed a leader-level ferocious beast, then counterattacked with feather arrows and cut down another. Then the ice blade and snow sword swept across, wiping out 100 ferocious beasts. Blood rained down, leaving everyone stunned. The official beast girl was even more shocked, feeling that she was completely incomparable. On the ground, the Dark Knight cat demon transformed into a giant cat over 20 meters tall and fought bloody battles, with efficiency no less than Bai Yi's. She had broken through to black iron level, grown even larger, and her combat power soared. Her large-scale magic nearly instantly wiped out the ferocious beasts. The Hellfire Sea and Black Lightning were extremely lethal, and ordinary black iron-level ferocious beasts simply could not withstand them. The three of them, White Knight and the others, launched a furious assault, and the number of ferocious beasts rapidly dwindled, but White Knight's stamina was also being consumed at an astonishing rate. In particular, the Dark Knight cat demon's ultimate skill was extremely draining, and it was almost entirely sustained by White Knight. Even his rapid recovery could barely keep up. Level up. White Knight decided decisively. Every time he leveled up, his status would be fully restored, and there were plenty of beast soul orbs around, so leveling up would be quick. Very soon, the Dark Knight cat demon reached Black Iron 2-star, and White Knight also leveled up in passing, with his stamina soaring to nearly 3,000 points, his strength continuously increasing. Once his stamina was restored, they continued the battle, and the corpses of ferocious beasts piled up like mountains. White Knight's thorns armor meant that whoever struck him would die. He held the line alone, and his kill count far exceeded that of the entire army. Everyone on the city wall was stunned. This combat power was off the charts. Even the ferocious beasts were afraid. They had originally wanted to kill some people to satisfy their cravings, but instead they encountered such a ruthless monster, and their whole front instantly collapsed as they scattered and fled. At White Knight's command, they gave chase. The ferocious beasts were in disarray and couldn't maintain formation. How many they could kill was how many they'd kill. But after he killed a few powerful leaders, he stopped, because there was something more important. Find Chengyu. As long as Chengyu was still alive, White Knight would not have peace for a single day, and tragedies like this kept happening over and over. When the battle began, he saw Chengyu in the woods riding a twin-tailed black-winged leopard flash past, but White Knight caught her trail. He returned to the original spot according to his memory. Although he couldn't smell Chengyu, the Dark Knight Cat Demon could detect the black-winged leopard's aura. White Knight immediately had the Dark Knight Cat Demon track it. The knight posed no obstacle, and the Dark Knight Cat Demon was in its element. He had not previously regarded Chengyu as a threat, so he hadn't rushed to pursue her. But now that Chengyu had done something mad, he absolutely could not let her go. They chased all the way to the cave deep in the mountain, and Chengyu was most likely hiding inside. Going in now would be the perfect chance to catch a turtle in a jar. No matter how many tricks she had, she wouldn't be able to escape. The Dark Knight Cat Demon was about to charge into the cave when White Knight stopped it. It didn't understand. If they weren't going in now, then what were they waiting for? White Knight's expression was grave, because the system had popped up a choice. 1. Rush in and kill the succubus. Reward: strength plus 200. 2. Sneak in to break the ambush and kill the succubus plus 3 black iron level creatures. Reward: all attributes plus 200. 3. Give up and retreat. Reward: agility plus 20. Only then did White Knight become alert. There was an ambush in the cave, and this place was less than 5 kilometers from the crash site of the plane, which meant Chengyu had clearly prepared in advance, with every link carefully connected. As expected, there was a powerful organization of dark creatures behind this. After discussing it, the three of them had the Dark Knight Cat Demon go in stealthily first to scout. If it could clear the ambush, they would strike. White Knight was prepared to force his way in, but he still felt the ambush was no simple matter and would rather figure things out first. The Dark Knight Cat Demon entered the mountain cave. Darkness and chill had no effect on it. Reaching the bottom of the cave, it found a platform covered in eerie human-carved patterns. While investigating, the patterns on the ground came alive and trapped it. The Dark Knight Cat Demon immediately roared, but in an instant it fell unconscious. The Cat Demon's cry for help came out, and White Knight knew something had gone wrong. He drew his sword and killed his way into the cave, and as soon as he entered, he was engaged in combat with 2 dark werewolves. These were stronger than the ones he had seen before, and he couldn't break through for the moment. Chengyu spoke smugly while absorbing dark energy, and the core of the formation was the trapped Dark Knight Cat Demon. This formation trapped people and drained energy extremely fast. The Cat Demon wouldn't last even a minute. White Knight restored himself to full status, forcefully withstood the attacks, and charged straight at Chengyu. They couldn't break through White Knight's defense at all, so there was no need to pay them any mind. At this moment, another ghost-faced spider appeared deep within the cave. It spat out a cloud of black mist, which instantly condensed into a black net that tightly bound White Knight. The 2 dark werewolves immediately rushed up and, together with the ghost-faced spider, dragged White Knight toward the center of the magic array. Once he was pulled in, he would be trapped by the dense black net and turned into succubus energy. As expected, it was all a trap. Now that Bai Yi is bound, he can't break free of the spiderweb at all. Though he is strong, he can't defeat 2 dark werewolves, let alone the ghost-faced spider. The succubus licked her lips, her face full of desire, waiting to devour Bai Yi. She also wanted to drain the energy from Bai Yi's body so she could recover some strength and take revenge. To be able to command so many dark creatures, the succubus must have a very high status. Has the Chung family gone insane? They dared to bring in such a powerful dark creature and even plant it in their own daughter's body. They were simply courting death. But killing Bai Yi won't be that easy for the succubus. Bai Yi summoned the fire spirit, instantly purifying the surrounding darkness. The fire spirit spewed flames, easily burning away the spiderweb, and Bai Yi broke free and rushed straight at the succubus. The succubus didn't expect Bai Yi to react so quickly and almost got killed by a single sword strike. But she was not limited to seduction. She launched a psychic attack, and Bai Yi's head throbbed in pain. He nearly lost control, and his sword stabbed into the mountain wall with tremendous force. Bai Yi had beast soul armor that could block psychic attacks, and his mental strength was high enough to withstand psychic damage below 3,000 points, but the succubus still affected him. This showed how terrifying her psychic power was. No wonder she could control black iron rank beasts. Her strength was recovering quickly, and after absorbing the dark energy of the night cat demon, she was becoming stronger and stronger. Taking advantage of Bai Yi's distraction, the two dark werewolves and the ghost-faced spider charged again. Bai Yi had no choice but to summon the 5 element spirits once more. Their strength was inferior to that of the black iron rank monsters, but they could barely hold them off, especially the fire spirit, which could restrain the ghost-faced spider. Bai Yi finally had another chance to deal with the succubus. The black wind leopard came up to block him, but Bai Yi killed it with a single sword strike. Ordinary elite beasts simply couldn't stop him. Now that there were no other creatures around to interfere, the succubus had no choice but to face him head-on. She gave up absorbing energy and turned into black mist to flee, but the 5 element spirits had sealed off the entire cave. The succubus revealed her true form and was already badly injured. In her black mist form, her defenses were weaker, and elemental attacks could counter her. Without hesitation, Bai Yi swung his sword to finish her in a single blow. But the attack was blocked by a shield of holy light. Light and darkness were opposed to each other, so why was there a light element power here? At that moment, a winged phantom appeared. It was Chung Xian. Why had she come too? Chung Xian recognized Bai Yi and asked warily whether he was trying to kill Yuer. Bai Yi explained that it wasn't Chung Yu, but a succubus. He briefly recounted what had happened, and Chung Xian had nothing to say, tacitly accepting the truth. Seeing Chung Xian, the succubus immediately hid her soul back in Chung Yu's sea of consciousness. Chung Yu's soul woke up, and the moment she saw Chung Xian, she immediately threw herself at her, crying. When Bai Yi lunged, he only grasped at empty air. Chung Xian was actually just a clone within the jade pendant, meant to save Chung Yu's life at a critical moment, not her true body. But now Chung Yu had nowhere to turn and could only beg Chung Xian to save her. Although Chung Yu didn't personally commit these crimes, her main soul had watched the whole time. She knew very well that Bai Yi would not let her go. Even if Bai Yi showed mercy, the succubus would eventually devour her soul anyway. Please save me, aunt. Bai Yi angrily rebuked Chung Xian. She committed such a grave offense, and you still want to protect her? And you claim to be a guardian angel. Whether it was the more than 100 lives on the plane or the tens of thousands of people in Pingyang County, Bai Yi would never let Chung Yu go. If Chung Xian dared to stop him, he wouldn't mind dealing with her too. Chung Xian's clone was only a phantom, Bai Yi was confident. Chung Xian was caught in a dilemma, torn between her own niece and tens of thousands of lives. After weighing it all, she proposed a solution. I'll help you kill the succubus, and you let Yuer go. She didn't take part in these things, and was also a victim. The plane and local losses will all be covered by the Chung family, and the beasts running amok nearby will also be eliminated by the Chung family. The words were sincere, but Bai Yi would not accept them. Chung Yu and the succubus are fused together. How can you tell them apart? Chung Xian pointed at the magic array. Ordinary methods won't work, but there's a soul-eating array here. As long as Lin Meng and Chung Yu are switched, the dark energy will enter Lin Meng's body first. After Lin Meng is fully saturated, we can still use the soul-nourishing bowl to absorb it. Once all the dark energy in Chung Yu's body is drained away, the succubus will naturally die. Bai Yi agreed, but on one condition: whether the succubus was truly dead had to be confirmed by him. He had a system mission, to kill the succubus for it to count as complete. Only then did he understand that the system wanted him to kill the succubus, not Chung Yu. It had already anticipated this. Chung Xian was still hesitating when Bai Yi directly threatened her. If you don't agree, I'll kill you too. Chung Xian had no choice but to compromise. I hope you'll be fair. After reaching an agreement, Bai Yi took some time to help the 5 elemental spirits kill 3 dark creatures and obtain 3 dark spirit beads. If they were any slower, they would be in danger. Each of them was badly weakened and almost eroded. Bai Yi comforted them, saying he would help them advance to black iron rank in the future, and the spirits finally stopped making a fuss. These 5 spirits were very useful, and cultivating subordinates required both carrots and sticks. After rescuing the weakened Dark Knight cat demon, Chung Yu hesitantly stepped into the soul-eating array. The succubus was unwilling to give up and tried to control Chung Yu, but was firmly suppressed by Chung Xian's light energy. Chung Xian was a silver-rank guardian angel, and her attributes completely countered the succubus, so she suppressed it with ease. The array activated, and dark energy kept pouring into the Dark Knight cat demon's body. Her body recovered and grew stronger. Suddenly, Chung Xian unleashed a blinding pillar of light toward the cat demon. Bai Yi was shocked and was about to stop her, but then he heard the succubus scream. The succubus was actually trying to use the array to infiltrate the Dark Knight cat demon's body. Fortunately, Chung Xian was there, so the danger was resolved. It had to be said that although Chung Xian was a member of the Chung family, she did have a conscience. Stop. Don't absorb anymore. Bai Yi still wasn't at ease, so he had the Dark Knight cat demon step back and place the soul-nourishing bowl in its place. The Dark Knight cat demon already had 3,000 points of dark attack, which was enough. If it kept absorbing, it would be far too dangerous. It was better to store the energy in the soul-nourishing bowl and use it slowly later, which would be safer. The succubus was unwilling to be dealt with like this, and especially unwilling to die at the hands of a Black Iron rank beast tamer. But no matter how she struggled, it was useless. She couldn't withstand the soul-eating array outside and Chung Xian, so she could only obediently enter the soul-nourishing bowl. Chung Xian wanted to make a move again, but Bai Yi stopped her. Once inside the soul-nourishing bowl, whether it was a corpse or a soul, Bai Yi could control it. The succubus felt she might still be able to make use of Bai Yi, while Bai Yi waited for the system to determine whether the mission was complete. If it counted as complete, he would keep the succubus. Otherwise, he could kill her with just a thought. After absorbing for another 10-odd minutes, the dark energy receded and normal energy returned. Chung Xian finally said to stop. Can we stop now? Bai Yi still wasn't satisfied. No. Keep absorbing. Of course he wanted all that pure energy, whether it was stored in the soul-nourishing bowl or absorbed by himself, it would both be useful. Chung Yu visibly grew thinner, transforming from a cute girl into a slim beauty. Chung Xian couldn't bear to watch any longer and urged Bai Yi to stop. Bai Yi ignored her. If you want energy, I'll make up for it with 100 low-level energy stones. Seeing that Bai Yi still wouldn't relent, Chung Xian could only raise the offer, essentially using 1 billion to ransom Chung Yu. They had already lost 1,000 stones in front of the shrine, and now they had to spend another 100. Chung Xian was heartbroken. Bai Yi still refused. Exchange them for mid-level energy stones. 100 mid-level ones? That's 10 billion. The shrine has already lost 10 billion because of you, and we haven't even asked you to pay us back yet. Don't push it. Chung Xian was angry, but there was nothing she could do and could only agree. Fine, stop already. Bai Yi finally stopped. By then, Chung Yu was skinny and miserable, and after glancing at Bai Yi, she shrank into a corner and hurriedly gnawed on supplements like a little rabbit eating a carrot. Chung Xian also injected a large amount of light energy into her, and she finally regained her color. Bai Yi stopped because the system prompt said the mission was complete. The succubus had basically left Chung Yu's body completely, but only half the reward was given. Capturing and killing had different rewards. Nangong Qinshu suddenly felt herself getting stronger. Huh? All my attributes just increased. Lin Ming was already used to it. Yeah, that's Bai Ye's system reward. Nangong Qinshu didn't understand. What's the show-off system? Lin Ming was too lazy to explain. Just know it's really awesome. After Chung Xian rescued Chung Yu, her clone exhausted its power and dispersed, leaving behind instructions for Bai Yi to take care of Chung Yu. The Chung family would bring 100 intermediate energy stones in exchange. Lin Ming looked excited. So now we count as having kidnapped the daughter of Jiangzhou's richest man? Chung Yu was trembling all over, huddled in a corner. The originally proud rich second generation had now turned into a pitiful little thing. Lin Ming took the opportunity to say, hurry up, take out all the good stuff in your backpack. After Chung Yu had tried all the various delicious snacks, Lin Ming saw how happily she was eating and was practically drooling. You're not injured, so why are you eating this? Lin Ming stared at Chung Yu, completely unapologetic. The captive's things were hers now. Chung Yu clutched her backpack tightly. Can't I just grind my teeth a little? Lin Ming sneered. Cats aren't mice. You don't need to grind your teeth. Chung Yu looked aggrieved and was about to cry. Lin Ming threatened her. You still dare talk back? I'm going to beat you. Right now. Chung Yu was skinny and small, tears brimming in her eyes, looking especially pitiful. Although the succubus had left her body, its influence remained, and this girl was becoming more and more attention-grabbing. Bai Yi couldn't stand it anymore and stopped Lin Ming. All right, this is a 10 billion ransom. Don't make her cry. Bai Yi then checked his soul-nurturing bowl. Right now, the dark energy inside was so dense it was frightening. Just now, he had absorbed all the essence of that high-level succubus, and the quality had directly risen by a tier. As for the 3 dark spirit pearls, Bai Yi didn't dare let Lin Ming absorb them directly, so he stuffed them all into the soul-nurturing bowl first, and along with them, even the souls were sucked away. Unfortunately, the spirit pearl souls were too weak to even preserve their consciousness, and in the end only the succubus remained, still with some real ability. Sensing Bai Ye's spiritual power, the succubus immediately reverted to her seductive demeanor. Brother Bai Yi, you're finally here. Bai Yi was annoyed to death and planned to deal with her later, So he first used dark energy to trap her inside the soul-nurturing bowl. At this point, the Pingliang City mission was settled. Bai Ye's all attributes increased by 800 points, the fattest reward in history. But he couldn't be happy, because more than 10,000 people had died in that battle just now. The disappearance of these lives made him realize that the threat of exotic beasts was absolutely no joke. Moreover, quite a few exotic beasts had escaped, all future hidden dangers. The Chung family said they would be responsible for the cleanup, but they were coming slowly, and the number of dead might be even greater. As soon as dawn broke, Bai Yi led everyone toward Pingliang County, and Chengyu was brought along as well, since she was a 10 billion ransom. When they arrived at Pingliang County, the whole scene erupted in cheers, and many people dropped straight to their knees. Bai Yi and the others had saved the entire county, and the county magistrate personally came out and awarded them the title of permanent honorary citizens. All consumption in the county was free for them. Lin Ming shouted directly. Then I want 10 bowls of lamb palma. Bai Yi and Nangong Shui were both speechless and could only cover their faces and pretend not to know her. They're giving the whole county free meals, and you're thinking about lamb palma? And 10 bowls at once? Bai Yi simply dragged her off to get to work. Enough, let's handle the real business first. Clear out the alien beasts. But the citizens were too enthusiastic. An auntie pushed over some lamb palma, and the three of them had no choice but to eat with everyone else. Lin Ming really did eat 10 bowls, leaving everyone who saw it stunned. After eating and drinking their fill, the four split into groups. Lin Ming relied on her sense of smell, and Chengyu brought out her hearing ability, fully searching for alien beasts. Their efficiency was far beyond the Pingliang militaries. There weren't even any B-rank beast girls in the county. This was a top-tier squad. Chengyu was also moved by everyone's kindness. It was her first time being respected, and she voluntarily joined the extermination team, using her own abilities as well. Bai Yi and the others simply couldn't compare. Their performance once again won high praise from the people of Pingliang County. When the Chung family came in the afternoon to take Chengyu back, she actually didn't want to leave. She decided to stay and continue clearing out alien beasts and settling the disaster-stricken residents with Bai Yi, as a form of repentance and a way to regain the meaning of her life. Bai Yi was very happy about that. The few of them stayed busy for another 3 days before finally handling everything in Pingliang County. The Chung family arranged a private plane and even sent silver rank guards, preparing to take them to Shiyuan City. But Bai Yi didn't trust the Chung family and would rather take the train himself. He only trusted Chung Yu and Chung Xian. As for the other Chung family members, especially people like Chung Peng, they were not trustworthy. What if they were robbed halfway? After all, he was carrying a fortune of 1 billion. Chung Yu saw that Bai Yi insisted, so she gave up on the plane too and rode the train with them. The group spent most of the day traveling across the wasteland before finally arriving in Shiyuan City. There were only 3 days left until the competition, and everyone was making preparations in a tense atmosphere. Only Bai Yi and the others were frantically eating and shopping, as if they were there on vacation. It wasn't until on the eve of the competition that AOZ found them and tossed Bai Yi a rhombus-shaped crystal stone. This is a black iron, grade spatial crystal stone, the one I promised you before. Add another 1,000 basic energy stones, and your beast space can be upgraded to black iron grade. Don't have the energy stones? Then you can take out a loan. Repay 2,000 stones in 1 year. That interest was black-hearted to the extreme, a textbook loan shark. Bai Yi refused. No need. I have 1,000 basic energy stones. In fact, he had just extorted 100 intermediate energy stones from the Chung family, which was equivalent and even more valuable. AOZ was shocked to see Bai Yi casually pull out energy stones worth 10 billion. He had been dirt poor just a little while ago. How was it that he was suddenly rich after only a week? And why was Chengyu standing with Bai Yi? Weren't they mortal enemies? Besides, the dark energy on Chengyu's body was completely gone. He had heard that more than 10,000 people had died in Pingliang County a few days ago. He didn't know whether Bai Yi had anything to do with it. Rumor had it that Bai Yi was the destroyer of beast spaces. Wouldn't trouble follow wherever he went? AOZ shook off his thoughts and arranged. Bai Yi, I just took in a new student. She's a single beast girl, younger than you, so take care of her. As he spoke, he pulled out a little girl who looked like a porcelain doll. Her name is Yi Qingqing. Get to know her. Bai Yi, don't bully her. Since when had Bai Yi ever bullied girls? The little girl was so nervous her little face was bright red, and even her speech was stammering. Looking at her, Bai Yi even doubted whether she was an adult yet. AOZ rolled his eyes at him. Don't be ridiculous. Qingqing just looks small. She'll be an adult soon. Yi Qingqing became even shyer. Bai Yi kindly tried to comfort her, only to end up making her look like she was about to cry. Lin Ming stepped in to smooth things over and handed over a lollipop. Have some candy. Bai Yi didn't believe that trick, but Yi Qingqing laughed, and the two instantly became best friends. Bai Yi was shocked and, Without thinking, activated his Eye of Insight to check her attributes. Name Yi Qingqing Talent SS Grade Holy Emperor Grass Level Black Iron 3-star, Strength 150, Agility 580, Constitution 580, Energy 580, Beast, Tamer None Skills Entangle, Parasite. Plant Communication, Energy Drain, Super Toughness, All Things Grow, Flying Leaf Thrust. Wood Element Attack, plus 2000. She's an SS Grade Plant Type Beast Girl. A treasure somehow obtained by AOZ. Just for the All Things Grow skill alone, Bai Yi immediately signed up. It can rapidly evolve plants, directly leveling up spiritual herbs and fruits. So Bai Yi dragged Yi Qingqing straight to Wuxing Mountain. Yi Qingqing was so scared she was almost crying. This girl was way too fragile. But that was just right for training that timid personality of hers. AOZ simply didn't bother with it, only reminding them. The competition is about to start. Mind the time. Bai Yi dragged Yi Qingqing into a small grove on Wuxing Mountain. What are you going to do? Yi Qingqing asked nervously. The plants in the mountain suddenly came alive and surrounded Bai Yi. It was Bai Yi's first time seeing grass be this tough, so he quickly explained. Don't be afraid. I'm really not a good person. Then he began upgrading Wuxing Mountain. With spatial crystals and energy stones injected, the mountain's energy surged, the beast hordes went wild, and it was finally fully unsealed. Yi Qingqing was infected by the atmosphere and gradually relaxed and became happy too. Qingqing, can you help this power flower reach 2nd grade? The moment Yi Qingqing heard a professional question, she immediately became confident. Green energy poured in, and the power flower broke through to 2nd grade on the spot, while those that hadn't broken through were frantically reproducing. All Things Grow really was incredible. Bai Yi then dragged her to stimulate the growth of Earth Spirit Grass. Along the way, over a dozen spots were filled with 2nd grade spiritual herbs and fruits. Yi Qingqing was so exhausted her face went pale. I need to replenish my energy before I can continue. She was just about to take root in the ground when Bai Yi stopped her. Don't absorb from mine. Go absorb from someone else's. The two had only just come out when AOZ dragged them away. If you don't go to the match now, you'll be late. The finals venue was already packed with people, and drones were live streaming the whole event. Everyone who could make it this far was at least A grade, with many S grade fighters, and even higher ones. The moment Bai Yi and the others appeared, they instantly became the center of attention. Even the host paused. This is the legendary SSS grade beast tamer, strong and handsome. But AOZ's face darkened, because this clearly made Bai Yi the target of everyone's hostility. As expected, once the commentary was over, all the contestants locked onto Bai Yi in unison. Hostility appeared. Because this was a massive brawl, the tallest tree gets the wind first. Bai Yi's talent was too strong, and after being introduced by the host, he instantly became the target of the entire field. Everyone wanted to team up first and take him down. The most unconvinced was the blonde, gold-armored knight, Ouyang Lai. He had originally been the most eye-catching person in the entire arena, but now all the attention had been stolen by Bai Yi, and he was extremely displeased. Ouyang Lai was an SS-grade Holy Knight, and he also had an S-grade Golden Dragon Beast Girl as his mount. With that combination, he would be the center of attention anywhere. But out of nowhere came Bai Yi, an even handsomer SSS grade, and Ouyang Lai decided he absolutely had to step on Bai Yi and prove that he was the strongest. Bai Yi didn't care about his hostility at all. He just glanced over and didn't take it to heart. So what if he was a Holy Knight? If he didn't foo, he'd still get beaten. Bai Yi's indifference made Ouyang Lai even angrier, and he was itching to start a fight right then and there. There was also another boy whose hostility wasn't small, because Bai Yi was far too popular with beast girls. Naturally, the girls had no hostility, only the boys felt threatened. That boy just happened to be standing next to Long Jiaojiao, who had already transformed into an S-grade flame dragon and signed a contract with a beast tamer, but she wore a look of obvious disgust, clearly not liking her current master. The beast tamer looked sleazy, with heavy dark circles under his eyes. No wonder Long Jiaojiao was so unhappy. Besides Long Jiaojiao, that beast tamer also had an S-rank 9-headed pheasant spirit beast girl, whose strength was even greater than Long Jiaojiao's. Being able to sign two powerful beast girls, his background must be extremely formidable. AOZ reminded Bai Yi that this man was called Wang Tianhao, a member of the Wang family in Longdu, and that his family was very powerful, so Bai Yi shouldn't provoke him casually. Bai Yi didn't care. He casually brushed it off, since he'd dare to beat up anyone who wasn't being honest. There was also a faint hostile aura of coldness, and Bai Yi couldn't figure out who it was from, so he couldn't be bothered to pay it any mind. After everyone had arrived, the host began explaining the rules. This arena was a newly discovered Black Iron level exotic beast space called Shiyuan Giant Mountain, with a competition period of 7 days. Points were calculated using beast soul beads. Black Iron 1 point, leader 10 points, Lord 100 points, and King 1000 points. It had already been confirmed that there were no king-level exotic beasts, so everyone didn't need to worry about encountering a one-hit kill monster. Robbery was allowed, but murder was not. The detailed rules were all printed in the manual. Drones would film the entire event, and a large number of referees would supervise it. Any violation would lead to elimination. After hearing the rules, Bai Yi had only one thought. This is basically breeding goo. The exotic beast space was already dangerous, and they still had to guard against teammates stabbing them in the back. The level of chaos was definitely going to be explosive. With Bai Yi here, it was probably going to get 10 times crazier. The host worked quickly. After reading the rules, he started immediately without any further nonsense. Let's go. Time to open up the new dungeon. Bai Yi led the 4 beautiful beast girls and excitedly rushed into the exotic beast space, as carefree as if they were going on vacation. Yi Qingqing was a little scared. After all, she had little combat experience, and this was her first time entering such a space. Sister Ming, I heard exotic beast spaces are very dangerous. Sister Ming comforted her. Don't believe those scare stories. It's actually very fun inside. Lin Ming pulled Yi Qingqing into Shiyuan Giant Mountain, stunned by the scene before her. The giant mountain towered into the clouds, bearing an overwhelming sense of pressure, worthy of its name. Several drones followed them, the live stream was on, and the bullet comments were flooding the screen. So this is an SSS rank beast tamer? So handsome. Why are there 4 beast girls beside him? Yi Qingqing is so cute. Lolas are the best. Bai Yi glanced at the bullet comments and didn't expect Yi Qingqing to be so popular, practically on equal footing with him. Only then did he realize he had underestimated Yi Qingqing. As soon as they stepped into the exotic beast space, battle erupted immediately. The roaming exotic beasts nearby discovered the humans and launched a ferocious attack, instantly scattering the contestants. Yi Qingqing screamed in fear. Grass wildly grew and entangled dozens of exotic beasts, and even the highland yaks couldn't escape. Then, a large number of grass blades flew out from Yi Qingqing's body like sharp swords, piercing straight through the yaks, clearing out dozens of exotic beasts in just a few seconds. The other contestants were so frightened that they quickly kept their distance. The bullet comments exploded. That little lowly is this fierce. As expected of the #1 lowly goddess of the south. She's become a god. Bai Yi dodged the flying leaf thorns while shouting for her to stop, but Yi Qingqing was still continuously attacking. Only when her energy was exhausted did she slump to the ground. Within several hundred meters around her, not a blade of grass remained, and even large rocks had been shot full of holes. Only then did Bai Yi understand why Yi Qingqing could take first place in the south. Who could possibly handle that? He complained. The scary one is clearly you. He reminded her that she was not allowed to use skills recklessly without orders in the future. Fortunately, they were wearing armor, or else they would have been seriously injured. The Dark Knight Cat Demon's beast spirit armor had already shattered, and it had been pierced by many flying leaf thorns, but it was recovering by drawing on the blood of the surrounding exotic beasts. Nangong Qinxue was fine. The worst off was Cheng Yu, who was covered all over in grass blades and had become a porcupine. She gave Yi Qingqing an aggrieved look, then simply ate all the grass blades stuck in her body. Combined with the medicine in her backpack, she was in no danger of dying. Yi Qingqing quickly apologized and even helped Cheng Yu with healing. She really was all-purpose. The consumption was huge, but she rooted herself in the ground and quickly recovered, with terrifying endurance. The Highland Yak dropped 3 black iron-level beast soul beads, not bad resources, so there was no need to rush. Bai Yi quickly assigned tasks. Lin Ming sent Cheng Yu's hearing, search for exotic beasts, get ready to start fighting. Yi Qingqing asked, blushing, are you looking for exotic beasts? Bai Yi heard that and found nothing wrong with it, so he casually agreed. Yi Qingqing stammered, I can communicate with plants. I can find exotic beasts. Only then did he react. You can find exotic beasts quickly? Yi Qingqing nodded, simply pointed in a direction, and everyone followed, but found nothing at all. Yi Qingqing said directly, pangolin, in the mountain. The problem was, the pangolins were in the mountain. What were they supposed to do? Yi Qingqing used her ability to control a big tree, and the roots grew wildly, drilling into the mountain. They yanked an entire nest of pangolins straight out, leaving them nowhere to run, all trapped by the roots. That move was way too strong. Bai Yi thought to himself, getting carried to victory really is nice. However, Yi Qingqing's attacks were average, and against the heavily armored pangolins, she couldn't use much force. In the end, it still took Bai Yi and the others to step in, and they obtained 2 beast soul beads. Just as they were about to leave, Yi Qingqing said again, a box. Bai Yi and Lin Ming immediately understood that she meant a treasure chest. Lin Ming asked where it was. Yi Qingqing said to let the big tree bring it out. Not long after, The Roots hauled out a black iron treasure chest. Yi Qingqing thanked them happily, and the live stream was flooded with gifts. Inside the chest was a black iron pill furnace worth 10 million. Bai Yi kept it first, planning to split it up when they got back. With Yi Qingqing's help, finding exotic beasts was faster than anyone else's. Anything hidden deeply could be found by the plants. But the higher the exotic beast level, the more Yi Qingqing's weakness of low attack power showed. When they encountered a leader-level exotic beast, the only thing she could use was Flying Leaf Stab, and its effect was limited. She could use her parasitic skill to weaken exotic beasts, but it was too slow, and her biggest weakness was slow movement. She couldn't escape danger. So Bai Yi had to protect her. Bai Yi had strong attack power, and with Yi Qingqing controlling the battlefield, their coordination was unbeatable, their clearing speed astonishingly fast, and they didn't miss a single resource. Other squads could only stare helplessly, wishing they could keep up, but unable to do so. By the end of the day, they had gained over 100 beast soul beads, 7 leader beast spirit beads, as well as spirit herbs and spirit fruits, and even obtained sheep transformation and a mysterious token. Sheep transformation could turn someone into a sheep, while the use of the mysterious token was unknown, so Bai Yi temporarily stored it in his dimensional space. When night fell, everyone was arranged by the organizers into a safe camp at the foot of Giant Mountain, protected by a group of bronze-level powerhouses. This was mainly to prevent accidents. This competition was more like training, not something meant to cost lives. But Bai Yi pulled another stunt. He summoned a group of stone golems and ordered them to build a castle out of giant rocks. It had a living room, bedrooms, and even a ground fire rat roasting meat in the yard. After Bai Yi and the others finished their hot baths, they started skewering and eating barbecue. Fire spirits served as charcoal, elemental powers became water and tubs, and the magic castle left everyone dumbfounded. How was this a competition? It was clearly a vacation. Someone couldn't resist reporting Bai Yi for cheating, but the referee was busy eating his barbecue, and the other referees were enjoying it too. No one cared about the report at all. The smell of grilled meat was overwhelming, and not even the referees could resist it, let alone the other contestants. Everyone gnawed on compressed biscuits while watching the feast across from them, and their mentality completely collapsed. Bai Yi still thought it wasn't lively enough, so he brought out a KTV machine and colored lights. Lin Meng led Nangong Qianxue, Chengyu, and Yi Qingqing in dancing cute idol-style dances, and the atmosphere exploded. The livestream chat went crazy, and all the viewers were insanely envious. The other contestants were tormented nearly to the point of madness. They would rather go fight exotic beasts one-on-one than endure this any longer. More than half of the participants filed complaints, so the referee had no choice but to kindly remind Bai Yi to tone it down. Instead, he got dragged into the KTV, turning the scene into a full-on party. Outside, the chief referees were speechless and turned their gaze to AOZ, since 4 people on the team had been recruited by her. AOZ forced herself to video call them and told Bai Yi to keep a low profile. Bai Yi and Lin Meng held up their phones and greeted her enthusiastically. "Come join us." AOZ was so angry she hung up immediately, and with no one to restrain him, Bai Yi went even more off the rails. Even Yi Qingqing got hyped up, shouting that the exotic beast space was way too fun. In the end, everyone couldn't take it anymore and began using beast soul beads to buy Bai Yi's barbecue, bath, and karaoke package. Bai Yi collected nearly 100 beast soul beads in one night and didn't even feel like hunting monsters anymore. He was seriously considering setting up a stall in the exotic beast space instead. Might as well sell barbecue. Bai Yi's group hunted monsters during the day, then danced, ate barbecue, and partied at night, not dispersing until after midnight. They slept so soundly that they didn't get up until noon. The next 3 days passed the same way. 3 days later, Bai Yi's team had amassed 600 beast soul beads, 20 leader tier beast spirit beads, and many mysterious tokens. Basically, everyone had one piece, and the other teams had them too. Everyone began to puzzle over what the tokens were for. What stood out most here was the enormous mountain in the center, which covered more than 10,000 square kilometers, 10 times larger than Mount Everest. The farther up you went, the stronger the alien beasts became. To figure out the mysterious tokens, they had to reach the summit. This became the consensus of everyone. After Bai Yi and the others confirmed that their beast soul bead count was firmly in first place, they began their assault on the peak. They hadn't moved before because this mountain was peculiar. Every 100 meters of elevation added 1% more gravity. They couldn't even fly, so they had to climb, making it a test of stamina. Chengyu was just here to join the fun and make friends, so she didn't take part in the fighting anymore. She also wouldn't be following them up the mountain now. That left only the 4 of them, Bai Yi and the others. Among the 4, Bai Yi had the greatest strength, 2,100 points. The other beast girls couldn't compare at all. So Yi Qingqing turned into a little grass and wrapped herself around Bai Yi. She wanted to perch on his head, but was rejected. Nangong Qinxue turned into a long sword and lay on his back. Lin Ming turned into a kitten and sat on his shoulder, and Bai Yi single-handedly carried the whole team. While climbing the mountain, Yi Qingqing suddenly reminded him that there was an ambush ahead. The other side had 3 beast tamers and 7 beast girls, all black iron rank. She could sense everything. The higher up the mountain they went, the richer the energy and the lusher the vegetation, and Yi Qingqing's information became the sharpest. As soon as Bai Yi heard it, he understood. The other side had their eyes on their beast soul beads. These past few days, many people had been watching them, planning to snatch their resources. At first he had thought the beast girls were interested in him. Only now did he realize they were after the beads. Yi Qingqing had gotten familiar with Bai Yi, so communication between them had become much more direct. After these days of cooperation, their bond had deepened quite a bit. Bai Yi smiled. Since they want to send us beads, we'll just take them. Lin Ming immediately got excited and wanted to make a move, but Yi Qingqing stopped her. Leave it to me. The ambushers had filled the bushes with dizziness mushrooms and poison, and even used feral beast dung to mask the scent. Lin Ming didn't detect any danger at all, and was still curiously circling the mushrooms nearby. Up to this point, the plot had been tight, the language concise and direct, and the relationships between the characters crystal clear. Strange. Yi Qingqing reminded her, those are dizziness mushrooms. You can't eat them. But Lin Ming only got more excited. Mushrooms that let you see little people? I want to try. Ignoring the attempt to stop her, she stuffed a mushroom into her mouth. The taste is just SOSO. She wasn't affected at all, and instead terrified the ambushers hiding in the dark. Xiao AI, wasn't this mushroom supposed to work? That cat is fine. How should I know? Hurry up and make the mushrooms spray mist. The mushrooms don't seem to be under control anymore. In front of the holy emperor grass, all plants obediently listened, including the mushrooms. Seeing that their scheme had failed, the ambushers immediately switched to plan B. Zhou, detonate the poison. Poison sacks exploded all around, green toxic mist spread out, and even the ground was corroded. They're done for this time. But in the end, Bai Ye's group walked out completely unharmed. It turned out that both Bai Yi and Lin Ming had extremely strong poison resistance. Nangong Qinxue was nearly immune to poison, and Yi Qingqing could also be immune to most toxins. The poisonous mist was completely ineffective. The other side simply rushed in directly, preparing to snatch it by force. 10 against 4, they were full of confidence. But they never expected the mushrooms, which had originally shown no movement, to suddenly run over and spray mist at them wildly. Xiao AI, you're an undercover agent, aren't you? Everyone howled before passing out. I'm really not an undercover agent. Xiao AI was almost crying. Bai Yi comforted her. Don't cry, we know. Then he turned and gently reminded her, hand over the loot. Xiao AI could only obediently hand over the things in her pockets. Bai Yi then told her to turn over her companions as well. Xiao AI had no choice but to cooperate. In the end, Bai Yi harvested more than 100 beast soul beads, still not seeing a single beast spirit bead, and could only sigh that they were too poor. Pleasure doing business. Bai Yi high-fived Xiao AI, then asked, need help fainting? Xiao AI instantly understood, lay down on her own, and pretended to be unconscious, very well trained. Bai Yi even thoughtfully called over the referee to ensure their safety, but also directly disqualified them. The audience burst out laughing the entire time. Bai Yi didn't care about the final outcome anymore. She only cared about the new enemy in front of her. The Lord Boss finally appeared. On the mountainside with 5 times gravity, a black iron rank lord. Before them was an earth-yellow giant python as massive as a city wall. Everyone was shocked and didn't dare step forward. Great Mountain Spirit Python Black Iron 8-star Lord Strength 5,000, Agility 2,000, Constitution 5,000, Energy 2,000 Skills, Petrification, Rock Armor, Sweep, Heavy Strike, Entangle, Gravity Control Personality, Cold Weakness, 7-inch point. The giant snake lay across the front like a wall, and everyone was so nervous they swallowed hard. Even Lin Ming, who was usually impulsive, didn't dare go up. Do you want to fight? The 3 of them looked at Bai Yi. Bai Yi said decisively, fight what? We can't break through its defenses at all. Retreat. Without looking back, she turned and ran. But this boss was not necessarily going to let them leave so easily. The giant mountain spirit python spotted them, twisted its massive head, and came straight after them. Its momentum was overwhelming. Bai Yi's speed was useless before it. In the blink of an eye, the giant python had caught up, and a foul stench hit them head-on. He could only charge a few hundred meters first, then activate the radiant illusion wings to glide, only barely widening the distance. But soon, he felt his body sink, almost flattening to the ground. The gravity skill had suddenly jumped from 5 or 6 times normal to 20 times. The Frost Radiance sword felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, making even running difficult. There was no way to escape. They had no choice but to go all out. Bai Yi directed his teammates to unleash their skills separately, but the giant mountain spirit python was too strong. Yi Qingqing's control was completely useless, and Lin Ming's dark damage was barely scratching it. Even Bai Yi and Nangong Shui attacked together, but could only leave shallow wounds, not even breaking its skin. At this level, they simply couldn't win. The bronze-level referees around them had already surrounded the area, preparing to rescue them. In the livestream, AOZ anxiously questioned the person in charge, who immediately shifted the blame. No one said there wouldn't be a Lord-level beast. They were the ones who recklessly barged in at their own low level. In reality, Bai Ye's team was only at the Black Iron level and had gone deep into an undeveloped beast space, so it was dangerous to begin with. The original Lord was even stronger than the one that had broken through. No matter how angry AOZ was, she could only pray for their safety. On the field, the giant mountain spirit python's attacks were extremely fierce. One strike had already shattered the Dark Knight Cat Demon's armor, but Bai Ye's Beast Soul armor was still holding, temporarily stabilizing the situation. Unfortunately, their attacks were of limited effect, and the giant mountain spirit python could even regenerate itself, recovering from even the smallest wounds. Bai Yi remembered that a snake's weakest point was 7 CUN from the head. After activating the Eye of Insight, he found the red dot at the giant mountain spirit python's 7 CUN point. He sprinted at full speed and drove the frost ice sword fiercely into the red spot. This strike finally made the giant mountain spirit python let out a painful roar that echoed through the entire mountain. Bai Yi pressed the attack and didn't even pull the sword out. Bai Yi then used Frost Slash to furiously stir inside the giant mountain spirit python. In pain, the giant mountain spirit python smashed violently into the ground, but Bai Ye's Beast Soul armor withstood the impact. Though he felt a little dizzy, his whole body was almost embedded in the python's body. In that case, Bai Yi simply kept charging inward and broke directly into the giant mountain spirit python's body. The inside of the giant mountain spirit python was extremely weak defensively and couldn't stop Bai Yi at all. He turned it into a pile of flesh. The giant mountain spirit python let out a miserable cry and died. Bai Yi even found the beast spirit pearl at the 7 CUN point, so he wouldn't have to come in again. Those 100 points were truly hard-earned. After Bai Yi came out, all the flesh and blood on the beast soul armor had been cleaned off, and he was spotless again. But the scene outside made him furious. Lin Ming and Yi Qingqing had actually been tied up. Originally, to avoid the giant mountain spirit python, they had retreated 1,000 meters away and were just watching Bai Yi. Suddenly, a 9-colored prison cage descended from the sky and trapped the two of them, instantly reverting them to their original forms and making it impossible even to transform. It was only when a red figure appeared in the void that the two of them realized. It was Long Jiaojiao. The 9-colored prison cage was actually the innate skill of the 9-headed hen phantom, formed from 9 elements. Any beast girl trapped inside would be suppressed and unable to use skills. The reason they had been invisible was because they had eaten invisibility fruit. Wang Tianhao of the 4 young masters of Dragon City had these things in abundance, and they were nothing special to him. Wang Tianhao had his arm around the hen phoenix spirit and mocked Bai Yi arrogantly. So what if you're powerful? Your beast girls are still in my hands. He demanded that Bai Yi hand over the beast soul pearl and the Lord's beast spirit pearl. Lin Ming shouted, Bai Yi, ignore him. There are so many referees watching. He wouldn't dare do anything. But Wang Tianhao said he had a way to force them to forfeit, and his attitude was utterly disgusting, to the point that even Long Jiaojiao found him repulsive. With a cold face, Bai Yi agreed to hand over the beast soul pearl, because he hated being threatened the most, and no one must be harmed. Yi Qingqing was deeply moved inside the cage. Those pearls could have guaranteed Bai Yi a sure victory, yet Bai Yi handed them over without the slightest hesitation. Just as Bai Yi was about to take out the beast soul pearl, a thunderous roar like a landslide suddenly echoed from the distant mountains and forests. Wang Tianhao jumped onto the back of the blazing giant dragon to take a look, only to be met head-on by an enormous head of a giant mountain spirit python. Before Wang Tianhao and the others could even react, they were sent flying. The blazing giant dragon and Wang Tianhao's protective gear were sturdy enough to be fine, but the 9-headed pheasant spirit was too fragile. One hit stunned it, and the 9-colored cage vanished in an instant, finally freeing Lin Ming and Yi Qingqing. Lin Ming shouted angrily, I'm going to beat you so badly your own mother won't recognize you. Just as Lin Ming was about to charge forward, Bai Yi grabbed her. From another direction, yet another giant mountain spirit python appeared. So there were this many Lord-class exotic beasts? They had thought there might be at most one here, but it turned out to be a whole nest. This was the terror of opening up a wild beast space. Bai Yi was still confident against one, but two at once would be difficult. If he fought one, the other could sneak attack him, and even Beast Soul armor couldn't withstand too many hits. What do we do? Retreat. Nangong Shui asked. Don't rush. Eat this beast spirit pearl first. Bai Yi handed it to Nangong Shui. But that's 100 points. Nangong Shui didn't understand. Eat it. Only with gravity control can we keep moving forward. Otherwise, we can only retreat. Bai Yi was decisive. If they could master gravity control, they could fly up the giant mountain with anti-gravity, far faster than the spirit pythons. Success or failure now depended on Nangong Shui. Beast spirit pearl skills couldn't be chosen proactively. It all came down to luck. Nangong Shui prayed devoutly and swallowed the pearl. Great. I got gravity control. I can adjust gravity up to 5 times, she said in great delight. With 500 spirit power now, she could just barely withstand 5 times gravity. With Bai Ye's battle encouragement, even 10 times gravity couldn't stop them. Everyone jumped onto the ice soul cold light sword and turned into a streak of sword light, charging toward the mountaintop. Only then did the third giant mountain spirit python catch up, but it could only eat their dust. When the 2 giant mountain spirit pythons regrouped, Wang Tianhao was so frightened he nearly pissed himself. The referees nearby were also dumbfounded. 2 spirit pythons. They simply couldn't protect Wang Tianhao. Just as the referees were preparing to step in, the spirit pythons ignored them and went after Bai Yi in unison. More spirit pythons appeared in the distance, as if their nest had been disturbed. The referees were all stunned. This was no longer something they could handle. They could only call in a silver rank referee. Several spirit pythons gave chase ferociously, and no one dared get close. But Ouyang Lai was the first to rush out, riding the golden dragon without the slightest fear. Beside him flew Xiao Lida, an S-rank battle angel with 4 wings. Xiao Lida actually didn't like Ouyang Lai, but the temple had ordered them to form a team, so they had no choice but to cooperate. She would rather fly on her own than ride with Ouyang Lai. Now, the various teams took advantage of the spirit pythons being away and secretly rushed toward the mountaintop. The giant mountain spirit pythons were like guardians, protecting the mountain's secrets. Bai Yi and the others charged all the way to the tenfold gravity zone and finally reached the summit of the giant mountain. This giant mountain was a full 100,000 meters tall, and at the peak, it was no longer rock, but a colossal temple stood atop the mountain, connected into one immense structure like a 100,000-meter-long shrine, so imposing that one could only want to worship it. Who could even afford to live in a place like this? Bai Yi and the others were still stunned when, all around them, 7 giant mountain spirit pythons suddenly rushed in, together with the one Bai Yi had killed earlier, that made 8 Lord-level exotic beasts in total, an astonishing number. Faced with so many spirit pythons, Bai Yi did not dare to fight head-on. The only thing he could use nearby was the temple. He took the lead and charged toward it, only to be blocked by a light barrier. Although the temple doors were open and protected by divine power, forcing their way in was impossible. Bai Yi slashed with all his strength, yet the light barrier remained unscathed. Nangong Qianxue was even shaken back into her original form and fell into his arms. Yi Qingqing stopped Bai Yi and said this was divine power. Humans could not contend with it. No one understood where divine power could come from in an iron-rank exotic beast space. The judges' seats were just as puzzled, all turning to look at the silver-haired beast girl. She merely spread her hands and played dumb, but it was obvious she knew the inside story. AOZ was furious, yet also curious about what Bai Yi and the others would do, so he could only sit down sullenly. Unable to break through the door, with the giant pythons closing in, Bai Yi remembered the mysterious token he had obtained from the previous treasure chest. After trying it, he found it could make the light barrier part. It turned out the token was a pass to enter the temple. He immediately handed one to everyone, and each of them took one, entering the temple just before the pythons lunged. The giant pythons were terrified of the temple and did not dare approach from afar. At last, everyone could breathe a sigh of relief. Outside, the temple knights and battle angels arrived. Xialida was very anxious. The gravity made movement difficult for her. Ouyang Lai charged confidently at the 7 giant pythons, only to be whipped away by a tail. Xialida was speechless and could only retreat to the side. At that moment, they encountered another group, an S-rank nether dragon carrying a beast tamer, with an S-rank demon flower perched on top and an S-rank wraith floating beside it. Ouyang Lai recognized them with utter disgust as people from the undead city. He was deeply repulsed by them, and the other side did not look any friendlier. Both sides were constrained by the 7 giant pythons and dared not act rashly, but everyone wanted to enter the temple, so the atmosphere was tense. At the entrance, waves of different forces continued to rush up to the summit, and even Wang Tianhao and the others had arrived. We can't wait any longer. Bai Yi and the others are already inside. We can't let him take all the benefits. Let's cooperate, proposed the undead city beast tamer. The others all agreed. After all, none of them could beat the pythons on their own. The 7 factions gathered together and agreed that each would deal with one giant mountain spirit python, and whoever finished first would enter the temple first. Anyone who could not even defeat one should forget about entering the temple. At first, everyone fought honestly. Suddenly, the people from Undead City lured their giant python toward Ouyang Lai's side, then used the Wraith stealth skill to rush straight into the temple. Bastards! Ouyang Lai cursed in fury. But it was useless. He had to deal with 2 giant pythons at once and was getting battered badly. Xialida wanted to abandon him and charge straight to the temple, but thinking of the god envoy's orders, she did not dare be too reckless. She gritted her teeth and made her decision. Ouyang Lai, control one of them. I'll use divine power. The god envoy had left a trace of divine power inside Xialida for emergencies. She had originally been reluctant to use it, but now she had no choice. Ouyang Lai quickly cooperated. Holy light bind. White light, like ropes, wrapped around the giant python. Xialida drew her sword, its radiance surging as a giant sword hundreds of meters long came crashing down, beheading it outright. The giant python was slain. Ouyang Lai was excited. Lita, you control the other one, and I'll use divine power too. Xialida refused. No, we have to save a portion of the divine power for use inside the temple. Ouyang Lai had no choice but to keep fighting head-on. He and Xialida gave it everything they had and finally beat the second giant python down to its last breath. Just as they were about to finish it off, another giant python suddenly lunged over. Ouyang Lai couldn't help but blurt out a curse. This time, Wang Tianhao had been up to no good. He had trapped Ouyang Lai's python queen, used invisibility fruit and speed boost pills, then rode the flame giant dragon straight into the temple, becoming the 3rd team to enter it. As soon as the giant python broke free, it went straight for Ouyang Lai first. Ouyang Lai had no choice but to keep cursing while fighting desperately, dealing with 3 giant pythons in succession. The scene was extremely brutal. The temple had always been the place for the strongest among the same tier. Ouyang Lai's team had originally been incredibly powerful, but in the end they were delayed across the board. They were even slower than the people from the dead city, and then Wang Tianhao, that spoiled rich kid, overtook them. Ouyang Lai was furious. If not for Xialida holding him back, he would have already used divine power. Fortunately, with experience, taking down the giant mountain spirit python had become easier. After they finished smoothly, they became the 5th team to enter the temple. Ahead of them, another team from the Goo Poison City had also entered the temple. One of them had an S-rank black armor rove beetle, skilled at burrowing. It efficiently dealt with the giant mountain spirit python by drilling straight from the wound into its head and devouring its brain. This move was practically a kill from the inside, with extremely high efficiency. The other teams each handled their own giant mountain spirit pythons as well and charged into the temple. Those who could come in were all top experts. Ordinary people simply could not withstand 10 times gravity in the giant mountains. Anyone who had made it this far was elite. The teams arriving later were basically just picking up scraps, and most likely would be eliminated the moment they entered the temple, because the temple was even more dangerous. As soon as Bai Yi and the others entered the temple, they saw huge beast statues lining both sides. Deep inside stood a god statue with a human body and snake tail. Just sitting there, it was 100 meters tall, and its tail was probably 1,000 meters long. Thankfully, it was only a statue. If it were really alive, the giant mountain spirit python would be nowhere near enough to matter. After Bai Yi adjusted his condition and walked inward, he had just entered the corridor when the beast statues on both sides suddenly came to life. Bai Yi used the Eye of Insight to check again and discovered that these weren't beasts at all, but stone lion guards, black iron tinstar, with strong attributes and no skills. It was pure brute force. Ahead there were still 12 pairs of stone statues, equivalent to 24 lord-level beasts. Bai Yi drew his sword and hacked at the stone lions, only scraping off a bit of stone dust, while the recoil numbed his hand. The Dark Knight Cat Demon and Yi Qingqing were of little use here, so Bai Yi simply flew up directly. Nangong Qinxue controlled gravity. Bai Yi used War Cry, and they directly offset the tenfold gravity. The stone statues could only fume helplessly on the ground. Next came stone tigers, stone elephants, stone wolves, stone leopards, stone pythons, and more, all activated as well, but none could hit Bai Yi, who was flying in the air. It wasn't until the stone eagles appeared that things changed. They were extremely fast and could fly, but their defense was poor. Bai Yi maxed out his status and swung a single sword strike, directly severing a stone eagle's wings. The eagle crashed to the ground and shattered. Another one tried to ambush him, but Bai Yi killed it instantly with a backhanded strike. No enemy could stop him. and Bai Yi finally approached the final boss. As he drew near, the giant human-bodied, snake-tailed god statue also came to life. Bai Yi saw through it with the eye of insight. It was a mountain god statue, black iron tin star, with even higher attributes. Its weakness was the godhood. So this temple was worshipping this mountain god statue, who said there were still gods at the black iron level. But in terms of its attributes alone, the mountain god statue was the king among black iron. With 10,000 points of physique, no black iron beast girl could break its defense. Its only weakness was godhood, but Bai Yi had no idea what that even was, and even the Eye of Insight couldn't find out. While Bai Yi was still hesitating, the mountain god statue fully awakened. Though it couldn't fly, its 1,000-meter-long snake tail could attack the entire battlefield. Its attacks were too fierce. The sound of tearing through the air was ear-splitting. One lash down, a beast's soul armor might hold, but a person couldn't. The gap was simply too great. Bai Yi used instant strike plus linear charge, sword and man united as one, flying out hundreds of meters before barely dodging the snake tail. His heart was anxious. This couldn't go on. At that moment, the undead city team suddenly broke into the mountain god temple, only to be met head-on by 22 Lord-level stone statue guards. Ming Long, startled, led everyone to take off into the air, only to instead become the mountain god statue's target. The mountain god statue shook off Bai Yi and whipped its tail at Ming Long. If this strike landed, death was certain. Without a mysterious token, even the bronze-level judges couldn't enter the mountain god temple. Those who dared to force their way in were responsible for their own deaths and injuries. No one could save them. The Dead City truly lives up to its reputation as a major power. It has life-saving trump cards. The Beastmaster pulled a scroll from inside the demon flower and tore it open, instantly forming a death barrier that was indestructible. It was at least a magic scroll made by a silver rank, or even gold rank, beast girl. The competition forbade the use of outside force, and magic scrolls had been checked too, but they had actually hidden it inside the demon flower. What an outrageous move. However, the mountain god temple had no judges and no surveillance, so no one cared how they used their items. The Dead City clearly had already figured out the situation here. The death barrier was extremely sturdy, and the mountain god statue couldn't break through it for the time being. Just then, the third team came in, Wang Tianhao. With nowhere to vent its rage, the mountain god statue lashed out with its tail at the entrance. The flame dragon was nearly blown apart, and Wang Tianhao barely held on thanks to his king-rank armor and talismans. But he still spat blood one mouthful after another, and his kidneys felt even more drained. The flame dragon and the nine-headed pheasant spirit had fainted, and no one came to save him. In the end, Wang Tianhao coughed up blood and passed out before the mountain god statue finally let him go. Only then did everyone realize that the stone statues and mountain god statues did not attack those who lay still and motionless. After the Dead City team's dark barrier disappeared, they all played dead like wooden mannequins, and sure enough, no one got hit again. But the people who came later didn't understand the trick. Every new group that entered got pounded in a relentless storm of blows. By the time Ouyang Lai entered, the mountain god statue was almost fixated on him alone. It had clearly sensed the divine power on him. Ouyang Lai dodged everywhere, and even his full body armor was dented inward. Unable to hold back, he erupted with divine power, and his spear, like a laser cannon, blasted a hole straight through the mountain god statue's chest. But the mountain god statue was originally just a stone statue, with no internal organs. Piercing it was useless. It had to be completely shattered to be killed. Ouyang Lai had no choice but to rely on the gold dragon's agility to maneuver around. With these extra people drawing fire, Bai Yi finally had time to think carefully about how to deal with the mountain god statue. Its weakness was the divine core. Judging by the eager looks on Ouyang Lai and the others' faces, it must be a treasure. And where there was treasure, there was naturally no shortage of Mouse Jr., who specialized in treasure hunting. Bai Yi immediately summoned Mouse Jr. from the Five Elements Mountain. As soon as Mouse Jr. appeared, it was stunned by the aura of the mountain god temple. After all, it was only a fifth-tier little mouse, and any creature here could crush it to death. But soon, Mouse Jr.'s eyes lit up, and it madly pointed toward the depths of the temple. There was definitely some supreme treasure there. Bai Yi immediately took Mouse Jr. and rushed in the direction it indicated. The mountain god statue suddenly abandoned Ouyang Lai and frantically chased Bai Yi at full speed. On the way, it even swatted a huge stone elephant flying, showing just how anxious it was and proving that Mouse Jr. had found the right direction. Bai Yi tossed the others aside and kept charging forward with Mouse Jr. Since no one was monitoring them, he dared to use any means necessary. The mountain god statue was too fast and caught up almost instantly, its snake tail lashing viciously. That was its only attack method. Bai Yi hugged Mouse Jr. tightly and curled his body into a ball, letting himself be sent flying by the blow. The beast's soul armor shook slightly, but it held. Mouse Jr. fainted, and Bai Yi woke it through a mental link, telling it to continue leading the way. Instead, because of that strike from the mountain god statue, Bai Yi was blasted into the deepest part of the temple. There was a small mountain god statue here, and as soon as Mouse Jr. woke up, it cried out excitedly. The target was it. Bai Yi used the Eye of Insight to confirm that this was indeed a fragment of the mountain god's divine core. It was only a fragment of a lower god's divine core, but its significance was enormous. With it, one could control divine power and even cultivate a deity. No wonder the major powers were desperately fighting over it. The organizers were ruthless this time. They actually dared to make a divine core fragment the prize. The problem was, how was this divine core supposed to be used? The mountain god statue had already gone mad, attacking Bai Yi with everything it had, and the beast's soul armor was almost unable to hold. The other stone statues and factions were also rushing over, and Bai Yi had become the target of everyone's attacks. Bai Yi hurriedly threw the divine core fragment into the Five Elements mountain and stepped on the ice soul-cold light sword to dodge. He had to rely on Nangong Qianxue to help him control gravity in order to fly and evade the pursuit. The temple was already packed with people and stone statues, all besieging him together, putting immense pressure on him. The temple entrance was also blocked solid. There was no way to escape. Bai Yi simply carved out a bloody path. With the beast's soul armor providing defense, he charged straight through, and neither the competitors nor the stone statues could stop him. His combat power was off the charts. Long Jiao regretted it deeply after waking up, thinking that if only she had been able to hold on a little longer back then. Looking at Nangong Qianxue and now fighting side by side with Bai Yi, fully unleashing her presence, she felt even more bitter. By comparison, Wang Tianhao was so scared that he peed his pants on the spot, utterly helpless. Ouyang Lai made his move, riding the golden dragon to block Bai Yi. As expected, he was the strongest genius of the shrine. The holy shield defense couldn't even withstand Bai Yi's full power strike, and Bai Yi was stalled for a moment. The major powers swarmed in, preparing to surround and attack. No matter how strong the beast soul armor was, it couldn't hold out for long. At that moment, Lin Ming suddenly appeared, her aura astonishing. Even the stone statues came to a halt. She shouted, "Aha! Call me the cat god." "My lord." Lin Ming stood in the center with her hands on her hips, and no one dared to approach. Even the mountain god statue froze, because the aura of the mountain god had fused with Lin Ming. The stone statues were originally created by the mountain god. How would they dare strike at a god? Bai Yi noticed that Lin Ming's attributes had changed drastically. Name, Lin Ming. Talent, SS rank cat god. Skill, brand new. And she had even mastered earth element. It turned out Lin Ming had been gnawing on the godhood shard for fun. Bit her tooth cracking, blood spilled onto the shard, and the shard's remnant soul was directly suppressed by her. Just like that, Lin Ming became the cat god. Yi Qingqing was stunned on the side. This big sister will eat anything. She actually ate her way into becoming a god. Someone discovered that the godhood on Lin Ming had not fully merged yet and led others in a charge. Although Lin Ming had evolved into the cat god, her level was still low and she had almost no defense. If these people attacked together, she definitely couldn't hold them off. At the critical moment, Lin Ming waved her hand, and all the stone statues stood in front of her. Even the mountain god statue obeyed her command, and the momentum instantly reversed. "How dare you touch Lord Cat God? Accept the punishment of the gods." Lin Ming laughed wildly, controlling the stone statues to gang up on the crowd. The others were beaten with no ability to fight back, crying out in misery. "Retreat. She has grasped the godhood. Run." Most of the forces on the field were so frightened that they gave up and turned to flee. Lin Ming directly sent stone lions to block the exits. No one was getting away. Someone still tried to incite the crowd to join forces and kill the cat god. "You talk too much." Lin Ming raised her hand, and the mountain god statue whipped the man away with its tail. She was outrageously arrogant, not putting anyone in her eyes. Ouyang Lai rode the golden dragon out. "I'll hold off the mountain god statue. You go kill the cat." On the scene, only he could withstand the mountain god statue's attacks. Ouyang Lai and the dragon went all out, unleashing various skills and successfully tying down the mountain god statue. Xia Lida also erupted, using powerful restraints to bind the stone statues across the field. At last, everyone could move, and they all rushed toward Lin Ming. But at this time, Lin Ming was even more excited. "Bai Yi, give me all your energy." Summon the giant mountain. She gathered a massive amount of energy and directly summoned a miniature giant mountain. This miniature giant mountain was over 100 meters tall and weighed more than 10,000 tons. In the temple with tenfold gravity, it was simply terrifying. The giant mountain descended from the sky, crashing down on the crowd with a destructive force. Damn it! How can a person do this? Are we fighting a god? What are we even fighting for, Ron? The crowd scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives, but it was already too late. The giant mountain slammed down at 10 times acceleration, directly crushing half the contestants beneath it and stripping them of their combat ability. But because Wang Tianhao was holding it up, no one died. He was covered in all sorts of protective talismans, and even the giant mountain couldn't crush them. The others weren't flattened into paper either. They were just all turned into flat sheets. The worst off were the beast girls, whose chests were completely smashed. This skill was too powerful. Combined with gravity control, it was even more invincible. But the consumption was also enormous. Lin Ming's 4,000 points of energy were nearly used up. If it had been only Lin Ming, she could at most have summoned a large rock weighing a few dozen tons. It wasn't even on the same level. But the scene was already shocking enough, and everyone else raised their hands and surrendered. Ouyang Lai and Xiao Lida also could not hold out any longer. They were tightly bound by the mountain god statue and the golden dragon, and no one could escape. Lin Ming swept her gaze across the crowd and said arrogantly, "Anyone else?" No one dared make a sound. She suppressed the entire scene by herself, radiating overwhelming dominance. Since no one objects, hand over your backpacks. Lin Ming loved robbery the most, but she discovered that quite a few people had dimensional space. This thing was extremely rare and precious. Even Jiangzhou's richest man had spent tens of billions to buy only a tiny piece. Yet among these young contestants, 4 or 5 people had won. So much for the saying that people from humble backgrounds can produce outstanding children. How hard it was. These people were either second-generation rich or second-generation officials. Are you sure you won't turn over the items in your dimensional space? Lin Ming asked. No. The competition rules forbid killing people. A few of them stiffened their necks and refused. If they handed everything over, they would have no chance left at all. Instead, Lin Ming laughed. Fine, tough enough. I'll have the stone elephants give you a massage. With that, she motioned for the 200-ton stone elephants to come over. The few of them trembled in fear and tried to escape, but were firmly bound by Yi Qingqing's seed vines. The stone elephant lifted its leg and stomped down hard. The man screamed miserably, and even feces were squeezed out of him, shocking everyone into a daze. Hand it over or not? Lin Ming asked. No one dared be stubborn anymore, and quickly handed everything over. Not enough. Lin Ming toyed with several hundred beast soul beads, her face full of dissatisfaction. Lord Cat God, really, there's nothing left. We gave everything to you. The few of them cried as they swore. It was already hard enough to collect so much in just 3 or 4 days. Lin Ming believed them, but what she wanted was more than this. I told you to empty your dimensional space completely. Take out even your clothes. Don't leave even a speck of dust. Robbery was her specialty. The few of them were dumbfounded. Was the competition supposed to be like this? What? You still want another massage? As soon as Lin Ming finished speaking, the stone elephants lifted their feet. Give it. We'll give it all. Terrified, they really emptied everything out, even taking off their underwear and socks. These people who had dimensional space were indeed rich, and the treasures they took out were things even Bai Yi had never seen before. Just this haul was worth hundreds of millions. Then, Lin Ming looked at the 3 people from the shrine. And you? You can't break through my defense. Ouyang Lai said confidently. The sacred armor was something even the mountain god statue couldn't split open. Bai Yi, he says we can't break through his defense. Lin Ming shouted. He really doesn't understand how powerful I am. Bai Yi directed the dung beetles to carry out several giant balls of shit. Please enjoy the delicacy. As a reward, Bai Yi gave each dung beetle 1 black iron beast soul bead. The giant dung balls weighed several hundred gene, and the dung beetles hated to part with them, but they couldn't resist the temptation. A huge dung ball smashed straight onto Ouyang Lai's head, and even his holy armor couldn't block the stench. Xiao Lida had a cleanliness obsession and was the first to surrender. Hey, it's not your turn yet. Bai Yi had been waiting for her to get hit by the dung ball and was disappointed. I'll give you everything. Xiao Lida frantically took out all her belongings. Bai Yi teased her while flipping through them, and Lin Ming and Yi Qingqing looked on curiously. Xiao Lida blushed bright red with embarrassment. Bai Yi quickly took those things away. The golden dragon hurried to clear herself of any connection. I don't have any spatial item. All my stuff is with Ouyang Lai. She was terrified of getting hit by a dung ball. Only Ouyang Lai was left. Bai Yi was about to prepare a second dung ball when a group of judges suddenly entered the mountain god temple, led by a silver-rank beast girl, along with a swarm of live-stream drones. It turned out that after Lin Ming broke the temple's barrier, the judges were finally able to come in. They had intended to wait for the chief judge, figuring those few minutes wouldn't matter. But who could have expected something like this to happen in those few minutes? So many things had happened that all the little geniuses were left traumatized. As soon as they came out, they saw a mini mountain 100 meters tall. Finally, we found the contestants. I thought there was some mysterious existence in the temple, but it turned out to be a mountain. Holy crap, there are people under the mountain. Sun Wukong under the Five Elements mountain. Those shoes are the Gale boots, the pair worn by Jiang Tianhao, one of the Dragon City 4 young masters. I know that head. It's the genius beast girl Sun Man from Fengzhou. How did she get so thin she looks like a sheet of paper? Her chest is even caved in. They were crushed by the mountain. That's brutal. The live stream chat exploded, and all kinds of bullet comments flooded the screen. Hurry up and save them. Under the silver rank beast girl's command, the judges went up together, but the giant mountain was too heavy and simply couldn't be lifted. Bai Yi had Nangong Shui make gravity lighter, and Nangong Shui directly nullified the gravity. The giant mountain was finally lifted, and the scene inside was tumbarindu. Several beast girls had their chests caved in, and some of the heavier ones had even been crushed so badly they shit themselves. Everyone was terrified. Although no one had died, the angels hurried to treat them. While the judges were rescuing people, the geniuses around them clung to the judges' legs and cried, "Inhumane! They robbed us of everything. Not even our underwear was left. That cat was too vicious. It even made me get massaged by a stone statue, and I got stepped on so hard I shit myself." The geniuses cried into a heap, utterly losing all dignity. At that moment, a piercing wail came from deep within the temple. Everyone discovered a 1,000-meter-long human snake stone statue there, with a huge dung ball wrapped around its middle. The strange crying was coming from inside the dung ball. What is this dung ball? The silver rank judge had the water element beast girl go over and take a look. The water elf beast girl pinched her nose and flushed the dung ball with water, and in an instant it turned into loose filth. A human figure finally emerged from inside. Keep flushing. The water elf beast girl unleashed water dragon break, directly washing the man out. It even shattered his armor, and all the filthy water poured into his clothes. Everyone finally saw clearly. Ouyang Lai. SS rank Holy Knight Ouyang Lai of the temple? The netizens all went crazy, unable to believe the scene before their eyes. The temple's male god, soaked through from head to toe in filthy water. Xiao Lida and the golden dragon hurriedly backed away, pretending not to know Ouyang Lai, afraid of losing face along with him. You've got to surrender early. Otherwise, you won't even deserve to be a human being. Bai Yi. Ouyang Lai wailed, coughing up blood and fainting, perhaps deliberately pretending to pass out. In any case, no one could withstand this scene. Bai Yi, what exactly is going on? The silver judge's face was grim. After all, everyone on the field was full of hostility toward Bai Yi, even fear. Bai Yi coughed twice and explained, "It's a competition, after all. They were all defeated by me, so feeling unhappy is perfectly normal." He also secretly told Lin Meng to hide the spoils of war well. They'd grabbed things too quickly, and a lot of them still hadn't been stuffed into the dimensional space. You mean you defeated everyone there? The silver-haired referee found it hard to believe. Those were all top-tier geniuses. Winning against all of them was too outrageous. Even a bronze-level beastmaster with 3 beast girls wouldn't dare claim they could win every match. Bai Yi nodded. Everyone on the field had witnessed it, so he couldn't deny it either. The referee asked again, and everyone nodded in acknowledgement. Quite a few beast girls even burst into tears, accusing Bai Yi and Lin Meng of being far too ruthless. Unbelievable. Was an SSS-level beastmaster really this strong? Even the chief referees were stunned. The silver-haired beast girl explained very calmly. The cat demon obtained the godhead, and this is her home field. It's normal for her odds of winning to be high. As a result, the chief referees were even more shocked. A godhead? You let a bunch of youngsters come fight over a godhead. Have you all lost your minds? No wonder all the major powers rushed here. So they already knew the news. AOZ's eyes lit up as she looked at Bai Yi again in a new light. The Divine Temple and the Undying City had both come to snatch it, with countless experts involved. Bai Yi not only survived, but also seized the godhead and beat everyone flat. His strength really had to be reevaluated. Inside the Mountain God Temple, the referees dragged all the injured people out, stripping them of their qualifications. As for the rest, the chief referees gave no response on how to handle it, which was effectively an implicit approval of Bai Yi's actions. The on-site referees didn't dare intervene anymore. They took the eliminated contestants away, while everyone else fled far off, not daring to stay anywhere near Bai Yi. In an instant, only Bai Yi and the other 3 were left in the Mountain God Temple. Bai Yi counted the spoils. Beast soul beads had directly doubled from 600 to 1,200. He had more than 20 leader tier beast spirit beads, for lord tier beads, and all the other resources combined were worth over 1 billion. What a pity. If I'd moved a little faster and grabbed the wave beneath the mini giant mountain too, especially Wang Tianhao, the haul could have doubled again, Bai Yi said with some regret. Lin Ming also felt annoyed. Nangong Qianxue had long since gone numb to it, and Yi Qingqing was astonished beyond words. Weren't these resources already enough? Did he really want to haul away the entire West Plains giant mountain? As if seeing through Yi Qingqing's thoughts, Bai Ye's eyes lit up. He really did want to pack it all up and take it away. Actually, the biggest gain was still Lin Ming swallowing the godhead. There were still 10 stone statues before them, and the mountain god statue was still there. Although the mountain god statue was injured and its strength had dropped by 30%, it was still stronger than a black iron-level king beast. With these stone statues, Lin Ming was fully capable of being invincible among black iron-level opponents. For the remaining 3 days, Bai Yi decided to keep going wild. His goal was simple: wipe out every beast in the West Plains giant mountain. Wherever he went, not a blade of grass remained. If he saw a beast, he killed it. If he ran into a contestant, he robbed them. And if he found spiritual herbs or medicinal plants, no matter their tier, he uprooted them all and stuffed them into the 5 Elements Mountain. The audience was completely stunned. The live stream had gone numb, and even the referees' faces turned dark. Even the golden-haired beast girl referee couldn't sit still anymore. At this rate, the entire West Plains giant mountain would be ruined, with even the beasts unable to remain. Netizens also dug up Bai Ye's glorious deeds. King of the grassland, ruined the forest, completely wrecked the 5 Elements Mountain. He was the absolute destroyer of beast spaces. No one dared let him into a beast space anymore. The competition ended after 7 days. The referees finally breathed a sigh of relief, but Bai Yi still wasn't satisfied and insisted on extending it by 3 more days. The referees refused outright, blacklisted Bai Yi, and forbade him from ever causing trouble in the West Plains giant mountain again. Bai Yi complained that they were so petty, but still went to the podium to wait for the scoring. When the scores were announced, the whole venue erupted in uproar. Zhang San, 10 points. Li Si, 35 points. Wang Wu, 90 points. Bai Yi, 3,600 points. He had completely crushed the top spot. Even more outrageous, he had shared a quarter of it with Yi Qingqing, who ended up with 1,200 points, firmly taking second place by a huge margin over third. Jiangzhou Dragon City University had won the league championship for the first time, and the entire city was in an uproar. Yi Qingqing and Cheng Yu achieved excellent results, all thanks to Bai Yi carrying them. Cheng Yu even gave all of her material rewards to Bai Yi and kept only the honor for herself. The referees had no choice, because the whole thing had been live-streamed, and Bai Yi was already powerful enough to influence the outcome of the match. In short, wherever Bai Yi went, good fortune followed. Those who mixed with him won, while those who didn't usually suffered crushing defeat. Ouyang Lai was originally one of the favorites to win the championship, but he fainted during the match and was rescued by the referee, only to be directly disqualified and lose face in front of the entire nation. It was a miserable end for him. After the scoring was announced, all the Beast Soul beads went to the contestants. Bai Yi and the others all rose to Black Iron 5-star in one go, with a huge surge in strength. Bai Ye's energy reached 6,000 points, more than enough to nourish Nangong Qianxue and Lin Ming. In terms of skills, Lin Ming learned Earth Escape, Nangong Qianxue got Sweeping Strike, and the others were all fairly ordinary. After the results were announced, the awards began. Bai Yi took first place and received the 1,000 Transformation Skill Bead, which could turn him into all kinds of creatures, and also change the form of his contracted beast girls. Unless it was a top-tier ocular skill, no one could see through it. This skill made Bai Ye's imagination run wild, and he came up with a whole bunch of ways to do bad things. The organizers were really generous. Even Bai Ye's 2 beast girls received rewards, 2 sets of super armor, with cool designs, and each adding 1,000 points of defense. As an independent beast girl, Yi Qingqing took first place and received the reward of a wooden dragonfly. When in human form, she could wear it on her head and fly. After transforming, she could fly even faster, greatly improving her survivability. After the college league ended, Bai Yi and the others all entered Longdu Academy without exams, the most top-tier university in the country. There was still a long time before the semester started, so they just happened to want to travel through beast space all over the country, lay a material foundation for 5 Elements Mountain, and turn it into the richest black iron beast space in the world. But before the plan even started, every beast space in the country blacklisted Bai Yi. The league was broadcast live the entire time, and Bai Yi's notorious reputation had spread far and wide. No one dared let him in. Bai Yi could only think of using 1,000 transformations to disguise himself and his companions, but once they swiped their IDs, they couldn't fool anyone at all and simply couldn't get by. At this time, a silver-haired beast girl came looking for Bai Yi. Even his insight, I couldn't detect any information about her, which meant her level was very high. AOZ was with her, and Bai Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The silver-haired beast girl introduced herself as Bai Zhe and was quite friendly, looking like a mature woman in her 30s. When Bai Yi asked, he learned that Bai Zhe was both her name and the beast girl name after transformation, and that she had extremely high talent. Bai Yi hurriedly buttered her up and called her Sister Zhe. Bai Zhe was also very warm toward him, but soon got straight to the point and asked Bai Yi for help. Bai Yi had originally planned to take some advantage, but before he could even open his mouth, the other side was already asking him for a favor. He immediately declared, even between close siblings, we should talk terms first. He was not the type to suffer a loss. Bai Yi, this is the commander of the Holy Radiance Legion, a golden-level big shot. Put on your best performance. AOZ couldn't help but remind him, deliberately bringing up Bai Zhe's identity. It sounded like criticism, but it was really protecting Bai Yi. Bai Zhe smiled, then suddenly grabbed a black shadow out of the void, a bronze-level dark creature. She squeezed it casually and crushed it instantly. How about this as a deposit? Only then did Bai Yi react. He still had the dark mark on him, and as soon as he left the crowd, he was targeted by a bronze-level dark creature. Fortunately, Bai Zhe acted in time. Otherwise, even if he fought it one-on-one, it would have taken some effort. He also realized that if one bronze-level creature was taken out, stronger ones might come later. So he had to hurry and clear the dark mark. Teacher AO, can you help me remove the mark on me? Bai Yi looked at AOZ, thinking that since she was his teacher and also a beast girl later on, she probably wouldn't charge him, right? I'm not at that level yet. Can I even do it? Wait until I reach gold level. AOZ shrugged helplessly. Going from silver to gold. Who knew how long that would take? Every extra day meant more risk. Bai Yi could only accept Bai Zhe's offer. Sister Zhe, what exactly do you want me to do? Let me say this first. I'm not doing anything like selling myself. Bai Zhe smiled. You're my little brother, so don't worry. It's just a small task for you, and it's very suitable. It turned out that the authorities suspected the Jiangzhou Cheng family of colluding with dark creatures, even kidnapping humans to make human pills, using methods so covert that no one could find evidence. The authorities suspected that the Cheng family possessed a secret beast space, which was the nest of the dark creatures. So, someone had to sneak in and find evidence. Outsiders simply couldn't get close to the core, so the only way was an internal breakthrough. Bai Zhe planned to have Bai Yi disguise himself as Cheng Peng and slip into the exotic beast space. Bai Yi's strength was close to Cheng Peng's, and he had just obtained the 1000 transformation skill. He also knew Cheng Peng very well. This task was practically made for him. It was so perfect that Bai Yi suspected he had already been chosen long ago. So what role are you playing in this league? I'm the person in charge of the University League. Sure enough, 1000 transformations had been prepared for this task. Although he knew he was being set up, the league rewards were indeed tempting, and they even offered a divine spark. But Bai Yi was still a little hesitant. After all, the risk was too great. The Cheng family had too deep a collaboration with the dark creatures. Cheng Peng was said to have contracted an S-rank Dark Godzilla, and his combat power was off the charts. If he went into the exotic beast space and was discovered, he could be food for dark creatures in an instant. Besides, the dark imprint would at most let him stay among the crowd longer. If it really didn't work, he could still spend a high price to hire the golden beast girl to handle it. There was no need to take the risk. After thinking it through, Bai Yi was Jinbei to refuse. Just then, he received a call from Lu Feng, the principal of Qingjiang School. Hello, Principal Lu, what's the matter? Bai Yi, your homeroom teacher, Teacher Li Ku, is missing. She's already this old. She can't possibly get lost. Maybe she went on a date. No, Bai Yi. You haven't been in Jiangzhou lately, so you don't know. These past few days, people have been disappearing all over Jiangzhou. Several of your classmates are gone too. Teacher Li Ku went to look for them, and now she's missing as well. Bai Yi was startled and suddenly looked at Bai Zhe. The number of missing people in Jiangzhou has already exceeded 1,000, Bai Zhe replied. Damn, Bai Yi couldn't help but curse. He had originally thought it had nothing to do with him and didn't plan to get involved, but now even his teachers and classmates had been caught up in it. When Bai Yi first came to this world, the first people he met were these teachers and classmates. Although they sometimes argued and even fought, they were actually very close. Teacher Li Ku had taken good care of him, an orphan. Now hearing that they had gone missing, Bai Yi grew anxious, and he also thought of the perverted things the Cheng family had done. Bai Yi, did you hear me? You're the most capable person at our school right now. Can you help speak to the higher-ups? I really have no other choice. Even the principal was crying over the phone. Bai Yi quickly comforted him. Principal Lu, don't panic. We already have leads on this matter, and we'll solve it soon. He even had Bai Zhe personally give his assurance. Only then did Principal Lu feel at ease, repeatedly thanking him before hanging up. So, what's your choice? Bai Zhe looked at Bai Yi. At the same time, a system pop-up appeared. Option 1. Refuse the mission. Reward. Agility plus 100. Option 2. Accept the mission. Reward. For each person rescued. All attributes plus 1. Bai Yi complained inwardly. Why did this system always want him running around? Refusing the mission only gave agility. Was it trying to make him a permanent deserter? But now, no matter what the reward was, Bai Yi had to accept the mission. For the country and its people, I accept the mission. Bai Yi struck a very serious pose, but everyone knew he was being forced into it. As long as he was willing to do it, anything was fine. Fine, you're in charge of this mission. Bai Zhe decided immediately. And we're just going with a few of us? No guarantees at all. Give me some cheat skill or something. Wasn't that little thing from Shiyuan Giant Mountain enough? That was something I fought for myself. But if I hadn't arranged it, could you have gotten 1,000 changes and the divine spark? What else do you want? Shouldn't there be some self-protection means? What if we run into dark creatures at the bronze or gold level? Xiao Zi will bring a team of bronze-level warriors, the same judges from your competition. They're all mine. Hearing that, Bai Yi finally nodded in relief. He knew AOZ's strength. At the very least, bronze level wouldn't be a problem. Gold level was already top tier, basically something they wouldn't run into. Someone like Bai Zhe was at the level of a legion commander, and a family like the Chengs didn't even come close. Time was tight, and the rescue had to be handled as quickly as possible. Bai Yi was fully in charge now, and he wasn't being polite. First, get me a private plane. He didn't want to take commercial flights. He was afraid another plane would blow up. Bai Zhe didn't waste any time either and directly made a phone call to summon a plane. Surprisingly, it was a fighter jet. Satisfied now. Bai Yi was very satisfied, but the fighter jet only had one seat. So how were the others supposed to fit? You go in, and the others go into your beast space. Bai Zhe had already arranged everything. Then who's flying the plane? Take a closer look. Holy crap, autopilot. No, it's a fighter jet beast girl, a very rare mechanical beast girl. Bai Yi was dumbfounded. There was actually a living fighter girl. Does this fighter girl run on diesel? Bai Yi touched the mechanical body, his eyes shining. Don't touch me randomly. Me randomly. I'm a girl. The fighter girl suddenly spoke, and Bai Yi was instantly stunned. Bai Yi took one look and realized this was actually a beast girl fighter jet. But if he got on, wouldn't he be entering someone else's body? Before he could figure it out, Bai Zhe explained, Xia Ran's fighter jet form uses energy stones. Xia Ran, that turned out to be her name. Since everything was arranged, they set off immediately. Lin Meng, Nangong Qianxue, Yi Qingqing, AOZ, plus more than a dozen bronze warriors all squeezed into the 5 Elements Mountain. Don't be fooled by the fact that I'm alone. Once I make a move, it's a whole group of strong fighters. Compared to the Wuling God car, it's not any worse. With such a powerful backer, Bai Yi was not afraid at all. He sat steady and set off straight for Jiangzhou. Not long after takeoff, Xia Ran reminded him to add energy stones. Bai Yi was speechless. You don't even refuel after takeoff? Xia Ran said she forgot, and they needed 10 stones. Bai Yi immediately cried out that the price was robbery. For such a short distance, it actually cost 10 million. There was no choice. Without energy, they'd just drop into a no-man's land. Too much of a ripoff. Bai Yi swore that next time he would not ride the Battle Maiden. It was indeed fast, but also truly expensive. In 3 hours they crossed 3,000 kilometers and even made it in time for lunch. But in just that short amount of time, Bai Yi's wallet was already nearly empty. A huge loss. After arriving in Jiangzhou, Bai Yi wanted to get Chengping out. But the Cheng family was afraid he'd cause trouble, so they kept him locked at home like a precious young lady, with several silver-ranked strongmen guarding him. Forcing their way in was unrealistic. After much thought, only Cheng Yu could come and go freely. When Bai Yi thought about turning into Cheng Yu, he immediately refused. He couldn't accept becoming a girl. But Lin Meng and the others were thrilled beyond belief, and even wanted to teach Bai Yi how to be a girl. The 5 Elements Spirit Disc was too big to get in, so Bai Yi could only turn into Cheng Yu. Arranging a meeting with Cheng Yu was simple. They had been friends in the past, and one phone call settled it. Cheng Yu even invited everyone to a 5-star hotel for a feast. At the table, Bai Yi stared at Cheng Yu and copied her like crazy. Cheng Yu was looked at until her face turned red, and she even mistakenly thought Bai Yi liked her. When Bai Yi took her alone into a small grove, Cheng Yu grew even more nervous, her heart racing, and said they could develop slowly. Bai Yi said only one line, "It has to be fast," and immediately pulled out a brick and smashed her on the head. Cheng Yu was hit so hard that tears streamed down, but she didn't pass out. Bai Yi was a little embarrassed. Why was it different from TV? Nangong Qianxue couldn't stand watching anymore and directed Yi Qingqing to use grass to tie Cheng Yu up. Lin Meng was eager to try and asked whether they should strip her clothes off. Cheng Yu trembled with fear. She hadn't even refused just now. So why did they have to bind her first? Wasn't that redundant? Not to mention there were still girls nearby. This was going too far to play along with. She couldn't accept it. Bai Yi hurriedly said there was no need. I have the 1,000 change transformation skill. I can directly transform the clothes too. Stripping people naked was too perverted. He stared at Cheng Yu while slowly transforming. In an instant, the sunny young man turned into a charming little beauty, copying every detail and piece of clothing exactly. Even Cheng Yu herself was dumbfounded. So all this time, it was just to turn into her? Was he sick in the head? Bai Yi merely pinched his new body curiously. Seeing everyone's strange expressions, he quickly explained, I'm just getting used to it. Lin Ming and the other girls burst out laughing. Bai Yi couldn't take it anymore and sent them all into the 5 Elements Mountain, Cheng Yu included. Bai Cheng Yu went online. After careful observation, Bai Yi could imitate her almost perfectly. Swaying with cat-like steps, she got into the luxury car and sped toward the Chung family residence. After arriving at the Chung family estate, Bai Cheng Yu deliberately acted willful and spoiled, driving the luxury car over the lawn, kicking the door open, and walking into the villa carrying her high heels. She simply couldn't get used to wearing high heels, and with her bare feet, she dirted the carpet, yet she still thought that made her seem rebellious enough. As a result, the servants actually said that the young lady was much gentler today. Bai Cheng Yu was speechless. Just how outrageous was Cheng Yu normally? She had no choice but to act even more wildly. While running around, she was stopped by a bronze beast girl who said the backyard was off limits. Bai Cheng Yu directly shot back. This is my home. Where can I go? But the beast girl still wouldn't let her in. There was definitely something wrong with the backyard, and Cheng Yu clearly didn't know about it. So she had to return to the front courtyard first. Where's Cheng Peng? Where the hell did he go? Their relationship had always been like that. She never called him brother. The maid replied, Young master is at Hai Tian Yuan. Bai Cheng Yu waved her hand and was about to head over, but the maid stopped her. Bai Cheng Yu kicked her, and in the end had no choice but to turn into a white deer to carry her over, so she wouldn't be embarrassed by not knowing the way. Sea Sky Courtyard really had an artificial beach, coconut trees, bikini-clad girls, and a group of fish and snake-type beast girls, mermaid-like and very alluring. Cheng Peng really knew how to enjoy himself. No wonder being confined didn't bore him. Bai Yi thought to herself that she had come here to replace Cheng Peng. At this moment, Cheng Peng was calling her to join in the fun, even riding on a seahorse beast girl's back, looking utterly indulgent. The two of them weren't even biological siblings, so Cheng Peng didn't care at all. Cheng Peng was stopped by Bai Cheng Yu. Bai Cheng Yu couldn't be bothered to waste words on the man and told him to get up. Cheng Peng, acting all roguish and unwilling to move, made Bai Cheng Yu explode. She jumped down, slapped Cheng Peng across the face, and dragged him back to the room. No one dared to stop her. As siblings, they could beat each other all they wanted, but outsiders didn't dare interfere. He casually entered a room, only to find it was an erotic room, full of props. Cheng Peng misunderstood. The moment he reached out his hand, Bai Cheng Yu beat him up, even using the tools in the room on him. The erotic room was well soundproofed, so no one outside heard a thing. After beating Cheng Peng, Bai Cheng Yu started interrogating him about the dark creatures. Cheng Peng refused to say anything no matter what, and even advised Bai Cheng Yu not to get involved. He knew that if he said the wrong thing, he would be killed. At worst, he'd get beaten, but he wouldn't die. At that moment, Bai Yi appeared and took Cheng Peng into the 5 Elements Mountain. Seeing Cheng Yu tied up inside, then looking at Bai Cheng Yu, who looked exactly like him, Cheng Peng was completely dumbfounded. It wasn't until Bai Yi returned to her original appearance that Cheng Peng understood what had happened, and he was instantly terrified. Bai Yi knew the Chung family's secret and had even infiltrated their home. If she really found evidence, the Chung family would be finished. Inside the 5 Elements Mountain, Bai Yi used every kind of interrogation and torture, but Cheng Peng still stubbornly refused to confess. Realizing torture wouldn't work, Bai Yi prepared to continue investigating on her own. She disguised herself as Cheng Peng again and planned to keep sneaking into the backyard. Back at Sea Sky Courtyard, the banquet was still going on. Beast girls swarmed around her, but Bai Yi had no time to enjoy herself and could only instruct that no one was allowed to enter that erotic room. She didn't leave someone disguised as Cheng Yu in the room. Instead, she simply locked it, making things easier and safer. Having changed identities, Bai Yi went to the backyard in Cheng Peng's manor. The bronze-ranked beast girls were already used to his style and didn't stop him. All the way to the deepest part of the backyard, the guards became more and more numerous, and there were even silver-ranked beast girls, but none of them paid Cheng Peng any mind. At last, she arrived in front of a black building. Before she could even figure out what was going on, a group of people suddenly appeared, carrying unconscious beast-taming masters and beast girls on their shoulders. Bai Zhe had guessed right. The Chung family really did dare to kidnap people. That group glanced at Bai Cheng Peng, ignored him, and quickly entered the strange black building before disappearing inside. Bai Chengpeng looked in the direction they had come from and saw, from afar, a half-open door to a room with a tunnel inside. They must have entered through there. He followed them into the black building and saw a black statue. The statue's body was hollow, and inside it was a huge teleportation gate, a portable beast spirit space, much larger than the five-element spirit disc. Clearly, it wasn't something carried around. It had been hidden here. Two silver-ranked beast girls guarded the entrance to the beast spirit space, and beast taming masters in the nearby rooms kept watch at all times. Security was extremely tight, yet everyone ignored Bai Chengpeng and let him in. As soon as Bai Yi entered the beast spirit space, she immediately sensed a strong dark aura, even more terrifying than the dark forest. Even the sun was a sickly pale color, and the environment was gloomy and oppressive. Inside, the guards were all dark creatures, and at least two of them were silver-ranked. Bai Yi had only brought Aoz, a silver-ranked beast girl, and felt she was short on manpower. This was going to be troublesome. When these dark guards saw Bai Chengpeng, they weren't polite at all. Xia Pengzi, this is the dark world. Don't stir up trouble. It was clear they not only knew Chengpeng, but also spoke human language. Bai Yi held back her anger, pretended to be furious but unable to speak up, and kept walking deeper inside. This place was like a dark city, filled with dark creatures of no low rank. When they saw Bai Chengpeng, none of them attacked, but they all watched him greedily, as if looking at a delicacy. Bai Yi carefully activated the Eye of Insight and discovered that most of them were black iron or bronze level, with even a few strong ones he couldn't see through at all. He had originally planned to find clues, rescue the captives, and then immediately call in reinforcements to flatten the beast's space. But now it seemed they were far from having enough manpower and would have to proceed with extreme caution. While he was thinking of a countermeasure, he was suddenly blocked by a huge dark creature. It was Dark Godzilla, covered in sharp spikes and looking like a giant upright lizard. Godzilla leaned its big head toward Bai Chengpeng and asked in a low voice, "What are you doing here?" Bai Chengpeng forced himself to stay calm. "You're my beast girl. I came to see you, of course." Godzilla's eyes lit up. "Then take me out to play. I want to go to the human world." As it spoke, it directly picked Bai Chengpeng up and headed outside. Bai Yi had the strength to break free, but he didn't dare reveal his identity. Still, after just sneaking in, he was about to be thrown out, which was a huge loss. At that moment, a voice stopped them. "Goer, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you not to go out? Last time you went out and ate 3 people, almost getting discovered." Bai Yi looked back and saw Dark Abyss Dragon Yushi, his other beast girl. Godzilla was simple-minded, but Yushi was far more shrewd and not easy to deal with. Yushi came right up and asked, "Chengpeng, I told you to trick your little sister in here. Why still not done?" She was still thinking about the dark heart, but she didn't know that the dark heart in Chengyu had already been absorbed by the soul-nurturing bowl. Bai Chengpeng brushed it off. "I've already locked her in her room. I'll take you there when I have time." After giving a perfunctory answer, Yushi said, "Humph, you'd better not lie to me." She glared at Chengpeng and said that the Thousand Souls array was already set up, and she was going to break through to bronze level, taking Chengpeng with her while she was at it. Without caring whether Chengpeng was willing or not, she simply grabbed him and left. After all, their contract was bound, and having a beast master nearby could help during the breakthrough. Flying through the air, Bai Yi finally saw the full view of the dark city. The small city was only a few kilometers across, with bizarre and rough-looking buildings. The construction skills of dark creatures were clearly questionable. Outside the city, it looked like the wilderness of a beast space, with beasts running everywhere, all carrying dark attributes. Dark creatures could also grow stronger by killing beasts. The place Yushi took Chengpeng to was an altar covered in formations. On each array node lay a human being, over 1,000 people in total. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving the Cheng family with no way to deny it. Bai Yi used the Eye of Insight to confirm that all of these people were merely unconscious and not dead, so he breathed a sigh of relief. He also saw teacher Li Ku and several classmates, but there were many dark creatures surrounding them, making rescue extremely difficult. Yushi threw Chengpeng aside and began arranging everything. The surrounding dark creatures took their positions exactly as she instructed, and a silver-level dark creature personally presided over the formation. Yushi's status was clearly not low. Once the formation started, Bai Yi felt that everyone's soul was being drained. The Thousand Souls array used human souls to enhance the abilities of dark creatures. They didn't kill the people because they feared the souls would disperse and the array would no longer be usable. Bai Yi made up his mind that he had to act and couldn't delay any longer, or the human souls would be ruined. He directly jumped to the silver-level dark creature's side and summoned Aoz. Aoz unleashed a lightning giant blade in one strike, directly cleaving the opponent to death. The pressure dropped sharply, and the other dark creatures hadn't yet reacted, not understanding why Chengpeng had suddenly turned on them. Yushi reacted quickly and even suspected the Chung family of betrayal. "Chung Peng, what are you doing?" she roared. Bai Ye's bronze-level beast girls rushed out. While the enemy was maintaining the formation and caught completely off guard, they instantly killed more than half of them. Yushi had no choice but to forcibly stop the formation, and the scene descended into chaos. Bai Yi opened the entrance to the Five Elements Mountain to its maximum and let Lin Ming summon stone statue meat shields to absorb the damage. Yi Qingqing threw out a large number of seeds, and vines swept up the humans on the altar and sent them into the Five Elements Mountain. Inside the mountain was a huge pyramid, built by Bai Ye's golem, capable of healing injuries. At the top stood a cat-shaped statue, created by Lin Ming's skill, making it convenient for the faith of the subdued beasts. All the rescued humans were placed inside the pyramid to slowly recover, and any damage to their souls was replenished with the soul-nurturing bowl, making them even stronger instead. In the early stage, Bai Yi and the others achieved success through a surprise attack and took the upper hand. Soon, however, reinforcements from the dark creatures arrived, especially as more and more silver-level beast girls appeared, making the situation increasingly difficult. AOZ was under tremendous pressure. Seeing that things were bad, Bai Yi immediately gave the order. "Ming, divine power." Lin Ming instantly unleashed her divine power at full strength. A 1,000-meter mountain materialized out of thin air and came crashing down, enveloping half of the dark city. With Nangong Qinxue adding 10 times gravity, the mountain became unbearably heavy. Even silver-rank beast girls couldn't withstand it, getting crushed into chips, and the stone statues were smashed to pieces. AOZ had already been prepared. She transformed into lightning and escaped from beneath the mountain's Yi force, almost being swept by it. All the other dark creatures were wiped out without exception. This was the deterrent power of divine power. Even silver-rank experts couldn't block it. The only problem was that this move could only be used once, and its recovery was very slow. The mountain was too heavy. Even AOZ couldn't move it, so it was destined to be impossible to take away. But being able to save people was already enough. The crowd entered Wuxing Mountain. Bai Yi reverted to Chung Peng, stumbled toward the exit, and ran right into two Chung family silver-rank beast girls. The mountain fell. "Someone's dead." Bai Yi pretended to cry as he lunged at them, but the beast girls disgustedly shoved him aside. The two of them had no doubt about Bai Ye's identity and rushed straight toward the mountain. Bai Yi took the opportunity to successfully escape. He had originally planned to leave directly, but the unguarded dark statue beside him caught his interest. Bai Yi used Earth Fire Mouse to spell out the words "do it" and pass the message to AOZ. Although AOZ was speechless, the two worked in perfect coordination. With a shift in space, a thunderblade came slashing down directly, cutting the guard beast girl cleanly in two on the spot. Now that the dark exotic beast space was under no one's control, Bai Yi used his spiritual power to blend into the entrance, only to discover a powerful soul imprint inside. A huge dark silhouette lunged out, its aura divine-like and far beyond AOZ's. Bai Yi quickly realized it was only a spiritual imprint and didn't panic. He force-fed the soul-nurturing jar with soul power, turning the soul into a blazing sun that burned through the black shadow, and together they absorbed it into the soul-nurturing jar. Inside the jar, the succubus saw the black shadow being thrown in and was both dumbfounded and gleeful. The black shadow recognized the succubus, and both of them were stunned. Apparently, they knew each other. The secrets of this space gradually came to light. Xian had a younger brother named Yu. Yu Xian had laid out his plans in Jiangzhou precisely to find the soul-nurturing jar, the sacred relic of the Ghost Soul clan. The succubus was killed by Yu Xian, and her dark heart was dug out and traded to the Chung family. In the end, everyone had circled around and come together. Unfortunately, Bai Yi didn't understand the dark speech. Worried that the true body of the dark shadow would come after him, Bai Yi directly erased its sentience, turning it into dark energy and storing it inside the soul-nurturing jar. Now that the dark statue had no soul, Bai easily took control and directly sealed the exit. There were still two Chung family beast girls locked inside, and Bai planned to deal with them later. Keeping up Chung Peng's appearance, he rushed out in a panic. The other beast girls came to provide support, but none paid him any attention and instead charged straight toward the battlefield. Soon someone reported, "The dark space is gone." Chung Du was furious and shouted, "What do you mean the dark space is gone?" He immediately came to his senses and ordered people to search for Bai's whereabouts. Someone said they saw Chung Yu taking Bai and the others to a hotel for dinner, and then Chung Yu went to look for Chung Peng. Someone else said Chung Peng had just come out of the dark space and was running outward. Chung Du became alert and immediately sent people to stop him. At the manor entrance, the guard stopped Bai, who was disguised as Chung Peng. By this point, Bai could no longer bother to keep up the act. He directly summoned AOZ and the Beast Girls to fight their way out. Chengdu led his elite forces in pursuit, and at the front was unexpectedly a golden Beast Girl, the Cheng family's trump card, the A-grade Dark Nether Rabbit. Her attack power was extremely strong, and AOZ's group was hindered in their advance. This was Cheng family territory, and Bei and the others were trapped in encirclement. AOZ shouted, "Bei, give me all the soul power in your soul-nurturing bowl. I'm going to break through and transform into a dragon." Bei immediately poured the soul power from the bowl into AOZ. Inside the bowl were the souls of over 10,000 exotic beasts, along with the souls of several silver-level experts from the dark space just now, and even the soul of a high-quality dark shadow. The bulge on AOZ's head grew larger as the sky changed abruptly. Thunder and lightning gathered densely, and her aura was so terrifying that even the golden nether rabbit dared not approach. But it still wasn't enough. Transforming into a dragon was incredibly difficult. AOZ gritted her teeth. Break the dark space and absorb all the soul power inside. She was already giving it everything she had. If she failed again, the chance would be almost completely gone. When Bei heard this, his face was full of shock. That was a portable exotic beast space. What a waste it would be to destroy it. It would be like taking Bei's life. No, absolutely not. Bei shook his head desperately. I'm already yours. What's the big deal about sacrificing a black iron-level exotic beast space? Don't talk nonsense. When did you become mine? I didn't do anything. I mean, I already agreed to be your beast girl. Right, that's true. At this moment, the system popped up with options. 1. Help the purple gold flood dragon transform into a dragon. Reward. Can empower one exotic beast into a king tier being. 2. Refuse to help AOZ. Reward. Constitution plus 200. Bei had already intended to help. After all, the reason 5 Elements Mountain was upgraded back then was entirely because AOZ helped him. Returning a space now would count as even things out. He never expected the system's reward to be so huge. A king-tier exotic beast was simply too tempting. All right, Bei no longer hesitated and directly shattered the dark statue. It would be nearly impossible for anyone else to break it. But he was the controller. With a single thought, it was done. The space shattered. Energy surged into the soul-nurturing bowl, and even the 2 silver-level beast girls trapped inside were not spared. This wave of energy was 10 times stronger than before. AOZ Long's horns directly broke through, and the excess energy propelled her to the peak of silver. Roar! The dragon's cry shook the heavens, and everyone in Jiangzhou trembled in fear from the oppressive aura, a true royal pressure. In fact, all of this happened in an instant. AOZ transformed into a purple-gold dragon. Although the dark nether rabbit had reached the gold rank, bloodline suppression kept it from daring to make a move. By contrast, the purple-gold dragon was bursting with fighting spirit, its dream fulfilled. Thunder and lightning erupted everywhere, and the Cheng family estate turned into a thunder realm. Yet Bai Yi and the others in its midst were completely unharmed, showing just how powerful the purple-gold dragon's control over lightning was. Under the suppression of the lightning, beast girls below the silver rank were directly annihilated. Even those at the silver rank could not hold on. Even the gold rank nether rabbit was trembling all over. The power of the purple-gold dragon was unstoppable. Just as AOZ was about to wipe out the Cheng family, the lightning suddenly disappeared. A white figure appeared before everyone. Baizhe. The purple-gold dragon was still no match for Baizhe. Her strength was unfathomable, and even the proud AOZ did not dare to act recklessly in front of her. AOZ, leave the Cheng family's affairs to the law. You can't just go around killing people. There are still questions that need to be asked. Baizhe directly bound the remaining members of the Cheng family into a single bundle. AOZ was somewhat dissatisfied. Just after transforming into a dragon, she had been stopped before she could even enjoy herself. If I had come earlier, would it have been your turn to transform into a dragon? Baizhe said indifferently, leaving AOZ speechless. Bai Yi immediately felt he had lost out. Baizhe really was old and crafty. Sister Baizhe, the deposit has already been received, and I've completed my task. Shouldn't the balance be settled? Bai Yi had just lost a black iron rank beast space, and he was still heartbroken over it. Bai Yi was still brooding over the loss and thinking of ways to make up for it, but Baizhe directly told him to hand over the Cheng siblings first. She knew everything, and Bai Yi regretted it a little. If he had known, he shouldn't have fought so hard. Cheng Peng and Cheng Yu were brought out. Cheng Yu was still dazed, but she roughly understood what had happened. After all, she was a Cheng family member. How could she be completely unaware? Seeing her family bound, Cheng Peng's gaze dimmed. He was already extremely weak, which meant both beast girls were dead. He knew he was no match for them, and he never expected Bai Yi to be so formidable as to destroy the Cheng family's accumulated foundation in a single day. Regret came too late now. It was all over. Bai Yi did not forget to ask for his reward and pressed again. Bai Zhe finally agreed. I'll arrange for you to go to Kunlun for further training until the start of school. Bai Yi was instantly speechless, feeling as if he had been sent off to make up for missed lessons. Aoz could not help but tease him. That's Kunlun, a place countless people dream of. Do you know why I can still take on 5 opponents alone as an A rank? It's all thanks to the training there. Only then did Bai Yi understand that Kunlun was a special space filled with energy. Although it could not raise one's level, it could greatly strengthen attributes and skills. For someone like him, who had just come of age, it was the best possible opportunity. And Bai Zhe was generous enough to let him stay until the start of school, 3 whole months. Even Aoz had only stayed there for 2 months back then, and it had cost her a huge price, which made her suspect that Bai Yi might be Bai Zhe's long-lost younger brother. Hearing all this, Bai Yi immediately became tempted. He had the soul-nourishing vat and the 5 elements mountain, and he could pack away all the energy to replenish resources and upgrade the beast space. He was happily making plans when Bai Zhe suddenly interrupted. Before you enter Kunlun, your soul-nurturing bowl and 5 elements mountain must be temporarily handed over. Bai Yi was dumbfounded, thinking that the moment he had just thought of this, Bai Zhe already knew. Could she be reading minds? Similar things had happened before. He had assumed Bai Zhe just had a lot of information, but now it seemed it wasn't that simple. Perhaps she really did have a mind-reading skill. A plan suddenly came to Bai Yi. He directly imagined all kinds of scenes with Bai Zhe in his mind. Bai Zhe's face immediately turned red, and she couldn't help but want to turn off the mind-reading ability. Aoz asked in surprise what was wrong with her, since this was the first time she had seen her face so red. Bai Zhe quickly told Aoz to arrange the Kunlun matters and found an excuse to leave. She really didn't dare look Bai Yi in the eye. It was too embarrassing. Bai Yi suddenly called out to her. Bai Yi Jia, wait. The moment he said it, the atmosphere turned subtle. In the little movie, hearing that address made Z think it felt weird. Bai Zhe forced herself to stay calm and asked, what is it? Bai Yi counted heads. You gave us 3 tokens, but there are 4 of us. Among the 4 was Yi Qingqing, who had always followed Bai Yi and had also helped a lot this time. Bai Yi had even decided she would be the next beast girl, so of course she had to be counted in. Bai Zhe couldn't be bothered to explain. She casually tossed out 1 more token, then vanished instantly. Aoz asked in confusion, why is Commander Bai suddenly being so easy to talk to and acting so strange? Only Bai Yi knew this secret, but he wouldn't say. At that moment, the people inside 5 Elements Mountain woke up. Bai Yi flew to Jiangzhou and released them. Gongsun Outyin felt awkward seeing Bai Yi. After all, he had once challenged Bai Yi. Now Bai Yi was already out of reach, and the 2 were people from different worlds. The others also felt complicated. Yi Ying was especially regretful. Back then she hadn't agreed to Bai Yi, and now she didn't even dare to get close. Li Ku, as a teacher, was very gratified to see how high his student had risen. After arranging things for these people, Bai Yi and the others rested for a day and prepared to head to Kunlun. Kunlun was even farther than the Western Plains. This time Bai Yi swore he would never ride the Battle Maiden again, even at half price. It was still too expensive. Who could afford 5 million? Train tickets only cost 1,000 yuan. In this world, trains were slow but safe, and the journey of more than 4,000 kilometers took 2 days and 2 nights. Bai Yi wanted to save money and cram all 3 into 5 Elements Mountain, so he only had to buy 1 ticket. But Nangong Shui couldn't bear to watch and directly bought 3 tickets. Anyway, she was a rich lady. A few thousand yuan meant nothing to her, and she could enjoy the scenery along the way too. Actually, they could have taken a plane too, but the shadow from the last plane explosion was still there, and everyone remained shaken, not daring to take the risk. On the train, the 4 of them played do diju in the dining car, snacking on beef jerky, pork floss, and spirit fruits, having a great time and not feeling bored at all. They ordered the cheapest bowl of noodles, but no one ate it. The waitress was speechless. How could she do business if 4 people sat on 1 bowl of noodles all day? The waitress couldn't understand it, but one of the passengers did. Ding Yuner was a little beast girl from an ordinary family. Because of her special ability, she had come out for training, but her transportation expenses weren't reimbursed, so she could only buy a hard seat. The hard seat was too crowded, so she came to the dining car for a breather. When she saw the 4 of them treating spirit fruits and exotic beast meat as snacks, she was shocked beyond belief. She had never even eaten a spirit fruit before. Whenever she did get one, she would hurriedly sell it for money to level up. Watching so much made her crave it unbearably, and in the end she couldn't resist using her ability to open a wormhole beside the fruit plate and swipe a spirit fruit. In her heart, she thought, this doesn't count as stealing. It's robbing the rich to help the poor. After eating the spirit fruit, she found that her stamina value had actually increased by 1.0 o'clock. For her, a C-rank beast girl, that stat increase was ridiculously high. Seeing these rich people treat spirit fruits like snacks, Ding Yuner casually stole another one. Her strength went straight up by +10. The more she stole, the more excited she got, and in the blink of an eye she had eaten more than a dozen. While Bai Yi was playing cards, he reached for the spirit fruits again, only to grab nothing. Lin Ming, how can you eat so much? There aren't any spirit fruits left. Not at all. I only ate a few. Swallow what's in your mouth first before you say that. You're not taking the game seriously at all, just eating. Newbie Halo, what can I do about it? The two of them started arguing again. Nangong Qianxue hurriedly tried to mediate. Stop arguing. Keep playing cards. We can just get more spirit fruits. Bai Yi thought about it and agreed. He had plenty of spirit fruits anyway, so he simply refilled the fruit platter and continued playing. Ding Yuner was practically drooling. This was just like a nouveau riche. Since no one minded, she got even bolder about stealing and eating, and soon emptied the platter again. All attributes +100, so satisfying. When Bai Yi reached for more fruit and found the platter empty again, he looked at Lin Ming's mouth stuffed full and rolled his eyes in speechless exasperation. Still, he couldn't be bothered to say anything and just refilled another platter. Ding Yuner got even bolder and kept stealing nonstop, until Bai Yi reached for the fruit again and instead grabbed a hand. Got you this time. And you still say it wasn't you eating them. Lin Ming looked utterly innocent and waved her hands. It wasn't me. She mainly ate meat. She barely touched spirit fruits. Bai Yi then looked at Nangong Qianxue and Yi Qingqing. They also raised their hands. All four of them denied it. But then he noticed that beneath this little hand stealing the spirit fruits, there was nothing at all, like it was cut off. Could it be a ghost? Ding Yuner, caught red-handed, was so scared she didn't dare move. She struggled desperately, but Bai Yi was too strong. Suddenly, Bai Yi yanked her and brought Ding Yuner over to the table. The two stared at each other. How did you do that? Bai Yi immediately activated his Eye of Insight. Ding Yuner, C-rank, Void Nessie Bug, Apprentice level 10, Skills, Void Wormhole, Dimensional Slash, so she was a spatial type beast girl. Using a wormhole to steal fruit, an outright cheating artifact. Bai Yi was thrilled, while Ding Yuner was scared to tears. Don't hit me. I can work to pay back the debt. Nangong Qianxue felt sorry for her and pulled Bai Yi's hand away. It's just a few spirit fruits. Was that really necessary? She comforted Ding Yuner. Bai Yi rubbed his nose, feeling a little guilty at her small, pitiful figure. It was the first time Ding Yuner had ever been caught stealing, and not only did nobody hit her, someone even comforted her. She was so moved she was nearly crying. Then Bai Yi said, you still have to pay for them. But I don't have money. Then come play cards with me. Ding Yuner froze. She hadn't expected come with me to mean this. Bai Yi forcibly dragged her over to replace Lin Ming at the card table. Lin Ming was terrible at cards. She could even blow up her own team. So Bai Yi didn't want to keep her anymore. But Ding Yuner was different. Whether she was good at cards or not didn't matter. As long as she had the Void Wormhole cheat, she was unbeatable by swapping cards at will. She played until she was exhausted, and Bai Yi even secretly gave her stamina recovery pills. Ding Yuner also got a taste of the boring life of rich people, and felt like she could gain 10 pounds after playing with them for a few days. The four of them were about the same age, so they quickly became close. Only then did Bai Yi learn that Ding Yuner was also headed to Kunlun, and the entry token was given to her by Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe really was something. He had even discovered a juvenile beast girl. He must have seen Ding Yuner's potential. That night, Bai Yi and the other three had sleeper compartments, but Ding Yuner only had a hard seat ticket. When she learned that Bai Yi had a beast space and could let her go inside to rest, Ding Yuner was so overjoyed she almost wanted to go monster grinding right away. Bai Yi had finally gotten a real look at her combat power. Although Ding Yuner only had 2 skills, Void Wormhole and Dimensional Slash, she used them in countless creative ways. She opened a wormhole from a distance, and a small hand holding a knife suddenly appeared in front of a ferocious beast, directly thrust into its eye to stir it to pieces, instantly killing a level 10 beast with astonishing efficiency. Void Wormhole wasn't just for stealing. It could kill too, and its power was tremendous. Dimensional Slash was ruthless as well. There was no projectile, and the attack appeared out of nowhere, so even defensive beasts couldn't block it. The only drawback was that it consumed too much energy, so Ding Yuner was reluctant to use it recklessly. After seeing her performance, Bai Yi finally understood why Bai Zhe valued her so highly. At only C rank, her potential was already terrifying. Once cultivated to S rank, she would be a monster. The next day, Ding Yuner didn't play cards. Instead, she devoted herself entirely to grinding monsters, dragging Bai Yi and the others along with her. Everyone could only stick paper over their faces and pretend not to be embarrassed. After 2 days on the road, they finally arrived at Guer City, the city closest to Kunlun, but they still had to cross hundreds of kilometers of barren mountains to get there. Everyone decided to rest for a day first, and helped Ding Yun'er reach black iron rank before setting out again. But she was too poor to afford the million mirror-breaking pills. So in the end, Bai Yi lent her the money, and Ding Yun'er agreed to work for Bai Yi to pay off the debt. The Shrine's secret realm mission was easy for Ding Yun'er. She leveled up quickly and also obtained 2 new skills, teleport and space gravity, making her even more powerful. After a day of eating, drinking, and having fun, the 5 of them gathered and prepared to head to Kunlun. Bai Yi directly summoned the flying beast mount from Wuxing Mountain, and everyone rode it together. The 4 beast girls and a pile of pets didn't take up much space altogether, so riding on one mount was just right. The journey went smoothly. They reached Kunlun in 2 hours, and even encountering other flying units along the way was no problem. Bai Yi's mount was a beast girl, so there was no interference with the other beast girls. It wasn't until they reached the entrance of Kunlun that he was stopped by someone. Untrained ferocious beasts aren't allowed to enter the human world. Don't you know that? The other party instantly saw through the true nature of Bai Yi's mount. It was a silver rank beast girl. Bai Yi immediately recalled Bai Lingyan into the beast space and pretended nothing had happened. The beast girl rolled her eyes, utterly speechless. Just as she was about to lose her temper, someone beside her stopped her, took out a phone for comparison, and asked, "Bai Yi?" The photo on the phone screen was of Bai Yi. Bai Yi was stunned too. Were they trying to put a bounty on him? The person put away the phone and said bluntly, "Hand over your beast space and soul-nourishing bowl." They weren't just trying to catch him. They were even naming Bai Yi's treasures. Now Bai Yi was unhappy. No way. Human and treasures are bound together. The other party said this was Captain Bai Zai's order. If he didn't hand them over, he wouldn't be allowed into the Kunlun immortal realm. The 2 silver-rank beast girls stood firmly blocking the mountain gate. The mountain gate looked like an ordinary tourist area grand archway, with Kunlun written on it, and there wasn't even a teleportation gate. Bai Yi suspected it might be a scam. He summoned his radiant prism wings and tried to fly over, but an air wall blocked him, and he couldn't get in at all. The guards crossed their arms and sneered, "Stop wasting your effort. Even a gold-rank powerhouse can't force their way through the mountain gate into the immortal realm." Bai Yi had no choice but to compromise and hand over the 5-element spirit disc and soul-nourishing bowl, but he insisted on a receipt. The guard casually picked up a stone and carved the words as the receipt, then even pressed a fingerprint on it. Just as he was about to hand over his treasures, Zhao Hui added, "You also need to seal up your dimensional space." Bai Yi was dumbfounded. If his dimensional space was gone, how was he supposed to pick up items? There was no other way. He could only resort to a crooked trick. He used his enlightenment skill to upgrade Mouse Little Brother into a king-rank ferocious beast so it could help him search for treasures. The process was quite a hassle. Mouse Little Brother kept changing colors, and even the system was conflicted. In the end, it became a golden, treasure-rich king rat. Attributes: treasure-rich king rat, king rank level 5, strength 500, agility 1000, physique 500, energy 500, skills, supreme treasure hunt, treasure enhancement, drilling, possession, samadhi, true fire personality, considerate weakness, greedy for money. Bai Yi smiled, wondering whether the system was imitating Duo Bao Daoist under the Tongtian church master. It was truly incredible. Although his subordinates' attributes were pretty lousy, their skills were very strong. The flame-spitting skill originally used for barbecue had now become Samadhi True Fire. The treasure hunting skill had also been upgraded, and it could even enhance treasures. Bai Yi took out the golden light sword and had Mouse Jr. enhance it. Its attack power doubled instantly, and its price soared several times over. He'd really picked up a treasure. It looked like Mouse Jr. becoming a king-level exotic beast had truly paid off. There was also the possession skill. Bai Yi had Mouse Jr. possess him, turning into a golden mouse tattoo. Even the Eye of Insight couldn't see anything unusual. He had just been worrying about how to bring it into the Kunlun immortal realm, and this was perfect, wasn't it? This move was a perfect score. With the golden mouse tattoo on him, Bai Yi left 5 Elements Mountain excitedly, handed over the spirit disc and soul nurturing jar, and even had the dimensional space sealed up. Then he was suddenly surrounded by 2 immortal realm guardians. "You were dressed just fine. Why are you suddenly cooperating?" The guards felt something was off and decided to search him. Bai Yi protested, but the 2 silver-level beast girls stripped him bare in one move, leaving him with only the last shred of dignity. Nan Gong Qianxue and the others covered their eyes, but still couldn't help sneaking a look. Everyone saw the huge golden mouse tattoo on Bai Yi's chest. Just as Lin Meng was about to ask, Bai Yi hurriedly covered her mouth. Sun Lei and Zhao Hui kept pressing him, and Bai Yi said he was born in the year of the rat and had tattooed a mouse. Zhao Hui used her pupil technique to examine him for a long while, but still couldn't find anything unusual, though she remained suspicious in her heart. Bai Yi played innocent, and the beast girls had no choice but to let him through. After Nan Gong Qianxue and the others let them pass, Bai even made a fuss about everyone searching each other too. In the end, the four beast girls pressed their heads down and pushed them through the mountain gate. Amid the commotion, the five of them finally entered the Kunlun immortal realm. The mountain was still that mountain, and the sky was still that sky, but the guardians had vanished, as if they had never appeared. After walking a few steps, the surroundings fell silent, which instead made him suspicious. Could we have been fooled? Why is there nothing here? Bai Yi wondered, but Mouse Jr. was eager to act. Its treasure-hunting skill activated, indicating there were many treasures. Only then did Bai Yi believe that they had truly arrived at the legendary treasure land of the Kunlun immortal realm. On the other side, Yi Qingqing, after asking the plants around her, learned that the place was full of spirit herbs and spirit fruits, each one worth 50 attribute points. Ding Yuner got so excited she nearly went crazy and rushed over to start eating immediately. Bai Yi calmly ate a little and said, "Take it easy. Don't gorge yourself at the buffet right after getting to the door." Lin Ming wasn't very interested in spirit fruits. She still preferred meat. Nan Gong Xinxua also stopped after just tasting a bit. Second-tier spirit fruits were almost useless to her, and she had long since grown tired of them. As for Yi Qingqing, she directly absorbed the energy from the surrounding spirit herbs and spirit fruits, not even bothering to eat them. After burying her body into the soil, she found the underground energy to be incredibly abundant. Not only did she recover quickly, her attributes were also soaring. She felt that if she could stay here for 3 months, she could become twice as strong. Seeing her like that, Bai Yi simply pulled Yi Qingqing out of the soil and led everyone deeper into Kunlun Mountain. Sure enough, the farther up the mountain they went, the higher grade the spirit herbs and spirit fruits became. As they picked and ate, everyone's all-around attributes increased by 500 points, and their strength surged dramatically. Ding Yuner's improvement was the most obvious, almost doubling. But everyone was also stuffed, and the spirit fruits had reached their limit. After crossing a mountain ridge, they saw the great heavenly lake beneath the snowy mountain. AOZ had once said that the liquid in the heavenly lake was not water, but energy liquid. Soaking in it could greatly strengthen the body, and everyone absolutely had to try it. Bai Yi believed it, stripped off his clothes, and dove straight into the pool with a perfect jump. Bai Yi discovered that the deeper into the heavenly lake he went, the denser the energy became, and the more obvious the improvement to his body. He couldn't help swimming downward, sinking deeper and deeper, only to find that the energy at the bottom of the pool had almost turned into energy crystals. He was so tempted that saliva practically dripped from his mouth, but unfortunately he had no equipment to take it away. Just as he was regretting this, he saw a glowing cave in the darkness ahead. Bai Yi called Mouse Jr. over and had it start drilling with its king-level ability. Whenever there was energy, it would replenish itself, saving a great deal of effort. The only issue was that it needed to come up for air. So Ding Yuner simply opened a spatial wormhole for it, giving it free breathing and doubling its efficiency. Right now, Ding Yuner's energy had reached as high as 2,000, all thanks to the spirit fruits and the heavenly lake, which had greatly boosted her abilities. The range of her wormhole could even cover the bottom of the pool. Half a day later, Rat Jr. drilled through the bottom of the pool and discovered that below, it was actually a whole new world. The pool water there contained far more energy than above, and the strengthening effect was even stronger. He immediately came back to report. Bai Yi praised him, then quickly went down together with Rat Jr. Bai Yi could clearly feel his bodily attributes increasing dramatically. He estimated that all attributes had risen by at least 2,000 points, which was already comparable to advancing an entire major rank. For an ordinary black iron-level beast girl, that was equivalent to directly becoming bronze level. He was very puzzled as to why even AOZ had never mentioned this place, but after thinking about it, it made sense. Normally, no one would think of sneaking to the bottom of the heavenly pool, let alone digging a hole at the bottom. This was clearly a secret realm within a secret realm, a brand new place no one had ever been to. Bai Yi called Ding Yuner over, planning to have her use the void wormhole to observe the situation on the other side. Ding Yuner, relying on her teleportation ability, easily poked her head through, only to become so absorbed by what she saw that she didn't want to come back. Bai Yi also leaned over to look, and instantly came face to face with a flower fairy, so beautiful she didn't seem like a creature of the mortal world. The two of them were so startled that they each recoiled. Bai Yi could only ask Ding Yuner what she had just seen. It was a fairyland of clouds and mist, with flowers everywhere. It was especially beautiful. Any danger? No, Bai Yi decided to take Ding Yuner along, mainly because of her teleportation skill. If danger arose, they could retreat quickly. Just as they were about to go over, a crimson koi suddenly swam over and circled them curiously, staring at them. Bai Yi tried to scare it off, but unexpectedly the koi actually spoke human language, even threatening to have its big brother beat him up. Bai Yi was startled and, after using the Eye of Insight to confirm it, found that it really was a koi, named Yaoqi Koi, an emperor-level fierce beast. It was even higher ranked than an ordinary beast girl. Bai Yi casually asked who its big brother was, and the koi said it was golden dragon fish, even calling out its name. A huge golden fish with a dragon's head emerged from the water, radiating terrifying presence. An emperor-level fierce beast. Bai Yi immediately changed his tune, lying that outside, golden dragon fish was a sacred beast, and that there was even a food brand with the same name. Golden dragon fish wasn't angry at all. Instead, it was curious about the human world and wanted Bai Yi to take it out to play, looking adorably simple and innocent. Bai Yi took the opportunity to chat with golden dragonfish and managed to extract quite a lot of information about the secret realm. Golden dragonfish also thoughtfully gave Bai Yi a water bubble so he could breathe underwater. After learning that there was no hostility toward humans here, Bai Yi called Lin Ming and the others over, preparing to explore this newly discovered secret realm together. The place on the other side was the true Kunlun immortal realm. Just as everyone surfaced in Yaoqi, the flower fairy stared fixedly at Bai Yi. Lin Ming asked in a low voice, Bai Yi, what's going on between you and her? Why is she looking at you so strangely? Bai Yi scratched his head. We just met for the first time. What could there be? The flower fairy had sharp ears and directly exposed him. First time meeting? You almost kissed me just now. Lin Ming started complaining. Bai Yi, wherever you go, you end up attracting young ladies. But what the flower fairy said next left Lin Ming stunned. The compensation is that you have to take me to the human world to play. Lin Ming was dumbfounded, so open-minded. Golden dragonfish and the koi also shouted along. Me too. Me too. Bai Yi realized something was off. The creatures here all wanted to go out, like celestial beings longing for the bustle of the mortal world. Bai Yi asked, have you all been to the human world? The three creatures shook their heads together. Then how do you know the outside is interesting? The flower fairy took out a powered-off Huawei phone. Sister Baizé tells us stories, and she also plays human videos for us. In an immortal realm, there was a phone. This scene was just too out of place. Baizé's identity didn't seem simple at all. At that moment, a system pop-up appeared. Option 1. Take the Peach Blossom Fairy to the human world. Reward. Charm plus 100%. Option 2. Take the Golden Dragon Fish. Reward. Tyrannical Dominance Aura plus 100%. Option 3. Take the Koi. Reward. Luck plus 100%. Bai Yi said, if you want to go out, I can help you, but you have to be able to transform into human form. Yaoqi Koi immediately transformed into a pink little girl. My name is Yao Yao. Golden Dragon Fish transformed into a teenage boy. My name is Jinlong. The flower fairy introduced herself. Tao Yao Yao, given to me by Sister Baizé. Bai Yi said, we'll still be staying here for another 2 or 3 months. We'll take you with us right before we leave. The three of them all agreed. Bai Yi tentatively asked, do you have anything good to give me? The Peach Blossom Fairy pointed at the peach grove. There are flat peaches here, one for each person. Bai Yi was shocked. This was a legendary treasure from Journey to the West. The Peach Blossom Fairy quickly reminded them. Shill. Queen Mother of the West doesn't like being named, and she doesn't like humans either. Lin Ming asked curiously, is this really Queen Mother of the West territory? The flower fairy nodded firmly, but forbade them from going to see Queen Mother of the West. After saying that, she urged them to hurry up and take the flat peaches and leave, even personally picking them and handing them over. The Peach Blossom Fairy was simple-minded and never suspected Bai Yi's motives. Whether she would come back to pick her up, Bai Yi and the others were cut off from the world and had almost no contact with humans. They never expected that the flat peaches could permanently enhance skills. Although the result was random, it would be even more amazing if it could be chosen. Bai Yi's gigantification skill upgraded into giant spirit transformation, increasing his strength by 200% and making his body 20 times larger. Lin Ming was very satisfied with this new skill and insisted that Bai Yi let her try it. As a result, she forgot to transform into the cat god and simply enlarged herself in human form, instantly turning into a female giant over 30 meters tall. Her clothes burst apart, but fortunately the Peach Blossom Fairy promptly made her a peach blossom dress. Bai Yi looked up and was still treated to a breathtaking sight, so he could only quickly cancel the skill, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to handle it. Only then did Bai Yi realize that Lin Ming actually had a very feminine side. The other girls had also become more beautiful. Nangong Qinxue had an outstanding temperament and translucent skin. Yi Qingqing and Ding Yun'er also looked more mature, wearing swimsuits woven from grass, full of youthful energy. It should have been the effect of bathing in the jade pool. But before they could take a closer look, someone discovered them. Lin Ming's huge form just now had been too eye-catching, and the Peach Blossom Fairy cried out that Lu Wu was coming. immediately sweeping them into the jade pool. The golden dragonfish leapt into the water and took everyone toward the bottom. Bai Yi vaguely saw the nine-tailed tiger-like Lu Wu pounce toward them, and the rest was unclear. Fortunately, they successfully returned to the heavenly lake, and Lu Wu did not chase after them. After everyone ate the flat peaches, their skills all became stronger. Lin Ming's stone statue technique turned into stone statue conversion, which could turn dead ferocious beasts into stone statues, and lord-level or king-level beasts became even more powerful. Nangong Qianxue's split shadow was upgraded into phantom sword, allowing her to slash out more than 100 swords at once, but only one was the real attack while the rest were phantoms, making them impossible to distinguish. Yi Qingqing's entanglement became silence entanglement. Once bound, all skills were sealed. Ding Yunter's dimensional slash upgraded into dimensional rift, which could directly cut through space and split someone in half without warning. The little girl had tremendous potential. Bai Yi put away the 5 peach pits and planned to plant them in Wuxing Mountain later, then have Yi Qingqing help them grow. Maybe flat peaches would bear fruit soon, and in the future they could eat them whenever they wanted, becoming a new fairyland. After bathing in the jade pool, everyone's attributes increased by 2,000 points. Combined with the boosts from spiritual fruits and the heavenly lake, the entire team's attributes skyrocketed by 3,000 points on the first day. Ding Yunner was so excited she cried. Her attributes had originally been less than 1,000, and now they had tripled. It was simply unbelievable. Even Mouse's little brother grew stronger, reaching a level close to that of a king-level ferocious beast. At night, they stayed in the tree house built by Yi Qingqing. It wasn't as sturdy as the stone castle, but it was very romantic. Over the next few days, Bai Yi and his group busied themselves treasure hunting in Kunlun Mountain. Mouse's little brother was in charge of finding treasures, with Yi Qingqing assisting, and they basically made gains every day. However, everyone's physical strength had already approached its limit, so the improvements were slowing down. Because Ding Yunner had low talent, she had completely stalled several days earlier. Bai Yi was drooling over countless treasures, but had nowhere to store them, so he finally made up his mind to take action. Ding Yunner was a space-type beast girl, and she had a great chance of awakening a dimensional space skill. If she obtained it, then no matter how small the space, it would be able to hold countless treasures. Relying only on eating spiritual herbs to improve quality was no longer enough. They also needed medicinal pills. Bai Yi knew alchemy, but he was troubled by not having an alchemy furnace, so he decided to make one himself. He had Mouse's little brother dig up metal, use Samadhi true fire to process it, and had Lin Ming create molds with earth-type abilities. After messing around for 2 or 3 days, he finally refined a beginner alchemy furnace. Although it was low quality, it could be used. After Mouse Jr. upgraded the furnace, the inferior quality label was removed, and pill refinement could begin. Bai Ye's pill recipe was provided by Yi Qingqing, and with medicinal herbs in endless supply, a grade B advancement pill was quickly produced. Ding Yunner took the advancement pill and successfully advanced to grade B after swallowing it, but she did not comprehend a new skill. Bai Yi was unwilling to give up and wanted to push her all the way to grade A to awaken dimensional space, but unfortunately the beginner alchemy furnace was of too low quality. No matter how much Mouse Jr. upgraded it, it could not be improved, because Mouse Jr. was too low level. Bai Yi decided that to solve the problem, he had to raise Mouse Jr.'s level. They couldn't fight monsters in the Kunlun immortal realm, but there were plenty of spiritual medicines, and pills could also be used to level up. Bai Yi used a large amount of spiritual herbs to frantically refine thousands of enhancement pills in just 3 days, preparing to feed Mouse Jr. wildly. One pill directly raised Mouse Jr. to Black Iron rank, moving it to tiers. It had originally been nothing more than a bottom-tier earth fire rat, bullied by everyone, but now it had become a Black Iron rank king, with attributes transformed beyond recognition, nearly able to dominate the exotic beast space. All of this was thanks to its master, Bai Yi. Mouse Jr.'s loyalty to Bai Yi's sword, and it treated him like a god. Mouse Jr. also learned 2 more skills: Earth Escape, powerful movement, and Treasure Chi Absorption, able to transfer the energy of treasures and create higher quality treasures. With these skills, plus repeated enhancements, the alchemy furnace finally reached an intermediate level and could refine grade A advancement pills. Outside, such a pill was worth 1 billion each and was extremely rare. In the outside world, only the great wealthy clans could occasionally obtain one, but in the Kunlun immortal realm, medicinal materials could be picked up at will, and even if the refinement failed, it wasn't painful, just try again. In the end, the advancement pill was successfully refined. This time, Ding Yunner swallowed the pill without hesitation. She felt that she already owed Bai Yi so much that a little more didn't matter. At worst, she could just give herself to him. This pill granted her a new skill, dimensional space. Although it was far below Bai Ye's, with only 1 cubic meter of space for every 1,000 points of stamina, she had 3,000 points of stamina and therefore 3 cubic meters of space, enough to hold quite a lot of things. First, the 5 peach pits were put inside. These were the core resource. Then 2 cubic meters of intermediate energy stones were stored inside, more than 10,000 pieces, worth 100 billion. They also obtained a few high-grade energy stones, but those were too rare, so Bai Yi didn't dare risk going to dig near the edge of the Yaoqi anymore. After all, Lu Wu's aura was far too ferocious, not someone he could provoke, and the other side far surpassed Aoz and Bai Zhe. Bai Yi could only wait and try his luck again before leaving in the future. The remaining space was used to store pills. Ordinary medicinal materials weren't worth much, so it was better to refine more valuable pills. Next, Bai Yi desperately refined all kinds of intermediate pills, and the 4 beast girls practically ate them like meals, yet the space still filled up very quickly. He could only sigh that Ding Yun'er's dimensional space was just too small. Unable to sit still, Bai Yi again wanted to explore Kunlun's main peak. Frozen Peak, also known as K2, was hailed as the White Goddess and the world's second highest peak. In his previous life, ordinary people simply couldn't climb it, but conditions were different now, so of course he had to try. He firmly believed that the main peak held the strongest energy and would certainly have the most treasures. Bai Yi had originally wanted to fly up to the main peak, but the strong winds at the summit made it impossible to even stand steadily, let alone fly. The mountaintop was extremely cold, and although everyone had enhanced physiques, they still couldn't endure it. The first to drop out was Ding Yun'er. She was the weakest, and although her teleportation was fast, freezing to death halfway would be disastrous. The second to drop out was Yi Qingqing. After all, she was a little grass, too delicate, and there were no plants on the snowy mountain, so even her seeds couldn't sprout. She couldn't borrow outside help, so she had no choice but to give up. Lin Ming herself had strong physical fitness and protection, but she had no interest in climbing snowy mountains and felt there was nothing to eat, so she gave up too. In the end, only Bai Yi and Nangong Qinxue were left. Bai Yi had the strongest physical condition of the whole group, and the little mouse brother on his chest could even dissipate heat, so there was absolutely no pressure. As for Nangong Qinxue, she was naturally adapted to ice and snow. Her true form was the ice soul cold light sword, and the colder it was, the more she felt. The two of them climbed all the way to the main peak of Kunlun, looking down on heaven and earth, their imposing presence reaching the summit. Under the extreme environment, Bai Ye's attributes actually continued to increase, especially his ice resistance, which soared. At this moment, the little mouse brother's golden mouse tattoo began to stir, as if it had discovered some super treasure. Anything that could make the little mouse brother react was definitely top grade. Through its investigation, the treasure was beneath 10,000-year-old ice, and it was top-tier rare. Digging it out was extremely difficult. Even the little mouse brother found it troublesome. They could only rely on Samadhi true fire to melt the ice, which took time, but was manageable. Bai Yi had plenty of pills and no shortage of energy. But as the excavation continued, Bai Yi sensed something was wrong. The mountain body began to tremble. He looked down and saw the ice layer crack open, snow mist filling the sky. An avalanche was coming. Bai Yi panicked instantly. This had gotten too big. If Kunlun were really destroyed, Bai Zhe would definitely come looking for trouble, and Lin Ming and the others would also be in danger. He shouted for them to run, but the wind was too strong to hear him. Actually, the people below had already felt the tremor. Lin Ming immediately guessed that Bai Yi was causing trouble and got so angry she wanted to beat him up. Yi Qingqing was scared out of her wits. At the critical moment, Ding Yun'er was instead the calmest. She told everyone to transform and hide inside her arms. With her spatial system teleportation, her speed left the avalanche in the dust. In just a few moves, she led her teammates out of danger. Seeing that they were safe, Bai Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He and Nangong Qinxue were on the mountaintop, theoretically the safest place, unless the summit collapsed. And then it really did collapse, with the entire mass of ice falling straight down. Bai Yi realized then that this avalanche had been triggered by their digging, and there was nowhere to escape. At that moment, the ice atop the mountain split open, and a glowing heart-shaped block of ice rose up. The little mouse brother excitedly lunged at it. Using his inside eye, Bai Yi could only see that it was called the Heart of Ice. Everything else was unknown, and its quality was extremely high. The little mouse brother tried desperately to snatch it, risking its life. Seeing this, Bai Yi ignored the danger and immediately summoned his radiant illusion wings, rushed over, and snatched the Heart of Ice into his arms. Bai Yi was almost instantly frozen into a popsicle. Nangong Qinxue took human form and swallowed the Heart of Ice. As a result, the two of them turned into ice statues and lost consciousness. The avalanche quickly disappeared, and everything returned to calm. Lin Ming and the others discovered that Bai Yi and Nangong Qianxue were gone. Although Lin Ming usually bickered with Bai Yi, she actually cared about him the most. She could sense through the contract that Bai Yi was very weak and frantically searched through the giant chunks of ice. Yi Qingqing cried especially hard. Although she still hadn't signed a contract with Bai Yi, she already really liked this team and Bai Yi. The avalanche might make her lose her friends forever. Ding Yun'er was also crying. Bai Yi was her creditor. In theory, if he died, she would be fine, but she didn't want that at all. Bai Yi had a nasty mouth and scared her, but he was actually very good to her, and he was the first person to treat her that way. So she desperately helped search for Bai Yi. She could use spatial rifts to cut through the ice faster. Yi Qingqing stopped crying and desperately used plants to move the ice chunks. But the entire avalanche was like a mountain. The three of them simply couldn't move at all. This won't do. I'll go get help. Ding Yun'er was the first to calm down. Lin Ming and Yi Qingqing agreed. Ding Yun'er suggested taking out the treasures from the dimensional space first to prevent them from getting lost, but Lin Ming and Yi Qingqing had no time to deal with that and told her to hurry up and get people. She was deeply moved. Just as she was about to teleport out to call for help, Sun Lei and Zhao Hui rushed over, not even bothering to guard the mountain gate anymore. Kunlun Mountain had collapsed. Who was still going to guard the gate? Zhao Hui was furious and shouted Bai Ye's name. She had clearly taken away all of Bai Ye's tools for committing his crimes, yet he still managed to collapse the main peak. She couldn't make sense of it at all. But now Bai Yi had been buried too. Zhao Hui could only accept it and save people first. Bai Yi was a big shot. If he died here, the consequences would be even worse. Zhao Hui was good at locating people, and together with Lin Ming, she quickly pinpointed Bai Ye's position. Everyone began digging frantically. With 2 silver-rank beast girls joining in, the rescue speed soared. Finally, everyone worked together to dig out the ice statue holding a long sword. Bai Yi, along with the long sword, Nangong Qianxue, and a streak of reddish gold from Little Rat. Through Lin Ming's senses, Bai Yi was not dead yet. It should have been Little Rat's warmth that saved him. However, Bai Yi was very weak and had to be treated immediately. Sun Lei immediately wrapped the ice statue in flames. She was a fire phoenix beast girl, and her firepower was immense. The year-old ice statue slowly melted. Bai Ye's figure emerged, and the ice shell cracked apart. He came back to life. The 2 silver-rank beast girls were shocked. This guy's recovery ability was outrageously strong. Bai Yi was weak, and Ding Yun'er quickly took out a large amount of precious pills to feed him. Zhao Hui immediately sensed something was off with the pills and pressed her about their source. Ding Yun'er panicked, but Bai Yi answered in time, saying he had refined them himself. Zhao Hui kept asking about the alchemy furnace, and Bai Yi dealt with it perfunctorily, but the 2 of them didn't believe him and were preparing to search him. Suddenly, Zhao Hui noticed that the golden mouse tattoo on Bai Ye's chest was different from before. Sun Lei also noticed that the tattoo's position had changed, and they had no choice but to admit the existence of Little Rat, using it to explain the origin of the alchemy furnace. Zhao Hui was shocked by this, not expecting Bai Yi to have tamed a king-rank beast. The treasure-seeking Mouse King was only good at finding and making treasures and did not have spatial abilities. So she temporarily relaxed. Nangong Qianxue woke up, and Zhao Hui noticed that her weapon had also leveled up, turning into an SS-rank beast girl, a rarity across the country. Around Bai Yi, one expert after another appeared. He was practically the legendary SSS-rank beast tamer. Even Ding Yun'er's strength had greatly increased, making people wonder what kind of spirit fruit she had eaten, but the cost was too great, and it could only be explained by Bai Yi refining pills. Sun Lei and Zhao Hui were thoroughly convinced. Bai Yi was practically a miracle machine. Zhao Hui casually checked the surroundings and discovered that the spiritual herbs and spirit fruits had been almost completely stripped away, with an absurdly huge amount consumed. Not only had the main peak suffered disaster, but a king-rank beast had also come in. These matters were beyond what they could decide, so they could only go report to Lord Baizhe. The 2 told Bai Yi and the others to stay obediently where they were, then hurried to the mountain gate to contact and report. Only then did Bai Yi and the others breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although Zhao Hui had an investigative skill, the information from it was limited, and she hadn't discovered all the secrets. 年寒冰雕慢慢融化，白夜身影显现，冰壳碎裂，他活了过来。2位白银及宋娘震惊，这家伙恢复力逆天。白夜虚弱，丁女儿赶紧拿出大量珍贵丹药喂给他。赵慧立刻察觉丹药不对劲，追问来源。丁女儿慌了，白夜及时接话，说是自己练的。赵慧继续追问炼药炉的事情，白夜敷衍应对，两人却不信，准备搜身。突然，赵慧发现白夜胸前金属纹身和之前不同，孙磊也注意到纹身位置变化，只能坦白属小弟的存在，用来解释炼药炉的由来。赵慧见此惊讶， 没想到白夜能收服王级异兽，多宝鼠王也只是善于找宝制造宝，没有空间技能，暂时放心。南宫千却醒来，赵慧又发现他的武器升了级，变成千国罕见的 SSG3。白夜身边，高手一个接一个，看上传所有中 SSS-level 的搜索，连丁女儿的实力也大提升，让人疑惑是吃了什么灵果，可消耗太大，只能靠白夜炼丹解释。孙磊和赵慧彻底服气，白夜简直是奇迹制造机。赵慧随手检查周围，发现灵草灵果几乎被搜刮一空，消耗大的离谱。不光主峰遭了难，王级异兽也跟着进来，这些事他们做不了主，只能去找白泽大人汇报。两人让白夜等人老实待着，然后赶紧去山门外联系报告。白夜等人这才松了口气。幸好赵慧虽然有探查术，但技能信息有限，没发现所有秘密。If she were to discover that Ding Yuner had awakened a dimensional space skill, Baiye's hundreds of billions would go down the drain. Baize was not easy to fool. Under her mind-reading ability, no secret could be hidden. Baiye also felt there was nothing worth lingering for anymore, and was preparing to take Peach Blossom Fairy, Golden Dragon Fish, and Yaochi Koi and leave. The problem was how to take those three away. He thought of the invisibility pill. Going out in the open would definitely draw the Snow Mountain Mastiff's attention, but if he hid in a corner and used some tricks in cooperation, it wasn't impossible. Outside the Kunlun Mountain Gate, Zhao Hui called Baize. What? Ice Ridge Peak is almost being pushed down by Baiyi. All the spirit herbs and fruits are gone. He even brought in an emperor-rank exotic beast. The more Baize listened, the more alarmed she became. Didn't I tell you to confiscate his soul-nurturing bowl and 5-element spirit disc and seal off the dimensional space? Zhao Hui said. They're all with me, and the dimensional space has been sealed too. Baize immediately arranged. Agree to the requests of the various factions, allow them to enter Kunlun to cultivate, charge a 1 billion entrance fee, and limit it to 10 days at most. Also, tell Baiyi to exchange 10 billion resources, otherwise the soul-nurturing bowl and 5-element spirit disc will not be returned. Zhao Hui thought this was basically screwing over all the factions. Where were they supposed to get the resources? And charging such a high entrance fee, they still dared let people in? But Baize was a big shot, while they were only guards of the mountain. Even if something really went wrong, it wouldn't be their responsibility. So they simply sat at the mountain gate and kept notifying all the major factions. If you have money, you can enter Kunlun. Limited time special offer. Entry open at will. Only until September 1st, before school starts. Very soon, 1,000 people signed up, and the entrance fees were collected, totaling 100 billion in just minutes. Zhao Hui and Sun Lei thought that if they really got into trouble later, they might as well never leave Kunlun Mountain for the rest of their lives. But they couldn't care less anymore. Money was all that mattered. Taking advantage of the chaos, Baiyi secretly slipped into the fairyland again. Peach Blossom Fairy and the others had been waiting for him for a long time, and even gave him 5 peaches of immortality. The most important one was Ding Yuner. Her wormhole skill had been enhanced tenfold, and it could even fit an elephant now, making it much easier for Baiyi to take people and run. Before Baiyi left the mountain gate, he scouted the area and found there was no need to plan at all. The entrance was packed with people. Zhao Hui and Sun Lei were almost overwhelmed, and no one paid attention to who he was, nor did anyone care whether anything had slipped out of the fairyland. Among the crowd, he even saw many acquaintances, all those people from the college league, along with a bunch of rich second-generation heirs. With this scene, it's like a temple fair at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Baiyi complained. Zhao Hui rolled her eyes, thinking it was all thanks to him. They'd already made enough money, and tomorrow they could just hire a temporary worker to take over. Then they could slap their hands and run away. They couldn't be bothered to deal with it, and simply let Baiyi handle it himself. Give me back my things. Baiyi showed the contract he had signed before, wanting to redeem the soul-nurturing bowl and 5-element spirit disc. But Zhao Hui and Sun Lei refused to acknowledge it at all. Only then did Baiyi realize that this world simply had no courts, and no one cared about contracts here. The other party made an outrageous demand. Bring 100 billion worth of supplies, and then you can redeem them. Entering Kunlun doesn't cost money, right? Doesn't matter. Baize said 100 billion. Not a cent less. Baiyi had no choice. He knew Baize's methods all too well, and there was no way he could outplay her. He could only compromise. Fine, fine. I'll get it. Zhao Hui and Sun Lei were both stunned. You're just a black iron beastmaster. Where did you get all this stuff? The next second, Baiyi directly took out a huge pile of precious pills from his dimensional space, stacking them into a small mountain, with a casual value of over 100 billion. Everyone around was stunned silly. They had thought the Kunlun fairyland only had spirit herbs. Where did this pile of pills come from? And besides, The fairyland didn't allow supplies to be brought in, so where did Bai Yi get them from? Amid the shock, everyone became even more eager to enter the Kunlun fairyland. But they could only wait until nightfall, because the mountain gate only opened once. After Zhao Hui and Sun Lei took the supplies, they had no choice but to obediently return the items, and even helped Bai Yi unseal the dimensional space. The two of them still hadn't fully come to their senses. How could this be an ordinary person? He was clearly insanely wealthy. In the chaos, the Peach Blossom Immortals and the others slipped away quietly. Ding Yuner opened a wormhole and sent everyone several kilometers away, cleanly and without a trace. The guards were still in shock and didn't notice anyone had escaped. Bai Yi successfully got the stuff back and hurriedly withdrew, so he wouldn't be captured by Lu Wu and made to work as forced labor. After Bai Yi and the others left, the mountain gate didn't open until nightfall. The crowd surged in, only to find nothing there, not even a blade of grass. Where are the treasures? Weren't there spirit fruits and spirit herbs everywhere? It's pitch black. You can't see anything? Cut it out. I have night vision. There's really nothing. Quite a few people with treasure hunting skills also came up empty-handed. After a whole night of commotion, by the time dawn broke and they looked at the beautiful sunrise over the Golden Mountains, they were all dumbfounded. The main peak of Kunlun had actually been stripped bare. The original white goddess was now nothing but bare rock, with a field of rubble and ice below, as if it had been bombed. Did the main peak of Kunlun have an avalanche? Looks like it happened not long ago. With the summit once again covered in ice and snow, everyone only then remembered that when Bai Yi had just left, the title Space Destroyer wasn't given for nothing. Some guessed that Bai Yi had swept away all the spirit herbs and spirit fruits in the Kunlun immortal realm, and that the 10 billion he had been made to pay at the gate was definitely compensation for the damage he caused to the immortal realm. Everyone was furious and wanted to go find the guards to demand their money back, only to discover the mountain gate had been sealed off. After being shut for 10 days, they still couldn't get in or out. With all the spiritual treasures on Kunlun Mountain gone, not even animals were left. The crowd could only gnaw on bark and eat roots. Out of desperation, someone remembered the secret of the Heavenly Lake. Their families had all been instructed in advance, so everyone jumped into the Heavenly Lake to soak up spiritual energy. The Heavenly Lake was never very large to begin with, and with over 1,000 people crowding in at once, the scene was extremely packed. The male beast masters were fine, but the female beast girls couldn't stand it. Mixed bathing was too awkward. The spiritual energy in the pool was also spread so thin that their attributes increased by less than 10 points a day. Even after soaking for 10 days, they would only gain around 100 points at most, something a few second-tier spirit fruits could match. Yet they had spent 100 million to get in, and they were on the verge of tears. For the first few days they could still endure it, but later everyone became bloated from soaking. Their attribute gain slowed even more, and they were hungry on top of it. Before entering, they were told that the spirit fruits would keep them full, so no one brought dry rations. Now they didn't even have drinking water, and could only melt snow to drink ice water. Life was miserable. Everyone was cursing Bai Yi, saying he had ripped them off badly. By then Bai Yi had already returned to Jiangzhou, where he went shopping with the Peach Blossom Immortals and the others. The three little ones found everything novel, and before long they owed Bai Yi over 1 billion, and would have to work for him to pay off their debt. The Peach Blossom Immortals were responsible for farming peaches with Yi Qingqing on 5 Elements Mountain. 5 Elements Mountain had already recovered, with many black iron ferocious beasts, but they still had to rely on the Peach Blossom Immortals using energy stones to set up formations before they could barely keep the peach trees alive. Bai Yi used up all his 10,000 energy stones before he finally understood that the peach grove by the edge of Yao Pool was able to flourish because of abundant energy. Even more tragic, each peach tree only bloomed once every 30 years and bore fruit once every 30 years, so if he wanted to taste them fresh, he'd have to wait until the grandchildren generation. At times like this, he could only rely on Yi Qingqing's upgraded Wanshi Sheng divine art. Finally eating peaches grown by his own hands, and with each tree producing only 1 peach at a time, Bai Yi couldn't help wondering whether this was even worth it. The golden dragon carp's job was to spit dragon salvia. This thing, when eaten by low-tier beast girls, could infuse them with the aura of the dragon race and even possibly evolve them into special variants, such as golden dragon carp or dragon hawks. It was also effective on ferocious beasts, strengthening their bodies. Unfortunately, Lin Meng and the others all found it disgusting. No one wanted to eat someone else's spit, so Bai Yi had no choice but to sell it. 1 drop sold for 10,000, and it was snapped up instantly. Just selling the dragon salvia alone earned back all the expenses, while the golden dragon carp understood nothing and could only be fooled by Bai Yi. The greatest ability of the Yao Pool koi was luck. They could pick up money as soon as they went out, and could even find energy stones beast soul beads, and the like. They could pick up over 10,000 a day, more than enough for pocket money. With these three around, Baye's luck also doubled, and every time he went out he was flooded with peach blossom luck. He was already handsome to begin with, and his charm value doubled directly, to the point that even Nan Gong Qianxue and the others around him could barely hold on. And with the boost of domineering kingly aura, every strange beast in the Five Elements Mountain would bow when they saw him. When Bai Yi took out the cat god statue, he was even revered as if he were a god. Lin Meng discovered that the more faith everyone had, the faster divine power recovered, but unfortunately, she still could not understand this power for the time being. After spending more than 10 days having fun in Jiangzhou City, Tao Yao and the other two were almost driven crazy. They were finally about to set off, with their destination being Longdu. 5 of them were traveling together, for were guaranteed admission, while Ding Yuner got in purely on her exam results. An absolute straight-A student. Longdu is the largest city in Huaxia. As soon as Bai Yi got off the train, he felt its immense prosperity. The ordinary people here were mostly black iron level beast tamers, and bronze and silver level beast tamers could be seen everywhere. In Jiangzhou, that would already be top-tier existence. As soon as the 5 of them arrived, they were surrounded. Freshman, Junior, you're so handsome. You already have several beast girls, so how about considering a senior? I'm already full. It's fine. Senior can wait until you reach bronze level. Sorry, bronze level is already fully booked. Then silver level. Silver level is full too. Then gold level. Bai Yi had no chance to regret saving Tao Yao anymore. His charm was off the charts now, and he could barely even walk. He'd been approached over 100 times just on the train, and as soon as he got off, he was blocked by senior girls from Longdu University. It felt like his life was about to explode. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Stop fighting over him. Gold level is already booked too." AOZ appeared, standing out like a crane among chickens. She was originally a graduate of Longdu University and now stayed on campus as a teacher, so everyone still called her senior. AOZ nodded in acknowledgement and directly declared her claim. I heard senior AOZ just transformed into a dragon and advanced to gold level, and she's actually going to be a beast girl for a freshman, even taking the initiative? Everyone around was stunned. Everyone was full of curiosity about Bai Yi, surprised that he was actually the champion of the University League and an SSS-level beast tamer. But the minimum requirement to enter Longdu University was A rank, and there were quite a few S rank and SS rank students too, so an SSS rank wasn't that exaggerated. Among AOZ's suitors, there was even an SS rank 1, and she had never given anyone a second glance before. So why was she being so special toward Bai Yi? AOZ even personally received Bai Yi, drawing endless envy from the new students. Being noticed by a gold-level beast girl right after registration, anyone would want to brag about that. Suddenly, someone heard Bai Yi's name and became emotionally jidong. It was the group of people who had been tormented in the Kunlun immortal realm. They complained that they had only survived thanks to beast girls who could spit peace. It turned out that when Bai Yi entered the secret realm, he had nearly emptied out all the spirit herbs and fruits, almost brought the main peak to collapse, and it was already a miracle that he could retreat unscathed. After AOZ learned about this, she understood what was going on. Bai Yi was in big trouble next. Everyone didn't dare go after Captain Baizhe, so they could only vent their anger on Bai Yi. She planned to protect him. When they were leaving the school gate, their path was blocked again. The one who came was Gao Mulong, the student council president of the 4th-year class, an SS-rank silver beast tamer, accompanied by 3 powerful beast girls. Gao Mulong had pursued AOZ for 3 years and confessed as soon as he saw her, only to be rejected by her. Furious, he questioned how AOZ could chase after a first-year freshman. Wasn't that just slapping him in the face? AOZ was also angry and shot back that who she chose had nothing to do with Gao Mulong. Gao Mulong angrily pointed at Bai Yi. If you want a contract with AOZ, beat me first. He released his beast tamer pressure, which ordinary freshmen couldn't withstand. Only Bai Yi was unaffected, and he even pushed back with a wave of domineering kingly aura, causing the expressions of all the beast girls to change. AOZ stood in front of Bai Yi and glared at Gao Mulong. If you're so capable, challenge me. I can take on all 4 of you by myself. But Gao Mulong only wanted to target Bai Yi. I'll only use 1 beast girl against you and your 2 beast girls. Dare to take me on. At this moment, a system pop-up appeared. 1. Accept the challenge. Defeat Gao Mulong in public. Reward. Strength plus 1000. 2. Accept the challenge and deliberately lose. Constitution minus 100. 3. Raise your head and sneer. You're not worthy. Reward. Agility plus 100. After returning from the Kunlun secret realm, Bai Yi's team attributes had all surpassed 4,000, with the core members even breaking 5,000. They were already able to go head-to-head with bronze-level beast girls. Beautiful, but it was still a long way from a silver-rank beast girl. Even the lowest silver rank had attributes starting at 10,000, and stronger ones could reach tens of thousands. Gao Mulong's strongest contracted beast girl was an S-rank ice dragon, black iron 3-star, with a strength as high as 35,000 and 10,000 ice damage. One breath of dragon fire could instantly kill most beast girls below silver rank. For a black iron rank to challenge above their level was harder than reaching the heavens. But Bai Yi still decided to accept the challenge, and he didn't plan to ambush the Beastmaster either. He wanted to see just how strong a silver rank beast girl really was, and also test his own limits. Alright, Bai Yi accepts the challenge. As soon as the news came out, the crowd boiled over. A first-year freshman dared to challenge a fourth-year senior? Black iron versus silver. The gap was enormous, and winning was virtually impossible. Even AOZ advised Bai Yi not to force it, fearing he would be crushed by the blow. But Bai Yi showed no hesitation at all, and Lin Ming and Nangong Shui also supported him, full of confidence in him. Gao Mulong sneered, "Today I'll teach you how to behave." Obviously, he had no intention of holding back. AOZ immediately warned Gao Mulong not to go too far, or there would be consequences. Gao Mulong only grew more displeased and directly abused the match to begin. The duel was held at the train station square, a broad area spacious enough to accommodate a 100-person battle. Once the news of the Beastmaster competition spread, crowds gathered to watch, and the officials even raised a protective barrier. Guardian angels were also present, and the fees were regulated very properly. It was just that there had never been a black iron versus silver match before, so in the end they decided to charge Gao Mulong only one energy stone. The battle began, and Gao Mulong summoned the ice dragon. The ice-blue beast soared into the air, its draconic might shocking the entire field. Fortunately, there was a protective barrier. Otherwise, the black iron rank beast masters and beast girls would have been pressed flat instantly. But Bai Yi remained unaffected thanks to his overbearing emperor aura. He began layering buffs, with war drums, giant spirit transformation, and more stacked onto Cat God. Cat God's giant elephant power had already been enhanced into sacred elephant power, and its body expanded by dozens of meters. Added to that was the mountain god protection. Gao Mulong stood off to the side with his arms crossed, not even bothering to add any buffs, completely looking down on Bai Yi. The difference in their strength was enormous, like a lion facing a little rabbit. He had no intention of going all out. Cat God did not clash head-on with the ice dragon, but instead showed off its ultimate move, summoning a 100,000-ton mountain. Nangong Shui cooperated, applying tenfold gravity, and the million-ton mountain directly crushed the ice dragon beneath it. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected the ice dragon, which had been supposed to dominate the field, to be instantly pinned down. Just when everyone thought it was over, the mountain was actually slowly pushed upward. The ice dragon stood up, carrying the mountain on its back. Bai Yi could see that the ice dragon's dragon blood was boiling, its immense strength stacking up, and its power had surged past 100,000 points, forcibly resisting the mountain. Even Cat God at full strength had no way to stop it. The ice dragon was smashed into a bloodied wreck, and in its fury it counterattacked, spewing out its ice dragon breath, the strongest attack, which shattered the protective barrier in just a few seconds. Nangong Shui rushed straight up, immune to ice attacks, and thrust a sword into the dragon's belly. She unleashed Phantom Sword, sending over 100 sword strikes that tore the dragon's insides into a bloody mess. After a miserable shriek, the ice dragon collapsed and lost all signs of life. This time, the guardian angel rushed in to save the dragon. Fortunately, they were in time. The dragon was lucky, but it would need a very long period of recovery. Everyone was shocked. A black iron rank freshman had defeated a silver rank upperclassman. The scene fell silent, everyone completely dumbstruck. Gao Mulong couldn't accept it and went hysterical. He summoned another dark, green poisonous dragon, which directly spewed toxic mist across the entire field. This time, even the protective barrier didn't have time to activate, and everyone was caught off guard. Bai Yi is finished. Heaven is jealous of talent. Being too high profile really does bring disaster. Everyone was shocked and lamenting. Some even covered their eyes, unable to bear watching Bai Yi be corroded into a pool of pus by the poisonous mist. But no one expected that Bai Yi and the others were completely fine. Nangong Shui had no physical body to begin with, so she wasn't afraid of corrosion, and now her quality was even higher. Cat God's former identity was the Dark Night Cat Demon, an expert in poison. It treated toxins like nourishment. Bai Yi was even more outrageous. After eating the second flat peach, he became immune to poison, and no toxin could affect him. Come on, blast it harder. Don't stop, Bai Yi shouted while collecting the poison, and all the toxic mist was refined by him with the soul-nurturing bowl into a bottle to be kept for helping Lin Meng enhance her poison damage. The people around them were stunned. Not only did he ignore the deadly poison, he even took it home to collect it. Someone suspected the toxic mist was fake, but as soon as they leaned in to sniff it, they fainted on the spot and their body began to rot. Luckily, the guardian angel saved them in time. This was a bronze-grade beast girl. Everyone finally witnessed Bai Ye's strength. The poisonous dragon knew it had no chance, so it simply stopped spitting. Why did you stop? Keep spraying. Bai Ye was dissatisfied. The dragon refused no matter what, and charged over trying to fight hand-to-hand. Bai Ye didn't let it. He teleported to Gao Mulong's side and slapped him down, leaving the other party completely unable to defend himself. Keep spraying, or I'll beat you up. After several hits, Gao Mulong was beaten like a ball, and everyone around was completely dumbfounded. This was an SS rank silver 3-star beastmaster with at least 5,000 combat power, yet he was utterly crushed by a black iron 5-star. The dragon tried to rescue him, but Nangong Qinxue unleashed a world of ice and snow, freezing it directly into an ice lump. Then one move of tenfold gravity made the dragon unable even to fly. Cat God took the opportunity to enlarge itself and went up to give it a brutal beating. The two of them actually joined forces and went head-to-head with a silver-rank beast girl. The audience frantically recorded videos and started live streams. Black Iron Beastmaster beats up silver-rank expert. Freshman crushes Longdu University Student Council President. SSS rank Beastmaster by Ye's Longdu debut. Instant KO of a silver rank. The news spread throughout Longdu University, and the forum exploded. Damn, what kind of godly freshman is this? He beat up the president before even enrolling. There's definitely going to be a show in the future. Don't forget the orientation event. Isn't he going to be targeted? Wow, that junior is so handsome. Finally, my spring has come. Forget it, the gold rank beast girl has already been booked. Who is it? AOZ, now called Teacher AOZ. A teacher-student romance? Not allowed. She's my goddess. The Longdu forum was boiling with activity. New posts were flying by, and many people rushed to the scene to witness the freshman's strength with their own eyes. Gao Mulong was so humiliated and angry that he wanted to die. Gao Mulong was about to explode with rage. After the ice dragon lost, he could still say Bai Ye and the others had used a little cleverness. But now the poisonous dragon had been beaten with no chance to fight back, and even he himself was being suppressed and thrashed. Consumed by fury, Gao Mulong completely lost control and summoned a third beast girl, the Iron-Winged Dragon, also silver rank, and even rarer and stronger than the elemental dragon from before. Gao Mulong truly had a special preference for the dragon race, and his pursuit of AOZ was probably for the same reason. If the Iron-Winged Dragon really charged in, Bai Ye and the others would have a hard time dealing with it. But Gao Mulong wasn't the only one with helpers. AOZ had long since reached her limit watching this. She originally wanted to step in, but after seeing Bai Ye could handle it, she held back. Now that Gao Mulong still dared to act up, she rushed over directly and knocked the Iron-Winged Dragon flat with one punch, not even using transformation, crushing it completely. Gao Mulong had completely lost all ability to resist. Cat God Pride opened the poisonous dragon's mouth and made her keep spitting poison until all the toxins were gone. By then, the poisonous dragon was completely exhausted and shouted that she had no poison left. Only after Cat God confirmed she really was empty did it let go. Seeing more and more people around, along with a whole crowd of junior and senior students, the poisonous dragon was instantly socially dead and simply pretended to be unconscious. Cat God quickly cleared itself. I didn't even use that much force. The poisonous dragon wanted to die, and thankfully the temple hurriedly took her away. This battle made Bai Ye famous. As soon as he entered Longdu University, he was surrounded by onlookers, and his popularity was comparable to that of a celebrity. Bai Ye was afraid of a night raid, so he simply dared not live in the dormitory. Fortunately, the school had single suites and villa areas, convenient for beastmasters to live together. But Bai Ye was miserly, and felt that a villa costing 1 million a year was too expensive. Nangong Qinxue was speechless. You're already worth hundreds of billions, and you're still so stingy? Bai Ye couldn't be bothered to explain. Mainly, the pills he had refined hadn't been sold yet, so the money still hadn't arrived. He planned to go to Longdu Market to sell the pills after settling in. No one wanted to live in the regular dorms. Bai Ye suggested, how about living with Teacher AO? When everyone heard that, they all refused. What student would want to live with their homeroom teacher? How would they ever slack off then? In the end, Nangong Qinxue really couldn't stand it anymore and paid for a villa herself. Bai Ye was heartbroken. Who told him that Nangong Qinxue counted as his, so her money also counted as his. Unexpectedly, this villa district was not on the main campus, but in the beast space. It was actually quite easy to understand. Land in Dragon City was expensive, and villas took up too much space, so they could only be built in beast space, which also made them easier to manage. Seeing how much money real estate made, Bai Yi even thought about going back to Wuxing Mountain to build villas, but decided it would be too much trouble and dropped the idea. After being granted permission to enter beast space again, Bai Yi was especially excited. As soon as he got familiar with the place, he dragged everyone off to hunt beasts. This beast space dorm area was huge, with the villa district in the center and the rest all beast territory, meaning the students were effectively guarding the space in disguise. Black iron, bronze, and even silver rank beasts existed here, making it perfect for students' real combat training. Bai Yi and the others were strong enough that black iron rank beasts were killed instantly, and bronze rank beasts were dealt with just as easily. The only thing to worry about was the silver rank beasts. But after Cat God created over 1,000 stone statue puppets, the group swept across the entire beast space. Any beasts killed were turned by Cat God into stone statues. Though they had no skills, their defense was extremely high. With this stone statue army in tow, it was practically like bringing a beast tied along. Bai Ye's soul-nurturing bowl was also filled to the brim with all kinds of beast souls. And the beast soul armor had accumulated to the extreme, still growing stronger. At this rate, even if they ran into a silver rank beast, they could probably barely hold it off. Yi Qingqing's task was to keep absorbing the energy of the dorm space and then pour it into Wuxing Mountain, mainly to take care of the 5 pan peach trees. Even a wealthy household can run out of grain. No one could keep spending energy stones indefinitely. Along the way, any spirit herbs or spirit fruits they encountered were harvested if ripe, and if not, they were directly transplanted into Wuxing Mountain. Anything they could see, they took with them, more thorough than locusts, leaving nothing behind. Division of labor was clear, and the efficiency was astonishing. This behavior was quickly discovered by others. The beasts around the dorms are gone. Then why is there still a beast tied? I wanted to grind mobs and train skills in the dorm area, but I can't even find a single beast. Reports poured in from all sides, and after the school took notice, it sent out the dorm administrator, surprisingly, a silver-ranked dragon sparrow. The dragon sparrow chased after them, and the more she looked, the more shocked she became. The dorm space had been stripped bare. She had never seen such a scene before. After catching up with Bai Yi and the others, the sight ahead shocked her even more. Several thousand stone beasts tied. Most of these stone statues were black iron rank and bronze rank, all of earth attribute. Only after investigation did she realize they were all stone puppets, and the controller was merely a black iron rank beast girl. A black iron rank beast girl is this fierce now? Even more outrageous, they were actually facing a silver rank azure-eyed frenzied lion head-on, and not losing at all. And the beast tamer Bai Yi had also charged up with a sword in hand, his strength no weaker than the beast girl's. Even silver rank beasts could not break through his armor. Meanwhile, the grass on the side was feng shiso the dorm space's energy at an absurd speed. At this rate, the entire dorm space would soon turn into a desert. The dorm administrator discovered that these were none other than Bai Yi and the others, the first-year freshmen who had just registered. They had beaten the student union president at the train station during the day, and now they were here tormenting the dorm space at night. Truly masters of time management. Shocked, the administrator immediately moved to stop them. Bai Yi had already guessed someone would come to manage this, but he hadn't expected it to be so fast. So he raised the room plaque. I'm a student in the Villa District, number 101. The administrator cut him off directly. Not anymore. Bai Yi, I bought it with money. The administrator, I'll refund you now. Get out immediately. The administrator knew very well that Bai Yi absolutely could not be allowed to stay any longer. Otherwise, the dorm space would be drained dry within 10 days. Her peaceful days might also be ruined, and she could even lose her job. Bai Yi was a little unwilling, but after seeing the administrator's combat strength, he instead developed a different idea. The administrator noticed the change in Bai Yi's expression and said warily, I'm the administrator. You're not thinking of making a move on me, are you? Only then did she realize that these people weren't afraid of silver-rank beast girls at all, and that they had beaten them up during the day. Bai Yi's eyes already made everything clear. Attack! Bai Yi gave the order, and the beast girls immediately launched into battle. Yi Qingqing threw out a seed, and the vines wrapped around Lonke. Just as Lonke broke free, it was frozen into an ice lump again and fell downward. Below, Cat God had already filled the area with poison mist. Cat God had just absorbed the poison of the venomous giant dragon, and even a silver-rank Lonke couldn't withstand it, instantly becoming dizzy and disoriented. Bai Yi took the opportunity to pry open Lonke's mouth and pour in the essence of poisonous liquid. Not long after, Lonke completely lost the ability to move and could no longer even maintain its transformation. They directly tied Long K up tightly and threw it into Wuxing Mountain. Then they continued their operation, fighting through the night, all for the sake of plundering more resources. The whole night, beast roars echoed throughout the dormitory space. By morning, everyone discovered that the dormitory space's energy had become thin, and the area within dozens of kilometers was deathly silent. Students who liked morning exercise looked around everywhere, but found nothing. Has the dormitory space been robbed? Where's the administrator? Didn't he come back all night? Was he on a date? No. Could he have been kidnapped? Go report it to the principal. At this moment, Longdu University's principal, Ao Mingzhu, a diamond rank expert, was preparing the speech for the opening ceremony. Suddenly, someone interrupted her. Principal Ao, it's bad. Something's happened in the dormitory space. She didn't take it seriously at first and casually said, "Didn't I send the administrator to deal with it last night?" The student said anxiously, "The administrator still hasn't come back. I'm afraid something happened to him." Only then did Ao Mingzhu pay attention. Even a silver rank administrator couldn't handle it. Could there be a silver rank student causing trouble? But there were only a handful of silver rank students in the school, so they probably wouldn't make trouble. She casually instructed, "Call teacher AOZ over. Have her handle it quickly and don't delay the ceremony." When AOZ heard this, her first reaction was, "It must be Bai causing trouble again." The villa area is right in the beast space, practically like wolves entering a flock of sheep. She didn't even have time to wash her face and dragged the student with her straight to the dormitory space. That student was a peak bronze rank split wind rock, extremely fast. She followed AOZ closely the whole way, only wanting to see who had made such a huge scene. In the end, she witnessed a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. An army of over 10,000 beasts surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming the sky and earth, and every beast they encountered was devoured, including silver rank lords. And those beast tides were actually all stone puppet figures. Split. Windrock swept over the beast tide and spotted a few humans. They were all iron rank freshmen, and she even recognized Bai Yi, who had beaten their club president just yesterday. Originally, she had wanted to find a chance to teach Bai Yi a lesson again, but at this moment, she could only worry that this year the freshmen would be the ones teaching them a lesson in return. This was an unprecedented situation at the school. She immediately decided she had to remind the students to deal with Bai Yi at once, and the school also needed to introduce restrictions so he couldn't act recklessly. In just an instant, Split Wind Rock had already thought up a pile of countermeasures. AOZ also recognized Bai Yi and was stunned by his violent combat style. She knew Bai Yi was strong, but she never expected that in just one night, the dormitory area would be almost completely demolished. If she had arrived any later, probably not even the ground would have been left. Bai Yi's title of Space Destroyer really wasn't fake. Bai Yi, stop! AOZ rushed over to stop him, but Bai Yi had gone so far into a killing frenzy that he nearly beat AOZ as well. Helpless, AOZ could only strike him with a heavy blow herself. Only then did Bai Yi finally regain his senses, instantly turning back into a well-behaved student and even flattering AOZ while massaging her. But AOZ did not buy it at all, angrily asking him why he hadn't gone to the opening ceremony. Bai Yi put on an innocent look and said he was diligently cultivating, deliberately showing off his dark circles and complaining about how hard it had been. If not for his recovery and the energy from his teammates, he would have long since been unable to hold on. AOZ criticized him for having no sense of sustainable development and for being too high profile in his actions, saying he would inevitably be discovered and expelled sooner or later. Bai Yi had no choice but to admit defeat and prepare to stop. AOZ then asked where the dormitory supervisor had gone, and Bai Yi played dumb. In the end, he had no choice but to bring out the Long Cape beast girl, who was tightly bound and had passed out from poison. When Split Wind Rock saw that even the silver rank supervisor lady had been taken down, she was completely shocked and felt that Bai Yi's danger level needed to be raised. AOZ treated the supervisor lady's injuries, and Bai Yi quickly had his teammates help detoxify her and replenish her energy. After waking up, the supervisor lady was both furious and embarrassed. Being defeated by a few freshmen was simply too humiliating to face anyone. She immediately transformed into a Long K and tried to flee, but AOZ stopped her. However, AOZ also couldn't bring herself to say anything about punishing her. In the end, the supervisor lady comforted herself and told everyone not to spread the word. AOZ understood and quickly let her leave, treating it as if nothing had happened. No one noticed that the Riftwind Falcons had been eavesdropping nearby all along. Soon after, a new post appeared on the forum, a God-tier freshman. Everyone beware. The Riftwind Falcons even pinned it to the top. Everyone was shocked, and the playground instantly erupted. No wonder the dormitory was such a mess last night. There was actually such a huge disturbance. Aunt Yang Ping is a silver-tier beast girl. and she was actually tied up by a freshman. That freshman is way too fierce. This year's welcoming event is definitely going to be exciting. Where is Senior Bai Yi? I want to meet him. Senior Bai Yi, I love you. Can you hear me? The playground had been quiet at first, but now it was in total chaos. Ao Mingzhu frowned, displeased. What's going on? Someone immediately reported. A freshman tied up Yang Ping, an SSS-rank beastmaster, a spatial destroyer, the champion of the high school league. He's no ordinary person. Even Ao Mingzhu found it interesting. The opening ceremony was supposed to start at 9, but it had already been delayed by half an hour. Everyone thought the principal was angry, and that was why it hadn't begun, so they gradually quieted down and all stared at Ao Mingzhu. A teacher reminded her, "Principal, it's time." Ao Mingzhu said calmly, "Wait a little longer. Let's talk when the people arrive." Her voice was not soft, and everyone heard it. Did everyone understand that Ao Mingzhu was waiting for Bai Yi and the others? The playground was once again filled with hushed discussion, and everyone was guessing what exactly Bai Yi's identity was. It wasn't until 10 o'clock that AOZ arrived with Bai Yi and the others, drawing everyone's gaze from teachers and students alike. It still hasn't started? AOZ asked the teacher beside her in a low voice. The teacher looked at Bai Yi. "We've all been waiting for you." Bai Yi didn't mind at all and waved openly. "Hello, everyone. My name is Bai Yi, but you can also call me Lord Bai." Everyone rolled their eyes. "Who's calling you Lord Bai?" Ao Mingzhu finally spoke. "Since everyone's here, the opening ceremony begins now. Because we've delayed so long, I'll only say 4 things. 1. Welcome, new students. 2. I hope you can plan your lives well and train hard. 3. All teachers and seniors will fully support you and will be your strongest backing. 4. Let us forge a new great wall with our passion and blood." Her 1-minute speech ended, and thunderous applause broke out across the venue. Next, the head counselor for the freshmen announced the welcoming event rules. The welcoming event, cat and mouse. The freshmen are the mice. They enter the otherworldly beast realm an hour in advance to hide, wearing positioning bracelets and reporting their location every 8 hours. Sophomores and above are the cats. Whoever catches a freshman and brings them to the designated location earns 1 academic point. Freshmen who turn the tables on seniors and bring them to the designated location earn 10 academic points. For each additional day they survive, they earn 1 more academic point. Survive 10 days, and you get an extra 10 academic points. 1 academic point is equivalent to 1 million huaxia coins. The senior students all treated the welcoming event as a major affair. The chance to make money had come, but the punishment was also brutal. Credits would be deducted tenfold. If an upperclassman was caught by a freshman, they'd lose 100 points outright, equivalent to losing a fortune. Those who dared to be cats were basically experts at bronze 5-star level or above. Although there were always a few unlucky ones who lost every year, there were also genius freshmen, and this year there was an even more monstrous Bai Yi. Everyone had become more cautious. Seeing everyone hesitate, Ao Mingzhu directly raised the stakes. As long as you capture these 4 beast girls, Lin Ming, Nangong Qinxua, Yi Qingqing, and Ding Yuner, you'll get 10 academic credits. Capture Bai Yi, and you'll get 100 academic credits. This immediately pushed Bai Yi into the center of the storm. Everyone signed up like crazy, and the number of participants surged. If one-on-one didn't work, then a team pile-on would. There was always hope. However, some people worried Bai Yi was too strong. After all, that video was outrageously overpowered, and having more people alone wouldn't help. So someone asked whether items were banned. Ao Mingzhu said, "Items are banned, but skills are unrestricted." The wealthy couldn't rely on top-tier gear, ensuring fairness. After hearing the rules, even more people signed up, and everyone formed teams on the spot, naming them all with Bai Yi as the target. Bai Yi had been calm at first, but when they demanded he hand over the 5-element spirit disc and the soul-nourishing bowl, he was unhappy. 1 sentence from the teacher made Bai Yi accept it. Everyone else was nobility, with gold-tier items as everyday necessities. If he tried to compete with his own hard work against the wealth accumulated over generations, there was still a gap. Once he understood that, Bai Yi obediently handed over his items and even took off his armor. If it was about fairness, then fair it would be. Without items, he was still confident and might even make a huge profit. Capturing 1 senior would earn 10 million. Even better, the system also gave rewards. Capture 1 upperclassman, and 1 attribute point would be added. If he captured them all, he could gain several hundred points. Longdu University was highly efficient. After the opening ceremony, they didn't even let everyone eat before the event started right away, with the entry point located on campus. Everyone entered a portable exotic beast space, a small world. It had every kind of terrain: mountains, snowfields, deserts, grasslands. You could choose whatever you wanted, and there was always something suitable. It opened only once a year. Exotic beasts inside were especially numerous, and resources were abundant. But if you lacked the strength, you'd be eliminated immediately upon entering. That kind of thing happened every year. The first thing Bai Yi and the others did after entering the small world was hunt exotic beasts frantically. His beast soul armor and the stone statues created by Lin Ming both required exotic beast materials. The small world belonged to a bronze tier exotic beast space, and most of the beasts inside were black iron and bronze tier. For freshmen, that was terrifying. If they could avoid them, they would. But Bai Yi and his group were different. Exotic beasts below bronze tier were basically killed in one strike, and even bronze tier leaders could be dealt with easily. That strength shocked the teachers and students stationed in the outer area. There were no drones filming inside the small world, but the visual display was extremely vivid and realistic, all thanks to the powerful illusion abilities of the Mirage Dragon Beast Girl. Live footage from all the freshmen could be switched at any time, and most of the teachers were watching Bai Ye's team, wanting to see just how strong this beast tamer was, since the principal valued him so highly. The teachers were munching on sunflower seeds while discussing. These guys must have been to the Kunlun immortal realm. Their strength is on par with bronze-tier exotic beasts. Someone even said, they almost tore the Kunlun immortal realm apart. And Baize didn't do anything about them. Their exotic beast space is still in teacher AOZ's hands. And inside, they even captured 3 spirit immortals. Everyone was curious about Bai Yi and wanted to see how far he could go. Within an hour, Bai Yi and the others had killed over 1,000 exotic beasts, including 5 leaders and 1 Black Iron Lord. They didn't go after any bronze-tier lord because they didn't want to waste energy. Bai Ye's beast soul armor had become almost tangible, and Lin Ming also gained over 1,000 stone statue underlings. With a spectacle like that, there was no way to stay low-key. Bai Yi had no intention of hiding anyway. If they were going to fight, then they'd clash head-on. Inside Longdu University, the upperclassmen were gathered around the student council president, Gao Mulong, the same one Bai Yi had beaten up yesterday. Of his 3 beast girls, only the Frost Ice Dragon was badly injured. The others, along with Gao Mulong himself, had recovered. He arrived late today because he had newly contracted a silver-tier flame dragon that morning. Gao Mulong had deliberately assembled a team that could counter Bai Yi, since no one on Bai Ye's side had particularly high fire resistance. In addition, other experts from the student council were present, including Bronze Peak fighters, crowd control specialists, and beast girls that countered Lin Ming's stone statue style. They were very well prepared. Everyone sat around watching the wind-rending falcon footage, analyzing it one line at a time, then formulating policies tailored to each ability. They kept this up for an hour straight, all for one goal, hunting Bai Yi. They didn't care about anyone else at all. Gao Mulong also promised that as long as Bai Yi was captured, the reward would be even greater than what the school offered, and everyone's fighting spirit soared. For hours later, Gao Mulong and the others finally set out. The small world had long since become complicated. Veteran students represented by Tu Bai and Chu Yi had successively tried to encircle and hunt Bai Yi, only to be brutally counterattacked by him every time. Those veteran students were at most at the bronze rank, with attributes similar to Bai Ye's, but their skills were far inferior. Not to mention Lin Ming's thousands of stone golem puppets were guarding at all times, devouring however many came. Bai Ye's team advanced unhindered all the way. Bai Yi had no time to deal with prisoners, so he could only tie those veteran students together like a string of grasshoppers and hang them on the stone golem puppets, which meant he hadn't earned any credits for the time being. Dozens of veteran students were defeated one after another, and no one dared provoke Bai Yi anymore, turning instead to hunt the freshmen. The freshman teams were no match for the veteran students at all, and all those found were swept up in one fell swoop. More than a dozen overconfident freshmen, seeing that Bai Yi could beat veteran students, wanted to imitate him and resist, only to be frozen into popsicles in one move by a bronze-rank Iceland beast. The gap in attributes and skills was enormous, and there was simply no chance of a comeback. In just a few hours, over 100 freshmen had been eliminated. The veteran students were like they were playing cat and mouse, digging out freshmen everywhere, even singing while they captured people. The atmosphere was bizarre and mesmerizing, and the freshmen could only tremble. Some people saw that Bai Yi could even suppress veteran students, and simply took the initiative to gather around him, thinking it was better to cling to a big thigh than to hide. More and more freshmen gathered around Bai Yi, the team's strength increased again, and the efficiency of clearing ferocious beasts grew even higher. With thousands of stone golem beasts charging through the small world, they were almost invincible. But Bai Yi still wasn't satisfied. Ao Mingzhu didn't understand, and AOZ explained. Bai Yi wasn't trying to be a king. His greatest hobby was making money. Bai Yi collected resources the whole time and left not even a blade of grass behind. Even the owner of the small world, the Mirage Mist Dragon Beast Girl, was furious and had no choice but to use her control to drive all the ferocious beasts away so Bai Yi could no longer reap resources. As a result, Bai Yi basically couldn't encounter any ferocious beasts afterward. Bai Yi saw through the reason at a glance. Humph, anything my Bai master wants, who can take it away? The ferocious beasts could be taken away, but the treasures couldn't. Bai Yi knew that even spatial control couldn't change the terrain. Since you can take the ferocious beasts away, then I'll go dig for treasure. Very quickly, Bai Yi turned his target to the bronze rank Lord Ferocious Beasts. These powerhouses were not even dared to be touched by bronze rank beast tamers and beast girls. But Bai Yi had thousands of subordinates and teammates, so he wasn't afraid. He charged straight in. He caught a smarter ferocious beast and got the positions of the nearby lords out of it, then went straight to the mountain ape tribe. This was a group of somewhat intelligent ferocious beasts that had even built a semi-enclosed mountain city, whose defensive power was stronger than a human city's and could even defend against aerial forces. Even the Mirage Mist nearby was stunned. No one had dared challenge the mountain ape tribe for so many years. Back then, even a team led by a bronze-rank beast girl at the peak of her 4th year couldn't break through, and they were badly injured by trebuchets. Let alone bronze-rank beast girls, who couldn't withstand dozens of tons of boulders. Yet now, a first-year freshman leading iron-rank freshman actually dared to rush and head first. He was simply a reckless brute. Very quickly, Bai Yi tried it, and found he was completely outmatched. His stone golem puppets couldn't withstand the trebuchets. A wave of giant stone balls could knock down a whole swath. The stone golems summoned by Lin Meng were at most at the iron peak, a huge step below true bronze. There was no advantage in numbers anymore, and over 100 freshmen were completely useless as well. They simply couldn't break through the city defenses. Just when everyone thought Bai Yi was about to give up, he looked toward the forest and came up with a new idea. He ordered the stone golem puppets to start chopping down trees. With thousands of stone golems working together, the forest was cleared in an instant, and within a radius of more than 10 kilometers, it turned into open land. The Mirage Mist Dragon Beast Girl had a dark expression, and the others couldn't understand what he was doing. Even the mountain apes were completely baffled. But when Bai Yi ordered tens of thousands of trees to be used to completely surround the mountain ape city, someone immediately understood. Bai Yi was going to use fire. This magic world had long since stopped using military strategy, but Bai Yi, having crossed over, understood it very clearly. Next, more than a dozen fire element beast girls ignited the flames, wind element beast girls fanned the wind, and wood element beast girls added fuel. The fire erupted instantly, and the entire mountain ape city was directly turned into a torch, illuminating half of the small world. The mountain apes were trapped inside the city, choked by thick smoke so badly they could not open their eyes, let alone tell directions, much less escape. Mountain Ape City fell into chaos, the air thick with the smell of roasted meat, and everyone was utterly stunned. That can work too. He's created a new way to play. Bai Yi really is amazing. Everyone was shaken, even the teachers. But no one dared underestimate a Lord-tier exotic beast. The Mountain Ape Lord directly split Mountain City in two with its mountain-splitting power, turning it into a giant stone ball as it led several chieftains rolling out. Though they were dazed and smoking from the fumes, their strength was still terrifying. Strength and constitution both reached 20,000 points, and the freshmen simply couldn't damage them, let alone break their defense. The Mountain Ape chieftains also had 8,000 constitution points, making ordinary black iron-grade beast girls even less effective. On the other side, Gao Mulong led 40 to 50 bronze 5-star and above beast girls from the student council in a surrounding attack. All of them were elites, and the timing was perfect. Bai Yi and the others were now under attack from both front and rear. The teachers discussed, if Bai Yi can still pull off a comeback like this, then I'll give him a perfect score in my beast taming theory class. Bai Yi was also having a headache. The stone golem puppets charged toward the student council, only for the other side to have prepared in advance. The ground turned to quicksand, and dozens of stone golem puppets sank into it. Those that followed couldn't stop either, and the sand pit swallowed hundreds of them outright. Then came a swamp, and another batch got stuck. After that, extreme frost essence appeared, freezing a large number of puppets. By the time they reached the student council, less than half the puppets remained, and their momentum was completely gone. At this point, the bronze-grade beast girls began harvesting kills, while the silver-grade ones didn't even bother to move. The stone golem puppets were quickly wiped out. And on the Mountain Ape Lord's side, the puppets were no match either and were blasted away in explosions. Bai Yi and the others' living space was squeezed down further and further. Gao Mulong smiled and said, "How are you going to turn this around now? Prepare to attack." 3 silver-grade dragons swooped down. Bai Yi had an inspiration and transformed into a mountain ape. using the mountain ape language to communicate with the Lord. The mountain ape lord and the chieftains immediately turned around to deal with the dragons. Roar! Under Baye's command, the mountain ape lord used its boulder-throwing skill, hurling massive rocks like cannonballs. The dragons were directly smashed down. Boulder after boulder flew out, and the poison dragon and iron wing dragon were both hit as well. The iron wing dragon had strong defense and was injured less severely. But at that moment, a small mountain fell from the sky, crashing down at 10 times the speed and directly suppressing the iron-winged dragon beneath it. Get up! The falling dragons were being pinned down tightly by a large number of stone golem puppets. Under Nangong Qianxue's tenfold gravity, even silver-grade dragons couldn't move. The flame dragon was furious. It had finally managed to form a contract with Gao Mulong, only to make a fool of itself in its very first battle. A dignified silver-grade dragon was being suppressed by a group of black iron-grade beings, an utter humiliation. The flame dragon's fury turned into dragon breath as it spewed it out, instantly incinerating all the surrounding stone golem puppets to powder. As expected of a silver-grade dragon, Bai immediately ordered the mountain ape lord to attack, and also connected a stamina channel with it. The mountain ape lord looked baffled, but urged by Bai, it casually tossed a boulder straight into the dragon's mouth. The boulder shrank rapidly in the dragon breath, and in the end it happened to wedge in the dragon's mouth. The dragon breath could no longer come out, and the flame dragon's face twisted in agony, nearly suffocating to death. In the end it fainted, and because its mouth was blocked by the stone, it couldn't even transform into human form. It was miserably pathetic. With Gao Mulong's support, the iron-winged dragon tried to lift the miniature mountain, but all the stone golem puppets were pressing down on it, and it was forced flat again. More than 100 stone golem puppets, each weighing over 10 tons, stacked together under tenfold gravity were equivalent to yet another small mountain, and the iron-winged dragon simply couldn't hold out. It was on the verge of being crushed into uselessness. The poison dragon's toxin was useless against the stone golem puppets, and it was also hammered unconscious. The 3 strongest silver-grade dragons all went down. The bronze-grade upperclassmen were frightened senseless and didn't dare step forward. Bai shouted excitedly, "Lord, charge!" Before the apes could even react, they were commanded to rush forward. The upperclassmen were just about to run when Gao Mulong shouted them down. "You're already bronze grade. What are you afraid of? Do it." The student council elites came to their senses, charged together, and confronted the mountain ape lord head-on. Under the combined assault of the bronze-rank beast girls, the mountain ape lord could no longer hold out. Bai immediately ordered, "All ice element beast girls, join forces and put out the fire. We'll charge into Mountain Ape City." The black iron rank beast girls had limited abilities, so in the end they had to rely on Nangong Qianxue. She unleashed the SS rank skill, Ice and Snow World, instantly extinguishing the flames over several kilometers. The air turned cold at once, and even the fire was frozen solid. The teachers outside were surprised. That little girl's ice attribute wasn't strengthened after birth, was it? Those who knew Nangong Qianxue immediately explained. Nangong Qianxue was originally an A-rank student. After making a contract with Bai, she became S-rank, and then she ate the heart of ice from the summit of Kunlun Mountain, which is why she has her current strength. Someone exclaimed. They really tore apart the Kunlun immortal realm. The ice element beast girls led by Nangong Qianxue quickly put out the fire in Mountain Ape City. In the blink of an eye, the city changed from a sea of flames into a world of ice and snow, and the power of the magic was astonishing. Mountain Ape City had been nourished by earth elements for many years, making it extremely sturdy. Neither the blaze nor the sudden cooling caused it to collapse. Bai had hundreds of stone golems block the senior students at the rear, then led the new students into Mountain Ape City. The mountain apes were already dead or wounded. The few intact ones were turned into golems by Lin Ming, while those missing arms or legs had their beast soul beads taken directly, and all their beast souls were absorbed by Yez beast soul armor. Spikes grew again on the armor. On the other side, the senior students finally joined forces to kill the mountain ape lord and the leader, only then revealing their true strength. That was also the reason Bai chose to retreat. He had managed to force Gao Mulong back, just now mainly by relying on the power of the mountain ape lord. In a direct clash, the gap was far too great. Bai retreated into Mountain Ape City without hesitation, with a clear head. After the senior students cleared the stone golems, they tried to assault the city, but were blocked by magic trebuchets and boulders. The stones came from the mountain ape corpses on site, and Ding Yun'er also used void wormholes to steal beast spirit beads for the earth element beast girls. 2 beast girls learned to make stone balls, and Lin Ming grasped the giant stone ball technique. Yi Qingqing took root in the earth to provide energy. Working together, and when necessary, simply throwing stone golems directly. They blocked the senior students' offensive. With no solution, the senior students found the mountain city impregnable, like a mosquito biting a car. Someone shouted, "Block them in. There's no food or water in the city. They definitely won't last." But Baiye's dimensional space had abundant supplies, with meat and spiritual herbs piled like mountains, and Ding Yun'er also had water from Yaoqi, while there were water element beast girls on site as well. Let alone 10 days. Even 1,000 days would be no problem. The new students were tired after a full day, so they held a party in the city, singing and dancing joyfully. Mountain Ape City was similar to a cave, so the senior students outside couldn't see inside, and thought the new students were suffering miserably. Only the teachers smiled wryly, never expecting Baiyi to deal with the student council elites so easily, and they all grew curious about how long they could hold out. These teachers couldn't gamble, or they would have opened a betting pool long ago. That night, the new students took turns resting in Mountain Ape City, relaxed and safe. 3 Earth Element Beast Girls had already made several hundred stone balls, more than enough, and everyone thought they could sleep peacefully for the night, including the senior students. They didn't have the energy for a night raid. They simply set up camp a few kilometers away. But Baiyi didn't intend to hide. He wanted to earn credits and attribute points. At dawn, Baiyi woke his teammates. Aside from him, everyone else had transformed into beast girl form: a sword, a grass, a bug, and a cat. Nangong Qinxue compressed gravity, and the 5 of them weighed just over 10 kilograms combined. Ding Yun'er used teleportation to take everyone, and in just a few moves they arrived in front of the senior students' camp. The senior students were alert and noticed Baiyi at once. But Baiyi had transformed into Gao Mulong's appearance, with the beast girls hidden inside his clothes. The sentry couldn't tell and asked, "President Gao, why are you up?" Baiyi, pretending to be Gao Mulong, said groggily that he was going to relieve himself. Someone reminded him that there was a toilet, but Baiyi directly shot him down, saying he wanted to go to the woods. Unexpectedly, just then the real Gao Mulong also wanted to use the toilet. The sentry was dumbfounded and hadn't reacted yet when the plants around the camp suddenly grew wildly, trapping the senior students. Everyone was unable to use skills to transform and was silenced. Then a wave of cold descended, and the frozen ground turned as hard as steel. Then a miniature, giant mountain came crashing down, with a sonic boom. Boom. The entire camp of more than 50 people was spared no one. All were pinned beneath the mountain, and many of them were knocked unconscious on the spot. The worst off was Gao Mulong. He had been squatting in the toilet, and was directly crushed into the cesspit, forced to struggle inside it, until he finally suffocated in despair and gradually lost his strength. The teachers also rested at night, leaving only one beast girl teacher on duty. When she saw this scene, she was shocked beyond belief. She hadn't expected Baiyi to wipe out the student council elites in one fell swoop, and so cleanly at that. When she saw that someone was about to be crushed to death, she hurriedly urged Baiyi to move the mountain. Baiyi told his teammates to reduce their weight, and the few of them worked together to lift one corner. Just as they managed to raise it, they couldn't hold it anymore, and the giant mountain fell again, bringing another round of groans and more people fainting. "You were using the wrong posture just now. Do it again." Baiyi planted himself in a horse stance and called everyone to continue. This time, the giant mountain was lifted more than a meter, then smashed down again. The few of them simply didn't have enough strength, and the mountain wasn't lifted. The people pinned underneath still had some breath left, but after being smashed a couple more times, they were basically all knocked out. Without transforming, the human body simply couldn't take it. Not turning into meat paste was already considered lucky. And that was only because some of them were especially tough-skinned. "Please stop lifting it. I surrender. Teacher, save me." A beast girl had her head sticking out, crying miserably for help. She was on duty tonight, and only her body was pinned. The screams were so awful that even the golden rank teacher couldn't stand it. "Don't be afraid. I'll go call for help." The teacher immediately used a magic scroll to launch a signal firework, lighting up the small world. Such an emergency item was rarely used, and no one expected it to be used in less than a day. The teachers rushed over at once, and even the teacher sleeping outside was awakened and came to the illusion. What lay before them was a scene of utter misery. Children were crushed flat like sheets of paper. If not for a few copper peas, they would have already turned into chips. Even more outrageous, excrement had been squeezed out as well, making the scene extremely embarrassing. The rescuers performed every kind of first aid and finally managed to save their lives. After taking stock, they found that one person was missing. Where is President Gao? Could he have been taken away by Baiyi? Everyone searched for a long time, but couldn't find him. "I didn't see him either," Baiyi said. "It seems like he went to the toilet." Everyone's gaze turned to the collapsed restroom, but no one dared go down. In the end, a plant-type beast girl summoned a treant and fished a filthy human figure out of the cesspit. Don't tell me that's really President Gao? Someone used detection to confirm it, and it really was. Hurry and save him. But the teachers all found it too dirty and refused to go near. They had no choice but to have a watertight beast girl wash him down with heavy rain. Gao Mulong's body was rinsed clean, but the stench was still coming out of his mouth. The teacher asked, "Who's going to give him mouth to mouth?" Everyone dodged away. No one dared step forward. Not even the dog-type beast girl dared try. In the end, the giant ape summoned by the Mirage Dragon braced itself and saved his life, and even the giant ape was retching nonstop. Gao Mulong vomited out a pile of filthy stuff and finally managed to resume breathing. Under the treatment of the angel and the medicinal pills, he slowly recovered. These people had all become Bai Ye's captives. Once the teachers stepped in to rescue them, it meant they had already lost. In this round, Bai Yi and the others directly earned 500 credits, and each person could share 100 credits, equivalent to 100 million. They were making money far too fast. Soon, when the freshmen woke up early in the morning, they started worrying, afraid that the student council elites would block them in and leave them with nowhere to go. Although following Bai Yi meant they had food and drink without worry, if the senior students also launched a fire attack, they would still be done for. But after going up onto the city wall, they discovered that the situation had completely changed. The student council elites had all been captured. The stone golems were carrying the senior students they had captured yesterday toward the platform. What the hell is going on? Did the sky change after one night's sleep? Where are the student council elites? How did Bai Yi do this? Don't ask anymore. From now on, Bai Yi is my faith. Can Bai Yi directly replace the student council? Support. Everyone was discussing it and wanted to follow Bai Yi, but Bai Yi told them to stay in Shouyuan City. This place is easy to defend and hard to attack. Stay here in peace. When I'm done catching cats, I'll take you out. He also captured dozens of exotic beasts and had Nangong Qianxue build a giant freezer to secure life for the new students, and then left, making a show of his authority in passing. Next, Bai Yi led the team to sweep through the small world grid, taking anything they saw and grabbing every old student they encountered. The old students tried to hide, but instead became the mice, with Bai Yi chasing them all over the place. Some old students even tried to bribe Bai Yi. "Let me out, 20 points. Bai Yi flatly refused. "As upright as I am, impossible." When the other side raised it to 50, then 100 points, Bai Yi still shook his head, solemn and proper. Even the teachers nodded in approval, while AOZ was utterly speechless. In fact, Bai Yi knew this was all for the teachers' benefit. There was definitely surveillance inside the beast space, and being greedy for a little advantage could easily lead to trouble. Better to act like an upright man and, incidentally, rack up points. On the other side, when the new students heard that Bai Yi had built a safe city, they rushed over one after another. Soon, Shouyuan City had gathered more than half of the new students. The old students couldn't break in at all. The city was armed to the teeth, and the trebuchets alone were enough to intimidate everyone. Whenever too many old students gathered, Bai Yi would appear and haul them away in one go. As a result, no one dared to have designs on Shouyuan City. For the new students, entering the city was basically the same as saving their lives. Shouyuan City had completely become a safe zone, and the situation was bizarre. Should we just end it? The Mirage Dragon couldn't help suggesting. Bai Yi had practically emptied the beast space by now. Some of the teachers supported ending it, while others felt it was fine to let the old students suffer a little. There was no need to change the rules just because of Bai Yi. In the end, Principal Ao Mingzhu spoke up. "Bring Bai Yi and the other 4 out." Everyone else continues. The teachers went to find Bai Yi, but Bai Yi didn't even bother to look at them. He hadn't finished moving the resources, hadn't finished catching the old students, and kept leading his legion around to sweep everything. The teachers were helpless and wanted to use forceful measures. AOZ explained the real reason. The benefits weren't enough. Only talking about obligations and not about rewards. Wasn't that just hooliganism? Back when only Bai Yi could act like a scoundrel, now that it was someone else, he wouldn't buy it. After Ao Mingzhu figured it out, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This student was hard to handle. She'd definitely have a headache in the future. Give him 2,000 credits and tell him to get lost. Though angry, she still tried to be reasonable. As a result, Bai Yi refused again. "What a joke. The credits I earned are way more than 2,000. Ao Mingzhu explained. "That's extra." Only then was Bai Yi satisfied. Principal, wise choice. After Bai Yi agreed, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Without Bai Yi, the school could finally return to normal, and the old students could once again act like big shots. But things weren't that simple. Shouyuan City had become a dead zone. Bai Yi had left all the stone statue puppets outside the city, and they would automatically attack anyone who approached. More than 200 old students wanted to imitate Bai Yi's tactics, but they had neither manpower nor materials, and were frustrated to no end. In the end, they could only go rob points from the new students, and they still didn't gain much. By the last day, even the top-scoring old student only had a little over 10 points, and most people had single digits. By contrast, Bai Yi and the other four each had 1,000 credits, leaving them far ahead, equivalent to surpassing even the third and fourth-year seniors. On top of that, Bai Yi also gained an extra 300 points in all attributes, greatly boosting his strength. After Bai Yi left, the resources in the small world were stripped bare, and various exotic beasts were nearly driven to extinction. If not for the Mirage Dragon deliberately leaving behind a little foundation, the small world would have been completely emptied. Out of this batch of 1,000 new students, more than 600 made it out safely in the end, setting a new record in the school's history and completely crushing the second-place result. Even third place was far behind. Throughout history, there had only been one instance of exceeding 100, and that was the monstrous prodigy whose name no one dared mention anymore. Now, everyone felt Bai Yi was even more ruthless. The old students, especially the elite members of the student council, couldn't hold their heads up in front of the new students. The new students didn't even respect their senior brothers and sisters, acting arrogantly as if they were the masters of the school, and even wanted to form a Bai Yi club to support Bai Yi as president. The teachers were speechless, but the school championed freedom. So long as rules weren't broken, no one cared what the students did. This year, the student union and all the clubs had 0 incoming freshmen. Instead, the freshmen founded several clubs of their own, such as the Military Strategy Club, which studied how to win with fewer troops than the enemy and conducted experiments in the beast space. They made such a racket that the whole area was in chaos, and the officials even wanted to put the freshmen on a blacklist. Unfortunately, no one actually dared to manage them. There was also the Barbecue Club, the most outrageous of them all. They filled the entire school with smoke, invented flatbread rolls with scallions and grilled skewers, and became the most profitable club on campus. Even the teachers came to patronize it. The school couldn't stand it and wrote a ban on barbecue into the school rules, only for the freshmen to immediately move their stoves outside the campus. In the end, all these tricks were related to Bai Yi. The honorary heads of every club were all him, and he had become the center of the storm. These were all stories for later. Right now, Bai Yi's most embarrassing problem was having nowhere to live. The dormitory had already blacklisted Bai Yi and refused to let him in no matter what. The communal dorms didn't dare take him either, afraid that if he got happy for a moment, he'd blow up the dorm and watch fireworks. Bai Yi himself didn't care, but the beast girls beside him were mortified. They had once been so popular, but after following Bai Yi, everyone avoided them like the plague. Now they didn't even have a place to stay. It was miserable. After a round of blame shifting, the only option was to send them to AOZ's place. Whoever caused the trouble had to take responsibility. And just like that, Bai Yi and the other four moved into the villa dormitory in the back mountain, with the headmaster next door for a full sense of security. Too bad there was still no slacking off. On the first day of school, Bai Yi had wanted to sleep in, only to be yanked awake by AOZ. What time is it already? Still sleeping. Bai Yi glanced at his phone groggily and instantly woke up. Not because he was anxious, but because he was furious. Classes start at 9. Why are you waking me up at 6? AOZ played dumb. Did I read the time wrong? Bai Yi complained. You must have just not been able to sleep yourself and came here to bother me. First time teaching, I'm nervous, okay? As if. After the two bantered for a bit, AOZ's nerves faded, but Bai Yi could no longer fall back asleep. He turned around and started stirring up trouble with Lin Ming and the others again. By a little after 7, all 6 people in the room had been dragged awake, each of them wearing a resentful expression. Yi Qingqing and Ding Yuner hadn't made a contract with Bai Yi in the first place, so they could stay wherever they wanted. Now they were dragged into this mess too, and it was too late for regrets. It wasn't until Bai Yi brought out a lavish breakfast table that everyone finally surrendered to the deliciousness: black iron-grade milk, lord-level beast meat, spirit fruits. One meal later, everyone's attributes had risen by quite a bit. For this breakfast, enduring a little hardship was worth it. After breakfast, they went to 5 Elements Mountain to farm monsters and train until class time was finally over. When AOZ entered the classroom, the reaction was fairly normal. But the moment Bai Yi walked in, the whole place exploded. Everyone stood up at once. Hello, Brother Bai. He was even more popular than the teacher. AOZ glared at Bai Yi in annoyance, and Bai Yi responded calmly before the students finally sat down. AOZ's carefully prepared opening speech was completely stolen, so she could only continue. Hello everyone. I'm your homeroom teacher and beast combat instructor, AOZ, an S-grade purple gold dragon beast girl. Over the next 4 years, I hope you can become even stronger than your teacher. The classroom fell silent. AOZ was puzzled. What's going on? Someone whispered. If Brother Bai doesn't say anything, who would dare go up? Aoz was speechless and could only let Bai Yi introduce himself first. The moment Bai Yi went on stage, there was thunderous applause. He didn't even need to introduce himself. There wasn't a single person in the entire school who didn't know him. Bai Yi didn't say a word before stepping down, and below him came another wave of applause. Then it was the turn of Bai Yi's 4 teammates to go on stage. After the 4 of them finished introducing themselves, the others finally dared to go up one by one. That was status, that was respect for Bai Yi, and by extension, the people around Bai Yi were respected too. Bai Yi and the others were assigned to Class 1 of freshman year, 50 students in total, most of them S grade, with the rest A grade, all elites from various places. Originally, students this talented would have been hard to manage, but with Bai Yi there, everything became much easier. Aoz let out a sigh of relief. Choosing class officers was easy too. Bai Yi was directly and unanimously elected class monitor, and Aoz's first class meeting ended perfectly. The second class was Beast Course. The teacher brought a model, but Bai Yi directly summoned a black iron-grade beast and placed it on the lectern, startling the teacher and sending all the students hiding behind Bai Yi. Only after they heard that the beast had been summoned by Bai Yi did everyone sit back down in peace. They all trusted Bai Yi. After all, most of them had mixed around with him in Ape City. The teacher still wasn't at ease, but this beast was extremely cooperative. It even took the initiative to peel back its belly for everyone to look at. It was even more obedient than a pet dog, and the teacher was stunned. It was the first time anyone had seen someone train a beast to be so obedient. In the afternoon class, Bai Yi was so sleepy that he fell asleep with his head on the desk. He had been woken up too early by Aoz that morning. The teacher was furious and told Bai Yi to get up and repeat the content, but there was no response because Bai Yi was asleep. The teacher was even more upset, and none of the surrounding classmates woke him up either. The teacher had no choice but to go over and call him himself. Bai Yi asked groggily, "Is class over?" The teacher was almost exploding with anger, and Bai Yi even said, "This is a beast space class, so it's fine." Then he kept sleeping, and the teacher nearly went crazy. At that moment, Ding Yuner explained that he had been blacklisted by the entire nation's beast space system. The teacher was speechless. After looking up Bai Yi's background, he gave up completely. "Fine, sleep if you want. Just don't let anyone next to you disturb Bai Yi." By the 4th period, beast language class, Bai Yi was still asleep, and the teacher got angry again. After Bai Yi woke up, he conversed in standard beast language, shocking the teacher, who even wanted to make Bai Yi the class representative. Later, he discovered Bai Yi was even better at beast language than he was, so he decided that Bai Yi could sleep as much as he wanted in his class, and he even asked him for advice from time to time. At last, the day's classes were over. Bai Yi planned to take the group out for a feast and also sell some pills along the way. He had refined more than 10 billion pills in the Kunlun immortal realm, and Zhangzhou simply couldn't sell them all. Most were still stockpiled, including the resources he had accumulated recently. Keeping them around just took up space, and they couldn't be exchanged for money anyway. Bai Yi planned to go to Longdu to sell them. With that level of spending power, they would definitely be able to absorb them. After treating everyone to a bowl of zhajiangmian at a street stall, Bai Yi led the team to Longdu City's largest shopping mall, Longdu Mall. Almost everything could be bought there, even gold-grade treasures. Major companies all had stores there, and Bai Yi chose the familiar Tianhu Mall. As soon as they entered, the clerk saw that they were a group of students and had a rather indifferent attitude. "Just take a look around. If you want to buy anything, ask me." Bai Yi asked directly, "Do you buy resources?" "We do. We can buy all kinds. I have a lot of resources." "It's fine, bring them out. We can take however many you have." The clerk thought they probably couldn't produce anything too big, but the next second he was buried under a mountain of resources, and the entire lobby was almost packed full. Bai Yi even said, "Want me to keep bringing them out?" The clerk panicked and immediately went to call the store manager. The store manager was Dai Suying, a middle-aged beast woman with a very imposing temperament. She looked like someone not to be trifled with, at least gold rank. She introduced herself with full force, her aura completely unleashed, and casually praised Bai Yi. "So you're the legendary SSS rank beast tamer. I've long admired you." Bai Yi was just about to be swept away by her aura when Lin Meng and Nangong Shui each pinched him once, and he finally came to his senses. It turned out that Dai Suying had silently cast a charm. Once exposed, Dai Suying wasn't embarrassed at all. She warmly invited them to the VIP room, while having people sort through the resources. Although these resources were plentiful, their quality was fairly average. Dai Suying's enthusiasm was entirely due to Bai Yi's identity, an SSS rank beast tamer with limitless potential. Of course, she had to build a good relationship with him. After arriving at the VIP room, Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction. "The space is decent. It should barely fit my things. Please clear the room." Dai Suying was speechless, but she still had the VIP room furniture moved out. Bai Yi then began taking out more treasures. Before long, The high-end VIP room was packed solid. Dai Suying roughly estimated that, combined, these resources were worth at least tens of billions. Even more shocking, many of the pills had pill patterns, making them extremely high quality. Dai Suying asked, "Were all these pills refined by you?" Bai Yi nodded firmly. Dai Suying was stunned. A pill refiner with this kind of pill pattern yield was far too rare, absolutely god tier. They had to sign him. She immediately changed her tone. "Master Bai Yi, how about we move to a more upscale room to talk?" Bai Yi trusted that Tianhu Mall wouldn't cheat him, so he directly had the clerks count the goods while he followed Dai Suying into the room. Dai Suying began to show off her charm like crazy, trying to build rapport with Bai Yi. Nangong Shui couldn't stand it anymore and stepped directly in front of Bai Yi. "Manager Dai, if you have something to say, just say it directly." Only then did Dai Suying become serious and state her purpose. "Master Bai Yi, Tianhu Mall would like to hire you as a contracted pill refiner. The base salary is 10 million, and there are bonuses for completing tasks." At this moment, the system popped up a choice. 1. Agree and become Tianhu Mall's pill refiner. Reward. Advanced pill refining. 2. Refuse. Reward. 50% increase in pill success rate. The rewards were all pretty good, but Bai Yi chose the second one without hesitation. Thinking of his previous life at a 996 company, he was determined not to be a wage slave. In this life, he was absolutely not going to do it. "I'm not doing it." Bai Yi refused outright. Dai Xia was unwilling to give up and kept trying. But Bai Yi's attitude was firm, so Dai Xia had no choice but to let it go. She only hoped that the pills Bai Yi refined in the future could be sold through her, and Bai Yi nodded in agreement. Much later, the shop assistants finally finished tallying the goods. The total value came to 20 billion, and the pills alone were worth 12 billion. Everyone was shocked, especially the clerk who had received them at the door. Under the respectful sending off of the many shop assistants, Bai Yi and the others walked out of Tianhu Mall. With money in hand, everyone decided to go shopping. Lin Ming wanted to buy delicious snacks, while women like Nangong Qianxue wanted to buy clothes. In the end, the women won, and they went to buy clothes first. What they wanted to buy were not ordinary clothes, but attribute-bearing items. Beast King leather clothes from the apprentice stage were not even as good as black iron-grade materials, let alone bronze lord-grade ones. With their stamina, they could wear bronze lord-grade clothes, and any random piece would cost tens of millions. After everyone picked and chose, the total bill at checkout was actually 200 million. Bai Yi winced in pain. The money had just arrived, and he had already spent 1% of it. Just as he was heartbroken, a sneering voice came from nearby. "A poor nobody like you dares come to Lingy Workshop? Can't afford it, huh?" The speaker was leaning against the counter effectively, introducing himself. "I'm Zhu Hongliang of the Zhu family in Longdu. Nice to meet you." Nangong Qianxue and the others ignored him completely. When the Lingy Workshop clerk saw Zhu Hongliang, he immediately became enthusiastic, completely ignoring Bai Yi's 200 million order and rushing over to flatter Zhu Hongliang. It was obvious he had an unusual status. Zhu Hongliang waved his hand grandly. "How much are these beauties' clothes? Put it on my tab." He even tossed a 1,000 yuan tip. The clerk immediately thanked him. "Young Master Zhu, these few just spent 200 million. Your limit is 100 million, so please make up the remaining 100 million. Zhu Hongliang froze, nearly choking, and muttered to himself, "How can a few black iron-grade clothes be this expensive?" He had thought Nangong Qianxue and the others were young, so the clothes they wore wouldn't be too expensive. Zhu Hongliang had wanted to show off, but he never expected it would cost so much, and he immediately hesitated. Even he did not dare casually spend that much money just to chase girls. The clerk explained, "Young Master Zhu, what they bought were bronze lord-grade clothes." Zhu Hongliang was shocked. "You have bronze-grade ones too?" Lin Ming said impatiently. "What the hell does it have to do with you?" Zhu Hongliang's expression darkened and lightened in turn, while Bai Yi mocked him coldly. "Don't tell me you can't even take out 200 million? No way, right?" This time, Zhu Hongliang was caught in an awkward position. In fact, he couldn't produce that much money all at once, and there was no way he could pretend to be a big shot and spend it. Rich second-generation heirs might occasionally give small gifts, but how could they just throw money around like this? After saying a few harsh words, he left in embarrassment. Bai Yi and the others laughed and mocked him. After leaving Lingy Workshop, Zhu Hongliang grew angrier the more he thought about it. He was one of the 4 young masters of Longdu. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? In the past, the women he wanted never refused him. These country girls were simply infuriating, especially that beast tamer. He decided to teach Bai Yi a lesson and take those women away. Just as he was planning this, his older sister Zhu Hongyan suddenly appeared, a silver-grade beast girl. Zhu Hongyan asked coldly, "I heard you're planning to deal with a few young people from out of town." Zhu Hongliang said unhappily, "Sis, can't you stop staring at me all the time?" If I didn't keep an eye on you, you'd have gotten into trouble long ago. How are you planning to do it? Break that guy's legs and tie up the girl and bring her back. Nonsense. What do you know? That guy is the most valuable one. Sis, you're not falling for that pretty boy, are you? Get lost. What do you know? We just got news from Tianhu Mall that guy is an intermediate alchemist with a pill pattern rate as high as 50%. Really, he definitely has special abilities. We have to take control of him, and if necessary, we can use force. But what if he refuses to refine pills no matter what? Then destroy him. We can't let him threaten the Zhu family. You bronze-level underlings can stop embarrassing yourselves. I'll handle this matter personally. What about those beauties? Don't worry. Bring the man back to me, and the women are yours. Zhu Hongyan didn't plan to lure him with benefits because her undercover agent knew that Bai Yi hadn't even accepted Dai Suya's 10 million base salary. Increasing the offer wouldn't help. Force was the most direct approach. The Zhu family's alchemists had always been captured and put to work this way, working every day without a salary, the cheapest option. Zhu Hongyan immediately sent out a silver-level beastmaster and 3 silver-level beast girls, secretly to capture them. She wouldn't do this kind of thing herself, for fear of affecting the Zhu family's reputation. Besides, dealing with a few black iron levels didn't require such a big show of force. At this moment, Bai Yi and the others still knew nothing and were still out shopping. Bai Yi was thinking that when he got back, he'd refine more pills, earn some pocket money, and improve his strength. Right now, the only way to get good beast soul beads was to buy them or enter Wuxing Mountain. A bronze-level spatial crystal alone cost 100 billion, and 1,000 intermediate energy stones also cost over 100 billion. Everything was money. Without working hard to earn money, it simply wouldn't be enough. The alchemy furnace Bai Yi had made himself had been used up in Kunlun after just 2 months and was left behind. This time he decided to buy a second-tier furnace with a slight flaw but good materials, cheap and still upgradable. Even so, it still cost 200 million. That broken furnace cost as much as all the clothes Nen Gongxue and the others bought put together. The furnace was thrown into Wuxing Mountain, where the little mouse worked every day to gather spiritual energy and strengthen it. Bai Yi led the group on shopping sprees. After buying food, drinks, and entertainment, they didn't get back until nearly midnight. On the way back to school, everyone huddled on Bai Yi as they flew on the Qian Shan Mu Shui sword. As they passed the silent park, Bai Yi received a choice. Choice 1. Successfully avoid the ambush and return to school safely. Reward. Agility plus 500. Choice 2. Avoid the ambush and counterkill. Reward. All attributes plus 500. Choice 3. Be captured and made into an alchemy slave. Reward. Constitution plus 500. Another ambush. They want to capture him and make him an alchemy slave. Bai Yi suspected it was Dai Suya, because only Tianhu Mall knew about his alchemy skills. But there was no time to think about that in detail. Feeling danger approaching, Bai Yi immediately ordered, Qianxue, reduce your weight. Yuner, teleport. The two carried it out at once, activating gravity reduction and teleportation simultaneously. A metal net fell from the sky and missed. In the darkness appeared a black 8-legged silhouette, a silver-level steel spider demon. Her steel spider web had no fire weakness. Once trapped, escape was nearly impossible. Bai Yi shouted a question, and out came 2 silver-level beast girls, Ghost-Faced Night Owl and Howling Moon Heavenly Wolf, both assassination experts. The 3 silver-level beast girls were also supported by a forest beast master, experienced and harder to deal with than Gao Malo. Bai Yi told Yuner to open a void wormhole, then gripped his sword and boosted his status before instantly charging into the wormhole and traversing through. Before the forest beast master could react, he was pierced through the chest by a sword and killed instantly. The silver armor with 5,000 defense was utterly useless before him. This left all 3 beast girls stunned and weakened. Bai Yi shouted for the wormhole to keep going, and Yuner opened it at an altitude of 1,000 meters. The ghost-faced night owl had no time to react and was stabbed through again by the sword. Bai Yi and the others didn't even look back, moving on to the next target, Steel Spider Demon. The Steel Spider Demon watched her teammate die with her own eyes and immediately went on guard. Bai Yi's team was blocked by the defensive skill Steel Body, completely unable to break through. Howling Moon Sky Wolf also lunged in, and Bai Yi and the others had to deal with 2 silver-rank beast girls at the same time. At the crucial moment, Cat God made a move and fought Howling Moon Sky Wolf without falling behind at all, even though the opponent was weakened. Yi Qingqing and Ding Yuner provided support, and the 4 of them besieged Steel Spider Demon, holding an absolute advantage. Steel Spider Demon's speed grew slower and slower, dragged down by spatial gravity and 10 times gravity, moving like slow motion. Bai Yi seized the opportunity and, in one breath, chopped off all 8 of her legs, turning Steel Spider Demon into a worm that could only wriggle. Yi Qingqing used Silence Bind to restrain her, directly rendering Steel Spider Demon unable to fight. On the other side, Cat God grew fiercer with every exchange and single-handedly defeated the weakened silver rank Howling Moon Sky Wolf. Yi Qingqing tossed out seeds to grow vines, binding the wolf as well. Just as Bai Yi was about to take the captives away, people from the Spirit-Suppressing Bureau rushed into the park, raised their guns, and shouted for everyone to go Benshun and surrender with their hands up. This kind of gun was a spirit-suppressing gun specially designed to counter beast girls. Anyone hit by it would turn back into an ordinary person. Bai Yi and the others could have beaten them easily, but the Spirit-Suppressing Bureau was not someone to offend, so they all obediently raised their hands. The Spirit Suppressors discovered they were high school students from Longda, and their attitude immediately softened. Even the move to put handcuffs on them was cancelled. Bai Yi proactively embellished what had just happened, making himself sound clever and capable while describing the other side as vicious and cruel. The Spirit Suppressors listened in stunned silence, but still decided to follow procedure and take them in for statements. Bai Yi raised his hand to call their homeroom teacher, only for AOZ to start scolding him as soon as the call connected. Bai Yi said he had been taken away by the Spirit Suppressing Bureau, and sure enough AOZ complained that on his very first day of school he'd already been picked up by the cops, then told Bai Yi to hand the phone to the Spirit Suppressor. Unexpectedly, AOZ and the Spirit Suppressor Wu Siyu were college classmates, and they even chatted about old times. After hearing AOZ's praise, Wu Siyu finally realized how strong Bai Yi was. But no matter what, the procedure still had to be followed. It was just that Wu Siyu's car could only seat 4 people, and there were 5 of them here. Overloading was not allowed. Just as Wu Siyu was getting worried, the beast girls beside her all vanished. They had all hung onto Bai Yi. The coordination was ridiculously perfect. On the way, Wu Siyu couldn't help asking, "Have you ever thought about taking me out too?" Bai Yi immediately denied it. "How could we? We're law-abiding citizens." Wu Siyu sneered, not believing him at all. Only then did she understand where that oppressive feeling from when she first arrived had come from. They weren't far from the Spirit-Suppressing Bureau and got there quickly. The colleague on duty at the entrance saw them and joked, "Xiao Wu, who did you catch this time? Some students sneaking out all night." Wu Siyu smiled faintly. "A murder case. 1 dead beastmaster, 3 dead beast girls, all silver rank." The guard was instantly stunned. Such a thing was rare, even in Longdu. He asked what the connection was, and Wu Siyu said directly, "The ones who killed them are these guys." The guard nearly fell out of his seat and immediately called the bureau chief. Wu Siyu led the group into a small meeting room. Not long after, AOZ arrived. Upon entering, she only gave Bai Yi a cold glare and sat down, saying nothing. The bodies were delivered one after another, and the duty bureau chief arrived as well. She had received news from the coroner. The 2 dead had been pierced through the heart by a single sword strike, clearly carrying Nangong Qianxu's aura. The captured ones were still bound by plants. Obviously, Yi Qingqing's technique. In other words, a few Black Iron rank students had taken down 4 silver rank assassins. The autopsy found that all 4 were dead soldiers, posing even greater danger than ordinary silver rank foes. Most importantly, they had also launched a sneak attack, yet the final result was that they still lost. Unbelievable. After the statements were recorded, the bureau chief only said that those people were dead soldiers and there was no way to get anything out of them, reminding everyone to stay safe. Bai Yi was unconvinced. "You can't ask them?" "I can't." He snapped his fingers, and 2 souls emerged. The bureau chief recognized at a glance that they were the 2 dead beastmasters and beast girls, and couldn't help but praise him, though she still said that dead soldiers' souls were especially stubborn. Bai Yi snapped his fingers again, and a succubus soul appeared. Shockingly, it was at the gold rank and still possessed consciousness. The bureau chief was instantly stunned. What kind of students does Long University even have? AOZ nodded. Maybe this will be commonplace from now on. The bureau chief forced a dry laugh, his mind full of memories. At that moment, the succubus soul had just tried to resist, but when it saw that there was a gold rank beast girl and a platinum rank beast girl around, it immediately wilted and obediently asked Bai Yi, "Master, do you need something?" Bai Yi had the succubus charm those 2 souls. "I want to ask a few things." The succubus complied honestly. She specialized in this sort of thing, and with one wave of her hand, the souls were captivated. The souls all obeyed the succubus's command. The on-duty bureau chief's eyes lit up. If they had a succubus like this, interrogations would be so much easier. Any soul that was charmed would spill everything. The answer Bai Yi got shocked him. The Zhu family was behind it. The jealousy over a love triangle was only a front. Their true goal was Bai Ye's alchemy skills, and they wanted to capture him as an alchemy slave. Over the years, the Zhu family had relied on abducting alchemy servants to secure their position as Longdu's #1 pharmaceutical enterprise. This result deeply shocked the bureau chief. He had thought the death of a silver-rank powerhouse was already a major case, but he never expected it to be tied to multiple missing alchemists as well. There were more than 10 cases registered with the Spirit Suppression Bureau alone, and the same was true nationwide. The investigations had never turned up anything, and no one had guessed it was the Zhu family. For an incident this big, the on-duty bureau chief couldn't make the call himself. They had to wait for the bureau chief to arrive. They couldn't wait, so they immediately called people in through the night. Soon, the Longdu Spirit Suppression Bureau chief, Xie, personally rushed over. She was a diamond-rank beast girl. In this world, beast girls held the highest status, and most of the major positions were occupied by women. Upon seeing Bai Yi, Xie's first words were, "So you're Bai Yi." Bai Yi was speechless. He was just a model student. So why did he attract attention everywhere he went? Xie then said, "Mingzhu only told me to keep an eye on you today." "What? You couldn't even wait half a day?" Bai Yi waved his phone. "It's already past midnight. It's the next day." Xie laughed and called Bai Yi mischievous. "We've long suspected the Zhu family in the missing alchemist case. Unfortunately, we have no evidence. Testimonies obtained through soul-searching techniques like charm and spirit interrogation can't be used as evidence. You can't possibly have the succubus make the soul give false testimony, can you?" Being called out by name, the succubus shrank her head, not expecting to run into so many big shots. She had originally thought she might get a chance to escape, but now that she saw how quickly this beast tamer was growing at such a young age, she decided it was better to behave and not act up, or else her soul might be shattered. Bai Yi could understand Xie's words, but he was still unwilling to give up. Is there really no way to investigate? Xie sighed and said they could investigate, but the Zhu family had definitely already transferred everything out in advance. Just as Xie had expected, Zhu Hongliang was in disbelief after learning the operation had failed. Several silver-rank powerhouses had actually failed to deal with the newcomer. Zhu Hongyan reacted even faster, realizing disaster was at hand. If the Spirit Suppression Bureau found out, the Zhu family would be finished. Zhu Hongyan directly dragged Zhu Hongliang home to report the matter. Zhu Hongliang still held on to a shred of luck, but he was slapped flying in one blow. Zhu Hongyan said anxiously, "The Zhu family is about to be finished, and you're still being stupid." The two of them rushed back home, and the Spirit Suppression Bureau people followed closely behind to search the place. But the Zhu family had already prepared for this. The factory had been moved, and the search turned up nothing. Xie also told Bai Yi and the others about the search results. As expected, the so-called factory was mostly hidden inside a portable exotic beast space. Once discovered, it could simply be thrown into a dimensional space, making it impossible to catch them. Just as everyone was at a loss, Bai Yi suddenly received a system option. Option 1. Let it go and swallow this loss. Reward: Constitution plus 100. Bai Yi wasn't going to swallow a bitter loss, but forcing his way directly into the Zhu family was unrealistic. The Zhu family was one of the 4 great families of Longdu, and it had gold-rank powerhouses. So he chose the third path: bring down the Zhu family within a month. A cold glint flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. He refused to accept being threatened. "Since you can't do it, I'll do it." Xie immediately warned him not to act rashly. The Zhu family was not someone he could afford to provoke. Bai Yi said he had things under control, then went back with AOZ to rest. The next day, when he got to school, it was still dark. Bai Yi used the excuse that he already knew everything and didn't need to attend class. After resting a bit, he went alone to the Tianhu Mall to buy supplies, and AOZ, worried about him, followed along. At Tianhu Mall, Bai Yi showed them what he was capable of. He placed a direct order for 20 billion worth of spirit herbs. Even AOZ had never seen such a huge transaction. The money from yesterday had all come from Bai Yi's own savings, and this 20 billion was pure expenditure. Tianhu Mall agreed to have everything ready within 5 days. Bai Yi still wasn't satisfied, so he used himself as collateral and took out a 10 billion loan. If he couldn't pay it back, he would become their lifelong exclusive alchemist. Dai Xiao agreed on the spot and said they would accept all the pills he refined. AOZ roughly guessed what Bai Yi was thinking, but he was still doubtful. Could Bai Yi really bring down the Zhu family? Unless he had a core competitive edge. Bai Yi actually had plenty of cards to play. He was proficient in all pill formulas below Tier 2, had an extremely high pill pattern success rate, a 50% higher pill refinement success rate than others, plus Mouse Bro's Samadhi True Fire and the enhanced pill furnace. One furnace of pills for him was equivalent to 2 to 3 times the profit of others, with costs several times lower, more than enough to crush his opponents. Tier 2 pills were the mainstay of Black Iron level Beastmasters, and they happened to compete head-on with the sub-Tier 3 pills the Zhu family specialized in. Bai Yi secluded himself to refine pills, and Yi Qingqing would occasionally come by to help purify spirit herbs and support Mouse Bro. When Mouse Bro got tired, he would level up and vow to persevere to the end. Within 10 days, Bai Yi turned all 30 billion worth of spirit herbs into pills, and Tianhu Mall assessed their value at 150 billion. An ordinary alchemist could only turn 30 billion worth of spirit herbs into 50 billion worth of pills, but Bai Yi was 3 times better than others. In terms of profit, that was a straight 6-fold advantage. A tier 2 pill sold for 100,000 each, and Bai Yi could still make money even if he sold at 20% off. An ordinary alchemist would go bankrupt even at a 40% discount. With this absolute advantage, Bai Yi completely crushed the Zhu family. With the price gap in place, the Zhu family could be killed off at any moment. As soon as the Zhu family heard the news, they panicked. If the market was full of cheap tier 2 pills, their stock would be left on their hands. Without tier 2 pills as their main source of income, the Zhu family was doomed. The Zhu family hurriedly used all kinds of connections to put pressure on Tianhu Mall, forbidding them from selling raw materials to Bai Yi any longer and directly setting up trade barriers. The Zhu family was an established power rooted in Longdu, while Tianhu Mall was an outsider and dared not clash with them head-on. But Bai Yi simply raised the purchase price by 50%, and immediately a crowd of people rushed to sell him raw materials, Tianhu Mall included. The Zhu family could only restrict Tianhu Mall, but they couldn't stop others from selling. It was like a major power restricting oil trade, while its underlings publicly supported it, but secretly resold supplies on the side to make the price difference. Things like that simply couldn't be stopped. On the other hand, Bai Yi had the Nangong family open 100 pharmacies in Longdu all at once, with all pills sold at 20% off. At such a price, the Zhu family didn't dare match it, and couldn't afford to. Doing so would only mean losses. With raw materials locked up at high prices, the pills couldn't be sold, and the Zhu family was immediately choked off. The only thing that could still sustain them was tier 3 pills, but by then Bai Yi had become a senior alchemist through large-scale pill refinement, spent 1 billion to buy a high-quality tier 3 furnace, and started refining tier 3 pills as well, selling them at the same 20% discount. That way, there was hardly any profit left once the pills were transported to other cities, so no one would resell them. The prices were set right at the Zhu family's cost, and even their tier 3 pills couldn't sell. In Longdu now, not even tier 1 pills were selling. 90% of the Zhu family's profits came from tier 2 and tier 3 pills, and now everything had collapsed across the board. If it were only for a day or two, they could still endure it, but Bai Yi had dumped thousands of billions worth of pills all at once, enough to supply Longdu for a month, and he had made it clear that everything would remain at 20% off going forward. If the Zhu family wanted to recover, they would have to sell at even lower prices, but that would mean selling at an immediate loss. Bai Yi could still keep lowering prices. He could afford to play this game, but the Zhu family couldn't, and they were completely trapped. In the Zhu family estate, the head of the family, Zhu Yuanying, had been cursing for 2 straight hours, while Zhu Hongyan and her brother knelt on the ground. Idiots. You didn't even bother to investigate the other party's identity. An SSS rank beastmaster, and a student at Longdu University. How dare you provoke him? Now the entire Zhu family is finished. The angrier Zhu Yuanying got, the harder he kicked the siblings flying. Zhu Hongyan, with her stronger constitution, was still somewhat alright, but Zhu Hongliang directly spat out blood and broke bones. That showed just how much force Zhu Yuanying had unleashed. Zhu Hongyan asked, "Dad, what should we do next? If you can't solve the problem, then you can only solve the person who created it." Zhu Yuanying said coldly. But Bai Yi has been at Longdu University the whole time, with both his homeroom teacher and the principal by his side. There's no way to make a move. If he won't come out, then find a way to lure him out. A ruthless look appeared on Zhu Yuanying's face. He already had a plan in mind. During this time, Bai Yi shut himself away to refine pills and basically stayed on 5 Elements Mountain. Yi Qingqing came by to help when she had time, and when Lin Ming and the others had no classes, they went out to wander and eat. Ding Yuner had even rounded out a lot and looked much more mature, no longer like a high school student. On Saturday night, after the 3 of them finished exploring the snack street, they packed up a lot of food and headed back toward the school. Suddenly, several tentacles shot out from a van by the roadside and wrapped them up, dragging them inside. No matter how they struggled, it was useless. Even their skills and voices were sealed, completely suppressed. The one who made the move was probably a golden rank beast girl. Yet she was still this cautious when dealing with just a few black iron rank opponents. Snacks scattered all over the ground, and the 3 of them vanished like that, with the people on the road not noticing anything at all. The action was extremely clean and decisive. At Longdu University, when Bai Yi finally came out after finishing his busy day, it was already dark. He asked Yi Qingqing, "Xiao Ming and the others still haven't come back?" Yi Qingqing replied while reading, "Nope. They just contacted us and told us not to cook. They're bringing food." Bai Yi felt a little uneasy. Suddenly, The doorbell rang. Thinking Lin Meng and the others had returned, he went to open the door, only to find an unfamiliar girl. The girl said her name was Tan Xin from class 11. Someone had asked her to bring a letter to Bai Yi, and she even said she didn't accept the reward. Tan Xin handed over the letter and looked at Bai Yi hopefully. Bai Yi thought it might be a love letter. But when he took the letter, he felt a strange fluctuation that echoed the unease in his heart, so he accepted it. After Tan Xin left, Bai Yi was opening the letter when Yi Qingqing came out to look, her face full of confusion. Inside the envelope wasn't a letter, but a paper cutout. Once unfolded, the paper cutout turned into a hideous phantom, giving Bai Yi a tremendous sense of danger. The phantom suddenly spoke. If you want to save your 3 companions, then behave yourselves. Bai Yi understood where the unease in his heart came from. Something had happened to Lin Meng and the other 2, not to him. Yi Qingqing hurried to call them, but all 3 phones were switched off. Bai Yi said softly, "People from the Zhu family?" The phantom answered coldly, "You don't need to worry about that. Just listen to me. First, you're not allowed to report this to the Spirit Suppression Bureau, and you're not allowed to tell the principal or teachers, or I'll kill them immediately." Today happened to be the staff meeting, so all the important teachers were away. Bai Yi nodded. The phantom continued. Second, don't resist. Let me seal your dimensional space. The 5 elements spirit plate and the soul nurturing bowl are not to be touched. The other side had clearly figured everything out. Bai Yi could only put the soul nurturing bowl back into his dimensional space, then take out a peach and eat it to increase his strength. Rat Little Brother also came out with him. The movement skill was extremely discreet. Ordinary people would have a hard time noticing it. What's more, the other side was only a phantom clone. As for Rat Little Brother now, he was a Black Iron Peak King rank beast, and his strength was no weaker than Bai Yi's. He could still help at critical moments. At this moment, when the phantom saw Bai Yi suddenly take out a peach and start biting into it, he found it odd but said nothing, and continued with the 3rd condition. In 1 hour, go to Yinshan in the north of the city. I'll guide you. He added, put this beast girl into 5 Elements Mountain, and I'll seal her as well. He was referring to Yi Qingqing, because she had heard the secret and could not be left alive. Bai Yi could only do as told, letting the phantom seal his dimensional space. After eating the peach, his 1000 transformation skill leveled up. Not only could he transform himself and beast girls, he could also transform others, as long as the other party was willing or unconscious. After everything was handled, the phantom became almost transparent and forcefully attached itself to Bai Yi's divine soul, becoming even more concealed. Then Bai Yi followed the phantom's guidance and hurried out of the city. The phantom was cautious and wouldn't let him use the radiant mirage wings, saying they were too eye-catching. Bai Yi could only run. Longdu had terrible traffic jams. Even ordinary people running could catch up to cars, let alone him with his high agility. In less than an hour, Bai Yi arrived at Yinshan, then suddenly blacked out and fell unconscious. When Bai Yi woke up, he found himself in a dimensional beast space. It was very hot all around. He was in a volcano. Beside the crater were rows of alchemy furnaces, and every furnace had an alchemist sitting by it, drenched in sweat and wearing a numb expression. There were probably 40 or 50 of them. Bai Yi thought of the Zhu family kidnapping alchemists to make them slaves. The situation was far more serious than the Longdu Town Spirit Bureau had imagined. You weren't arrogant before? Didn't you want to wipe out our Zhu family? Now, you can be an alchemy slave. The icy voice belonged to Zhu Hongyan, a silver rank beast girl. Bai Yi looked at her coldly. Bring my friends over. Otherwise, I'd rather die than refine pills. Zhu Hongyan's face flushed red as she reached out to grab Bai Yi, but Zhu Yuanying stopped her with a shout. Yinzi, enough. Alchemy makes money, billions in profit every hour. Don't waste time. Zhu Hongyan had no choice but to let go. Zhu Yuanying didn't waste any more words either. He called over an octopus beast girl, who brought the bound Lin Meng and the other 2. Bai Yi was only allowed to confirm they were still alive before they were taken away again. Now you can properly refine pills, right? Zhu Yuanying only cared about making money and demanded that Bai Yi refine pills for 20 hours a day, squeezing him to the limit. The alchemists around him were equally exhausted and numb. Bai Yi had nothing to say and could only comply, sitting down and continuing to refine pills. At the same time, at Longdu University, AOZ finished her meeting and returned to the dorm, but she didn't see Bai Yi or the other 4. She thought they had gone shopping. She didn't take it to heart. But by the time midnight passed and no one had returned, AOZ had no choice but to call Bai Yi, only to get no answer. She called the other 4 as well, but still no one picked up. AOZ immediately sensed something was wrong and hurried to check the surveillance footage, only to find Bai Yi suddenly sprinting out of the city. He looked extremely anxious and wasn't even using flight, which clearly meant something was off. AOZ immediately thought of the missing alchemist case and contacted her classmate Wu Siyu overnight. and through her got in touch with the town spirit bureau director, Xie. Though Xie complained about Bai Yi causing trouble, she acted without hesitation and immediately mobilized most of the town spirit bureau to search for Bai Yi. Not only because Bai Yi was important, but also because the Zhu family had acted too hastily and left behind many clues. This time, they had a chance to crack the case. But before the spirit officers could even be deployed, Longdu had already fallen into chaos. Beast girl assault cases were breaking out everywhere, and the weakest among them were at the bronze rank, which ordinary people simply couldn't handle. The town spirit bureau's phones were being bombarded nonstop. Xie had no choice but to send out all the spirit officers to deal with the emergency, which left no one available to continue investigating the clues. By the time they were free to search again, all traces had basically been erased. AOZ was so furious she nearly stormed the Zhu family herself, but Xie stopped her. She knew how cunning the Zhu family was. Rushing over without evidence would only be a waste of effort and would even allow them to turn the tables. Everyone could only keep looking for clues. Inside the alchemy factory, Bai Yi was forced to refine pills for 20 straight hours until he was nearly exhausted. Only then did the Zhu family let him rest. But just as he lay down, he was dragged back up, not to refine pills this time, but to be humiliated. It was Zhu Hongliang, the Zhu family's young master, who had sneaked in while Zhu Yuanying was asleep. Not only did he want to bully Lin Meng and the others, he also wanted to record a video in front of Bai Yi to humiliate him. Zhu Hongliang had his beast girls bring Bai Yi over and mocked him arrogantly. As a bronze rank beast master with 3 bronze rank beast girls by his side, he thought Bai Yi had no way to resist. But just as Zhu Hongliang was about to act, 2 muffled thuds suddenly sounded behind him. He turned around and saw the 2 beast girls holding down Bai Yi collapse to the ground. He was stunned. Bai Yi was clearly only at black iron rank. How could he possibly counterkill bronze rank beast girls? What he didn't know was that Bai Yi's attributes were even stronger than those of ordinary bronze rank beast girls, so a successful ambush wasn't strange at all. He wanted his last core beast girl to act, but that beast girl was suddenly bitten on the neck by a giant rat. Zhu Hongliang was completely dumbfounded. Bai Yi showed no mercy and turned his hand into a blade, directly cutting Zhu Hongliang's throat. Everything ended quickly, and no one had time to cry out. Lin Meng and the other 2 were terrified stiff. Only after realizing they had been saved did they finally burst into tears, but they still couldn't speak. They must have been silenced. Bai Yi wanted to purify them, but Nangong Xueqian kept shaking her head desperately, then quickly wrote on the ground, "Don't purify us. It will alert the golden beast girl." Only then did Bai Yi realize that the one who had kidnapped Lin Meng was actually a gold rank beast girl. The Zhu family had deployed 2 gold rank beings against their black iron rank freshmen. They were taking this far too seriously. At a time like this, they had to be extremely careful and absolutely not reveal themselves. Otherwise, once they were discovered, there would be no way out. No matter how much the Zhu family caused trouble, they still couldn't take on a gold rank beast girl. For the sake of caution, Bai Yi directly used an enhanced version of the 1000 form skill to swap identities with these 4 people on the ground. He needed to buy as much time as possible, preferably until reinforcements arrived and the Zhu family could be wiped out in one fell swoop. As soon as he walked out of the prison, he ran into 2 guards chatting. They were still mocking Zhu Hongliang for being too fast, so it seemed this had already become common knowledge. Bai Yi thought it had nothing to do with him and kept walking out swaggeringly. Then someone called out to him, "Young Master Zhu." Only after hearing it twice did Bai Yi realize they were calling him. He thought his cover had been blown, but that wasn't the case. He had just taken the wrong path and was heading farther inside. The guard reminded him that there were bronze rank exotic beasts ahead and wouldn't let him go any deeper. Bai Yi played dumb and said, "Not playing anymore, going home." Pretending to listen, he turned around and left. The guard sighed that young Master Zhu has really become obedient, but didn't think much more of it. After getting out smoothly this time, Bai Yi finally let out a breath of relief. They had come out through an exotic beast space disguised as a wooden door, only to discover that it was actually inside Longdu City, in an ordinary residential house. The Zhu family was really bold, and the security outside was especially tight. There was a gold rank beast girl outside. She looked like the true form of that shadowy projection. Bai Yi was nervous and could only force himself to keep acting. Just as he was about to slip away, the gold rank beast girl called out, "Wait." Bai Yi responded arrogantly as if nothing was wrong. She told him to call her Aunt Zhang, and he casually called out once, then tried to leave again, only to be stopped once more. She urged him to take the secret passage and personally activated the mechanism, revealing the staircase to the hidden tunnel. Bai Yi complained verbally, but still obediently headed into the secret passage. Aunt Zhang cursed a lot, but she doted on Bai Yi, and he didn't think much of it, hurrying off. The guards along the way were tight, and only at the end did he come out from the underground garage of Lungdu Mall, blend into the crowd, and finally make it to safety. Only then did Bai Yi and his teammates finally breathe a sigh of relief. They hurried into a private room at the restaurant and called AOZ, telling her to rush over immediately. They had to counterattack as soon as possible and couldn't delay any longer. Meanwhile, the people at the alchemy factory had already discovered that the 4 people on the ground were no longer breathing. The situation had blown up, and no one dared report it. This just happened to buy Bai Yi and the others more time. Soon, AOZ arrived at the restaurant. Wu Xiyu was a gold-ranked teacher at Long University. She had been following AOZ for the past 24 hours, afraid that AOZ would act impulsively and cause trouble, never leaving her side. Afraid that Wu Xiyu might not be able to keep AOZ under control, AO Mingzhu had specially sent another gold-ranked teacher to keep watch as well. The principal had already learned that Bai Yi and the others were missing and mobilized the entire school's resources to find them. Not just because of Bai Yi, but because the principal had said that the school was the support behind every student. Now, with 3 powerful beast girls appearing, Bai Yi decided to make his move. He transformed into Zhu Hongliang, while AOZ and the others became newly minted bronze-rank beast girls. There was no need to keep hiding anymore. AOZ fully released her seals and prepared for battle. As expected, the moment the seals were lifted, the 2 gold-rank beast girls on the other side sensed it immediately. The seals have been lifted? The shadow beast girl rushed into the alchemy factory and found that Bai Ye's 4 had all died. She trembled with rage. After going to so much effort to capture them, something had gone wrong within just 24 hours. The guards were completely useless. It was young master Zhu Hongliang. The security guard explained fearfully. Only then did she remember that Zhu Hongliang and several beast girls had indeed come by. She had thought he was there for something else. The shadow beast girl very much wanted to teach Zhu Hongliang a lesson and even wanted to strike him. But she hesitated. Just as she was thinking about how to help Zhu Hongliang escape, AOZ suddenly acted, sending down purple lightning that paralyzed her. Wu Xiyu immediately put on the spirit-suppressing handcuffs, clean and efficient. AOZ praised him. Your transformation skill is really useful. Everyone returned to their original forms. The phantom beast girl was still worried about Zhu Hongliang. What about Xiaoyang? Bai Yi gossiped. Tell me what your relationship is, and I'll tell you what happened to Zhu Hongliang. Just as the phantom beast girl was about to speak, she suddenly understood. Those 4 at the alchemy factory. Are they Xiaoyang and the others? She broke down emotionally. Bai Yi, give me back my son. Give me back my lover. The scene was once extremely awkward. AOZ urged, stop dawdling. If the Zhu family drags this out any longer, they'll destroy the evidence. Bai Yi hurriedly opened the door, took out the soul-nourishing bowl, and sent his spiritual power surging into the doorway. Sure enough, there was a soul imprint inside the door. It was Zhu Yuaning, the opponent Bai Yi had been fighting all along. Zhu Yuaning recognized him and was extremely shocked. Bai Yi teased, guess how I got in? In. Zhu Yuaning sneered, activated the soul imprint, and tried to trap Bai Yi, planning to come personally and capture him. However, Bai Yi was utterly fearless. Experienced as he wasn't afraid. He drew a massive amount of soul power from the soul-nourishing bowl, transforming it into a blazing sun that scorched Zhu Yuaning's soul imprint. Then the soul power turned into a giant hand and snatched Zhu Yuaning's soul imprint away. That familiar routine was invincible against soul imprints. Once the soul imprint entered the soul-nourishing bowl, it was instantly controlled by the succubus, with no resistance at all. Bai Yi smoothly put away the alchemy factory. He peeled away the wood grain decoration, revealing a scarlet volcanic gate. The volcanic gate was a bronze-grade exotic beast space, containing 49 erupting volcanoes. It was suitable for artifact refining and alchemy, and also home to many fire tribute exotic beasts. Just as Bai Yi was studying the volcanic gate, for gold-grade beast girls and 1 gold-grade beast master, Zhu Yuaning suddenly arrived. Zhu Yuaning came in full force, with a massive display of power. Even AOZ and the others changed expression. Wu Xiyu showed her identity as a Spirit Suppression Bureau member and advised Zhu Yuaning to surrender. Zhu Yuaning refused to believe it, his face twisted viciously. He immediately ordered an attack, intent on taking back the alchemy factory at all costs and refusing to let it fall into the Spirit Suppression Bureau's hands. Otherwise, the Zhu family would be ruined. In comparison, Zhu Yuaning felt that even if killing someone from the Spirit Suppression Bureau came at a price, the Zhu family could still barely survive. AOZ tried to intimidate Zhu Yuaning with the name of Longdu University, but he was already insane and didn't care at all, insisting on taking the factory back. Battle erupted. Zhu Yuaning's 4 S-rank gold-grade beast girls were on par with AOZ, and with his support, their power multiplied. A casual strike destroyed an entire residential building, their aura overwhelming the sky. AOZ and the others were instantly defeated and suppressed. Bai Yi had no way of fighting back against the gold-grade beast girls, and it looked as if he was about to be captured. At that moment, Xie appeared. She didn't need to transform. With just a gentle point, the gold-grade beast girls immediately canceled their transformations and were trapped in place, unable to move. Her aura was invincible. This was the true top-tier power of Longdu. Zhu Yuaning despaired. How could he possibly lose to a black iron-grade freshman? After dealing with Zhu Yuaning, Xie sent out her hand toward Bai Yi. The alchemy factory space. Bai Yi was wary. Mine, Xie said calmly. This is stolen property. It has to be handed over to the Spirit Suppression Bureau for safekeeping. That was the rule. Everything confiscated belonged to the Spirit Suppression Bureau, and whoever grabbed it didn't get to keep it. Bai Yi firmly refused. Impossible. A bronze-grade portable exotic beast space was extremely valuable. He would never let go of it. Xie was helpless. Then there's only one way. Bai Yi asked what? Xie said. You join the Longdu Spirit Suppression Bureau, and then you can temporarily manage the alchemy factory space. That was her real purpose. Everyone was shocked, and Wu Xiyu felt even more aggrieved. Back then, she had only entered the Spirit Suppression Bureau with top 10 strength. Yet Bai Yi was just a black iron-grade freshman. Why should he? And they even wanted to specially approve confiscated items for him to handle? What was even more infuriating was that Bai Yi still looked down on it. I still have to go to school. I don't have time to work. Wu Xiyu was so angry she wanted to hit someone. This was the Longdu Spirit Suppress. Shaun Bureau. How many people dreamed of getting in? Don't worry, it's just a special post. You usually don't need to sit in the office. You only take missions occasionally, Xie persuaded. Bai Yi still shook his head, very resistant. 1 million a month. Xie offered another condition, and Bai Yi's eyes lit up. What about my friends? They can all be officially employed too, 1 million each. Bai Yi was finally tempted. This salary was too good to pass up, and he didn't even have to work. A sure win. Okay, Bai Yi agreed. Xie directly pulled out 5 sets of law enforcement credentials, with the photos already attached. She had prepared them long ago. Bai Yi looked at the credentials and grew more and more excited. With this, I can arrest people? Yes, but you need evidence. You can't wrongly accuse people. Then what about my spirit-suppressing spear? Special positions don't come with firearms. Then surely there's a spirit-suppressing handcuffs, right? Xie helplessly took out a few pairs of handcuffs and tossed them to him. Bai Yi happily started playing with them, wanting to cuff other people, but nobody cooperated, so he had no choice but to cuff himself. Once the handcuffs were locked, he couldn't use his skills, and he couldn't open his dimensional space either. How amazing. But then he threw the key into his dimensional space too, and couldn't take it back out. Awkward. Sis Xie, help me open them. Bai Yi want to find Xie. Xie's face darkened. I already gave you the spare key. Bai Yi was dumbfounded. Then can we smash them open? Xie said irritably. Do you think that's possible? You have to call me director. If the spirit-suppressing handcuffs could be smashed open, what would I be suppressing? Bai Yi was utterly desperate. Could he really keep wearing handcuffs forever? His friend was still in 5 Elements Mountain, and the alchemy slaves were still in his space. If he couldn't get the key out, everything would be ruined. Seeing his frustrated expression, Xie finally laughed. The bureau has a spare key. We'll deal with it after we get back. At that moment, a group of spirit suppressors rushed up and shoved everyone wearing handcuffs into the vehicle, including Bai Yi. Hey, I'm special duty personnel, a colleague. Don't arrest the wrong person. Bai Yi shouted, but no one paid him any mind. He was directly stuffed into a specially made van, with wire mesh everywhere inside and out. Director Xie, Teacher Ao, Sister Xiu, say something, will you? The few of them just snickered and ignored him. Bai Yi got into the car, and across from him, Zhu Yuaning and the others sat in an awkward atmosphere. Although their skills had been sealed, they were still very strong, and the moment they saw Bai Yi, they wanted to rush over and tear him apart. Luckily, Little Mouse stepped in and blocked them for Bai Yi. This king-level rat was tougher than anyone else, and it even had the 3 Pure One's true fire. As soon as it took action, the scene turned chaotic, with the carriage filled with the smell of roasted meat and burning char. Everything outside the car was completely cut off, and the driver didn't feel a thing. It was practically like raising goo. Who knew whether Xie was trying to teach Bai Yi a lesson? She didn't seem afraid of making something big happen. When they finally got to the bureau, the 6 of them and 1 beast were all sprawled out in the carriage, each one looking more miserable than the last. They were as dark as if they'd just come back from working in Black Continent. Bai Yi had been thoroughly beaten up, his face swollen and bruised. Rat Jr. had taken a lot of the hits for him and was swollen all over. Xie kept cursing the driver while calling for backup, but the smile in her eyes was impossible to hide. It was obviously intentional. Once the spirit-suppressing handcuffs were finally opened, Bai Yi completely broke down and didn't want to stay even one more second. He stripped the alchemy slaves and the guards of their money, then went straight back to school, wanting nothing more than to get away from this heartbroken place. With the evidence conclusive, the spirit-suppressing bureau no longer held back and went straight for the Zhu family. One of Longdu's 4 great families, with assets worth hundreds of billions, collapsed in an instant, all because it had offended a black iron-level beastmaster. The whole of Longdu was shocked, and the major families hurried to warn their juniors. Absolutely, do not provoke Bai Yi. Among the 4 young masters of Longdu, especially Wang Tianhao, he was even confined at home by his family and not allowed to go to school, miserable beyond words. In fact, Wang Tianhao had already been scared out of his wits by Bai Yi at Shiyuan Giant Mountain, but he still couldn't avoid it. At this point, Bai Yi had no mind to stir up trouble anymore and focused entirely on making money. With a place like the Volcano Gate, a holy land for alchemy, there was no reason not to use it. After a month of secluded alchemy, especially after being taken away to serve as an alchemy slave and forced to work continuously for 20 hours, Bai Yi was completely fed up with alchemy. He understood that if you couldn't lead a team, you'd only exhaust yourself to death. So Bai Yi went to the market and recruited a large number of alchemists to move into the Volcano Gate and refine pills every day. He personally served as their mentor, and with his techniques fully boosted by the system, he was better than anyone else. No one could match him below the 3rd rank. The alchemists improved rapidly, and Rat Jr. even reinforced all the alchemy furnaces, greatly reducing costs. The pills were sold at 20% off the original price, yet the profits were still substantial. Bai Yi's team's pills became a huge hit in Longdu, and the business expanded nationwide, with earnings soaring. At last, he no longer had to worry about money. As soon as the first month's salary arrived, Bai Yi received his first mission, a black iron-level beast space riot. A king-level beast rebelled and let a beast tied to break through the beast-suppressing army camp, causing the black iron space to be lost. That beast could even set ambushes. Anyone who went in would be swarmed, and even silver-level beast girls couldn't hold out. With no other choice, the spirit-suppressing bureau had to step in, and Xieji immediately thought of Bai Yi. This mission was perfect for him. Bai Yi was happy too. It had been so long since he'd entered a beast space. This was the perfect chance to train. He and his teammates were all on the blacklist, so they usually couldn't even get into practical classes, which had been stifling them badly. Hearing about the new mission, the whole team got excited and rushed to the north of the city at once. The riotous beast space was called Dragon Snake Valley, where the mountain ranges lay coiled like giant serpents. The cause was a lord-level giant rock snake breaking through to king-level, Tongue Snake King. Bai Yi already possessed the aura of a divine dragon and could ride the clouds and mists, flying into the sky. According to legend, a silver-level beast girl went in to investigate, only to be eaten by Tongue Snake King. Even a silver-level one was eaten, which showed just how powerful it was. But Bai Yi and the others weren't worried at all, and Xieji and the others also trusted Bai Yi. The entrance to Dragon Snake Valley was in Yin Mountain. By the time Bai Yi and the other 5 arrived, the small town had already become ruins. It looked like the beast horde had broken out, and the situation was even worse than they had imagined. The beast-suppressing army was stationed on the ruins, led by the silver-level beastmaster Li Jun, along with 3 silver-level beast girls. The dead beast girl had been his teammate. Li Jun was very anxious. The beast-suppressing army was short-handed and could only ask the spirit-suppressing bureau in Longdu for help. After waiting for quite a while, he finally saw reinforcements arriving, only to find that they were just a few young people. After checking several times, he confirmed that these newcomers were indeed black iron level, and that they were freshmen at Longdu University this year. Li Jun said impatiently, "This area is sealed off. Don't come here looking for excitement. Go somewhere else to hunt beast cores." Bai Yi took out his ID and, copying Wu Siyu's tone, said, "Spirit-suppressing bureau business." Li Jun froze. Black iron freshmen were the reinforcements? What a joke. This was Longdu. Black iron-level beastmasters weren't even qualified to enter the spirit-suppressing bureau. These students had the guts to lie to the beast-suppressing army. Li Jun was about to teach them a lesson, but he still took the ID and checked it. The information was correct. There really was a man named Bai Yi, a special post-town spirit officer, but he was only a temporary worker. Li Jun was furious and felt insulted. It wasn't that the town beast army had no one. It was just that the fighting in the north was too intense, and they really couldn't spare anyone. But how could they let a temporary worker count as reinforcements? Li Jun didn't want to deal with these people and directly called Xieji. "Director Xie, are you insulting me?" Xieji asked calmly. "Didn't the reinforcements arrive?" Holding back his anger, Li Jun said, "It's just these few black iron level freshmen, and they're temporary workers." Xieji explained, They're not temporary workers. They're special post town spirit officers, with the same beer as trainee officers. Li Jun refused to accept it. The point isn't the beer, it's that their rank is too low. My silver-level beast girl has already died, and you're still sending black iron freshmen. Are you messing with me? Xie said with a smile. Shaoli, check that person's information carefully, and you'll understand. Actually, the two were old acquaintances. Li Jun had once worked under Xie, which was why he had come to her for help this time. Normally, the Town Spirit Bureau and the Town Beast Army each managed their own affairs and had very little contact. After confirming that they really were sent by Xie, Li Jun reluctantly hung up and started looking up Bai Ye's information. But no matter how he looked at it, Bai Ye was just a black iron level freshman. Li Jun suddenly saw a system warning. This person is prohibited from entering the beast realm space. Only then did he notice the red text and wondered what it meant. He had never heard of Bai Ye's name, so he couldn't help clicking on the warning for details. Bai Ye, SSS-level Beast Master, nicknamed Destroyer of Beast Realm Space. Any Beast Realm space he has entered has been ruined. He is listed on the S-level blacklist and is permanently banned from entry. Li Jun was stunned, thinking that an SSS-level Beast Master was one thing, but this nickname was way too outrageous. Could a black iron level newcomer really have that kind of ability? Bai Ye was also curious about what the information said, so he leaned over to take a look and immediately exploded with anger. Permanently banned from entering the Beast Realm space? Isn't this just stripping me of my political rights? What did I do wrong to deserve that? Seeing that he still didn't believe it, Li Jun confirmed again. You really want to go in? Definitely. Everyone answered in unison. Li Jun was still uneasy and advised. It's very dangerous inside. More than 10,000 black iron level beasts are gathered at the entrance. A silver level beast girl of mine and an elite squad just died in there. You still want to go in? Definitely. Definitely. Everyone was already getting annoyed. Li Jun still worried and asked one last time. Are you really sure? He was only doing his duty and was afraid something would happen. Bai Ye and the others could wait no longer and urged him. All right, don't worry. Nothing will happen. Upon hearing there were tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, Bai Ye was even more excited, practically drooling. With so many beast soul pearls, who's afraid of who? The others were equally thrilled, and it looked like everyone might break through. Li Jun was speechless. It was this dangerous, yet not only were they not afraid, they were excited too. Were they really that capable? In any case, he had already warned them 3 times, so he had done his duty. Moreover, this had been arranged by Director Xie, so he could only step aside. Please. Ha ha, Beast Space, here we come. A group of people ran enthusiastically toward Dragon Snake Valley, as if going on a picnic. Though excited, everyone still maintained basic vigilance. Bai Ye summoned the 5 Elements Mountain, and tens of thousands of stone statue puppets appeared one after another, all stored in the dormitory and the small world space. This was also Cat God's limit. Li Jun was dumbfounded. This was an army of one. His beast-suppressing army only had a few hundred men and couldn't compare at all. No wonder the director believed them. They really were extraordinary. The stone statue army surged into Dragon Snake Valley like a tide, fearlessly charging forward and quickly clearing out an area. You can go in now. After sensing it, Cat God signaled everyone to move. Li Jun had originally thought the most defensively powerful beast girl would go in first, but he never expected the first one to charge in would be Bai Ye's beast tamer. He couldn't understand it at all. Beast tamers were clearly the most fragile, so why was he taking the lead? Actually, it was simple. Bai Ye's soul nurturing cup was full of soul power, and his beast soul armor had extremely strong defense, something even silver rank could hardly break. When he attacked, he wasn't afraid of black iron rank beings surrounding him. Instead, he could even rebound damage back at them. Bai Ye confirmed the area was safe first, then called for everyone to enter the valley. As soon as the 5 of them arrived, they were immediately bombarded by the magic fire of 10,000 beasts. The ground was pitted and cratered, and the energy was terrifying. No wonder even silver rank beast girls would die. With this kind of firepower, even if Li Jun brought 5 silver rank beast girls, it would be useless. But Bai Ye and the others didn't panic at all. Nangong Qianxue instantly brought down tenfold gravity, and Ding Yuner activated teleportation, instantly breaking out of the magic coverage zone. All the magic was completely ineffective. Yi Qingqing scattered seeds, and a mass of vines bound hundreds of ferocious beasts, silencing them all. Black lightning, ice blades, snow swords, and other skills were unleashed in rapid succession, felling the beasts in waves. Cat God used its stone statue skill to turn them into combat power on their side. After several rounds, the stone statues Cat God had lost were replenished, and the 2 sides continued to clash in chaos. At that moment, a mass of earthy yellow mist suddenly swept over them, making everyone's bodies heavier and their movements slower. Suddenly, a giant serpent burst through the fog and smashed toward Bai Yi and the others, its force like a high-speed train colliding head-on. Armor couldn't withstand it. The void insect in Bai Yi's arms finally stepped in, teleporting the group away from the giant serpent's attack. Through the eye of insight, they could see clearly that the serpent was 1,000 meters long, with something like dragon horns on its head and wings on its back. It was extremely bizarre. This was the Tongue Snake King, a black iron 9-star overlord. All 4 of its attributes were 10,000, and it had no weaknesses in skills or strength. Ordinary beast tamers were no match for it at all. But after Cat God stacked its attributes to the limit, it surpassed the Tongue Snake King and became the true boss. Cat God, now 50 meters long, looked like an ant before the giant serpent, but its combat power was astonishing. It actually grabbed the Tongue Snake King by the tail and used it like a whip, carving deep trenches into the ground. Any ferocious beast or puppet struck by it was instantly shattered. After the Tongue Snake King was slammed until dizzy, the yellow armor on its body kept healing, leaving it almost unharmed. Its defense was extremely high. Once it recovered, the Tongue Snake King erupted in golden light, and the aura of a divine dragon emerged, carrying tremendous pressure. Even the void insect was scared into trembling, but it had no effect on Bai Yi and the others. Empowered by dragon aura, the Tongue Snake King suppressed Cat God in turn, and the 2 beasts fought fiercely, destroying everything around them. No one dared approach. Bai Yi and the others could only hunt other ferocious beasts nearby. Their team could easily deal with black iron rank lords, and they also helped relieve pressure on the stone statue army. The ones truly killing enemies were still Bai Yi's team. Yi Qingqing transformed into the Tree of Life, taking root in the earth and continuously replenishing energy, while Bai Yi and the others were almost tireless and kept fighting on. The damage was extremely powerful. Bai Yi could only become a burden as well, turning into an energy relay station and remotely transferring Yi Qingqing's energy to Nangong Qianxue. Ding Yuner transformed into the void insect and hid in his arms, ready to teleport to rescue people or retreat at any moment. She was only an A-rank support. She couldn't fight or kill, only assist. Bai Yi and the others fought desperately, killing monster after monster, and the exotic beasts began to flee in panic. The rock armor of the Tongue Snake King was blasted apart, blood streaming without end. The Cat God was not in great shape either, but with its healing skill, it held its ground and remained undefeated. Seeing that the situation had been decided, the Tongue Snake King wanted to escape. Li Jun felt that driving off the beast tide and regaining control of the teleportation array would be enough, but Bai Yi was unwilling to let the King-tier beast spirit pearl go. He also wanted to reap every exotic beast and not let a single one escape. Merge! Bai Yi shouted. Everyone gathered onto him, and he rode the Qian Shan Mu Shui sword in a frantic pursuit. The Tongue Snake King fled while injured, yet its speed was still not slow. The 2 sides chased and fled, and in the blink of an eye they had flown hundreds of miles into the depths of Dragon Snake Valley. The surrounding mountains looked down like a giant dragon, with the entrance beside its belly. The Tongue Snake King escaped to the dragon's head and finally exhausted itself and fell. Haha, let's see where you can run this time. Bai Yi charged forward, and just as his excitement peaked, the system popped up with options. 1. Turn around and run. Escape the ambush. Reward agility plus 502. Ignore the ambush and fight head-on. Reward golden grave grass 3. Temporarily avoid the edge and wait for a chance to counterkill. All attributes plus 1000. So there was another ambush. The system directly warned that fighting head-on would mean certain death. Bai Yi did not hesitate and shouted, "There's an ambush, retreat." Nangong Qianxue and Ding Yuner cooperated with him, instantly moving several hundred meters away. Still uneasy, they opened a void wormhole and emerged several thousand meters farther out. At that moment, the dragon head, mountain peak on the ground reared up and lunged at them with a ferocious bite. The dragon head was huge as a mountain, thousands of meters long. Fortunately, they dodged in time, or they would have been swallowed whole. This scene shocked them. Did Dragon Snake Valley really have a dragon? Who could possibly defeat a monster like this? Even a golden tier beast wouldn't be enough to look at. Bai Yi stayed calm, but even with his eye of insight, he couldn't obtain any information. He suspected either that his level was too low, or that this was simply a special mountain formation with attacking power. In any case, it was clearly an ambush aimed at him. He came to his senses, and countless coincidences linked together. It was obvious someone had laid out a plan, and the target was Bai Yi. The mastermind behind it had enormous power. Bai Yi secretly praised it, while also wondering who was targeting him. The Zhu family had already fallen, so they were unlikely to have that kind of power, A joint effort by other families in Dragon City was also possible. The reason is very simple. The other families will definitely come to hate them for it. Dark creatures? The prime suspects. Bai Yi learned from the succubus that the soul-nurturing vat was a sacred relic of the ghost spirit clan, so they could not possibly give it up so easily. Not to mention, Bai Yi had already dispelled the mark of a ghost spirit expert in the black stone statue space. As he was thinking, Tungsha King rose again into the air, fully healed, his battle powers surging, about to break through his limits. Yet his whole body was covered in black aura, looking as if he had been demonized. The Eye of Insight showed that he had already become a Dark Tungsha King. Sure enough, he was a dark creature. The Dark Tungsha King actually spoke. "Kid, your vigilance is pretty good." Bai Yi understood that this snake had likely long been controlled by dark creatures. Its intelligence was fake, just like a contracted beast. Even the Eye of Insight could not see through such a high level of control. Bai Yi shouted, "You trash of the dark race, if you've got the guts, come out and fight Bai Yi yourself." The Dark Tungsha King shot straight toward Bai Yi like a locomotive, so fast it tore through the air. Ding Yuner teleported everyone away. Black-yellow mist spread across tens of thousands of meters, and everyone instantly felt their bodies grow heavy and their movements slow. The Tungsha King charged into the fog and attacked wildly. Bai Yi could not withstand it even with his armor. "Meng, this snake is yours." Bai Yi buffed Cat God with all the status effects he could, then hurled her out, and the two fought fiercely. Right now, Cat God was at a disadvantage, but she could still hold out for a while. Bai Yi said, "Meng, hold on for a bit. We're going to find the one behind this. We'll be back soon." Then he led everyone toward the dragon head. The dragon head had already been blown into ruins, so there was no possibility of an ambush. Still, Bai Yi did not let his guard down and carefully investigated. Yi Qingqing communicated with the plants and learned that a half-illusory fellow had come here earlier, drilled into the dragon eye, and then vanished. The dragon eye was the cave in Dragon Head Mountain, with depths impossible to fathom. The plants could not investigate it. Cat God was pinned down, so her sense of smell was useless. Bai Yi still had his little mouse subordinate, whose treasure-finding ability was now greatly improved, making it the best choice for locating things. As expected, the little mouse squeaked as soon as it came out, indicating that there was a treasure inside. But the cave passage had been destroyed and could not be entered. Fortunately, the little mouse was a digging expert and quickly opened a new path. Ahead, the space suddenly opened up, solid beyond measure, like a huge mouth. Bai Yi carried his sword and tucked the Saint Emperor Herb and the Void Worm into his arms, with his armor protecting him the entire time. Just after he went deeper in, a rock suddenly turned into a stone beast and crashed at him, making Bai Yi feel a dull impact. From start to finish, it had clearly just been ordinary rock. Yet who would have thought it would suddenly become a powerful stone beast, stronger than a black iron lord? Upon closer inspection, Bai Yi found that the stone beast before him was indeed transformed from a rock, and the note read, "Demon Spirit Enchantment." He guessed that the dark creature behind this was probably a demon spirit. Although Bai Yi usually did not pay attention in class, he had previously encountered dark creatures and had specifically looked into these kinds of beings, especially demon spirits, who were very skilled at enchantment abilities. Demon spirits could use special spiritual power to grant life to all things, and even rocks and metal could become higher-level beings. Bai Yi quickly concluded that the dragon head that had attacked them first was likely also created by a demon spirit's enchantment. Being able to turn a mountain into a dragon head to attack meant its strength was definitely not weak, at least at the silver level. But it probably would not be any higher, otherwise it would have directly crushed him already and would not need to resort to ambushes. Since it was only at the silver level, Bai Yi was not as tense anymore. He had led his team to kill plenty of silver-level opponents, and the soul-nurturing vat was especially effective against spiritual forms. The opponent's counterattack also showed that the demon spirit should be nearby. As they continued forward, the attacks indeed grew more numerous, with stone beasts pouncing straight at them. These stone beasts did not have many tricks. They relied purely on brute force and defense, and Bai Yi easily shattered them. Seeing that the stone beasts were useless, the demon spirit enchanted new enemies instead, dragon souls. The Dragon Snake Valley already had abundant dragon energy, and the demon spirit could even enchant formless dragon energy. One dragon soul emitted a powerful aura, at least at the Bronze Lord level. Its speed was extremely fast. It took one bite and tore away a large chunk of Bai Yi's beast soul armor, and could even devour and strengthen itself, which was incredibly strange. Bai Yi was not only unafraid, but even excited. Anything that could devour beast souls was a soul body, and the soul-nourishing bowl could collect it. Without delay, he directly used a beast soul giant hand to seize the dragon soul. The dragon soul struggled desperately, its power immense. Bai Yi had no choice but to continuously split off beast souls from within his armor to strengthen the giant hand, causing the armor to grow thinner and thinner, on the verge of fading away, and a sense of danger erupted. At this point, he finally understood that the demon spirit had long since plotted everything out, deliberately using the dragon's soul to hold him down so he would rob Peter to pay Paul. Once his armor was at its thinnest, that would be the moment to strike. The other side was extremely skilled at scheming and absolutely had the ability to do this. Bai Yi had no time to think it through. In an instant, he crushed the void worm and teleported away. The next second, an invisible arrow pierced through the armor and shot straight at Bai Yi's true body, causing a burst of searing pain in his head and nearly piercing his soul. Fortunately, he had just flashed hundreds of meters away and narrowly escaped disaster, and also happened to clearly see the semi-transparent figure deep in the cave. Shadow. Sure enough, it was a silver-rank demon spirit. You still dared to ambush me? Let's see where you run. Bai Yi held the 1,000 Mountains at Dusk and Snow Sword, all his ice attacks fully unleashed, instantly freezing the cave into an ice cavern. Ice blades and snow swords flew everywhere, slashing the dragon's soul and the demon spirit into twisted screams. Elemental attacks were exceptionally effective against soul bodies, especially Mouse Little Brother's Samadhi True Fire, which was even more of a natural enemy to soul bodies. Caught in a pincer of ice and fire, the dragon's soul and demon spirit suffered unbearably. The demon spirit shrieked madly, "Bai Yi, go die." Soul spikes rained down like arrows, but they couldn't harm Bai Yi. Because he had withdrawn the beast's souls, the armor was at its strongest and utterly unafraid of the attacks. At this point, he was no longer greedy. Even the dragon's soul could be abandoned, and for the sake of safety, he would rather destroy it. Yi Qingqing planted both feet in the 5 Elements mountain to absorb energy, while her hands were connected to Mouse Little Brother and Nangong Shui, continuously supplying magic power to both of them, allowing them to unleash their output without restraint. After a fierce barrage, the demon spirit's aura was gradually weakened, and in the end it was captured into the soul-nourishing bowl. The dragon's soul followed and fell in as well. When the succubus saw the demon spirit, she gave a bitter smile. "Ling Yuan, you're in here too?" "Mingling, you're not dead." The two indeed knew each other. Ling Yuan asked, "Who else has been here?" Mingling replied, "A mark from Yuxian was also here." Ling Yuan was shocked, because he was from the Yuxian sect. "You two chat all you want. We'll talk later." Bai Yi glanced at them and couldn't be bothered to pay attention. He directly used the dragon's soul to wash away the imprint. The dragon's soul had no original imprint of its own, so it mainly needed to clear away the demon spirit's residue, and it was soon completely cleaned. The dragon's soul attached itself to the beast's soul armor, and the armor immediately advanced to the next tier, with its defensive power greatly increased. However, there was something even better deep within the cave, a dragon-shaped stone pillar that excited Mouse Little Brother greatly, with dense dragon aura. The dragon pillar connected to the Dragon Serpent Mountain range, continuously absorbing the Earth's energy and transforming it into dragon aura. Bai Yi did not hesitate and directly moved the dragon pillar into the 5 Elements mountain. But once the dragon pillar entered the 5 Elements mountain, it no longer produced dragon aura, and the existing dragon aura was still continuously leaking away, which left Bai Yi baffled. He didn't know any formations. If Tao Yaoyao were here, that would be great, but after everyone separated, it was hard to meet again. Bai Yi could only think of the trapped demon spirit, Ling Yuan. Bai Yi sent his divine sense into the soul-nourishing bowl. "Ling Yuan, I've got a question for you." Bai Yi's attitude was friendly, and Ling Yuan's feelings were complicated, but he had no choice but to agree. Bai Yi explained his doubt, and Ling Yuan, who was proficient in formations, casually gave the explanation. The dragon pillar was only a container. A formation was required to continuously generate dragon aura, and the entire Dragon Serpent Mountain range was actually the formation core. Bai Yi suddenly understood. But the 5 Elements mountain couldn't fit the entire Dragon Serpent Mountain range, nor could he take it away. Bai Yi asked whether there was any solution. Ling Yuan had learned to negotiate terms. "Let me out, and I'll tell you." Bai Yi readily agreed. For caution's sake, Ling Yuan signed a soul contract before revealing the method. He said, "The entire Dragon Serpent Mountain range actually has 7 suppressing dragon pillars, respectively. The pillar at the dragon's head is the core. The 7 suppressing dragon pillars are arranged according to the shape of a dragon, and together with the terrain, they can gather dragon aura." Bai Yi suddenly understood and immediately called out Ling Yuan to learn the formation from him. He used his phone to have Ling Yuan mark the positions of the remaining 6 suppressing dragon pillars, and after confirming everything was correct, he prepared to act. Only then did he realize one person was missing. Where's Xiaoming? It turned out Lin Ming was still fighting desperately with the Dark Tongue Snake King. Everyone instantly became tense, and Ding Yuner directly opened a wormhole and rushed over. At this moment, the cat god was covered in injuries and running wildly, while the dark-tongued snake king chased after him relentlessly. Seeing Bai Yi arrive, Lin Ming nearly burst into tears. "Why did you only just get here?" Bai Yi hurriedly healed her wounds, then took up his sword and entered the fight. With the dragon soul armor, he completely ignored the Snake King's attacks, and every counterstrike severely wounded the opponent. The Snake King was almost unable to hold on and wanted to flee, but his whole body was freezing, his speed had slowed, and he was trapped by various control skills, unable to escape at all. In the end, the enormous dark-tongued Snake King fell beneath Bai Yi's sword. Bai Yi didn't rush to dig out the spirit pearl. Instead, he had the cat god turn it into a stone statue puppet for some other use. Following Ling Yuan's guidance, they found 6 more dragon-suppressing pillars, but each pillar was guarded by a black iron lord-tier beast. These beasts all carried dragon chi and had combat power comparable to black iron king-tier beasts, but for Bai Yi's team, they were easy to deal with. With each one killed, the dragon soul absorbed its soul and grew stronger, and the armor's defense also upgraded, sending the safety level soaring. After tasting the benefits of dragon chi, Bai Yi wanted even more to build Dragon Snake Mountain. The core of Dragon Snake Mountain was that tongue snake king statue. Although the tongue snake was smaller than its original form, as long as the formation was set up properly and combined with a spirit-gathering formation, the effect was still not bad. The only regret was that snakes don't have 4 claws. Bai Yi had the cat god petrify 4 more beasts to serve as dragon claws, and the resulting dragon shape actually functioned, continuously producing dragon chi without end. However, all 7 dragon-suppressing pillars in Dragon Snake Valley had been dug out. Dragon Head Mountain had turned into ruins, and the Dragon Snake Mountain range had become a headless mountain. Li Jun would definitely be stunned if he saw it, but Bai Yi was already preparing to leave. At this moment, Ling Yuan was making a fuss inside the soul-nurturing bowl. "You said you'd let me go once it was resolved." Bai Yi fulfilled the contract and released him. Ling Yuan still couldn't believe he was truly free and was just about to slip away when the dragon soul in the soul-nurturing bowl swallowed him back in. Ling Yuan shouted, "You clearly said you'd let me go." Bai Yi shrugged. "I did let you go? I just never said I wouldn't catch you again." The final step was to casually loot the resources of Dragon Snake Valley and not leave empty-handed. While Bai Yi happily looted resources in Dragon Snake Valley, Li Jun outside was anxiously waiting. Bai Yi had already been inside for 24 hours, and seeing no hope, Li Jun was preparing to call Xie Ji to report the situation. He felt the mission arrangement was too casual. Dragon Snake Valley was so dangerous. How could a newbie handle it? A few more hours passed, and it was almost dark when someone reported that they still hadn't come out. Li Jun sighed and had just dialed Xie Ji's number when Bai Yi and the others suddenly appeared. Li Jun froze, not yet processing what had happened, while Xie Ji was already pressing him on the phone about whether the mission had been completed. In a daze, Li Jun relayed the message and had Bai Yi speak directly to Xie Ji. Bai Yi proudly reported in, but Xie Ji didn't buy it, and only told him to write a report, then hung up. Bai Yi hurriedly asked about the reward, and Xie Ji shot back that he was greedy, then told Li Jun to go check whether Dragon Snake Valley had been swept clean. Bai Yi pretended the signal was bad, directly hung up and powered off the phone, leaving Li Jun completely baffled. After seeing Bai Yi off, Li Jun entered Dragon Snake Valley to inspect it and was instantly dumbfounded. The dragon chi was gone, Dragon Head Mountain had become ruins, all the lord-tier beasts had been wiped out, and the spiritual herbs and fruits had been stripped clean. Only then did Li Jun understand Xie Ji's reminder. He called to verify it, only to discover that he had already been blacklisted. Only then did he realize that Bai Yi was the legendary Beast Space Destroyer. Li Jun regretted asking Xie Ji for help and quickly notified the entire army, reminding everyone to guard against Bai Yi at all costs. Even if the beast space had to be blown up, they could not let him in. Xie Ji also fully understood Bai Yi's destructive power and secretly decided never to use him casually again. Bai Yi had become a strategic weapon. The Spirit-Suppressing Bureau no longer dared assign Bai Yi any tasks, but tasks instead came from the school side. Because the Northern Front was in urgent need of troops, the army lacked manpower and had to seek help from universities, which was also why Li Jun hadn't asked the beast-suppressing army for assistance. There simply weren't enough people to spare. A new Great Wall had been built on the northern border, known as the Northern Great Wall, a veritable miracle of the beast-taming era. If they were only facing an outbreak of ferocious beasts, the Northern Suppression Army in the north could still barely handle it. Ferocious beasts had little intelligence. Even Lord-level ones relied only on instinct. In the end, they were just a loose rabble, not worth fearing. But once dark creatures joined in, the situation was completely different. Dark creatures were as intelligent as humans, varied in type, and possessed complex abilities. When combined with ferocious beasts, the threat escalated immediately. Not a simple stacking of danger, but a qualitative change. As a top-tier university, Dragon Capital University was in a special location and bore a heavy responsibility. The lessons of the predecessors were still fresh. They could not stand by and do nothing. The school almost dispatched all students above Bronze 5-star and all silver-ranked teachers to provide support. According to the rules, low-grade students like Bai Yi were not supposed to join the battle. What mattered more was improving their strength. But considering their special abilities and destructive power, the school still decided to send them to the battlefield. Bai Yi was famous for destroying ferocious beast spaces, and now the entire northern frontier had become a giant ferocious beast space. The school made the decision: go and see the limits of your destructive power. Bai Yi accepted the mission, and the system also issued a task. Option 1. Refuse to participate in the war, Constitution plus 500. Option 2. Protect the people, duty-bound. For every 10 points of military merit earned, all attributes of yourself and your contract beastgirls plus 1. Military merit was the sole standard for measuring contribution in the army. Background did not matter. Everything depended on achievements. This time, the system even let Bai Ye's 2 contract beastgirls benefit as well. The only pity was that Yi Qingqing and Ding Yuner had not formed contracts yet, so they could not enjoy it for now. By the time Bai Ye's group arrived at the playground, several hundred people had already assembled. These were all the outstanding senior students from the orientation 2 months ago, all above Bronze 5-star. When they saw Bai Yi and the others, everyone took the initiative to make room in the middle. After all, they had all been beaten by Bai Yi, and no one had any objections. Principal Ao Mingzhu declared with a solemn expression, "From now on, anyone whose name is called is a formal soldier. You must hold yourselves to a soldier's standards and forge the Great Wall with your flesh and blood. Behind you lie the land and people of Huaxia." All 500 names called answered present, and no one backed down, because this was their honor and responsibility. At the end, Ao Mingzhu's gaze was firm. "I hope none of you are left behind." As her eyes swept across everyone, they paused on Bai Yi, filled with trust and expectation. A rookie had emerged. Bai Yi understood the meaning in her eyes and nodded seriously, feeling the burden on his shoulders grow much heavier. Going alone was not hard, but leading so many people was. And now the system was meddling again. Option 1. Ensure that not a single faculty member or student of Dragon Capital University suffers any losses. Reward upon completion. Super healing. Heal everyone. Option 2. Fail to achieve. Not a single one left behind. Reward upon completion. For each person missing, all attributes -100. Note: the task may be abandoned. If accepted, Option 1's reward can be obtained in advance. The reward for this task was pretty good, but the punishment was too harsh. As long as one person died, Option 1 would fail. If more people died, Bai Ye's attributes would be completely deducted. The system even specifically stated that he could forfeit the task, but Bai Yi did not want to give up. He wanted everyone to be safe and sound. The advance reward was also very useful. After all, the team lacked healing-type members, and injuries would be troublesome. Bai Yi decisively accepted the task. At that moment, Ao Mingzhu suddenly announced, "The leader of this operation, Bai Yi. Everyone will obey his command." The whole crowd erupted in uproar. Bai Yi's strength was recognized by everyone, but as the person in charge, Gao Mulong and the other silver-ranked instructors were clearly more suitable, and the students would also prefer to follow the teacher's command. Even Bai Yi himself was stunned. He hadn't expected Ao Mingzhu to directly put him in charge of leading the team in a battle. It felt far too childish. The playground was filled with discussion. "Quiet," Ao Mingzhu shouted, and the entire place fell silent. She announced, "Anyone can challenge Bai Yi, including the teachers. Whoever defeats him will replace him as team leader." An instructor stepped forward. It was silver-ranked beast tamer Yao Renhui, accompanied by 4 beast girls, the strongest of whom was silver 6-star. Yao Renhui stared at Bai Yi. "I'm instructor Yao Renhui of class 3. I'd like to test your strength. You may bring all 4 of your beast girls, or choose to fight me with only 2. His tone was unfriendly. Having been challenged in public by a student, how could an instructor possibly accept that? This battle had to be won. Ao Mingzhu asked Bai Yi, "Do you accept the challenge?" She was actually uneasy herself, because she had only made the decision after temporarily hearing Xie Ji describe Bai Yi's performance. A black iron beastmaster going up against a silver 6-star instructor. She didn't even believe it herself. But Bai Yi was very confident. "I accept." He knew perfectly well that if they wanted to keep the entire team safe, the command authority had to be in his hands. Leaving it to someone else gave them too little hope. This battle had to be fought. Ao Mingzhu asked how they were going to fight. Bai Yi answered directly, All four beast girls go in together. Without his support, Yi Qingqing and Ding Yuner were basically useless in a silver rank battle, equivalent to a 2 against 4. Bai Ye's own strength was weak to begin with, and this match would be even harder. If he wanted everyone to be convinced, he had to go head-on and win. He couldn't rely on tricks, or his authority would drop. Good. 10 minutes of preparation time. I'll be the referee. Ao Mingzhu made the call on the spot. Everyone knew there was no turning back from this fight. During the 10 minutes, Bai Yi had Ding Yuna eat a flat peach. Although Ding Yuner's quality was low, her skills were special and the enhancement effects were good. If teleportation could be strengthened, battlefield mobility would increase dramatically. One teleport could cover several kilometers, and the opponent simply wouldn't be able to catch her. Skills like spatial gravity and dimensional rift were also very powerful. After strengthening, they would still be useful against silver rank opponents. Ding Yuner didn't have many skills to begin with, so there was no waste in using the flat peaches. Bai Yi still had 4 flat peaches left in his hand, so he took one out and gave it to Ding Yuner. As a result, spatial gravity evolved into a black hole, and its gravitational pull increased tenfold. But that wasn't what Bai Yi wanted, so she kept eating. The second one strengthened dimensional rift, turning it into spatial collapse, and its destructive power increased tenfold, but it still wasn't enough. By the third one, Ding Yuner was already too full to go on, but Bai Yi insisted that she keep eating. He absolutely had to strengthen teleportation, otherwise a few hundred meters of distance still wouldn't be enough to save her life. Ding Yuner had no choice but to keep eating, and everyone was speechless. These were Yaoqi flat peaches, something money outside couldn't buy, yet she still looked wronged. That was just way too flashy. In the end, Ding Yuner finally strengthened teleportation, and Bai Yi was satisfied. The remaining flat peach was given to Lin Ming. Her skills were already powerful, so no matter which one was strengthened, it wouldn't be a loss. Lin Ming ate it in one go. Dark Knight Venom transformed into Fatal Toxin, and its destructive power doubled, probably something a silver-rank Beastmaster couldn't withstand. Meanwhile, Yao Renhui and the others didn't have much to prepare. They only requested that the battle be moved to another world, since the ordinary arena couldn't contain her enormous flying elephant. Ao Mingzhu called the Mirage Dragon over to open a small world, and the battleground was set perfectly. But when the Mirage Dragon saw Bai Yi, she immediately changed her mind and wouldn't let him in. Last time, Bai Yi had nearly destroyed her small world. If he went in again this time, it would really be over. In the end, they could only compromise. The battle between Bai Yi and Yao Renhui was confined to a 10-kilometer wilderness. They were not allowed to kill any otherworldly beasts from the small world, nor to pick the spiritual herbs or fruits inside. The rules were a bit outrageous. The beast duel began. While everyone else was busy fighting, only Bai Yi was still able to kill beasts and gather wild fruit. Once the rules were set, the battle erupted. Several of Yao Renhui's beast girls charged at Bai Yi at high speed, and he chose to take the initiative, aiming to end the fight quickly. Silver rank beast girls were extremely fast, especially the flying elephant, which was almost supersonic. But Bai Yi had the void insect's instant movement skill, and he was even faster than them. He suddenly vanished, and in the next instant appeared above the dragon swallow beast girl, slashing her into serious injury with one sword, nearly killing her. He held back a little. Otherwise, he would have killed her outright. Right as the battle had just begun, the dragon swallow beast girl was already finished off, and Bai Yi's strength shocked everyone present. At this point, the flying elephant and the black-armored lion rushed in and became entangled with Bai Yi. Meanwhile, another plant-type beast girl, the purple poison vine, stayed firmly by Yao Renhui's side and never left, protecting the beast tamer's safety. Yao Renhui's beast girl lineup was fully rounded. The black-armored lion for offense, the flying elephant for defense, the dragon swallow for mobility, and the purple poison vine for guarding. Unfortunately, the dragon swallow was crippled first. Bai Yi intended to crush Yao Renhui head-on. Holding the Qianshan Mu Shui sword in one hand and the void insect in the other, Bai Yi had the Saint Emperor grass providing long-range support, while Cat God fought the black-armored lion. The flying elephant was huge and heavily defended. Even swords struggled to wound it. Every sweep of its trunk could send Bai Yi flying. Its strength reached 40,000 points, and with Yao Renhui's enhancement, it became even more terrifying. Bai Yi relied on the dragon soul armor to withstand the attacks and avoid being instantly killed. As the battle progressed, Bai Yi used the Qianshan Mu Shui sword to keep stacking frost on the flying elephant, eventually slowing its speed and making its movements difficult. The void insect would occasionally teleport, cleverly dodging attacks, and could even open a black hole to restrain the flying elephant, creating openings for damage. The flying elephant's only weak point was its belly. The rest of its body was impossible to break through. Bai Yi kept attacking the same spot, and after dozens of strikes, he finally broke through the elephant's abdomen and eliminated the opponent in one go. On the other side, Cat God's poison was making the black-armored lion nearly unable to hold on as well, and the situation was becoming clear. The momentum was at its peak. Whenever Cat God was injured, it would use Earth Escape to avoid damage, but in reality, it was secretly going to the Saint Emperor Grass to heal. The Saint Emperor Grass not only healed injuries, but also restored energy, and it was even more effective than Bai Ye's powerful healing. Bai Yi and Cat God finished their battles almost at the same time, and both were barely injured. Everyone was shocked. They had thought it would be a hard-fought battle, but they never expected Bai Yi and the others to easily crush 3 powerful silver-rank beast girls. Bai Yi hovered in the air, looking down at Yao Renhui, who was trapped by the purple poison vine. "Can you admit defeat now?" Yao Renhui was very stubborn. "Unless you can break my sea of poisonous vines, I won't admit defeat." He had served on the battlefield before, and the sea of poisonous vines had once blocked a beast tide. As long as a plant-type beast girl took root in the earth and had enough preparation time, she was extremely difficult to deal with. Bai Yi asked again, "You really won't admit defeat?" Yao Renhui gritted his teeth and held on. "I absolutely won't admit defeat." Bai Yi shrugged and looked at Ao Mingzhu. "Principal, I might not be able to hold back when I make my move later. Please prepare for rescue." Ao Mingzhu froze, thinking that although Bai Yi was strong, it shouldn't be to the point of needing her, a platinum rank, to intervene, right? Still, she became serious and signaled for Bai Yi to continue. Bai Yi warned Yao Renhui once more, but he still refused to surrender. All right then, Bai Yi directly summoned Mouse Jr. Mouse Jr.'s 3 Pure One's true fire burned especially well against plants, and its strength was comparable to a silver-rank otherworldly beast. Dealing with plant-type opponents was even easier. Mouse Jr. jumped out from Bai Ye's arms and spat out a ball of flame, which landed on the vines. Yao Renhui had thought it was nothing. Purple poison vines, fire-resistant. But the flames didn't go out. Instead, they grew even fiercer, and the vine beast girl wailed, "This fire won't go out." Even the rocks started burning. Ao Mingzhu recognized it as Samadhi True Fire and was utterly stunned. A black iron-level beast tamer actually knew how to wield a sacred flame? But in fact, it was the little mouse beside him, a black iron king-level exotic beast. White Knight actually let such a dangerous exotic beast cling to his chest. Was he trying to die? With an exotic beast like that, as long as it had even a hint of disloyalty, it could rip out his heart in an instant. Absolutely reckless. Ao Mingzhu didn't even know how to put it. According to Xie, White Knight also kept a golden succubus and a silver spirit he'd just captured in his soul-nurturing bowl. He really dared to keep anything. At that moment, seeing the purple poison vines about to be burned to ash by the Samadhi True Fire, Yao Renhui finally admitted defeat and cried for help. "Principal, help." Only then did Ao Mingzhu come to his senses and quickly used a tidal wave to extinguish the Samadhi True Fire, saving the purple poison vines. Although Samadhi True Fire was powerful, Ao Mingzhu, as a Jasper dragon, possessed the Biluo Cold Spring and could easily suppress the other side's flames. The purple poison vines were finally not completely burned up. The entire venue fell silent. White Knight's strength shocked everyone. No one could believe that a new student had actually defeated an instructor. If this news got out, people would think it was pure bragging. Supporting her badly injured beast girl, Yao Renhui bowed. "Principal, I'm sorry, we can't go to the front line for the time being." In fact, she hadn't done it on purpose. Dragon Yin and Flying Elephant would recover in just a few days, and Black Armor Lion was only poisoned. Finding an antidote specialist would make it recover quickly. Only the purple poison vines were too severely injured and would probably need more than half a year to recover. Even Ao Mingzhu had no choice. Just as he was about to agree, White Knight spoke up. "You want to skip the front line because of this little injury? As the person in charge, I don't agree." Yao Renhui exploded in anger. "They're practically burned to a crisp, and you call that a little injury? White Knight, don't push it." White Knight rolled his eyes, making a fuss over nothing. "Qingqing, leave it to you. In 10 minutes, I want to see a lively and kicking beast girl." Yi Qingqing immediately sprang into action, wrapping the purple poison vines with Saint Emperor Grass as green life force surged forth. In less than 10 minutes, the purple poison vines had completely recovered and were in even better condition than before, shocking the entire crowd once again. Everyone was overjoyed. Having a healer like this meant they had nothing to fear from injuries. White Knight kindly reminded her, "Cover yourself up." Only then did the purple poison vines realize her clothes had long since been burned away, and she hurriedly wrapped herself with her branches and leaves, not daring to look at White Knight. Yao Renhui sighed. "Amon is fine now, but only plant-type beast girls can be treated. My other 3 beast girls are still badly injured, and even the Divine Temple's guardian angels probably can't help. Let them recover quickly. Yao Renhui had thrown out another difficult problem. For White Knight, this was no issue at all, because the system's options allowed him to pre-apply rewards, and this time the reward was super healing. White Knight's super healing was his innate skill when he awakened as an SSS-level beast tamer of extremely high quality. Even the Divine Temple's guardian angels' healing couldn't compare. As soon as he used healing, Flying Elephant's and Dragon Yan's injuries visibly improved. Black Armor Lion had been poisoned, and it was Cat God's poison at that. In the end, Cat God personally detoxified it effortlessly. Within minutes, Yao Renhui's beast girls were all vigorous and lively again, fully restored to combat strength. This support ability instantly sent everyone's morale soaring. Healing, mana restoration, detoxification, what a god-tier support. Even Ao Mingzhu was smiling so hard, he could hardly close his mouth. With White Knight's help, maybe he really could bring everyone back safely. Everything is ready. Everyone into White Knight's exotic beast space. Set out light. Ao Mingzhu ordered, and all 500 soldiers entered White Knight's 5 Elements Mountain exotic beast space. A portable space, perfect as a transport vessel. Ao Mingzhu was growing more and more satisfied with White Knight. White Knight was starting to feel a little panicked, worried the principal might really fall for him. Although, adding up both of his lives, his age was about the same as Ao Mingzhu's. He really wasn't used to clinging to an auntie. Here's another gift for you. Ao Mingzhu casually took out 2 rings, 1 gold and 1 silver, and handed them to Bai Yi. What are these? Spirit binding rings. They can control any living creature. Come, I'll teach you how to imprint a soul mark. No need. Bai Yi directly sent his soul into the spirit binding ring and completed the soul mark control in a few seconds. He was far too familiar with this skill. He had plenty of combat experience. What was there to teach? Ao Mingzhu was satisfied and continued arranging things. Release those 2 dark beings from the soul nurturing vessel. Only then did Bai Yi understand the purpose of the spirit binding rings. They were meant to control the platinum level succubus and silver level spirit, preventing them from causing trouble. After all, Bai Yi was about to face powerful dark beings, so any hidden danger had to be eliminated. As soon as the succubus emerged and sensed a platinum level powerhouse nearby, she immediately backed down. The spirit had just been unsealed and instantly launched a soul stab at Bai Yi, only to nearly be turned to ash by Ao Mingzhu in an instant. This time, the spirit also behaved itself. Put them on yourselves. Bai Yi tossed the spirit binding rings to them. The spirit was resistant in her heart, but after seeing Ao Mingzhu, she could only admit defeat and silently slipped the ring on. He was only a silver level dark being, completely powerless to resist. The spirit reluctantly put the silver ring around her neck. The succubus was even more sensible, immediately and obediently putting on the golden spirit binding ring. She was very well behaved. She had always known how to read the room. Resistance was useless, so she might as well be more proactive and please her master. Under Ao Mingzhu's guidance, Bai Yi quickly mastered the spirit binding rings. As long as he had a thought, the 2 dark beings would be strangled, and he could also punish them with incantations, much like the tightening spell. Bai Yi chanted, and the spirit rolled on the ground in agony. The succubus on the side trembled in fear, secretly relieved that she had been obedient. After Bai Yi had had enough fun, he waved a hand and sent them back into the soul-nurturing vessel. It was time to set off. Bai Yi would not take civil aviation, and civil aircraft could not reach the northern border wall anyway. There were too many flying beasts over there, and ordinary planes could easily be shot down. Even fighter jets did not dare to go there rashly. Bai Yi chose to ride one of the beasts from 5 Elements Mountain, but Yao Renhui reminded him that it would be best not to do so. Yao Renhui had battlefield experience and knew how much the people of the north hated beasts. Many of their relatives and comrades had died at the hands of beasts, and they could not accept beast tamers befriending beasts, even controlled beasts. So he suggested Bai Yi ride his beast girl, Long Yan. Long Yan was a silver-level beast girl, faster and far stronger than the beast from 5 Elements Mountain. If she got tired, they could switch to the flying elephant, and there was also another beast tamer with a flying beast girl. The 3 beast girls could take turns flying. 3,000 kilometers would take only 2 or 3 hours, and Bai Yi even specifically asked them to slow down a bit because he did not want to break the sound barrier. Then, they were stunned by the scene before them, a massive wall of ice stretching across the far end of the earth. This was the northern border wall. Even flying at an altitude of over 1,000 meters, they still could not get over it. The entire wall was covered in thick ice, and beasts simply could not climb it. It was truly, even the yellow crane cannot fly over, and monkeys find it hard to cross. Who goes there? Military restricted zone. Unauthorized persons keep away. A bronze-level beast girl flew over and blocked them. She was not surprised to see a bronze-level beast tamer riding a silver-level beast girl. She guessed he was a protector assigned to a descendant of some great clan. But her attitude was not very polite, because she looked down on this kind of second generation. Bai Yi showed his military token to identify himself. I am Bai Yi, the commander of the Reinforcement Corps from Dragon Capital University. On the battlefield, one had to be serious. You? Jiang Zuelon was puzzled. How could an Iron Black level beast tamer be a corps commander? And from Dragon Capital University at that? She checked the military token and found that it was genuine, then asked, "Where are your people?" Bai Yi patted his pocket. "They're all in my pocket. Arrange us a place to stay first." Jiang Zuelon was speechless, thinking, how could people possibly fit in a pocket? But since the military token was fine, she could only bring Bai Yi into Jinhu Pass, the command center within a radius of 1,000 li. The northern border wall had one fortress every 10 li, one stronghold every 100 li, and one pass every 1,000 li. Jinhu Pass was one of the most important. According to the military token, Bai Yi and the others had come to Jinhu Pass to report in. Commander Luo Tong of Zinthu Pass, a gold-rank beastmaster. Seeing Jiang Zuelon bring a black iron rank freshman who claimed to be the regiment commander, his face darkened, and he felt that Longdu University must be joking. "You'd better give me a reasonable explanation," Luo Tong said, suppressing his anger. Bai Yi couldn't be bothered with pointless talk and went straight to the point. As soon as the 5 Elements mountain gates opened, the teachers and students streamed out in an unbroken line. The lowest among them were all bronze 5-star. There were more than a dozen silver rank ones, and there were even clearly university lecturers among them. Seeing this, Luo Tong's expression eased, and he understood in his heart. This was some young member of a major clan coming to rake in military merit. In the Huaxiao military merit system, a soldier's merits have to be distributed to superiors according to a ratio. The Legion commander gets the military merits the fastest, but most children of prominent families only dare to take deputy positions or squad leader roles, and at the very least, their strength has to be sufficient. Letting a black iron rank person be the Legion commander was practically outright robbery of military merits. Far too arrogant. Luo Tong was a graduate of Longdu University, and he knew the background of Longdu University well. He couldn't figure out which family could be so blatant about it. He asked, "What's your name?" "Bai Yi." In Luo Tong's memory, there weren't any major families in Longdu with the surname Bai. Then a sudden thought flashed through his mind. "What is Bai Zhe to you?" "My sworn sister." So that was the right guess. But Bai Zhe was from the Kunlun faction, so how could she influence Longdu University? Luo Tong couldn't understand it, and couldn't be bothered to guess further. There was one thing he was certain of, Bai Yi definitely had a powerful backer behind her. But Luo Tong wasn't afraid. Behind him stood the Northern Defense Army and billions of people. No matter who you're relying on, this is the battlefield, and you have to obey orders here. If you cause trouble, I'll strip you of your post. Yes. Bai Yi only gave a brief reply and offered no explanation. People who trust you don't need explanations, and people who don't trust you won't be persuaded by them anyway. She would prove it with actions. Luo Tong still felt uneasy. The Longdu University Reinforcement Regiment was quite strong, yet Bai Yi was made the Legion commander, which didn't sit right with him. So he arranged for them to be stationed in the fortress closest to Zinthu Pass, Black Tiger Fortress, responsible for Black Tiger Fortress and the 10 beacon towers around it. After Bai Yi understood the situation, she quickly assigned positions. The 2 strongest silver rank lecturers each took their beast girls to guard the 2 farthest beacon towers. Then she selected Gao Mulong and 7 bronze peak students to serve as squad leaders, with 40 people at each beacon tower. Bai Yi took 100 people to defend Black Tiger Fortress. Luo Tong was somewhat surprised. Normally, children from noble families keep the experts close to them, yet Bai Yi sent the strongest ones out while keeping the weakest around her. Was that stupidity or courage? Luo Tong actually didn't believe that Bai Yi, a black iron rank beastmaster, could lead more than 100 students to defend the fortress. If the enemy attacked cooperatively, the current arrangement simply wasn't enough to defend against them. What puzzled Luo Tong even more was that neither the students nor the teachers had the slightest objection to Bai Yi's arrangements. They all accepted them willingly. He could only guess that everyone was afraid of the force backing Bai Yi, but what kind of power could make everyone so afraid? Luo Tong planned to ask his old classmate Yao Renhui about it. Once Bai Yi finished coordinating, he would have someone take Bai Yi to hand over duties with the original garrison. Black Tiger Fortress originally had 500 soldiers, but after the fighting only a little over 300 remained, most of them injured, with casualty rates approaching 40%. That alone showed how fierce the recent battles had been. Otherwise, even the students wouldn't have had to come up to hold the line. The garrison was merely going down to rest and replenish manpower. 2 months later, before the Spring Festival, the army would rotate its defenses again. Li Sheng, the original Legion commander of Black Tiger Fortress, was a silver-rank beastmaster. He originally had 4 silver-rank beastgirls, but now only 3 remained, and 2 of those were injured. When Bai Yi and the others came to take over the defense, Li Sheng let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Yao Renhui leading the group, he greeted him warmly. The two were considered old acquaintances, but Yao Renhui looked awkward. Li Sheng was confused, and then Yao Renhui stepped aside and said that this time Bai Yi was the Legion commander. When Li Sheng looked at Bai Yi, seeing that she was only a Black Iron rank beastmaster, he froze. Having a Black Iron rank person serve as Legion commander was simply ridiculous. Li Sheng asked Yao Renhui whether he was joking, and Yao Renhui solemnly denied it, stating that it was no joke and that everyone else had no objections either. Even the military supervisor nodded in agreement. Li Sheng had nothing to say, and his face was full of bewilderment. Bai Yi glanced around and questioned, why are there so many injured, and no one treating them? No guardian angels from the temple? No elixirs? Li Sheng's heart sank even further. He only felt Bai Yi was like some noble who knew nothing at all. Black Tiger Fortress had poor conditions, treatment depended on their own beast girls, and no one could afford elixirs. Li Sheng couldn't be bothered to explain. Bai Yi couldn't stand it anymore and acted directly. A streak of white light healed a heavily injured silver-rank beast girl. Li Sheng was stunned. He had never seen a beast tamer heal someone else's beast girl before, let alone with such terrifying effectiveness, stronger than even a silver-rank temple guardian angel. Bai Yi went on to heal all the wounded one by one, and more than 300 soldiers of Black Tiger Fortress were fully recovered. Li Sheng was completely convinced and felt that Bai Yi had no problem serving as corps commander. Li Sheng immediately saluted and expressed his gratitude. Bai Yi was also very polite and told him to feel at ease and complete the handover. Once the transfer was finished, Black Tiger Fortress stood on the Great Wall, a sealed fortress within a 100-meter radius, higher than the surrounding beacon towers. Bloodstains were everywhere on the wall, and the situation was critical. Just as they were about to leave, the wall trembled. Li Sheng's expression changed drastically. The beast tide had arrived, and the handover had just been completed. The soldiers at the surrounding beacon towers had all withdrawn. If the ferocious beasts charged onto the Great Wall now, the consequences would be severe. Li Sheng urgently ordered the battalion to return to their posts. Bai Yi stopped him outright. I'm the corps commander now. You just watch. Bai Yi wasn't fighting for power. He wanted everyone to see his strength. After everyone was reassured, Li Sheng could only step aside. Bai Yi immediately began giving orders, sending everyone to their assigned strongholds as originally planned. He led Lin Ming and the others straight down from the northern frontier Great Wall. Li Sheng was dumbfounded. Wasn't that suicide? Wouldn't defending the wall be safer? Did Bai Yi really think he could hold back the beast tide with personal strength alone? In fact, Bai Yi really did think that way. He wanted to buy time on his own, and he also wanted to enjoy a proper fight. It had been a long time since he'd been this unrestrained. The reinforcements were all very calm, watching like spectators. Li Sheng was puzzled, unable to understand why no one was worried. Someone reminded him, have you heard of the space destroyer? Li Sheng remembered that a few days earlier, his comrade Li Jun had mentioned to Bai Yi, an extremely dangerous space destroyer. Right then, Li Sheng witnessed Bai Yi's terror. Bai Yi charged in first, sweeping with his phantom sword, and flying ferocious beasts were slain one after another. Not even bronze rank ones could withstand him. With Lin Ming and the others coordinating, the flying ferocious beasts simply couldn't break through the dragon soul armor and were all dealt with easily. Cat gods sprayed poison, and large swaths of ferocious beasts were poisoned and fell from the sky. Even Lord-level beasts couldn't endure it. The Void Worm took everyone with it in teleportation, clearing one patch of beast hordes after another. The Holy Emperor grass took root and replenished energy, and the whole process was clean and decisive, with flying ferocious beasts raining down like drops. A silver-rank twin-headed eagle launched a sneak attack, but was teleported onto its back by the Void Worm, where Bai Yi killed it in a single combo, conveniently collecting the soul orb and the corpse, maximizing resource usage. Li Sheng was shocked. A Black Iron rank beast tamer is this strong? Luo Tong and the other defenders were also stunned, single-handedly farming a silver-rank monster amid a sea of beasts, something even silver-rank beast girls couldn't do. Only then did everyone realize that Bai Yi relied on nothing but strength. The flying ferocious beasts were wiped out in just a few seconds, and only then did the beast tide surge in. Everyone wanted to see how Bai Yi would deal with it. Unexpectedly, stone statues suddenly crashed down from the sky like rain, their speed 10 times faster. Luo Tong saw through it at a glance. Someone is controlling gravity. These stone statues weighed anywhere from several tons to dozens of tons. When they crashed down, the ground trembled. The Great Wall could feel it. and a bronze-tier alien beast was smashed straight into a meat patty. Immediately afterward, more and more stone statues fell like cannonballs rolling off wheels. The ground was smashed into huge pits, killing several thousand alien beasts in the process. Everyone on the Great Wall was shaken numb, and the noise was even more terrifying than the beast tide. They had originally thought the stone statues were nothing but dead objects, only to find that after landing, the statues directly attacked the alien beasts nearby. They were actually alive. These stone statues accelerated as they plunged from the sky. They should have shattered on impact, yet the alien beasts below became their cushions, and most of the statues were actually fine. Everyone was stunned. Who was controlling so many stone statues? Luo Tong glanced at Bai Yi, locked onto a black kitten, and discovered that this kitten carried the power of a god. He nearly cried out, and even the beast girl checked again to confirm that he had not seen wrong. A black iron tier beast girl actually possessed the power of a god, something he, a gold tier beastmaster, had only ever seen once. This completely shattered Luo Tong's understanding and left him utterly convinced of Bai Yi and the other's strength. The soldiers on the city wall were also completely won over by Bai Yi, and morale surged. However, these stone statues were only black iron tier and had no skills yet. They could not even suppress alien beasts of the same tier, let alone the fact that this beast tide contained a huge number of bronze and silver tier alien beasts. The statues could only hold them off temporarily and could not crush everything the way the beast space could. Still, buying time was already very good. Taking advantage of this chance, Yao Renhui and the others finished their defenses. All personnel were in place on the beacon towers and city wall, and there were also people operating the arrow towers and catapults. The alien beasts could not rush up and could only throw themselves to their deaths. Once the defense stabilized, Bai Yi finally felt at ease and began using the soul-nourishing bowl to collect beast souls, his soul power surging rapidly, and the feedback from the dragon soul also increased very quickly. At this moment, a black ghost soul at the rear of the beast tide excitedly discovered the soul-nourishing bowl's appearance. The other dark beings were also thrilled, saying that as long as Bai Yi was killed, they would receive a huge reward, and they all issued orders to target him. They did not go into battle themselves, but instead used all kinds of methods to enhance the alien beasts. Some bestowed enlightenment to improve them, some stitched souls to create soul beasts, some summoned corpses to turn them into strange ghosts, some simply possessed them, and some even hid within the beast horde to approach Bai Yi. All of them had set their sights on him. And at this moment, Bai Yi was still peacefully harvesting beast souls, unaware that danger was closing in. The soul-nourishing bowl was soon packed full and hit its limit for the first time. Bai Yi had no choice but to let the dragon soul continue absorbing them. After all, the beast souls on this battlefield were of exceptionally high quality, far surpassing those from before. His strength was also increasing at a terrifying pace. The dragon soul's defense power was rising wildly. Bai Yi excitedly collected soul power, completely failing to notice that he had already ventured deep into the beast horde. Suddenly, a bronze king-tier alien beast burst out of the ground and sent Bai Yi flying with a direct impact. Before he could even steady himself, he was ambushed by a silver-tier alien beast. This silver beast was covered in dark energy, possessed strength comparable to a silver leader, and had a ruthless gaze. Bai Yi immediately became alert and realized that he had been ambushed by alien beasts controlled by dark beings. He hurriedly shouted, "Yunner, teleport." But after waiting a long time, there was no response. "Yunner, what's wrong? Hurry and teleport." Bai Yi was anxious, feeling that more powerful alien beasts were approaching, and even dark beings themselves were making a move. Ding Yunner was almost in tears. "I don't know either. It feels like space has been sealed off. I can't move." Bai Yi froze. Dark beings really were troublesome. He had not expected them to even know spatial sealing, trapping him completely. The only thing worth thinking was that his dragon soul armor had already become so strong that it could almost ignore silver tier attacks, allowing Bai Yi to barely hold the situation together for the moment. But before he could relax, the dragon soul was suddenly attacked by a massive stitched soul beast, each strike consuming huge amounts of soul power. A bronze-tier soul-devouring ghost also emerged nearby, biting off large chunks of the dragon soul's soul power with every attack. If this continued, the armor would soon be torn apart, and Bai Yi would surely die. Seeing this, Luo Tong was shocked. He had not expected the dark beings to target Bai Yi so ruthlessly. Even as a gold-tier beastmaster, he himself had never been singled out like this. Luo Tong did not have time to think further and immediately sent out his only gold-tier beast girl to provide rescue, only for her to be blocked by a demonic silver-tier alien beast. After the opponent launched a frenzied assault, it directly self-destructed, blowing the gold-tier beast girl injured. only for another alien beast to immediately follow up and harass her. Ruotong had only 2 golden-tier beast girls by his side, and he still had to leave one to guard the command center with him. The rest were all out on missions, and he simply had no spare reinforcements to send over. At this rate, Baiye's defenses would be torn open in no time, and help would arrive too late. Thinking of Baiye's potential, Ruotong was filled with regret, and he even blamed the principal. How could he send such a genius straight onto the battlefield? When the students of Dragon University saw Baiye in danger, they immediately grew agitated. Some even jumped straight off the city wall to rescue him, hoping to ease the pressure on him. Although Baiye had beaten them all before, as soldiers, protecting their superior was their duty. Besides, Baiye had tremendous potential. He was worth risking their lives for. Just as everyone had nearly given up hope, Baiye remained calm instead. So, just to kill me, you even pulled out all the stops. He patted the cat god in his arms. Don't smack my head, or I won't grow tall, the cat god cursed. But the trace of divine power in her hand was fully poured onto Baiye. Skill, deadly venom. What had originally been only a dark green poisonous fog now turned golden, its aura terrifying. Any creature enveloped by the golden poison mist became deathly still, as if they had seen the Grim Reaper. Holy shit, you even added divine power to this skill? Baiye despaired. The poison mist did not distinguish friend from foe. He could immune ordinary poisons, but with divine power added, who could possibly endure it? The dragon soul armor was already cracking and creaking, burning through energy faster than ever before. The armor was about to give out. If Baiye were swallowed by the poison mist, not even his bones would be left. Cat God scratched herself and said, "Isn't this my strongest skill?" She was also dumbfounded. At this point, even she couldn't withstand the poison anymore. The deadly poison spread, and all living things on the battlefield rapidly dissolved. Bronze king-class beasts, silver-tier beasts, and fused beast souls all could not hold out. Even the ground was nearly corroded through. In just 1 second, the first beast died, a bronze lord. Baiye hurriedly swallowed its beast soul to replenish the dragon soul. Then, one beast after another died, and Baiye pulled their souls back into the dragon soul, buying as much time as he could. Very quickly, even the dark creatures began to die. The spatial lockdown was lifted, and everyone teleported several kilometers away, barely escaping with their lives. But nothing was left beneath the poison mist. All the spoils had rotted away. Even the beads and treasures were gone. The dragon soul was also on the verge of shattering, and the losses were catastrophic. Baiye was so angry he wanted to strangle Lin Meng. Other people had so many skills, and just adding divine power to any random one could wipe out the enemy. Yet she had to use this indiscriminate deadly poison. In the end, all the treasures were destroyed, and they nearly wiped out their own side. This hard-fought battle had no meaning at all. Lin Meng shrank into Baiye's arms, not daring to make a sound. The people on the city wall were all stunned. To come back alive from such a desperate situation and even turn the tables was enough to shock Ruotong to the point that he almost wanted to hand over the position of guarding general. After that, the beast tide collapsed, and the dark creatures fled in all directions. The beast girls charged down and slaughtered them en masse, while Baiye also chased after them to collect beast souls, all to keep the dragon soul from collapsing. Without the armor, he had no sense of security. That battle had truly come within a hair's breadth of life and death. There was definitely something behind those dark creatures, and Baiye would never let them go. Just as they were slaughtering the enemy with great relish, someone was suddenly ambushed. Fortunately, Ding Yuner teleported in time and saved them. Otherwise, the team would have suffered casualties and the mission would have failed. Not only would the super healing skill be taken back, but losing one person would also deduct 100 points from all attributes, which was far too great a loss. Baiye broke out in a cold sweat and immediately shouted, "All units, retreat to Black Tiger Fort. No blind pursuit of the enemy." He himself also calmed down and pulled back to Black Tiger Fort. Right now, the most important thing was to protect these 500 teachers and students. The Black Tiger Corps carried out his orders very well. Not a single person was greedy for credit. They all withdrew. Baiye finally breathed a sigh of relief. He used to only fight mindless beasts, never bothering with tactics. Only now did he remember that behind the beasts were dark creatures, with even more ruthless methods and greater intelligence. For safety, Baiye did not let everyone clean up the battlefield, and only had Lin Meng control the stone golem puppets to collect the spoils. As expected, an ambush really came. A bronze-tier beast corpse suddenly exploded, blowing several stone golem puppets to pieces. If the beast girls had gone, they would have certainly been wiped out. Fortunately, it was only a loss of a few puppets, not a pity. In this battle, the beast horde lost more than 20,000 beasts, mostly black iron and bronze, with quite a few silver tier ones as well. 90% were killed by Bai Yi and the others, and their accumulated meritorious points exceeded 20,000. Each of the 4 beast girls received 4,000 points, while Bai Yi, as the Legion commander, got 5,000 points. His all-attribute increase was 500 points, enough to be promoted directly to lieutenant. The various spoils were worth 1 billion. Black Tiger Fortress kept half and turned in the rest. Bai Yi distributed beast soul beads according to rank, keeping the black iron tier ones for himself so that the whole team's strength could improve. Li Sheng and the others were completely won over by Bai Yi, and just as they were about to leave, Bai Yi stopped them. "It's afternoon, and we can't leave today anyway. Let's have a barbecue party." Bai Yi set up a big street stall grill and used corpses to make barbecue for a change of pace. Li Sheng hesitated. After all, military regulations forbade drinking and having fun on the battlefield, but Bai Yezija, "Are you still on standby duty right now?" left Li Sheng speechless. Everyone was on leave anyway, so there was no violation. So 100 barbecue grills were laid out, with seasonings, beer, and karaoke machines all brought out. Very professional. Bai Yi said, 10 meritorious points per person, eat and drink as much as you like. In truth, this was business. Free made no sense. After all, the drinks and equipment all had costs, and only the meat was free. Li Sheng glanced at the censor officers on the side. Bai Yi froze, then said, "You mean to let the censors eat barbecue too? That's not right. They're standby troops." Li Sheng rolled his eyes. Who said anything about inviting the censors? Have you forgotten military discipline? Can meritorious points be exchanged? Don't drag me into this. Only then did Bai Yi realize and awkwardly said, "Then eat for free." He casually put the drinks away. The meat could be eaten freely, and the seasonings weren't expensive, but the drinks couldn't just be handed out casually. Everyone rolled their eyes. So stingy? What's the point of barbecue without alcohol? Bai Yi took out a pile of chilled drinks. The Great Wall was covered in snow, serving as a natural refrigerator. These drinks had originally been prepared for the students, and Li Sheng and the others could take whatever they wanted. After all, a bottle only cost a few mao. Someone who could drink a whole case of beer would be full after 3 bottles of soda, and at most it would only cost a few thousand yuan to settle the bill. Every beacon tower had a bonfire lit, not an alarm, but a barbecue. The aroma drifted for dozens of li, making the guards drool. The soldiers at Jinhu Pass were equally envious. Bai Ye's barbecue was even more exquisite than what was sold on the market, complete with dipping sauce, pancakes, and scallions. The pancakes had been prepared in advance and stored in the dimensional space, still warm. Bai Ye's space was mainly used to store food, with excellent preservation. Everything else had been put into the 5 Elements Mountain. The space could hold enough food for 500 people for 2 months. When the censor officers saw that everyone had not drunk alcohol and no one had left their post, Ding Yuner used instant movement to deliver the grills and ingredients to each tower, and even the censors could not say anything. In the end, unable to resist the craving, they also joined the barbecue frenzy, and a crowd sang and danced late into the night. In the darkness, dark creatures were watching this side, their faces full of greed. And no one noticed that a black iron tier night owl was also watching those dark creatures, while sending messages to Bai Yi. Beyond the northern border, the world belonged to beasts, with beasts everywhere. No one would pay attention to a night owl of this level. In fact, this was Bai Ye's scout. In the 5 Elements Mountain, he had also tamed more than a dozen beasts of different species to serve as undercover agents, all enlightened by the demon spirit and granted a bit of intelligence. When the beast tide collapsed, Bai Yi chased after it while throwing in undercover beasts, retreating together with the beast pack. Now that the night owl had returned, it was obvious that it had found the lair. While everyone was reveling, Bai Yi took Ding Yuner and used instant movement to go out. A few seconds later, he brought the night owl back to Black Tiger Fortress. The whole trip took less than a minute, and no one noticed. Seeing this, Li Sheng joked, "Commander Bai, bringing a girl into your room. I thought you were going to do something. Why are you back so soon?" Ding Yuner blushed and ran off. Bai Yi was speechless and clinked glasses with Li Sheng. "You get drunk on soda too?" Then he went on eating. When the crowd had dispersed, Bai Yi entered 5 Elements Mountain and communicated with Night Owl. After the demon spirits had been enlightened, the exotic beasts had become much smarter, and communication was no longer an obstacle. Night Owl reported that there was a large exotic beast space 50 kilometers away, and its entrance and exit had already merged with the larger world. A semi-open type. There was no level suppression inside, so exotic beasts could grow freely, with everything from black iron to silver level present. In that space, there was also a dark city, inhabited by a large number of dark creatures. Exotic beasts could not approach casually, so Night Owl hadn't been able to learn too many details, but the information he had was already enough. Bai Yi planned to wait for news from the other undercover exotic beasts before deciding how to act. He did not want to defend passively. He chose to take the initiative and attack. The next day, Bai Yi used patrol duty as an excuse to meet up with the other undercover exotic beasts. But only half of them came back. It was unclear whether they had been exposed and run into trouble, or were just temporarily unable to get away. In any case, the basic situation was already clear, and he could not be bothered with too much else. Bai Yi and the others stopped delaying and charged straight toward that open exotic beast space. Under normal circumstances, exotic beast spaces could be fused. For example, the spatial crystal from before had shrunk after space fusion. Bai Yi could also fuse 5 Elements Mountain with the volcano gate and raise it to bronze level. The space they were facing this time was an extremely special case. Multiple exotic beast spaces had fused together and then connected with the main world. The number of exotic beasts was enormous, with all levels present, and even especially dangerous existences inside. Even golden-level beings did not dare enter casually. Bai Yi did not act recklessly. Using his 1000-form skill, he transformed all 5 of them into black iron-level saber-claw mountain cats. They had seen plenty of these beasts while looting corpses yesterday, and Lin Ming was very good at mimicking a cat, making everyone look even more like mountain cats. The 5 mountain cats played around on the wilderness, while also getting familiar with cat movements. Then they advanced together toward the exotic beast space. It wasn't actually affection. It was to make it convenient for Ding Yuner to teleport away if they encountered danger. The exotic beast space had fused with the main world, with no obvious entrance. Bai Yi relied on the undercover intelligence to slip in with ease. Once inside, he found that it was full of exotic beasts running, fighting, and fleeing everywhere. There was battle all around. No wonder these beasts often launched assaults on the northern frontier Great Wall. The internal population was probably too large, making this a form of self-consumption as well. Not long after, they were targeted by a bronze-level black-striped tiger. The 5 of them quickly hid in the forest before taking it down. The exotic beasts weren't very smart and didn't notice anything unusual, so Bai Yi and the others continued to move about boldly. Whenever they encountered beasts that wanted to eat them, they lured them into the forest and killed them. There were also many spiritual herbs and fruits, but the focus of Bai Yi's trip was to investigate Dark City. He wasn't greedy for other resources and headed straight for his destination. After running for over 100 kilometers, he finally saw from afar a black castle standing on a cliff. No exotic beasts dared approach nearby, making it seem especially eerie and lonely. At this moment, the system popped up choices. 1. Successfully infiltrate Black Abyss Fortress. Reward: Mastery of Dark Speech 2. Go in by force directly. Reward: all attributes plus 1003. Go back and find helpers to wipe out Black Abyss Fortress. Reward: Soul-nurturing vessel quality plus 1. The third reward was the most tempting. Although the soul-nurturing vessel was the sacred artifact of the Ghost Clan, it was actually just a golden-level item. If its quality were raised, then it would count as a platinum-level item, with a massive boost to both soul storage capacity and the ability to deal with souls. It was very good, but Bai Yi always felt there was something wrong with Black Abyss Fortress. Even if he could stuff everyone from the town into it, it would be like sending sheep into a tiger's mouth. There was definitely a major danger inside Black Abyss Fortress. If they rashly took people in and were all wiped out, the Dark Creature Army would seize the chance to break through the northern frontier Great Wall, and the common people would suffer. The responsibility would be far too great. So Bai Yi had to go in first by himself to investigate clearly, then find an opportunity to destroy Black Abyss Fortress. Choice 1 was the only option. There was no need to even think about Choice 2. Charging in with just a few of them would only lead to certain death. Bai Yi, are we going in? Lin Ming was eager to try. She had always been bold. Bai Yi nodded. Lin Ming immediately leapt forward like a cat, only for Bai Yi to grab her tail in one hand. Don't rush. Wait for the opportunity. Lin Ming was impulsive, and after teaming up with her, Bai Yi had long been used to pulling her back at any moment. What are you doing? Lin Ming was very dissatisfied. Cats don't like having their tails grabbed. Someone's here. Bai Yi quickly fed everyone invisibility fruit. Lin Ming didn't need any, since she was already naturally invisible. Just as they went invisible, they saw 5 dark elves walking over, all pitch black and tall, speaking in words they couldn't understand. None of them knew dark speech, and neither had Ding Yuner learned it. Bai Yi quietly led the beast girls after them. They had only gone a few steps when a dark elf's pointed ear twitched, as if sensing something. The other party had very sharp perception, so Bai Yi and the others did not dare move, holding their breath and standing still. Fortunately, the dark elf only muttered a few words and did not take it to heart, continuing on. After the group had gone far away, Bai Yi and the others followed, all flying on the 1,000 mountains at dusk and snow soared. This time there was no sound, and the cat god's sense of smell could also prevent them from getting lost. From afar, they saw several dark elves hunting ferocious beasts. One condensed a shadow arrow and shot down a bronze commander-level ferocious beast from 1,000 meters away with a single strike. The other ferocious beasts roared in anger and charged forward, but another staff-wielding elf casually waved a hand. Dark rain fell from the sky, and 7 or 8 ferocious beasts were instantly shot dead. The dark elf with a dagger went up to collect soul beads and pick spiritual herbs. The gains were all eaten by them directly, as if they could absorb all energy. No wonder that at the same level, humans couldn't beat ferocious beasts, and ferocious beasts couldn't beat dark creatures. It really wasn't fake. Bai Yi didn't dare underestimate these dark elves at all. After tracking them all the way into a safe area, Bai Yi finally prepared to make a move. His strike was a thunderous one. Yi Qingqing threw out seeds, which instantly exploded into growth. Nangong Shue's phantom swords came pouring in like rain. Lin Meng spat out dark green poison mist. All of these were sent by Ding Yuner through a void wormhole to the target area several kilometers away. Before the dark elves even saw the enemy, they were instantly killed by various attacks. The powerful dark creatures and that bronze lord-level ferocious beast were all wiped out, with no chance to fight back. Humans being weak at the same level was only true for ordinary people. For Bai Yi and the others, killing dark creatures across levels was as easy as crushing ants. Using his skill, Bai Yi turned the 5 of them into dark elves and conveniently took the enemy's weapons. He found that their quality was very high. The weaponcraft of dark creatures was even stronger than that of humans. The soul-nurturing bowl was proof. Human combat mainly relied on beast girls and didn't use weapons much. As for the dark creatures, the soul bead energy within them was enormous. Humans at this level simply dared not absorb it. They could only throw it into the soul-nurturing bowl to replenish consumption, and the effect was immediate, even slightly improving the soul-nurturing bowl itself. No wonder the dark creatures coveted this item so much. Bai Yi had followed them all this way precisely to familiarize himself with the dark elves' attack methods, appearance, and habits. Now that he had learned them all, the disguise was flawless. After the transformation, Bai Yi didn't care, but the beast girls instead felt somewhat embarrassed. Lin Ming was shocked when she looked at her transformed figure. Already slender to begin with, she had suddenly become voluptuous and curvy, even more alluring than a human woman. The original plan was to have Lin Ming disguise herself as a male dark elf, but she refused no matter what and insisted on playing a female, experiencing what it was like to be well-endowed. Yi Qingqing and Ding Yuner, on the other hand, thought the clothes were too revealing. Dark elves dressed boldly, with only a few pieces of cloth casually wrapped around them, leaving their figures fully on display. Beast girls and ferocious beasts had no sense of shame, but dark elves looked too much like humans, making them very uncomfortable. Bai Yi couldn't help but remind them. Showing you just now was so you could learn that casualness of theirs. If you act like this, you'll definitely be exposed. Lin Ming was actually imitating it in an exaggerated way, looking extremely flirtatious. Bai Yi said helplessly, "They're supposed to let loose, not you. Don't go too far." The originally tense Yi Qingqing and Ding Yuner were amused and quickly learned the dark elf style. Nangong Shui played the role of a cold male elf, and her temperament was naturally suited for it. Once everyone's disguises were ready and they were preparing to blend into the Black Abyss city, Nangong Shui suddenly asked, "Who knows dark speech?" Everyone was stunned, and all turned to look at Bai Yi. Bai Yi gave a strained laugh. "Let's go in first and talk later." In fact, his mission was to sneak into the castle and learn the dark speech, but he couldn't speak a word of it right now. Nangong Qinshuet didn't believe him and even forced Bai Yi to say something. Bai Yi blurted out, "I love tiger oil." Nangong Qinshuet blushed. Luckily, she didn't press him any further. The others trusted Bai Yi completely and followed his lead without hesitation. Just like that, the 5 of them transformed into dark elves and infiltrated the Black Abyss. Bai Yi swaggered straight into Black Abyss Castle. As soon as they entered the city, a crowd of dark creatures around them chattered at Bai Yi, wanting to talk to him, but he couldn't understand a single word. He could only keep his head down and rush forward. The shouting grew louder and louder, even alerting the guards. Nangong Qinshuet and the others followed anxiously, while more and more dark creatures gathered around them, and even the silver-rank guard captain turned his attention to them. Ding Yuner tightened her grip on her teammates, ready to teleport away at any moment. Very soon, a silver-rank guard led his men to block their path, his face full of caution. "Stop right there." At that moment, Bai Yi suddenly understood their language in his ears, and the system finally handed out the reward. Bai Yi hurriedly said, "Don't stop me. I have urgent business with the city lord." Although Nangong Qinshuet and the others couldn't understand him, they felt that Bai Yi's words sounded like dark speech, So they all breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Meng even muttered softly. The system only ever shows up at critical moments. Scared me to death. The guard captain questioned, what exactly is going on with you? Bai Yi replied calmly. There are signs of humans outside the city. I have to report it to the city lord as soon as possible. The surrounding dark creatures were all shocked when they heard this. The silver rank guard didn't believe him. This is deep in beast territory. Humans couldn't possibly get in here. Bai Yi said nothing more and took out a piece of human clothing fabric. After inspecting it, the guard was shocked. It really is a human item. Bai Yi snatched back the fabric and continued rushing toward the city lord's mansion. No one dared stop him now. Along the way, Lin Ming asked in a low voice, Bai Yi, what did you just say? Bai Yi warned them, don't speak carelessly. Be careful not to be overheard. The group headed straight for the city lord's mansion. Nangong Qianxue couldn't help asking, we're only here to gather intelligence. Do we really have to provoke the boss of the city? Bai Yi only replied, we can only barge in now. When they entered the city lord's mansion, the guards blocked them again. Bai Yi continued with the same story and slipped through once more. At last, the group met the Lord of Black Abyss City, a gold rank wraith. The city lord stared at Bai Yi. You really saw humans outside the city? Bai Yi handed over the cloth, and the city lord waved his hand to take it. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Within that piece of cloth, a blurry silhouette appeared. Everyone was startled. Even though the shadow was faint, it could not hide that person's handsome, imposing figure. That's right, it was Bai Yi. The Lord of Black Abyss also recognized him and exclaimed, Bai Yi. Bai Yi almost instinctively answered, but forcefully held himself back and made no response. As the tension rose, the Lord of Black Abyss asked again, what did that person look like? Bai Yi bragged, tall and handsome, with strong combat power. Clearly only at Black Iron rank, yet he chops through bronze rank exotic beasts like cutting vegetables. He doesn't look anything like a beast tamer. Nangong Shui and the others were speechless. They had never seen anyone so shameless, praising himself without even blushing. But the Lord of Black Abyss agreed. So it really was him. That guy was bold enough to break in here. He's courting death. If I kill him, I can get the soul-nurturing bowl, surpass Yuxian, and become the new young lord. By the end, the Lord of Black Abyss's eyes were shining, his excitement overflowing. So the Lord of Black Abyss and Yuxian were still old rivals, and were actually in competition with each other. Bai Yi muttered inwardly. Was this dark world simply too small